The university graduate, Yu Hongming, faced with a series of unsuccessful job applications, reluctantly took over his father's scrap recycling station. By an unexpected twist of fate, he acquired a cross-dimensional trading platform, through which he exchanged mundane items for valuable assets, such as aircraft carriers and photolithography machines, swiftly amassing wealth. During a matchmaking encounter with a wealthy young lady, he garnered her favor through his understated affluence and charismatic personality, embarking on a new chapter of life. Chapter 1. The Trading Platform. In Feicheng, at a location known as Mishuai City, two young men, likely in their 20s, lounged by the window, basking lazily in the warm sunlight. Yu Hongming, do you truly intend to return to your hometown to manage your father's scrap recycling station? One of them yawned and inquired with a grin directed at Yu Hongming. This individual was Yu Hongming's close friend from university, Yuan Daiyong, a quintessential second-generation wealthy heir. Upon graduation, he secured a position in a foreign trade company with a notable background, effectively landing a secure job. Allow me to clarify, my family's establishment is not merely a scrap recycling station. It ought to be referred to as a resource reutilization company. Yu Hongming slightly grimaced, embodying his modest insistence regarding the nature of his family's enterprise. In contrast to Yuan Daiyong's triumphant circumstances, Yu Hongming's journey appeared somewhat arduous. While Yuan Daiyong had a stable job right after graduation, Yu Hongming found himself unemployed post-commencement. After 3 fruitless months of job hunting, Yu Hongming ultimately resolved to heed his father's advice and return home to take charge of the so-called scrap station, or, to phrase it differently, the Resource Reutilization Center. His father provided a compelling rationale. Do not underestimate the recycling station. It is, in fact, quite lucrative. From this business alone, I have purchased 2 properties and 2 vehicles, one of which is a BMW X5, within a mere decade and a half. Upon reflection, this reasoning did hold merit. Even with arduous labor elsewhere, one might not necessarily earn more. Conversely, running a business could not only prove easier, but also yield greater profits. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your terminology and refer to it as a resource reutilization center. Have you truly made up your mind? Indeed, I have decided. I shall commence managing the family business tomorrow. Despite Yu Hongming's strikingly handsome appearance, his tone remained placid, devoid of any hint of tumult. Observing his friend's handsome visage, Yuan Daiyong found it perplexing that such a striking young man would make such a choice. Yet, he recognized that further discussion would be futile, for once Yu Hongming had made a decision, he was unlikely to waver. Madam Boss, I must share an unbelievable revelation. That striking gentleman has decided to become a scrap collector. The waitress, having just delivered coffee to a customer, immediately relayed the astonishing news to her supervisor. Is that true? Am I hearing correctly? The coffee shop owner widened her eyes in disbelief. Since Yu Hongming's arrival, both employees and she herself have been captivated by the allure of this handsome young man. After all, it is indeed challenging for someone so distinguished to evade notice. My hearing is perfectly fine. They certainly said that he intends to return to take over his father's recycling station. Oh dear, what are today's youth thinking? They could easily thrive on their looks, but insist on pursuing the path of hard work and wealth accumulation. The owner lamented, shaking her head. The waitress could only silently gaze at the ceiling. The following day, at a place called Feiyang Recycled Resources Company, limited on Huaihai Road, the father declared, Son, from this day forth, this shall be your responsibility. Be sure to manage it well. Father, rest assured, I shall strive to do my utmost since I have given my word. Although the promise rolled off his tongue with ease, his heart was far from content. Do not fret, my dear companion. Allowing our son to undertake tasks independently is indeed a beneficial endeavor. His mother, positioned nearby, offered her soothing counsel. Mother, are you both preparing to embark on your journey? Or might you be traveling? Noticing his mother's meticulous attire, Yu Hongming inquired with curiosity. We have long since planned. Our first destination is Yunnan. At this juncture, his mother suddenly realized she had let slip too much information and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Long since. Upon hearing these words, Yu Hongming's spirits plummeted. It dawned on him that his circumstances were entirely the result of his parents' prior arrangements. However, with events having unfolded as they had, there was no turning back. Understood. I wish you a pleasant journey. Remember, safety comes first. After bidding farewell to his parents with a hint of melancholy, Hongming stepped through the company's doors. Darling, is this truly fair to our child? Witnessing her son's expression inevitably stirred her maternal instincts. It is of no consequence. He must learn to confront challenges. Let this be his inaugural lesson in life. His father replied with a cheerful demeanor, gesturing towards the car. Let us set forth. Absolutely. Upon hearing this, his mother instantly forgot her previous worries about their child. At that moment, the curtain rose on Hongming's new life. Given its somewhat obscure location, this enterprise occupied a rather substantial area, approximately 2,000 square meters. Nevertheless, through years of diligent operation, it had amassed a considerable base of loyal clientele, rendering the geographical drawback less significant. Entering the factory, a newcomer might indeed feel disoriented. Suddenly, a peculiar sound resonated in his ears. Ding! Conditions met, initiating cross-temporal trading system. Hongming stood in stunned silence for a few seconds, but excitement quickly followed. Goodness, such a phenomenon exists. Is anyone online? In order to confirm the veracity of what he had just heard, he began attempting to engage in dialogue. Online, the response was devoid of any emotional inflection, as though it were merely informing him of the existence of a genuine program. Subsequently, the scenery before him shifted, and Hongming found himself enveloped in an uncharted realm. What precisely is the purpose of this trading system? What can it be utilized for? Given that the name encompassed the notion of trade, it surely bore some relevance. Trading is about to commence. Please prepare. Countdown commencing. 10, 9, 8. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he was already in a countdown state. In an instant, a figure materialized before him. This individual bore wild hair and donned an aged camouflage outfit, presenting a rather startling appearance. Simultaneously, a large display screen loomed nearby, its countdown rapidly diminishing. As Hongming observed these details, the displayed numbers had already transformed to 56, 55. After a brief moment of scrutiny, he finally discerned that the unit of measurement was in seconds. Despite lacking clarity on the specifics, he understood the urgency of completing the communication task swiftly. I possess an aircraft carrier. What do you offer in exchange? The man initiated the conversation. An aircraft carrier? Are you jesting with me? Hongming could hardly believe his ears. Time is of the essence. Have you decided what you will offer in return? I currently have nothing of value to trade. This is my first visit here, and I came unprepared. At that moment, Hongming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. After all, the other party had casually mentioned possessing an aircraft carrier, while he had not a single valuable item to his name. What you possess is precisely what you hold in your hand. Following the gaze of the camouflaged man, Hongming finally comprehended what he was referring to. Chapter 2. A wise individual naturally knows how to make a choice. He held a half-consumed bottle of water in his hand. To his astonishment, someone was offering to exchange an aircraft carrier for this mere half bottle of water, a proposition that seemed utterly unbelievable. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. What do you think? I completely agree. Hongming nodded eagerly. It would be foolish to refuse. Better to agree first. There was no risk in that. Do both parties consent to this transaction? Suddenly, the system's cold, mechanical voice broke the silence. Agreed. Hongming and the man clad in camouflage answered almost in unison. Transaction successful. The items have been placed in your respective inventories. Please retrieve them at your convenience. No sooner had the words been spoken than the half bottle of water vanished from Hongming's grasp. I am Sima Mingho. Should you require weapons in the future, do remember to seek me out. I possess many fine items. With that, the man in camouflage disappeared along with his voice. Hongming found himself back in the initial location where he had entered the system. System, open my inventory. A transparent window, brimming with technological finesse, materialized before him. At that moment, the first item in the inventory was an icon depicting an aircraft carrier. Hongming gently tapped it, and a prompt box immediately appeared. Would you like to extract it? Below were two buttons, yes and no. Without hesitation, Hongming clicked no. Only a fool would choose yes. Reflecting on his current surroundings, it dawned on him that he was merely in a small scrapyard. How immense must an aircraft carrier be? Although he lacked the precise figures, he was acutely aware that his scrapyard could not accommodate such a vessel. Moreover, how would he explain the sudden appearance of an aircraft carrier to those outside? The thought alone gave him a headache. Hongming wished to live a few more years. Consequently, His mind remained exceptionally clear. For the time being, he would have to let the aircraft carrier linger in his inventory. System, how can I exit this place? It wasn't that Hongming was reluctant to continue trading. Rather, he needed to venture out in search of new items. After all, he had already traded away the sole half bottle of water. Remaining here without seeking new items would serve no purpose. Just envision it, and you will find your way out. Am I exiting now? Indeed, as the system had indicated, with a mere thought, Hongming found himself back within the confines of the scrapyard. Excellent. He began to scour the area for any potentially useful items. Drawing from his previous experience, he approached the selection of items with heightened caution. Clearly, the ordinary discarded items held little value. The most beneficial would likely be food and drinking water. Otherwise, he wouldn't have traded a half bottle of water for an aircraft carrier. This will do. He fixated on a box of old pickled vegetable noodles on the table, having already locked onto his target. This item was so unappealing that even dogs would turn their noses up at it. Yet, it was the only edible thing he had found after a thorough search. Perfect for repurposing. Once again, Hongming utilized his mind to enter the familiar exchange space. System, I wish to trade. Host, you have two options. You may choose random matching or designate a previous trading partner. Random, please. After all, he was in the exploratory phase, and it would be wise to try multiple times. The random function is currently on cooldown. Please try again in 6 days and 24 hours. A dark line appeared on Hongming's face. He hadn't anticipated a cooldown period. Can I contact that gentleman Sima Mingho from earlier? Certainly, the system replied. Connecting now, please hold. After approximately half a minute, it seemed this trading method differed. It resembled a phone call, requiring a response from the other party. After another half minute, the connection was successful. The transaction is about to commence. Please prepare yourself. Hongming found himself back in the trading space once more. His previous trading partner, Sima Mingho, reappeared. Upon seeing Hongming, Sima Mingho enthusiastically inquired, Dear partner, what splendid item have you brought this time? What do you think? Hongming raised the box of old pickled vegetable noodles to showcase it. Quite acceptable. What would you like in exchange? Sima Mingho displayed more excitement than Hongming had anticipated. Here I have cruisers, destroyers, and nuclear submarines. Which would you prefer? Hongming felt utterly helpless. This was essentially an aircraft carrier battle group. To trade these for instant noodles and water seemed absurd. It felt as though a single box of noodles could procure all of these vessels. However, to Hongming, these items held little practical value. Would he dare utilize them? These are not what I currently need. Do you have any other options? I have a watch. Would you care for it? From the reluctant glimmer in Sima Mingho's eyes, Hongming understood that this watch must be special. Yes, of course. I'll trade you for that watch. To Hongming, a watch was evidently more practical than an aircraft carrier. After all, a watch could be worn, while an aircraft carrier could only remain in the inventory. Weighing the two, a wise individual naturally knows how to choose. The crucial point was that the inventory could only hold 12 slots, and each slot should be filled with useful items. The transaction was complete, and both parties' items were secured in their respective inventories. Exiting the trading space, Hongming immediately retrieved the new watch and departed the system space. In reality, a watch now adorned his wrist. At this moment, he finally had the leisure to examine the watch closely. Its design was exquisitely intricate, exuding an air of luxury. However, Hongming was merely an ordinary person, and his knowledge of watches was limited. Thus, he could not discern any remarkable features of this timepiece. He couldn't even identify the brand. Hongming casually placed the watch on his wrist, and then resumed his activities. Now that he had the system's assistance, he could no longer continue collecting scrap like his father. Moreover, he needed to clear the mountain of accumulated items to make room for the better items he would acquire later. Although he was still unsure of what he might obtain in the future, it was always prudent to be prepared. Gazing at the chaotic scrapyard before him, Hongming felt somewhat at a loss. I'll just do it this way. After a moment's contemplation, he finally devised a solution. Why not bundle these items and sell them to a fellow trader? This approach would not only expedite the resolution of the issue, but also save him the time and effort of sorting through everything himself. Soon, Hongming contacted a fellow trader whose name he had found in the contact list left by his father. Chapter 3. Hang the dried fish. Before long, the fellow trader from the recycling station arrived on the scene with a team and a large truck. Previously, during their phone conversation, Hongming had repeatedly emphasized the need for additional hands to expedite the work progress and save on costs. After a full day of effort, their task was finally completed. All the refuse and miscellaneous items at the recycling station were loaded onto trucks and transported away. This collaboration brought Hongming an income of 220,000 yuan. Do not underestimate those who work in the recycling industry. They may be more affluent than you imagine. A week later, Hongming arrived punctually at the recycling station. This time was not during regular working hours, but rather to comply with the system's regulations. Unlike his previous visit when he left empty-handed, he had come prepared this time, having purchased 2 bottles of mineral water and several sausages as provisions. Though modest in quantity, they sufficed for his needs. At present, his most pressing concern was to decipher the rules of this system. Upon entering the recycling station, Hongming casually took a sausage and entered the virtual realm of the system. System, initiate random exchange mode. The random exchange feature was activated, and this time it was successful. He was once again transported to a unique trading venue, where his trading partner was a bespectacled man clad in a lab coat. From the moment Hongming stepped inside, the man's gaze fixated on the sausage in his hand, which made Hongming realize an opportunity had presented itself. You are offering a sausage for exchange. What do you wish to receive in return? The man inquired. Do you possess high-tech equipment, such as a photolithography machine or a particle injector? If possible, I would like a photolithography machine, Hongming stated almost without hesitation. After all, the significance of photolithography machines to the nation is well known, and even without precise specifications, they are exceedingly valuable, especially at such a low cost. The transaction was completed, and the items were deposited into both parties' inventories. The man, named Liao Xiaoi, exchanged a few parting words before departing the space, while Hongming was returned to his original location. What a remarkable bargain! As he gazed at the colossal machinery before him, he felt elated. However, how was he to monetize it? Just as he was pondering this dilemma, a news alert flashed through his mind. Someone had previously attempted to sell similar products on an online marketplace, and even though most were counterfeit, many buyers were still willing to take a chance on purchasing. With no better options at hand, he decided to give it a try. Logging into the online marketplace with the account left by his father, Hongming commenced posting his advertisement. To enhance the authenticity of his listing, he took numerous detailed photographs and provided a thorough description, emphasizing that in-person transactions were necessary due to the item's size, which made shipping impractical. He set the price at 9 million yuan, an astonishingly reasonable figure considering its actual worth. After posting the information and awaiting approval, although Hongming did not anticipate an immediate sale, he was nonetheless eager to see the outcome. Let us take a look, Su Leping said, opening the search results. If Hongming had known that the item he had just listed was being viewed live, he would have been utterly astonished. Isn't this the photolithography machine that was just posted? The price is still so cliché, lacking any creativity, Su Leping remarked about the 9 million yuan listing. However, the photos are indeed impressive. Those previous ones were clearly pulled from the internet. Can't they be a bit more meticulous? The live chat erupted with comments. It's definitely different. This one looks far more professional. It appears to be a real product photo. Moreover, it showcases multiple angles. Could this time be the genuine article? Is it extraterrestrial? How could they possibly find something real? Even without knowing the model, this machine could not realistically be circulating in the market. Even secondhand. It would be hard to acquire, right? It looks rather old. Even if it is secondhand, such equipment would be snatched up immediately. It wouldn't flow into the market. As someone with a slight understanding of the situation, Su Leping provided an explanation. Although I believe this is undoubtedly fake, I still wish to meet the seller. Soon after, several uninvited guests arrived at the recycling station's entrance. Is this really the right place? Su Leping asked, holding up the live streaming equipment to his assistant. It should be correct. The assistant replied, albeit uncertain, given the remote location. However, the slightly dilapidated sign instilled some confidence in him. Look at that sign. It's indeed Feiyong Recycling Company. All right, let us knock. As the assistant approached the door, the atmosphere in the live stream grew lively. Who would have thought Su Leping would be so bold? Not only is he tackling online fraud, but he is also going door to door. To witness Su Leping's actions, I even took a day off to watch. Go, Su Leping. Show them what it means to be truly meticulous. Isn't it dangerous in such a remote area? Be careful. What if they have guard dogs? Has Su Leping purchased insurance? Should he call the police just in case? At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Hongming. Hongming had been quite surprised when he received Su Leping's message the previous day. He had never anticipated that someone would contact him merely an hour after posting. When he suggested an in-person inspection, the other party readily agreed. Initially, Hongming thought they might be troublemakers, but today, someone had indeed come to his door. With a hint of skepticism, Hongming looked at the 3 individuals outside and asked, "Are you here to see the photolithography machine?" "Yes, we are here for that." "May we take a look at the item?" Su Leping replied with a smile. "Of course, please come in." Hongming stepped aside, inviting Su Leping and his companions inside. They actually let us in. What is going on here? Su Leping mused inwardly. Observing Hongming's composed demeanor, he felt a twinge of unease. Uncertain of the other party's intentions. Could it be a trap? What am I afraid of? Let us go for it. In Su Leping's view, the concept of retreat had never existed in his lexicon. With 3 of them present, Even if an unexpected situation arose, they could handle it for a while. Moreover, this scene was being live-streamed. Should anything happen, the audience would surely come to their aid. Someone would call the police. Furthermore, the seller knew he was live-streaming yet did not intervene, which was the primary reason Su Leping felt emboldened to enter. Sir, please lead the way. Having made the decision to enter, they would not easily back down. Very well, follow me. Yu Hongming walked ahead, guiding them to where the equipment was stored. Chapter 4. Is this merely a shell? With all the items at the recycling station cleared away, the photolithography machine stood out prominently. Anyone entering could see it at a glance. Oh my, it's really here. Upon seeing the familiar shape and the prominent ASML logo, Su Leping and his companions were all exhilarated, particularly the usually taciturn bespectacled man, who rushed over in a frenzy, utterly captivated. This is astounding, truly astonishing. The bespectacled man seemed entranced, continuously touching the massive apparatus. At this moment, the live stream was in a frenzy. Am I seeing things? Is it real? Su Leping has hit the jackpot. Is this merely a shell? Whether it's a shell or not, Su Leping has brought an expert with him. Can it be concealed from him? Indeed, to verify the machine's authenticity, Su Leping specifically invited a seasoned engineer from the company. If my father were to discover this, I would inevitably face a severe reprimand. Zhuge, what do you think? Is this contraption reliable? Su Leping approached the bespectacled man with a look of perplexity. Externally, it appears flawless, identical to what we have in our factory, but the internal structure remains uncertain until we conduct tests. So, shall we proceed with the purchase? Su Leping looked at Zhuge, torn with indecision. I believe it is worth trying. Perhaps you could inquire with the seller about placing a deposit first, and then pay the remainder after testing. All right, let me ask. Initially, I approached this with the intent to expose a counterfeit. Yet now faced with what seems to be a genuine article, Su Leping found himself compelled to deliberate cautiously. The thought of potentially bringing home an authentic lithography machine invigorated him with excitement at the prospect of his father's reaction. Boss, what do you think of Mr. Zhu's suggestion? You know how troublesome it can be to purchase such valuable items if they turn out to be fakes. No worries, that approach is entirely feasible. Su Leping had intended to voice further complaints, but he was taken aback by Yu Hongming's prompt agreement. What amount do you think would be a suitable deposit? Whatever you deem fit. Yu Hongming replied nonchalantly. This treasure was procured in exchange for a mere sausage, rendering the cost nearly negligible. Regardless of the selling price, it would be profit. How about a deposit of 3 million? Although Yu Hongming was unconcerned, Su Leping still felt apprehensive. He feared that a low offer might result in being dismissed, which would be a significant loss. Very well, once you make the payment, you may take the item. You must have read the instructions. All items here are to be picked up in person. No contract to sign. No need. Once you pay the deposit, you can take it away. Su Leping was taken aback. To allow someone to take away an item valued in the tens of millions without a contract, was that truly acceptable? To secure this transaction, he had no choice but to take the risk. Ultimately, Su Leping gritted his teeth and made the deposit, calling for a vehicle to transport the large item. Ding! As he watched his account balance transform into 232, 52, with 3 million being the newly received deposit, 220,000 from recycling at the scrapyard, and the remaining 232, 52 as his own funds. He reflected on how he would never have agreed to take over the family business if he had other options and didn't wish to rely on his family. However, now armed with this system, everything seemed worthwhile. Time to head home. There was no longer any need to linger here, especially since a buyer for the lithography machine had yet to be found, so there was no rush to acquire more. Meanwhile, a convoy of vehicles was traveling down the highway. To call it a convoy might be an exaggeration, as it consisted of merely 2 vehicles, a Land Rover and a truck. Dingling. Su Leping, seated in the back of the Land Rover, was startled by the sudden ringing of his phone. This was merely the beginning. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he froze in shock. This was the call he dreaded the most. Every time it rang, it was never for anything good. At the very least, it meant a scolding was imminent. Despite this, he dared not ignore it, for the caller held the reins to his livelihood. Dad, what is it? Son, where have you taken Zhu Wenyan? Dad, The moment Zhu Wenyan's name was mentioned, Su Leping knew he was in trouble. His secret about bringing Zhu Gu out had been exposed. Stealing himself. Su Leping attempted to explain. Dad, I have a surprise for you this time. I assure you will be pleased. He felt a twinge of anxiety, for his father was indeed correct. Very well, I shall see what trickery you have conjured. If you dare deceive me, you know the consequences. Dad, this time you absolutely will not be disappointed. If you remain unsatisfied, you may deal with me as you wish. Su Leping was unusually confident. Shall we speed up? After hanging up, Su Leping immediately urged the driver to accelerate. He was eager to present himself before his father without delay. Such an opportunity for a stellar performance was rare. In fact, their destination was already within reach. A half hour later, the vehicle entered the Hongming development zone and stopped at the workshop entrance. At this moment, Su Luping's father, Su Mucha, awaited at the door. Upon seeing his son alight from the vehicle, Su Mucha immediately frowned and pointed at the large truck that had just stopped, asking, "Is this what you call a grand surprise?" "Indeed, Dad. What's inside is the surprise I mentioned," Su Luping replied with a beaming face. "Very well. Let me see what this so-called surprise truly is." Su Mucha, rare in his restraint, decided to grant his son a chance. Regardless of how inept this son may be, as a parent, there is always a flicker of hope. The truck's doors swung open, and the forklift was ready. Even so, the items within the truck were still tightly wrapped. Such high-precision equipment certainly required careful handling. For safety, 2 forklifts worked in tandem. After 20 minutes of effort, they finally unloaded the colossal item from the truck. "Dad, would you like to unveil it yourself?" "All right, let us see what is concealed within your gourd." Su Mucha stepped forward to lift the canvas covering the enormous object. Others hurried to assist. "What is this?" Su Mucha was well acquainted with lithography machines. Instantly recognizing the equipment before him, he hastened his movements, unveiling all the canvas, yet stood frozen in place, as if struck by awe. "Dad, what do you think?" "Surprising. Isn't it? Unexpected?" Ultimately, it was Su Luping's voice that roused him from his stupor. "Surprised, indeed. Where did you procure this?" "From Xinyu." "Xinyu? The edible kind?" Su Mucha's brow furrowed once more, suspecting his son was up to mischief. "Dad, you misunderstand. Xinyu is a second-hand trading platform." Chapter 5. So let us move it inside and give it a try. "Are you not deceiving me? How could such an item be available there?" Su Mucha's brows knitted tightly, recalling the whip at home. He yearned to teach this boy a stern lesson. "Dad, this is no jest. Zhuge can vouch for me." Noticing his father's disapproving expression, Su Luping quickly invoked Zhu Wenyan's name. While his father might doubt his own words, he would undoubtedly trust Zhuge. Indeed, Su Luping speaks the truth. This item was indeed purchased from Xinyu. Zhu Wenyan confirmed, not letting Su Luping down. "Very well, since Zhu Wenyan attests to this, I shall place my faith in you once more. Furthermore, this time you have done well. You have finally accomplished a credible task." It was rare to see his son achieve something, and a hint of a smile graced Su Mucha's face. Though it was but a fleeting moment. "Zhu Wenyan, is this item genuine?" Since learning that it originated from a second-hand platform, Su Mucha remained apprehensive. After all, professional verification of authenticity was still required. Externally, it appears flawless, Zhu Wenyan whispered into Su Mucha's ear. "Based on the labels, it should be a high-end device with a 2-nanometer process." "Really?" Su Mucha's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Indeed, but such advanced equipment should be unavailable domestically. How could it appear on the second-hand market?" "This issue eludes my understanding as well. It may merely be a facade, and its true utility remains uncertain." Zhu Wenyuan echoed similar concerns. "Shall we not attempt it and ascertain the truth?" I concurred with this sentiment, which is why I initially only paid a deposit. "How much was the deposit?" Upon the mention of finances, Su Mucha grew particularly cautious. Although the company is currently thriving, resources are limited, and expenditures cannot be frivolous. The total price amounts to 9 million, with a deposit of 3 million already paid. Su Mucha began to murmur. Such a high-end item is being sold for merely 9 million. It seems like a scam. Regardless of whether the machine truly exists, this price hardly suffices even as a fraction of its true value. If memory serves, the last ASLM machine sold to Taiwan fetched a price of 2.4 billion. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became that the 3 million might be a lost cause. Yet, he understood why his son and Zhu Wenyuan were so easily deceived. The other party had done an exceptionally convincing job, fooling even seasoned professionals, making their decision to proceed somewhat justifiable. Such masterful deception certainly makes earning this money no simple feat. Let us relocate to the laboratory for testing. At this juncture, there was little else to do but to exert their efforts and leave the rest to fate. "Very well, let us arrange it immediately." Zhu Wenyuan promptly agreed and began preparations. Initiating such a sophisticated device is no trivial task. A dust-free environment is imperative, along with various parameter adjustments. Otherwise, even the slightest error could lead to catastrophic failure, as the internal structure is exceedingly intricate, leaving no room for mistakes. After a day of frenzied activity, all preparations were finally completed, with everyone remaining present throughout, for there was nothing more significant in Su Mucha's mind than this machine. If it operated smoothly, the future of Hongming optoelectronics would undoubtedly transform. "We can commence." With all arrangements in place, Su Mucha announced the formal initiation. "Understood, Chairman." Zhu Wenyuan approached the control panel, his demeanor solemn as he pressed the start button. A low hum resonated as the self-checking procedure commenced. 1. 10. The numbers on the screen fluctuated incessantly. The entire inspection process felt interminable. Yet, for the audience present, it was a familiar sight. After all, the lithography machine comprises thousands of components, necessitating a meticulous check of each one, thus consuming considerable time. 65, 76, 83. As the progress bar edged closer to completion, everyone held their breath, hope igniting brighter. Over an hour later, the display finally reached 99. 99. Only one final step remained. At that moment, those present released a collective sigh of relief, nearly equating to success. Chairman, the initiation was successful. Zhu Wenyuan exclaimed excitedly to Su Mucha. As an engineer, he understood the implications of this milestone, a beacon of a promising future. Indeed, splendid work. You two have made remarkable contributions, he added, his tone brimming with approval as he directed his final remark to Su Luping. After years of idleness, his son had finally accomplished something commendable, a true achievement. Tears welled in Su Luping's eyes. No one could fathom the joy he felt at his father's recognition. Su Luping, Zhu Wenyuan, please accompany me to my office. Su Mucha gestured for them to follow as they departed the dust-free chamber. With the equipment functioning properly, there was no need to linger, for more pressing matters awaited his attention. Upon reaching the office, Su Mucha instructed the secretary to leave and not to disturb them. Please, take a seat. Let us discuss this matter. After closing the door, he invited the two to sit down. Father, what did you wish to discuss with us? Su Luping, appearing somewhat anxious due to his father's usual stern demeanor, inquired. Elaborate on the process of purchasing the lithography machine, and do not omit any details, understood? Understood. Su Luping replied, instantly adopting a compliant attitude in the face of his father's seriousness. He began to recount the events in detail. I have been engaged in live streaming for some time now. People frequently sell similar items on Xinyu, but most are counterfeit. I was quite disenchanted with their exaggerated claims, so I decided to verify the authenticity first. The subsequent words hung on the tip of his tongue as he hesitated to continue, fearful of reprimand. After all, in his father's eyes, live streaming epitomized a lack of diligence. After a brief pause, he opted to skip that part and directly addressed the crux of the matter. To my surprise, I actually encountered a legitimate seller. Upon hearing this narration, Zhu Wenyuan's expression shifted slightly, though he refrained from commenting, as the outcome was favorable. Well done. As a seasoned individual, Su Mucha could certainly detect the embellishments in his son's account. However, he chose not to confront it, considering the substantial contribution to their success. Luck, after all, can sometimes be a skill in its own right. Now, let us discuss who this seller truly is. Quite enigmatic, Zhu Wenyuan replied after a moment's contemplation. Su Luping, with his limited vocabulary, chimed in, indeed, very mysterious. Could you elaborate on how he is mysterious? The transaction occurred at a scrapyard. A scrapyard? Su Mucha responded, perplexed. Indeed, it was a scrapyard. Although we saw no waste when we arrived, I am certain it was once a place of that nature. Zhu Wenyuan confidently asserted. And then what? Were there any other peculiarities? One particularly odd aspect was that the owner seemed rather indifferent towards the lithography machine, Zhu Wenyuan recalled. What do you mean? The owner did not even sign a contract. He allowed us to pay the deposit and simply took the machine away, seemingly unconcerned about whether we would pay the balance. Such occurrences are indeed strange. Su Mucha had to concede that this owner was quite enigmatic. First and foremost, where had he acquired this lithography machine? More critically, this is the world's most advanced 2-nanometer lithography machine, with only a few in existence globally. How did he come by it? Moreover, such machines typically sell for 2 billion. Yet, he sold it for a mere 9 million. Does that not border on madness? If it were a defective machine, it would be one thing, but testing revealed no issues. Most perplexing to Su Mucha was that the owner only accepted a 3 million deposit and handed over the machine without even signing a contract, showing no concern about being defrauded. Even someone as seasoned as Su Mucha found it bewildering what this owner intended. Did you obtain his contact information? No. Zhu Wenyuan and Su Luping exchanged glances and replied in unison. Su Mucha regarded the two with dissatisfaction, thinking how unprofessional it was to overlook such an important detail. A transaction nearing 10 million, and they failed to secure any contact information? Even more outrageous was that the owner still owed 6 million for the goods, and they had let him depart so casually? Father, I can reach out to him on Xinyu, Su Luping suddenly suggested. Very well, give it a try. Just express a desire to meet in person. All right, I will send him a message right away. At his father's behest, Su Luping promptly sent a message to the other party. Has there been a reply? 5 minutes elapsed. Any response? 10 minutes passed. The three individuals sat in silence, exchanging glances as they awaited news. After half an hour, a notification finally chimed. Has it arrived? Su Mucha inquired. It has. But he expressed a desire not to meet us, Su Luping cautiously relayed while gazing at his phone. In Su Luping's recollection, no one had ever dared to refuse his father. Those who had the audacity to decline invariably faced dire consequences. Inform him that we are prepared to pay the full amount immediately, in addition to the previously paid 3 million. We shall add 2.4 billion as the remaining balance. Su Luping was taken aback, staring at his father in astonishment, wondering, is this really the same father who is usually so meticulous about finances? Originally, only an additional 6 million was required, and now it's 24 billion? Do I appear to be jesting? Su Mucha's lips curled into a smirk, his tone resolute. Zhu Wenyan, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. From a market perspective, the chairman's request is quite reasonable. 24 billion. Such an astronomical sum. It dawned on Su Luping just how valuable the lithography machine he held was. He possessed a basic understanding of lithography equipment, primarily limited to machines operating at the 28 nanometer level, which typically cost around 20 million. Thus, he assumed spending 9 million on a second-hand machine was not a significant loss. Little did he realize that the item he acquired for 9 million was truly worth 24 billion. The disparity was staggering. Hurry and send it. Why are you still dawdling? Seeing his son remain motionless, Su Mucha couldn't help but urge him. They had finally caught the other party online. They must not let this opportunity slip away. Understood. I shall proceed immediately. Since it was the financier who dictated terms, Su Luping had no choice but to comply. The remaining balance of 24 billion? At that moment, Yu Hongming's attention was drawn to the message's content, captivated by the figure. Who could remain composed in the face of 24 billion? Unless one were a sage completely devoid of worldly desires, of course. Though he was intrigued, Yu Hongming could not deny he was indeed tempted. How astonishing that a lithography machine could command such a price, especially considering he had contributed so little to acquire it. Ultimately, he sent a text, if you wish to come, make haste. Father, they have agreed. We are to meet tomorrow morning at 9. Punctuality is essential, Su Luping reported. Book the tickets, we shall set off immediately. Su Mucha was eager to dash there without delay. The excitement kept him awake throughout the night. He had never experienced such a thrill, not even when the company went public. The following morning, at 8:30, the group arrived ahead of schedule at the unassuming scrap yard where they had agreed to meet. Is this the place? Indeed, father, it is, Su Luping confirmed. As Su Mucha surveyed the surroundings, he increasingly felt the uniqueness of the individual they were about to meet. Such a precious asset concealed in such a dilapidated location was truly remarkable. Shall we knock now? Not yet. Let us wait a moment. We shall ring the bell when the time is right. Thus, they awaited the appointed hour. Shortly after 9 o'clock, Yu Hongming appeared at the scrap yard. A bun between his teeth, precisely on time. Had it not been for the scheduled appointment, he would have had no reason to be there. Noticing familiar faces among those waiting outside, he realized the buyers had arrived. What brings you here so early? It's not that early. We've been waiting for half an hour. Su Luping replied, a hint of impatience in his voice. Upon hearing this, Su Mucha could only chuckle. His son, being young, was somewhat naive to the intricacies of social decorum. Nevertheless, he had indeed done well. Boss, this is my father, the chairman of Hongming Optoelectronics. Hello. I am Su Mucha. It is a pleasure to meet you. Greetings, I am Yu Hongming. After all, one should recognize that the guest was here to provide funds. Appearances must be maintained. Shall we step inside and discuss? Standing outside in formal attire was hardly appropriate. With such a group loitering at the scrapyard entrance, onlookers might suspect some illicit dealings. Yu Hongming had no desire to attract police attention. Who knew whether the items within the scrapyard were fit for public scrutiny? Very well, please come in, Su Mucha readily responded. I hope you won't mind. The conditions here are rather rudimentary. Yu Hongming led the group inside and casually found a spot to stop. It wasn't that he was unwilling to find a comfortable place for discussion, but rather that there simply wasn't one available. The entire scrapyard was so unwelcoming that even a mouse would not choose to linger there, let alone provide seating for guests. No worries. Su Mucha quickly waved his hand to dismiss any concern. Chapter 7. I want all that you have. Mr. Yu, I cannot express my gratitude enough for selling us such a crucial lithography machine. You have truly alleviated our great dilemma. No need for thanks. It is of no use to me, so selling it to anyone is perfectly acceptable, Yu Hongming replied calmly. However, he was inwardly contemplating. Where is the money? Wasn't this a meeting to exchange funds? At that moment, Yu Hongming was solely focused on the imminent 24 billion. Yet, discussing money so soon after their introduction seemed rather forward to him. Rest assured, the remaining 24 billion has been processed by our finance department. The amount may take a little time to transfer, but it should arrive shortly. Having navigated the business world for decades, Su Mucha was well aware of how to make one feel important. To ensure that the other party took him seriously, he needed to present something of genuine value. Only then could they expedite the collaboration. Ding. As if by coincidence, just after Su Mu-cha finished speaking, Yu Hongming's phone rang. He glanced at it, and indeed, it was a notification of funds received. A quick look at the digits revealed a multitude of zeros. He couldn't be bothered to count them one by one. Since the other party had taken the initiative to come to him with money, they surely had a vested interest in him, making it unlikely they would resort to any underhanded tactics at this time. Yes, the funds have been received. Do you still wish to purchase this machine? Yu Hongming asked directly. In truth, he had already surmised the buyer's intent. They must have confirmed the machine's quality was satisfactory, hence their interest in acquiring additional units. High-end equipment like this was always in demand, and possessing wealth did not guarantee access. Yes, are there any others available? Su Mu-cha, visibly anxious, glanced at Yu Hongming, losing his usual composure. Indeed, how many do you require? One machine costs 24 billion, a considerable sum. So Yu Hongming did not have any particular expectations regarding the quantity. I want as many as you have. Su Mu-cha replied enthusiastically. In his view, such advanced technology, even if available, would not be in excessive supply, perhaps just 1 or 2 units. Not certain, but there are likely around 10. Upon hearing this, Su Mu-cha broke into a cold sweat. What kind of background does this individual have? Even if one were to relocate the entire stock from the ASML factory, it might not suffice to meet such demand. Such equipment is typically produced to order and rarely held in inventory. It was astonishing that an ordinary person could procure so many. Excited at the prospect, Su Mu-cha gritted his teeth and said, "We will take them all." Although he outwardly appeared troubled, he was inwardly elated. Although he might not personally require 10 machines, he could easily sell them for a profit and foster amicable relations with others. He harbored a vague sense that this transaction might be the tip of the iceberg, hinting at a more substantial source of goods. If that were the case, he would indeed reap significant rewards. Very well, let me take down your contact information. I will reach out once the goods arrive. Certainly. Su Mu-cha promptly presented his personal business card. This card was reserved for direct communication with key clients. Typically, others would only receive the contact details of his secretary. Mr. Yu, may I also have your contact information? This was the first time Su Mu-cha earnestly requested an exchange of contact details since embarking on his successful career. No problem, I don't have a business card. So just jot down my phone number. Yu Hongming, of course, had no need for a business card. What would a scrap collector need one for? Did he fear that others might not know his trade? He recited his phone number. Mr. Yu, let us add each other on WeChat. We can hang out when we have the time. At that moment, Su Luping interjected. Su Mu-cha shot his son a glare but refrained from intervening. Establishing a connection with this enigmatic figure could be highly advantageous. All right, Yu Hongming did not decline. After all, more friends meant more opportunities. He opened his WeChat QR code for Su Luping to scan and added him as a friend. I won't keep you any longer, Mr. Yu. I will arrange the deposit to be sent to you as soon as I get back. Please be sure to hold on to those lithography machines. Ding. The following morning, as Yu Hongming awoke and unlocked his phone, he received another transfer notification. Upon glancing at the amount, he was astonished to see a total of 2.4 billion. Who would have imagined that securing a mere deposit could yield such a windfall? Moreover, his own investment amounted to just a few sausages, likely not even $10. The thought was simply unfathomable. Alone in his surroundings, Yu Hongming finally had the opportunity to thoroughly count this fortune, particularly for someone like him, who had suddenly ascended to riches without ever having witnessed such opulence. The feeling was overwhelmingly exhilarating. All right, let us get to work. Today, Yu Hongming had numerous matters awaiting his attention. He intended to seek out a renovation company to spruce up the scrapyard. He contemplated transforming it into a new home, sparing himself the trouble of commuting back and forth. After all, that location offered ample space and tranquility. With a proper arrangement, it would undoubtedly be much more comfortable. Now that he had wealth, Yu Hongming was determined not to deny himself any comforts. However, before contacting a renovation company, Yu Hongming first sought out Uncle Duan, the landlord of the scrapyard. He was driving a Wuling van, a vehicle left behind by his father, which had previously been used for transporting goods. Uncle Duan, what are you busy with? Oh, it's Xiaoyang. What brings you here? This landlord was quite familiar with Yu Hongming, as they met every month during rent collection. The two began to chat. Your parents seem to be doing quite well. I saw your father posting pictures on social media yesterday, looking very happy. Uncle Duan, I'm envious. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongming felt a twinge of discomfort. It seemed as if no one needed to envy anyone else. If it weren't for the system, he truly wondered what he would have become. Oh, you've taken over your father's business. How is it faring? Not bad, quite well. Yu Hongming replied with a smile. Uncle Duan, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. What is it? Just speak your mind. No need for formality with me. Uncle Duan, I'd like to ask if you are selling the scrapyard. I wish to purchase it. Are you serious? Uncle Duan regarded Yu Hongming with a perplexed expression. In truth, Uncle Duan had long contemplated selling the property, as his daughter-in-law had been urging him to do so in order to buy a larger house in the city. However, since this place had been rented to Yu Hongming's father for over a decade, and they had become good friends, Uncle Duan had refrained from broaching the subject. I am serious. If you're willing to sell, please name your price. I want to haggle. 3 million. How does that sound? After all, this was a 2,000 square meter property. While the building was somewhat dilapidated, such a sizable piece of land was certainly worth a considerable sum. Uncle Duan's offer was not exorbitant. In fact, he had already discreetly inquired about the market value. The appraisal from the agency was 3.2 million. Chapter 8. So soon to buy property? Out of respect for Yu Hongming's father, Uncle Duan had willingly lowered his price. No problem, I'll transfer the money immediately, and then we can handle the paperwork. What do you say? Yu Hongming readily agreed. For such a large space, 3 million was hardly excessive, especially considering Yu Hongming's account boasted billions. What was 3 million? It barely registered as a fraction. Uncle Duan assumed that this purchase was at the behest of Yu Hongming's father. He was quite aware of Yu Hongming's circumstances. After all, how could a recent graduate suddenly produce 3 million? That money must have come from his father. No need. I can decide for myself. Uncle Duan, please give me your account number. I will transfer the funds immediately. All right, just a moment. I'll fetch my bank card. Uncle Duan regarded Yu Hongming with a hint of skepticism, yet he went inside to retrieve the card. Shortly thereafter, Uncle Duan returned, holding a red booklet and a bank card. Here's the property deed. Take a look. Yu Hongming accepted the deed and examined it closely. After all, the success of this transaction hinged on the property deed, and he certainly did not wish to purchase a property fraught with issues. After confirming that the property rightfully belonged to Uncle Duan, he returned the deed. Uncle Duan, please hand me the bank card. I will transfer the funds right away. Xiaoyang, are you sure you don't want to inform your father? Uncle Duan's face was etched with concern. After all, 3 million was no trifling sum, and he feared this matter might affect Yu Hongming's father's disposition. Rest assured, my father said I could make decisions up to 3 million on my own. Very well. Since Yu Hongming had taken such a firm stance, Uncle Duan no longer hesitated and handed the bank card to Yu Hongming. Yu Hongming took the card, executed a few commands, and returned it to Uncle Duan. Uncle Duan, the money has been transferred. You can check. The transfer was remarkably swift. Within mere minutes of completing the transaction, Uncle Duan had received the notification confirming the funds. Good. Let us proceed to the property transfer. After receiving the money, Uncle Duan wasted no time and led Yu Hongming to the property bureau. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yu Hongming had acquired the new property deed. Uncle Duan, let me drive you back. No need. I can return on my own. Uncle Duan did not allow Yu Hongming to say anything further, waving his hand as he turned to leave. No need to see me off. I can check out the renovation companies on the way. During his journey, Yu Hongming noticed numerous renovation companies in the vicinity. A shrewd businessman knows how to capitalize on opportunities. Those emerging from the property bureau were precisely the clientele in need of renovation services. Yu Hongming parked the van in front of a relatively large renovation company. For him, it was imperative to secure the best available. As soon as he stepped inside, he was called out. Yu Hongming, what are you doing here? Yu Hongming was taken aback to encounter an acquaintance in such a place. Duan Zishan. It's been a while. She had once been the belle of their high school days. Since graduating from university, everyone has gone their separate ways, and we have lost touch. I never anticipated that we would encounter each other again. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, over 4 years have passed, and you still look as handsome as ever. Duan Zishan remarked half-jokingly. You too, still as beautiful as back then, he replied. Oh, come on, you just know how to flatter me. Although she feigned modesty, the smile on Duan Zishan's face betrayed her true feelings. Yu Hongming, what brings you here? What do you think I'm doing at a renovation company? Yu Hongming retorted. Of course, looking for someone to renovate your house. Duan Zishan began to pry. Have you bought a house so soon? Just recently, he answered. I suppose the scrap station could be considered a house, seeing as it has a property certificate. Yu Hongming, you're impressive, while I'm still struggling to rent a place. You've already purchased a home, Duan Zishan said, her face filled with genuine envy. This admiration stemmed from the heart, not merely a facade. The rent was nearly suffocating for her. Despite her good looks and the potential to thrive on her appearance, she preferred to sustain herself through her own hard work. Having chosen this path, she was prepared to face the realities that came with it. It's no big deal, Yu Hongming downplayed, not wanting to appear overly proud. He was well aware of his own circumstances. Without that miraculous system, he would be nothing. Yu Hongming, you're not planning to get married now that you've bought a house, are you? Beneath her calm exterior, Duan Zishan felt a twinge of anxiety. Upon seeing Yu Hongming again, a flicker of hope lingered in her heart. Not at all. I don't even have a girlfriend. Since his ex-girlfriend went abroad, Yu Hongming had not pursued another relationship. It wasn't that he held any deep feelings for his former partner. He merely wished for solitude to sort through his thoughts. More importantly, he was still searching for stable employment. With no means to support himself, he had little inclination to contemplate such matters. Really? Duan Zishan's heart nearly leaped from her chest. With your circumstances, you don't have a girlfriend? It's true, if you don't believe me. I can only respond this way, Yu Hongming chuckled. All right, let us not dwell on that. Let's discuss something more serious. Are you working here now? Yes. I'm a designer here, Duan Zishan replied, looking at Yu Hongming with a hint of regret, yet feeling awkward to linger on the previous topic. That would be too direct. One ought to maintain some decorum. That is wonderful. I entrust my renovation to you. I believe you will do splendidly. Of course. Leave it to me. I assure you it will meet your expectations, Duan Zishan said, patting her chest confidently. Let us sit down and discuss this in detail. As soon as Yu Hongming took a seat, Duan Zishan swiftly transitioned into a professional demeanor. In the blink of an eye, she began pulling out forms and preparing for the task at hand. What is the layout of your room? What is the total area? It's hard to say. It's approximately 2,000 square meters. 2,000 square meters? You mean you bought a villa? Duan Zishan nearly exclaimed, her professional composure unraveling in an instant. It was impossible to contain her excitement upon hearing Yu Hongming's statement. While she was still fretting over her rent, he had managed to purchase such a vast space. It was simply unbelievable. No, it's not a villa. I can't quite explain the specifics. Perhaps I should take you to see it sometime? Sounds good. How about now? Upon learning it wasn't a villa, Duan Zishan's mood calmed slightly, yet her curiosity was piqued. Now, are you free at this moment? Yu Hongming was taken aback by how eager Duan Zishan was, even more anxious than he was. I'm free. I'm just idling about. Then let us go right now. Wait a moment. Let me grab a bag. With that, Duan Zishan hurried off and soon returned with her bag in hand. We can set off now. Excellent. The two departed the renovation company together. My car is over there. I hope you don't mind. Yu Hongming was aware that his car lacked sophistication, but he was indifferent as he held no particular feelings towards Duan Zishan. Of course, I don't mind. In fact, I find this car rather understated, Duan Zishan said with a smile, as she often took the bus to work herself. What right did she have to criticize others? Get in. Duan Zishan volunteered for the passenger seat. Upon entering the vehicle, she was taken aback by the simplicity of the interior. However, she chose not to comment further. Throughout the journey, it was Duan Zishan who spoke incessantly, with most of the conversation revolving around past memories. For Yu Hongming, those recollections had faded into obscurity, at times. He couldn't even retrieve them, so he merely listened and responded with smiles. After half an hour of stops and starts, they finally arrived in front of a scrap station. Is this the place you wanted to show me? Duan Zishan felt utterly perplexed as she surveyed the deserted surroundings. Indeed, the location might not be ideal, but the benefit is its tranquility, Yu Hongming admitted, feeling slightly embarrassed. Oh, it is quite peaceful. Only then did Duan Zishan grasp the rather elusive meaning behind Yu Hongming's earlier words. So what is this place used for? She noticed a sign at the entrance and pointed it out to Yu Hongming. This used to be a scrap station, but it's no longer in operation. I purchased it, Yu Hongming explained. There were many things he found difficult to articulate, especially in front of a classmate he hadn't seen in years, making it even more awkward to confess that he once considered collecting scrap. Well then, let us go inside and take a look. Duan Zishan felt shy about pressing further. Certainly, please come in. Yu Hongming promptly opened the door, inviting Duan Zishan inside. Upon entering, Duan Zishan realized this was no simple task. The building was in disarray, with many areas requiring demolition and reconstruction. To achieve a satisfactory result, it would be best to tear it down and rebuild. However, this would significantly increase the budget. Duan Zishan was uncertain if Yu Hongming had sufficient funds. What is your budget for this renovation? Budget? There is no fixed amount. Duan Zishan looked utterly bewildered. What does that mean? It means that as long as I can achieve the desired outcome, money is not an issue. Duan Zishan was once again engulfed in confusion. An unlimited budget? After years apart, this guy certainly had quite the audacity. Tell me the truth. Is your father the world's richest man? No. Yu Hongming was baffled by Duan Zishan's words, but shook his head in denial. Since you're just an ordinary person, how do you dare to say such things? Who gave you the confidence? Liang Jingru. Haha, just go ahead and design boldly. Don't worry about the financial aspect, Yu Hongming said with a smile. I'm not a rich second generation, but I can afford the renovation. Spare me the fluff. Give me a specific number so I can provide practical advice. Duan Zishan sighed, rolling her eyes in exasperation. How about 100 million? After pondering for a long while, Yu Hongming finally proposed what he deemed a reasonable figure. With several billion in savings sitting in the bank, Spending 100 million to improve living conditions didn't seem excessive, right? Duan Zishan once again wore a face of resignation. Do provide me with a specific figure. I did not request a mere estimate. The impression that Duan Zishan once held of Yu Hongming began to shift, as she found it utterly unacceptable that someone she had always believed to be dependable could now appear so unreliable. One moment he claimed there was no limit, and the next he quoted a figure of 100 million. Did he truly regard currency as mere paper? Or have I been careless? You must clarify this for me. Yu Hongming scratched the back of his head, thoroughly perplexed by Duan Zishan's reaction. I have not erred. My budget stands at 100 million. Should that prove insufficient, I am open to increasing it. A faint smile graced Yu Hongming's lips as he finally comprehended the source of Duan Zishan's bewilderment. Upon reflection, it was understandable. He had never given the impression of being a child of affluence. No problem. Allow me to show you. Yu Hongming opened his balance interface and presented it to Duan Zishan. He had no intention of flaunting his wealth. It was simply a matter of necessity. What do you intend to do? Upon receiving the phone from Yu Hongming, Duan Zishan stared at it in confusion. Take a look for yourself. Yu Hongming gestured towards the phone. Let us see what tricks you are playing. Initially glaring at him, Duan Zishan soon shifted her gaze to the phone's screen. It was a bank statement, indeed capable of reflecting an individual's financial standing. This information can truly reveal one's wealth, she murmured to herself. She then focused on the balance displayed. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her. Shaking her head, Duan Zishan questioned, what is happening? As her senses returned, she found herself bewildered, initially suspecting a drop in blood sugar. Steadying herself, she once more scrutinized the figure. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, billion, 10 billion. Duan Zishan froze. Had she miscounted? Billion, 10 billion, no mistake. A staggering total exceeding 4 billion. She was utterly flabbergasted. Yu Hongming, this cannot be a fabrication, can it? What do you think? Yu Hongming replied with a smile, countering her inquiry. Is it truly? Her gaze darted between the phone screen and Yu Hongming, unable to reconcile this balance with her old classmate. Could it be that he had resorted to robbery? No. That did not fit. Where had this money originated? Duan Zishan felt on the brink of collapse. All right, set aside these thoughts. You know I possess wealth. Let us proceed without hesitation. Do not scrimp on my behalf. As Yu Hongming reclaimed his phone, he stated, very well, I shall not skimp on your behalf. At that moment, Duan Zishan had recovered from her earlier shock. Now, tell me, what style do you prefer? A traditional Chinese courtyard? A Western castle? Or something else? A traditional Chinese courtyard, without a doubt. Yu Hongming responded without hesitation, as it was only natural for a true Chinese individual to favor traditional aesthetics. Very well. But I must clarify that the renovation here holds little value. It would be more practical to demolish and rebuild, facilitating our design. Agreed. Yet I have some specific requests that you must note. Of course, do proceed. Duan Zishan promptly retrieved a small notebook to record her specifications. Chapter 10. I shall fetch the contract. I require a substantial warehouse to store certain vital items, so my expectations for this warehouse will be quite high. Understood. I will design it according to temperature and humidity control standards. Additionally, the security of the warehouse must be exceptionally robust to prevent unauthorized access. No issue. I will incorporate the most advanced security systems into the design. That is acceptable, yet I hope for completion within 2 months, with quality assured. Is that feasible? Yu Hongming stated his final condition. As long as your funds are in order, other issues are easily manageable. Duan Zishan nodded in agreement. I shall present the design proposal within 3 days, and once approved, we will promptly arrange for workers to commence, ensuring completion within 2 months. Additionally, please prepare a spare key. My associate will arrive tomorrow for measurements. No problem. Here is the spare key for you to keep safe. Yu Hongming selected a key from a set and handed it to Duan Zishan. With business concluded, he inquired, would you honor me with your company for a meal? Dear old classmate. Accepting the key, Duan Zishan replied with a playful tone, very well, a meal is but a trivial matter. Order whatever you desire. Faced with the invitation from a beautiful woman, Yu Hongming found no grounds for refusal. Moreover, as many forthcoming matters would require this old classmate's assistance, it was indeed appropriate to express his gratitude. Dining together seemed a splendid method of doing so. In that case, I shall indulge today, Duan Zishan responded with a smile. She had merely added a touch of embellishment to her appearance, rendering her sufficiently captivating, prompting Yu Hongming to steal a few more glances. However, he was not the type to be easily swayed by beauty alone. Everything would unfold as fate dictated. Let us depart. Get in the car, he instructed, leading her away from the recycling station to a van parked nearby. They promptly entered the vehicle. Yu Hongming, now that you are so affluent, why do you drive such a modest vehicle? This was my father's car. I have yet to find time to purchase a new one. so I am getting by with this for the moment. I see. After hearing his explanation, Duan Zishan only pouted slightly without further inquiry. Half an hour later, under Duan Zishan's guidance, Yu Hongming drove to a Hunan cuisine restaurant. Though it was meant to be a complimentary, sumptuous dinner, the total expenditure was a mere 300 to 400 yuan. After the meal, Yu Hongming and Duan Zishan returned to their respective homes, without the unfolding of the scandalous tales others might have imagined, for they were neither individuals willing to compromise their principles for personal gain. 3 days later, Yu Hongming arrived at Duan Zishan's place to review the design proposal as promised. Yu Hongming, you've arrived. Upon seeing him enter, Duan Zishan hurriedly greeted him. Considering their years of friendship and his status as an important client, she made every effort to appear warm and welcoming. Yet, having endured sleepless nights to finalize the proposal, she appeared exceedingly weary. Duan Zishan, you look exhausted. Surely you did not rest well last night? Yu Hongming remarked with a smile. Really? Is it that noticeable? Duan Zishan quickly pulled out a small mirror to inspect her reflection. For every woman, maintaining one's image is always of utmost importance. Confirming the presence of dark circles under her eyes, she shot Yu Hongming a glare. This is all due to your insistence that I expedite the design. My apologies. It is entirely my fault that you have endured such hardship. As someone knowledgeable in the field, Yu Hongming recognized that an apology at this juncture was preferable to contention. Acknowledge one's mistakes appropriately to lighten the atmosphere is never a detriment. Then you owe me 2 meals as compensation. Is that too much to ask? Certainly not. That is only fair. Observing her dedication to her work, Yu Hongming found 2 meals to be a trivial matter and immediately agreed. Let us set that aside for now and take a look at your design. At this point, Duan Zishan stifled a significant yawn. Follow me this way. With that, she led Yu Hongming into the meeting room and poured him a glass of water. Please wait a moment. I will fetch the blueprints. Shortly thereafter, Duan Zishan returned, cradling an extensive collection of folders. Allow me to assist you with that. Upon witnessing the sheer volume of documents, Yu Hongming hastily rose to offer his help. He was astonished that such a monumental undertaking had materialized in just a few days. This realization made him feel somewhat pressured. Given the 3-day deadline he had imposed on himself, he resolved that once the project reached its conclusion, he would certainly present Duan Zishan with a generous red envelope as a token of gratitude. No need, I can manage it myself. Ultimately, it was Duan Zishan who personally spread the blueprints across the table, extracting a comprehensive rendering of the overall design. This is the general concept of the entire project. Do you find it satisfactory? Indeed, I find it quite impressive. When he spoke these words, Yu Hongming was entirely sincere. His praise was not merely a courtesy extended to an old friend. In truth, the initial impression resonated well with his tastes. At first glance, he was captivated by the design. Are you being earnest? Though you are my friend, please do share your thoughts candidly. Duan Zishan regarded Yu Hongming with a hint of anxiety. After all, this was a creation to which she had devoted her heart and soul, and she felt quite confident about it. Yet, perspectives vary, and personal satisfaction does not always translate to universal approval. Duan Zishan was reluctant to sacrifice the opportunity for genuine feedback merely to preserve appearances. What she sought was authentic appreciation, a desire that resonates deeply within every designer. Truly, I am fond of this design proposal. That is reassuring. Upon hearing his affirmative response, Duan Zishan exhaled a sigh of relief, her spirits lifting and her demeanor becoming noticeably more vibrant. Come, let us examine the detailed plans for the other sections. With a positive start, Duan Zishan became increasingly invigorated. She elaborated on the design philosophies underpinning each area. For an exceptional architect, a work devoid of inspiration possesses no vitality. This was particularly significant for Duan Zishan, who aspired to become a leading designer. Splendid. I find each sketch quite appealing. After reviewing all the materials, Yu Hongming offered his contented assessment. However, he differed slightly from Duan Zishan. He placed greater emphasis on first impressions rather than design concepts. As long as the aesthetic was pleasing to the eye, he would be inclined to appreciate it. Wonderful. Since you approve, I can rest easy. Naturally delighted by his high level of satisfaction, Duan Zishan felt a wave of happiness wash over her. If there were any aspects requiring improvement, she would have to toil through the night revising the blueprints. This posed a considerable challenge for Duan Zishan, who was already thoroughly exhausted. Let us commence construction following this approach. Very well, the contract is here. Please sign and make the initial payment, and we can begin the work. Let us not complicate matters. What is the total amount? I shall pay in full at once, as I trust your reliability. Direct payment. Now that is refreshing. All right, I will retrieve the contract. Duan Zishan had no objections to this arrangement. After all, with a mere 2 months for the project timeline, settling the payment in one go would expedite the process. Chapter 11. Is your recycling station no longer operating? Moreover, Given Yu Hongming's modest financial means, this was clearly the optimal choice. Duan Zishan acted swiftly, returning shortly with the contract, which Yu Hongming merely skimmed before signing. He then promptly transferred the funds to the renovation company as stipulated in the contract. After bidding farewell to Duan Zishan, Yu Hongming departed from the renovation company's office. Beep. Beep. As the clock approached 11 in the morning, Yu Hongming remained lost in slumber when his phone began to ring. Awakened from dreams filled with complex issues, he was startled by the incessant ringing. Father. Upon seeing the caller ID, a jolt of anxiety coursed through Yu Hongming. He instantly became alert, his heart racing. After all, his father had been in the recycling business for over a decade, and it had only been a few days since he had handed over the operations before it ceased. Yu Hongming's mind raced with worry. The recycling station had been closed for several days, and he feared that their regular customers might have complained to his father. This call could very well be his father seeking answers. Yu Hongming hesitated to answer the phone. Yet, if he did not respond, his father would likely come looking for him, which would only exacerbate the situation. Reluctantly, he braced himself and answered the call. Hello, Dad. Where are you right now? The voice on the other end erupted with a bellow, prompting Yu Hongming to hold the phone away from his ear. Father, I am still at home. What time is it? Why are you still at home? Your recycling station is closed? His father's reproachful tone resonated through the line. Father, I am feeling unwell and thought it best to take a day of rest. Stop lying. Several of our regular customers have called to inform me that you have not opened in days. His father's voice escalated again. Furthermore, your uncle Duan just called, claiming you spent $300,000 to purchase that place. Is that true? Yes. Where did you acquire $3 million? The volume of his father's voice grew so loud that it caused Yu Hongming's ears to ache. What business could possibly yield such a rapid influx of cash? You haven't engaged in any illegal activities, have you? At this point, his father's tone dropped, as he understood the embarrassment that discussing such matters could bring. Father, rest assured. All my dealings are legitimate. Yu Hongming hastily clarified. You know I have a friend involved in import business. Through him, I primarily engage in buying and selling second-hand imported equipment, which is quite profitable. In a bid to reassure his father, he had to invoke his close friend, Yuan Daong, as a shield. And where did your initial capital come from? It couldn't have just fallen from the sky, could it? Clearly. His father was not easily deceived. I sold off everything left at the recycling station, which netted me around $200,000. $200,000 in capital, transformed into over $3 million in just a few days? Such easy money does not exist. If it were that simple, it would already be enshrined in law. Yu Hongming chuckled awkwardly, surprised by his father's keen understanding of such matters. All right, Father, please trust me just this once. Your son is not foolish enough to engage in illegal activities. I will give you this chance, but should I discover you are indulging in any nefarious activities, do not say I did not warn you. I will be the first to report you. Let me speak with my son for a moment. At this juncture, his mother's voice emerged from the other end of the line. Upon hearing her, Yu Hongming felt a glimmer of hope, and his mood lifted considerably. Indeed, like attracts like. Son, there are some matters we need to discuss. Please go ahead, mother. Yu Hongming responded with a display of obedience. Just a couple of days ago, while your mother was out, she met a wonderful friend whose daughter is of a similar age to you. She's also 27, though she is a bit older. As the saying goes, a woman 3 years older brings golden bricks. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongming's heart began to race. It seemed his mother was once again attempting to orchestrate a matchmaking scheme. Mother, I have some matters to attend to. Should you dare to hang up, I assure you that your father and I will fly back immediately. Mother knew her son all too well. Mom, I wouldn't dream of hanging up. Yu Hongming was frozen in place. Please, continue. That's more like it. I've arranged for us to meet at Mishuai City at 3 this afternoon. Understood, Mishuai City. 3 o'clock, dress neatly. To reassure his mother, Yu Hongming reiterated the details. If his parents truly returned, it would be disastrous. He still wished to enjoy a few more years of life. It was merely a blind date, after all, since he had nothing else to occupy his time. It could serve as a pleasant diversion. He hung up his mother's call in a flurry of anxiety. No, he had just been sufficiently frightened. He needed a nap to recuperate. Yu Hongming concocted an excuse to linger in bed a bit longer. As for the blind date, that could wait until afternoon. At 2:30, after a hasty splash of water on his face, Yu Hongming set out in his wooling van. Regarding the instruction to dress neatly, that was an impossibility. Inside Mishuai City, 2 lovely young women were engaged in conversation. One was vivacious and cheerful, while the other exuded a cool elegance. Xin, are you truly going on a blind date? The coffee shop owner, Yao Dongling, inquired curiously, eyeing Yu Xinxin. What other option do I have? Yu Xinxin sighed. You know how my mother is. If I don't go, life will be unbearable. Indeed, your mother is quite insistent on this matter. Yao Dongling sympathized, glancing at her friend. But it's not entirely her fault. You're already 27, and in 3 years, you'll be 30. If you don't marry soon, you'll be labeled as leftover. Who is a leftover? You know how busy I am with work. Besides, I haven't met anyone suitable, so I'm not going to settle. Yu Xinxin shot Yao Dongling a glance, countering her statement. In matters of the heart, she hoped to find someone she genuinely adored. How much do you know about your blind date? Not much. Just that he is the daughter of a friend my mother met while traveling. They seemed to hit it off, which led to this date. How unfortunate. I hope he isn't too unattractive. No worries. If he is agreeable, we'll chat. If not, we'll part ways. Simple enough. Yu Xinxin nonchalantly sipped her coffee. All right then. Give me a signal if you dislike him, and I'll rescue you immediately. Yao Dongling raised an eyebrow at Yu Xinxin. That's unnecessary. Yu Xinxin shot her a glare, believing such actions to be superfluous. Why is he still not here? Yao Dongling glanced at the time, typical of the anxious to fret while the patient remained calm. It's not yet time, why the hurry? Yu Xinxin rolled her eyes. Isn't it basic courtesy to arrive early? Yao Dongling argued back. Enough, you go about your business. I can handle myself. The presence of her best friend only made Yu Xinxin feel uneasy. After all, this was her first blind date, and she was not accustomed to the situation. Chapter 12. Life will not be pleasant. Moreover, accustomed to independently resolving her issues, Yu Xinxin preferred to manage this situation alone, including the blind date, which explained her earlier reluctance to involve her friend. Fine, I won't disturb you further. Just remember to signal if you need help. Yao Dongling finally relented and departed. At 2:58, Yu Hongming walked into the cafe punctually. After surveying the room, his gaze landed on Yu Xinxin. It wasn't he that he recognized her immediately or was captivated by her beauty. Rather, she was the sole patron in the establishment, making it clear she was his intended target. Yu Hongming approached her. Excuse me, are you Miss Yu here for the blind date? Yu Xinxin looked up at the approaching figure. Their eyes met, and suddenly, an extraordinary sensation enveloped them, as if struck by a bolt of electricity, leaving them both momentarily entranced, unable to regain their composure. However, as a career woman, Yu Xinxin quickly regained her poise. I am Yu Xinxin, please take a seat. I am Yu Hongming. It's a pleasure to meet you. At that moment, Yu Hongming also snapped back to reality and hastily took a seat, feeling a slight tension in his chest. Sir, would you like something to drink? Yao Dongling reappeared, this time not only for her friend, but also to assess the appearance of the blind date. Upon seeing him, Yao Dongling was taken aback, her heart fluttering with unexpected ripples. What a shame it would be to miss out on such an exceptional person if my friend doesn't like him. However, he seems familiar. I feel as though I have seen him somewhere before, but I can't quite place it. A latte, please. Thank you. Certainly, please hold on. Yao Dongling replied, reluctantly departing. Their eyes met again, and they both began to speak simultaneously, only to quickly avert their gazes, a blush creeping onto their faces, followed by an awkward silence. Shall we begin? To break the tension, Yu Hongming took the initiative, addressing Yu Xinxin. His heart was no longer racing as it had initially, yet he still found her captivating and had already resolved to pursue her as his partner. Sounds good. In contrast, Yu Xinxin felt even more nervous, lacking the courage to meet his gaze. Anyone who knew her well would be astonished to see her in such a state. Was this truly the composed Yu Xinxin they knew? She merely nodded lightly. Who would like to introduce themselves first? You go ahead. Yu Xinxin believed she needed time to collect herself and preferred to minimize her words. Then allow me to offer a brief introduction. I run a small business. Have just purchased a house, but do not yet own a car. My parents have 2 properties, but their business is modest, and they lack a retirement pension, leaving them with only a small amount of savings. That's the gist of it. Now, allow me to introduce myself. After Yu Hongming finished, Yu Xinxin quickly added, my parents run the Alphi Group. Perhaps you've heard of it. As for me, I own a company called Yu Investments, which isn't widely known, with total assets of approximately 30 billion renminbi. I also own 5 cars and 3 villas. That's about it. Yu Hongming was left in shock. This revelation was more stunning than a lightning strike. What kind of remarkable individual had his mother set him up with? He couldn't help but wonder if his mother was being overly bold, arranging for a child from an ordinary family to meet such an affluent young lady. Was she not concerned about scaring him off? His mother's cunning left him at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Thankfully, he now had a system to assist him and some savings in the bank. Otherwise, he might have had to leave in utter humiliation today. Are you surprised? Yu Xinxin clearly noticed Yu Hongming's discomfort, worried that her honesty might frighten him away. Initially, she hesitated to divulge too much, considering her family's exceptional background. Yet, she genuinely harbored an interest in Yu Hongming, not wishing to forfeit this connection merely because he possessed an abundance of knowledge. It's nothing. It's all within my capacity to digest. He waved dismissively, indicating his indifference. For him, the existence of the system was far more astonishing than these mere figures. Moreover, with a grand ambition to become the world's wealthiest individual, such minor shocks were of little consequence. Then perhaps take some time to contemplate, he suggested. Noticing Yu Hongming's nonchalant demeanor, Yu Xinxin felt a wave of relief wash over her. Your coffee, please savor it at your leisure. The waiter presented a steaming cup of coffee before Yu Hongming. Thank you, he replied. No need for thanks. The server responded enthusiastically as he returned to the bar, whispering to Yao Dongling, Boss, I just spotted that incredibly handsome guy from last time. Where? Yao Dongling immediately turned to search. Over there, the gentleman with your friend. He pointed out. Really? Yao Dongling exclaimed in surprise, realizing that the familiar sensation she had felt earlier stemmed from having encountered the striking gentleman before. Unable to contain herself, Yao Dongling thought, I cannot allow my friend to engage so merrily with someone who appears to be a mere scavenger, regardless of his looks. The crux of the matter lay in the vast disparity in their living standards. Fearing that her close friend might inadvertently hurt the handsome man's feelings, she resolved that if Yu Xinxin showed no interest, she would intervene immediately. Yu Xinxin, come here. I have something important to discuss. Yao Dongling hurriedly pulled her aside. I apologize. Please hold on a moment. I'll be right back. Even as she was called away, Yu Xinxin politely informed Yu Hongming to avert any misunderstandings. Upon reaching the bar, Yu Xinxin glanced back at Yu Hongming's position to ensure he remained there. Then, somewhat irked, looked at Yao Dongling and asked, What is it? Are you not aware that I am on a blind date? Is there nothing that can wait until later? This is rather awkward. I'm merely concerned that you might be deceived. Yao Dongling, taken aback by her friend's reaction, struggled to find the right words but quickly conjured an excuse. How can you be certain that he is trustworthy? How long have you known him? Alas, I have indeed encountered him before. You can ask Alan. She can vouch for it. To bolster Yu Xinxin's belief, Yao Dongling even enlisted the server Alan as a witness. The usually obedient Alan, upon hearing her boss's request, quickly chimed in. Indeed, this handsome gentleman has visited our establishment. We happened to cross paths. Now do you believe me? Yao Dongling beamed at Yu Xinxin, as though she had found a solid ally. Does a mere meeting resolve all doubts? How can one hastily judge a person's character based on a single encounter? Chapter 13. Do you think I'm foolish? Yu Xinxin was not one to easily accept such claims. I'm simply curious. It's rather intriguing. What do you mean? Yao Dongling inquired, slightly confused. Can it be discerned at a glance? Yao Dongling remained skeptical. What is the value of this? It became evident that he was a concealed, wealthy individual. At that moment, Yao Dongling's mouth fell agape in astonishment. It was hard to fathom that such an ostensibly ordinary man was adorned with a watch worth 25 million. Observing his commonplace attire, she marveled at how discreet the wealthy truly are. Yao Dongling, known for her straightforwardness, quickly came to terms with the situation. Forget it. Such a person is beyond our reach. It's best if Yu Xinxin figures this out on her own. I truly envy you. To find true love on your very first blind date. Yao Dongling embraced Yu Xinxin, her face brimming with jealousy. All right, I must take my leave. We shall converse later. Yu Xinxin cast a glance at Yu Hongming, gently pushed Yao Dongling away, and returned to her seat. I apologize for keeping you waiting. No problem. Waiting for a beauty is always worthwhile, Yu Hongming replied, his words dripping with sweetness, reminiscent of first love. Thank you. Yu Xinxin beamed, her joy evident in her radiant smile. Shall we exchange WeChat? Yu Hongming produced his phone. Sure, let me scan you, Yu Xinxin replied, activating the scanning function on her device. With a beep, they swiftly became friends. Suddenly, an inappropriate sound interrupted the moment. Yu Hongming felt a surge of embarrassment as the noise emanated from his own stomach. Such physiological reactions are sometimes beyond one's control. Yet, he couldn't entirely blame himself. Anyone would protest after a day without food. He sheepishly scratched the back of his head. I sincerely apologize. I haven't eaten all day. Busy at work? Yu Xinxin chuckled lightly. Not really. I just overslept today. Yu Hongming refrained from fabricating excuses. How about we grab a bite? Sounds good. Yu Xinxin readily agreed, surprising even herself with her eagerness. Let us go. Yu Hongming invited her to leave. Passing by the counter, he didn't forget to settle the bill. In Yao Dongling's astonished gaze, Yu Hongming escorted Yu Xinxin away, completely overturning her perception. Once outside the cafe, Yu Hongming inquired, Shall you ride in my car, or would you prefer to drive? I'll ride with you, Yu Xinxin replied, hoping he wouldn't regret it. Yu Hongming cast her a meaningful glance. Rest assured, I won't mind. Clearly, Yu Xinxin did not take his words to heart. Assuming he drove a regular vehicle and worried she might feel uncomfortable, then let us set off. With Yu Xinxin's affirmation, Yu Hongming steeled himself for what lay ahead. My car is over there, he indicated towards the van. All right, Yu Xinxin replied softly, walking ahead. Yu Hongming hurriedly followed. However, halfway there, Yu Hongming froze in disbelief as Yu Xinxin halted before a Honda Accord, preparing to open the door. After attempting once, she found it wouldn't budge. Hurry, open the door, she urged, her face a picture of confusion as she looked at Yu Hongming. Yu Hongming was momentarily at a loss for words, then pointed towards the van beside it. That is my car. Yu Xinxin's face flushed crimson, rendering her adorably flustered. She lowered her head, fiddling with her hair in an attempt to mask her embarrassment. This was perhaps the most mortifying moment of Yu Xinxin's life, leaving her feeling utterly disoriented. How could you not clarify? She shot Yu Hongming an exasperated glance, reminiscent of a petulant child. Haha, indeed, it's my fault. Let us get in the car. Yu Hongming quickly apologized. Do you think I'm foolish? Yu Xinxin shot a glance at Yu Hongming before striding towards the passenger seat of the van. Were it anyone else, she would have ignored them entirely. Yet, with Yu Hongming, it was a different story. To her own bewilderment, she found herself devoid of any inclination to resist what was clearly a jest. Please, get in, beautiful. Yu Hongming hastily opened the car door for her. At least you know how to behave, Yu Xinxin replied, somewhat satisfied, as she took her seat. Chapter 14, I Want Gold. However, the interior of the van took her by surprise. She noticed that there were only 2 seats in the front, and the back was entirely empty. The vehicle, having been used for transporting goods for an extended period, appeared quite dilapidated. Nevertheless, Yu Xinxin merely furrowed her brow slightly. In front of Yu Hongming, she was unwilling to appear too lacking in composure. Let's go, Yu Hongming said as he ignited the engine. Oh my. At the entrance of the cafe, a figure stood transfixed, staring at the van's taillights as it drove away, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. This person was Yao Dongling. She could hardly believe the scene before her. Her affluent friend had actually chosen to follow someone driving a shabby van. It was utterly inconceivable. Within the system space, the cooldown period for a week's random trades had finally elapsed. It was time to exchange items once more, and he wondered what treasures might be acquired this time. Yu Hongming had prepared a pack of Oreos, intending to use it for the trade. As was customary, he carried little, just enough to suffice. System, initiate random trade. I wish to exchange. Understood. The random trade has commenced. Please be ready. In the blink of an eye, Yu Hongming found himself within the trading space. As always, a large countdown timer was displayed before him. 3 seconds passed, and the numbers on the screen shifted to 57. Everyone understood the value of time and quickly got to the point. I have gold, silver, and other metallic goods. What do you offer? I have this, Yu Hongming replied, producing the pack of Oreos. Upon seeing it, his counterpart licked their lips, clearly intrigued. With a slight smile, Yu Hongming inquired, I want gold. How much gold do you believe my cookies are worth? After all, gold was the most valuable commodity, and Yu Hongming was keen to procure it. How about 100 kilograms? Deal. Yu Hongming was not one to make exorbitant demands. Securing 100 kilograms of gold in exchange for a mere pack of Oreos was indeed a fantastic bargain. Trade complete. Your items have been placed accordingly. Subsequently, both parties exited the trading area, and Yu Hongming departed from the system space, having received a notification that his phone was ringing. On a highway, inside a speeding Bentley, Su Leping exclaimed to his friends, I've arrived in Feicheng and will soon meet that master of lithography. He was en route to see Yu Hongming. This so-called master of lithography was indeed Yu Hongming. Ever since that incident, netizens had bestowed upon him this nickname, and gradually, everyone had grown accustomed to it. Furthermore, since he had genuinely acquired a lithography machine, the audience in Su Leping's live streams had noticeably increased, with his follower count nearing 100,000. This surge made him relish the prospect of streaming even more, spending nearly all his time there aside from sleeping and using the restroom. Come on. Show us if the lithography master has any stock left. I wish to purchase one. Haha, do you think lithography machines are so easily found? It's a stroke of luck to even acquire one. I'm just curious, where did that lithography machine come from? This fellow was indeed shrouded in mystery. While the specific technical parameters remained unknown, obtaining such equipment was far from the capabilities of an ordinary individual. During the testing of the lithography machine, Su Leping did not stream, as his father was watching closely, and he dared not act recklessly. Following the tests, Su Mucha issued a strict order. All information regarding the lithography machine was to remain confidential. He even tugged at Su Leping's ear, reiterating that if he spoke out of turn, he could forget about any future assistance from the family. Reflecting on the hard-earned comfort of his life, he ultimately chose to maintain silence. Even if questioned during a stream, he would merely state that the machine was functioning well, avoiding any further details and feigning ignorance. This visit, however, was not purely for leisure. He had a mission to fulfill, one that he had not chosen for himself. Few could compel Su Leping to act with restraint in this world, yet one certainly could, his father, Su Mucha. Ever since that day he returned after meeting Yu Hongming, the old man had been preoccupied with thoughts of the machines. Days passed with him unable to eat or sleep, yet he felt too embarrassed to inquire directly. Consequently, the task fell to Su Leping, who had been urged to depart and was instructed to return with news. Su Leping dared not resist his father's wishes. He complied with the directive and acted swiftly. The moment he was out of his father's sight, he commenced his live streaming performance. However, throughout the journey, he refrained from revealing too much, only informing everyone that he was visiting the master for leisure, omitting any further details. Half an hour later, the vehicle halted at the entrance of Hongming's junkyard. The gates were ajar, suggesting someone might be inside, and he quickly exited the car. Look, this is where I previously purchased the lithography machine, brother use recycling station. Pay attention, this is the exclusive storefront of Feiyong Resource Recycling Company. As he spoke, he took a picture of the sign at the entrance. Let us head inside and take a look. However, upon entering, he was taken aback. The entire space had been transformed into a construction site. The previous layout had been entirely dismantled, replaced by towering piles of building materials. The live stream's comment section erupted with excitement. It seems selling the lithography machine has yielded quite a profit. With such a vast area, are they planning to build villas? The nouveau riche mode is activated. Suddenly, a WeChat notification chimed. Hello, what is it? Seeing who it was, Hongming opted to answer, as there remained over 200 million in deposits yet to be settled. Ignoring the call might lead to misunderstandings of him absconding. Reputation was paramount for him. Brother Yu, I've come to Feiqing to find you. I wish to explore together. His informal tone, skipping even the honorifics, took Hongming aback. I'm busy, he replied curtly, as he had prior arrangements to meet his close friend, Yuan Daong, for coffee. Faced with a nonchalant wealthy heir and a steadfast comrade, the choice was evident. Su Leping found himself momentarily speechless. He had anticipated a smooth invitation, only to be met with immediate rejection. If it were merely a social visit, it would have been one thing, but given the weight of his responsibilities, he could not simply turn back. Wouldn't that invite trouble upon himself? Where are you going? Take me with you. I am heading out to meet a friend for coffee. Would you care to join? Certainly. I have an affinity for coffee. Even though my heart protested 100 times, those words were forced from my lips. The art of performance required for my profession as a streamer is something I have long since mastered. Very well, there is a Mi Shui Bing Chung on Huaihai Road. Let us meet there in an hour. Chapter 15. I will follow your lead. It was merely a casual meeting. Having one more person present was inconsequential. And Hongming did not decline. All right, I shall arrive punctually. Su Luping let out a long sigh of relief. At last, they would meet. And he would not return empty-handed. He made his way directly to the location. At the table by the window in Mi Shui Bing Chung on Huaihai Road, Yuan Deyong had already arrived. To his astonishment, the female proprietor of the cafe approached him to strike up a conversation. He was well aware of his own robust stature and rugged appearance. No girl had ever initiated a dialogue with him before, let alone this one, who possessed both grace and beauty. After exchanging a few words, he realized she was there for Hongming. A pang of unease struck him. Why did he have to become brothers with this person? His own fortune had been completely usurped. Why did you arrive so early? At that moment, Hongming pushed the door open and entered. What would you like to drink? He casually assisted Yuan Deyong in placing an order. A latte. Please, Hongming replied without hesitation. Once the proprietor had moved away, he broke into a mischievous grin. Oh, it seems your romantic prospects are quite flourishing today. Aren't they? Don't be so self-important. She was there for you. Yuan Deyong rolled his eyes, looking utterly vexed. For me? Hongming pointed at himself. A look of disbelief on his face. She inquired about so many things regarding you. In truth, Hongming had already heard from Xin that the cafe owner was her close friend. However, he found it peculiar. Why would a girl be inquiring about her friend's blind date? Was there trouble brewing? Enough about her, Hongming scrutinized him. Where have you just returned from? You look as if you've emerged from a desert. Indeed, you hit the nail on the head. I just returned from Africa. Upon hearing this, Yuan Deyong perked up instantly. Has your boss sent you off to hunt for minerals again? Hongming was well aware of this fellow's background. He had been relegated to distant regions for years, constantly lamenting about poor food, lack of sleep, and relentless pressure from his boss. Having heard it so many times, it would be difficult not to know. Of course, this year's quota is still significantly lacking, and the leadership is in a frenzy. How far behind are you? Approximately 300 kilograms. Yuan Deyong began to lament again. It's incredibly difficult to procure gold these days. Jewelers are raising prices like mad, and with the international situation in disarray, gold prices are soaring. Oh, the corners of Hongming's mouth lifted slightly. While this predicament was unfortunate for Yuan Deyong, it was a fortuitous opportunity for him. The higher the gold price, the more valuable the gold he possessed. However, the question remained, how to sell it. His gaze swept over Yuan Deyong, and after some contemplation, he decided to take a gamble. Deyong, I can assist you in resolving this batch of goods. Really? Yuan Deyong's eyes brightened. He had approached Hongming merely to vent his frustrations and had not expected any genuine assistance. Yes, Hongming nodded. But the source of the goods is somewhat unusual. Who cares about the source? As long as it's authentic, I'll take full responsibility for everything else. Yuan de Yong clapped his chest, eager to sign a contract immediately. All right, I have 100 kilograms on hand. You can inspect the goods first. If everything checks out, we can discuss the remainder. How does that sound? No problem, I'll follow your lead. Yuan de Yong was not foolish. With such a significant order, it was absurd to trust without verifying the goods. I apologize for being late. Just then, a person burst through the door. It was Su Luping. Today has truly been a stroke of bad luck. I could have made it in an hour. But just 2 minutes after leaving the scrapyard, I had a flat tire. The luxury car didn't even have a spare tire. So I had to call a tow truck from the dealership. Trying to order a taxi, I spent 20 minutes on my phone placing an order. But no one accepted it. In the end, I had to take the tow truck, which took over half an hour. If I had been any later, I fear the meeting would have gotten cold. This person is Yuan de Yong, perplexed, looked at Yu Hongming. Have a seat. Yu Hongming gestured toward a nearby chair, casually adding, he has the air of Hongming Optoelectronics. Yuan de Yong's expression darkened. He stared at Yu Hongming, questioning whether he had mistaken the person's identity. He knew all too well the background of his brother. His parents were ordinary workers, still paying off their mortgage, and even during the new year, they had to be frugal and buy discounted vegetables. Hongming Optoelectronics? A chip giant valued at over $1 trillion? How could there be any connection? The earlier claim of being able to procure 300 kilograms of gold had already left him questioning his existence. Now, the mention of an heir shattered his worldview entirely. You are Ming Guo's friend, aren't you? I am Su Luping, a close buddy of Ming Guo. Su Luping approached with a broad smile, as friendly as if they were blood brothers. When did I become your brother? Yu Hongming retorted. I'm Yuan de Yong. He extended his hand somewhat awkwardly, his heart racing. So Yu Hongming truly had connections with this big shot. Did you just mention gold? Is Zhu Gu involved in this line of work? Su Luping's words flowed out like a broken dam, unstoppable. Yuan de Yong nodded. I handle procurement in imports and exports. Oh my, what a coincidence. I'm not well versed in anything else. Oh, I see. Su Luping waved his hand dismissively. With Ming Guo's connections, you can acquire as much gold as you desire. To him, anyone capable of obtaining lithography machines could surely procure gold as easily as buying bubble tea. Yuan de Yong looked utterly dazed. Is this truly the Yu Hongming I know? Just a few days ago, he was fretting over job hunting, returning to the scrap yard as a boss, and now he is suddenly transformed into an heir? Did he rise from the scrap yard to the ranks of the Fortune 500? His mind buzzed, completely bewildered. Yu Hongming, when will my lithography machine arrive? Chapter 16. You're in such a rush after only a few days? Still reeling from the earlier shock, Su Luping's words left Yuan de Yong utterly flabbergasted. Yuan de Yong was no stranger to the world. He had some knowledge about lithography machines. With the current widespread complaints of chip shortages, critical equipment for chip production was frequently mentioned, especially since the Dragon Kingdom had made little progress in this field. Everyone understood that falling behind meant being at the mercy of others, even lacking the strength to resist. Yu Hongming squinted at Su Luping. Do you think this is like going to the market to buy groceries, where you can casually pick one up? You're already in such a hurry after just a few days? Would you prefer I refund your deposit so you can seek assistance elsewhere? No. I was merely asking casually. Please don't take it to heart. Please don't. As soon as he heard about a potential refund, Su Luping immediately acquiesced. Observing Su Luping's obsequious demeanor, Yuan de Yong was utterly astonished. Is this truly the attitude one expects from the heir of $1 trillion enterprise? His own brother's few words had frightened this person into submission. Today, Yuan de Yong felt as if his entire worldview was shattering. His gaze flitted back and forth between Yu Hongming and Su Luping, realizing he needed to reassess both of them. Ultimately, his focus settled back on Yu Hongming. Yu Hongming, what on earth is going on? What is this lithography machine you mentioned? Nothing much, just acquired a lithography machine to sell to the other party. Yu Hongming had no intention of concealing the matter, for it was merely a question of time before the truth would emerge. After all, the sudden appearance of a mysterious lithography machine was strategic material that could hardly remain a secret indefinitely. A lithography machine? Where did you acquire it? What is its precision? Yuan Yong inquired, his excitement palpable as he bombarded Yu Hongming with questions. 2 nanometers, Su Luping, who had been silent until now, couldn't help but interject, answering one of the questions. 2 nanometers? Are you jesting? Such a device is exceedingly rare. How could it possibly be circulating in the market? And how did you manage to obtain it in Longhua? Yuan Yong was beside himself with astonishment, rushing towards Yu Hongming and grabbing him firmly. It was no wonder he was so unruly. He understood full well the implications of a 2-nanometer lithography machine. This was cutting-edge technology, heavily restricted from Longhua. Even nations allowed to purchase such equipment faced waiting periods of no less than 2 years from order to delivery. The realization that his brother had actually procured one left Yu Wenyong feeling as if he were trapped in a dream, utterly incredulous. Calm down. It's merely a lithography machine. There's no need for such fervor. With considerable effort, Yu Hongming finally freed himself from Yu Wenyong's grasp. All right. Having heard Yu Hongming's composed tone, Yu Wenyong gradually regained his equanimity. He felt rather embarrassed in comparison to Yu Hongming's tranquility. Enough questions. Even if you ask, I shan't divulge more. Suffice it to say, I have my channels, much like the gold you seek, Yu Hongming added, feeling increasingly uneasy under Yu Wenyong's intense gaze, and thus felt compelled to elaborate a bit further. Do not regard me as anything extraordinary. I am but a middleman, assisting others with matters they prefer to keep discreet. In an effort to diminish his prominence, Yu Hongming adopted this modest persona. As for whether others would believe him or investigate the parties involved, he was indifferent. Such inquiries would yield no results. And there was no need for concern. Very well, I shall not press further. Ultimately, Yu Wenyong conceded to cease his questioning. He knew well that if Yu Hongming chose not to speak, extracting even a single word from him was an impossibility. Su Leping wore a look of disappointment, lamenting the withholding of such crucial information. Nonetheless, he had gleaned something of value. At least he now understood that Yu Hongming was merely a go-between, not the ultimate source. He resolved to have his father investigate and see if they could uncover the identity of those behind Yu Hongming. You may return for now. The lithography machine you desire will take 2 months to arrive. Come back in 2 months. Yu Hongming waved his hand, signaling for Su Leping to leave. The presence of a stranger always made him feel uneasy. Very well, I shall not intrude upon your time any longer. Su Leping, perceptive enough to grasp the unmistakable dismissal, rose and took his leave. Once Su Leping departed, Yu Hongming felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders, and Yu Wenyong's curiosity began to stir. Yu Hongming, how much are you selling that 2-nanometer lithography machine for? Yu Hongming remained silent, holding up 2 fingers. 200 million? Although Yu Wenyong had some knowledge of lithography machines, he was still uncertain about the specific pricing. To him, a price of 200 million already seemed considerable. Guess again, bolder this time. It couldn't possibly be 2 billion. Could it? That's absurd. Yu Wenyong's skepticism grew as he began to doubt his own assumptions. Go further. Yu Wenyong blurted out, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ultimately, he surrendered to the impossibility of the situation. I can't fathom it any longer. Just tell me outright. In fact, your guess of 2 billion was quite close. The total price is 2.4 billion, not including the 3 million in deposit previously paid. Yu Hongming decided to drop the pretense and spoke plainly. 2.4 billion? Despite having formulated some conjectures, the figure left Yu Wenyong utterly astounded. The transformation from someone who could not find work and had to return home to manage a scrap yard to a billionaire with a net worth of 2.4 billion was a staggering leap that Yu Wenyong found difficult to accept. Of course, he did not harbor any jealousy. After all, his own family background was relatively stable, even if it could not compare to the current Yu Hongming's fortune. Nonetheless, it was certainly better than that of many others. Yu Wenyong was a content individual. Otherwise, he would not have become friends with Yu Hongming in the first place. Given their significant differences in status in the past, when do you plan to retrieve the gold? Observing his friend's astonishment at the 2.4 billion, Yu Hongming quickly shifted the topic. That will take some time. I need to report back and arrange for transportation vehicles to collect it. Yu Wenyong contemplated briefly before responding. After all, this was a substantial quantity of gold, 100 kilograms, an amount not to be taken lightly. Very well, just notify me once you are prepared. Yu Hongming resumed his leisurely demeanor, taking a slow sip of his coffee. Yu Wenyong chose not to delve further into conversation, relishing the momentary peace. Yu Hongming. This tranquility lasted less than 10 minutes before it was shattered by a melodious voice. You've arrived. Please, have a seat. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yu Hongming promptly stood and pulled out a chair for her, inviting her to sit. Oh my. Yu Wenyong's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The calm he had just regained was once again disrupted. What on earth was happening today? So many surprises. First wealth, and now a beautiful woman. This is my college classmate and buddy, Yu Wenyong. Yu Hongming gestured towards Yu Wenyong while introducing him to the newcomer. Then he pointed to the lovely lady, saying to Yu Wenyong, this is my girlfriend, Yu Xinxin. Upon hearing the term girlfriend, Yu Xinxin lightly smacked Yu Hongming on the arm. Don't say that. It's not confirmed yet. Yu Hongming looked at her meaningfully. Not confirmed? I thought it was already settled. Well, since it's not confirmed yet, my mother is actually arranging a blind date for me tomorrow. Should I go or not? Of course you cannot go. Hearing that Yu Hongming was to attend a blind date, Yu Xinxin immediately grew anxious. She then shot him a glare. Humph, you haven't even confessed to me yet. Of course it's not official. Very well then, goddess Yu Xinxin, would you do me the honor of being my girlfriend? Yu Hongming knelt on one knee, presenting a bouquet of flowers he had plucked from the cafe to her. Yu Xinxin nodded without hesitation. showing no concern that the flowers were hastily gathered from the coffee shop. She accepted them eagerly, cradling them daintily in her hands. Sour. Yu Wenyong stood there, mouth agape, as he detected a strong whiff of acidity in the air. This sourness emanated from him. He simply could not comprehend it. Was today truly a day meant for him to stay indoors? How could he continuously encounter so many provocative events? Was it even possible to enjoy a moment of tranquility? Yu Hongming, could you possibly refrain from being so ostentatious? There are still single folks present. Could you consider their feelings? Unable to hold back any longer, Yu Wenyong complained to Yu Hongming. If you can't stand it, then go find someone for yourself. Yu Hongming's words struck a painful chord with Yu Wenyong once more, leaving him profoundly affected. Yu Hongming, I shall sever ties with you. Very well. But then you shall forfeit the gold. All right, let us part ways only after you have given me the gold. Yu Wenyong conceded defeat. Yet his pride prevented him from yielding verbally. What a cheek. Yu Hongming cast a sidelong glance at Yu Wenyong, disregarding him entirely. He beckoned Yu Xinshin to sit down once more. Let us discuss this after we are seated. At that moment, Yu Xinshin's femininity was on full display, entirely incongruous with her persona as a formidable force in the investment realm. Yet, it was not just Yu Wenyong who felt the pangs of jealousy. Yao Dongling, who had originally aspired to be the one to catch the falling star, felt equally envious. She had observed the scene where Yu Hongming confessed his feelings to Yu Xinshin with crystal clarity, her eyes filled with unceasing admiration. Alas, all that remained for her now was a bitter sense of regret and longing. Yao Dongling, come here for a moment. Just as Yao Dongling was lost in her sour sentiments, Yu Xinshin's voice called out to her, with her dear friend summoning her. Yao Dongling could not feign ignorance and reluctantly stepped forward. What is up? What else could it be? I'm introducing you to my boyfriend. I know. Your boyfriend is Yu Hongming, right? Yao Dongling could not help but mutter under her breath. Do you really need to introduce him? I've known him for ages. Indeed. Yu Xinshin nodded. She then gestured toward Yu Wenyong. This is Yu Hongming's good friend, Yu Wenyong. You should get acquainted, as we will all be good friends from now on. Got it. Yao Dongling displayed a hint of impatience. By the way, what would you like to drink? I'll fetch it for you. A latte, please. Without much thought, Yu Xinshin ordered the same coffee as Yu Hongming. All right, I'll prepare it for you. Yao Dongling said nothing more and hurriedly departed. Yu Hongming, do tell me, how did you manage to win over such a beautiful lady? At this moment, Yu Wenyong felt a flicker of revitalization. We met through a blind date. A blind date? The small spark of energy that Yu Wenyong had just regained was swiftly extinguished by Yu Hongming's revelation. At their age, blind dates were as commonplace as meals. Yu Wenyong had endured countless such encounters, each more unreliable than the last. He had encountered either the most peculiar individuals or those utterly incompatible. If tasked with a quest akin to that of seeking Buddhist scriptures, he would undoubtedly return with profound wisdom. For someone like Yu Hongming to find such a high-caliber match through a blind date, and to have pursued her successfully, was nothing short of miraculous. Yes, we went on a blind date last week, and that is how we got together, Yu Xinshin chimed in. However, her words felt like daggers to Yu Wenyong, stabbing mercilessly at his wounds. The pain was palpable. Suddenly, Yu Wenyong comprehended why Yu Xinshin's friends came and went so swiftly. Was it not evident that they wished to avoid witnessing their display of affection, lest they be further wounded? At that moment, Yu Wenyong had an overwhelming urge to call his mother. Please arrange a series of blind dates. 8 in one day, fill my schedule to the brim. The arrival of Yu Xinshin had ignited infinite hope within Yu Wenyong. If quality was lacking, he would compensate with quantity. He was no longer a believer in the notion that amidst 1,000 blind dates, he would not encounter a single suitable person. Here is your latte. After delivering the coffee, Yao Dongling quickly made her exit, not lingering for a moment. After sharing some sweet moments, Yu Hongming turned to Yu Wenyong and asked, We're heading out for Japanese cuisine shortly. Will you join us? Forget it. I'll just head home for dinner, Yu Wenyong replied, shaking his head like a rattle. He concocted a rather convincing excuse. Having already indulged in enough emotional fare, he could hardly stomach anything more. Since returning from Africa, I haven't even been home. I must check on my mother. Very well. In truth, Yu Hongming was merely being courteous. It was perhaps better that Yu Wenyong did not join them. The presence of an extra person would only serve as an unwelcome interruption. Knock knock. Yu Hongming opened the door. Before 10 the next morning, there was a vigorous knocking at the door. Groggy and disoriented, Yu Hongming awoke to the incessant rapping. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he opened the door, stifling a yawn. Who is it? Guess who I am. Oh, you've arrived. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yu Hongming finally roused himself. He recalled that the individual had mentioned coming to collect 100 kilograms of gold today. He had simply not anticipated such an early visit. For Yu Hongming, anything before noon felt exceedingly early. After parting ways with Yu Xinshin the previous night, he had immersed himself in gaming until 3 in the morning. Without sleeping until noon, He could hardly hope to recuperate his lost rest. All right, the items you requested are over there. Feel free to take them. If everything is in order, just transfer the funds to my account. You know the details. Hongming gestured towards the 100 kilograms of gold piled in the living room and turned to retreat back to his room for more sleep. As for that 100 kilograms of gold, he had casually extracted it and placed it in the corner of the living room following Yu and Dayong's phone call the night before. Chapter 18. It could be directly stored. A look of resignation once again graced Yu and Dayong's face. This was a staggering 100 kilograms of gold. At the current gold price of 400 yuan per gram, this amounted to a lucrative transaction of 40 million yuan. Could 40 million really not compare to the importance of your sleep? Moreover, are you not the intermediary? Have you ever encountered such a negligent intermediary? Are you not concerned that someone might stealthily take the gold? And with such a large quantity just lying around, are you not worried about thieves? Not to mention that it should at least be covered or placed in a safe. Such blatant exposure is utterly bewildering to Yu and Dayong, who could not fathom how his close friend had transformed into such a careless individual. Sighing, he could only shake his head in resignation at the door that had closed once more. He then turned to beckon the person outside. Come in. Earlier, when Yu and Dayong entered, he had instructed the escort personnel to wait outside until he notified them to enter. He had assumed that Yu Hongming would have secured the gold in a safe or some concealed location, which outsiders should not see. Who would have imagined that 100 kilograms of gold would be so brazenly displayed in the living room, without even a cover? Yu and Dayong felt he might have been overly cautious. Let us get this packed. After ushering the escort personnel inside, Yu and Dayong pointed at the pile of gold in the corner, his eyes wide with frustration. Yes, in truth, the escort personnel were mere mortals themselves. Upon seeing the 100 kilograms of gold casually placed in the living room, they were equally astonished. However, they quickly regained their composure. Naturally, they would not speak out of turn. As escort personnel, maintaining discretion is the most fundamental requirement. Soon, the 100 kilograms of gold were divided into 10 specially designed boxes, each containing 10 kilograms. Moreover, each escort personnel was handcuffed to a box. As per standard escort procedure, where one goes, the cargo must follow. They share life and death. Before long, Yu Hongming's living room was empty once again. Yu and Dayong did not forget to help Yu Hongming close the door. Yu Hongming continued to indulge in his delightful dreams, while Yu and Dayong, burdened with 100 kilograms of gold, returned to the warehouse of the Import and Export Company's Feiching branch. This warehouse was no ordinary facility. Its precious metal vault rivaled even that of a bank. In summary, the security measures were exceedingly stringent. The intended destination for Yu and Dayong's escort was, indeed, the precious metal vault located within. Upon entering the warehouse, Yu and Dayong found his supervisor, Wan Hongfu, already awaiting him, accompanied by a group of individuals. This leader was the one who had dispatched him to Africa in search of gold. Yu and Dayong had provided a work report the previous day, which Wan Hongfu took quite seriously. In truth, Wan Hongfu himself was rather laid back. As long as the gold was legitimate, not stolen or obtained through robbery, he cared little for its origins. The crux of the matter was simply to ensure the completion of the task assigned by the company. Following closely behind Wan Hongfu were the company's precious metal testing specialists. Their mission was to examine the 100 kilograms of gold brought back by Yu and Dayong, verifying its authenticity and purity. Yu and Dayong, you've performed admirably this time. Wan Hongfu generously commended him, before turning to the inspectors behind him and waving his hand. Commence your work. The inspectors promptly sprang into action, instructing the security personnel to transport the gold to the testing room, where each ingot would be meticulously examined and labeled. Half an hour later, the staff responsible for the testing reappeared before Wan Hongfu. Mr. Wang, all the gold has achieved a purity of 9,999 and can be directly stored. Excellent, Wan Hongfu replied, nodding with satisfaction, his gaze towards Yu and Dayong growing warmer. Yu and Dayong, you are the hero of this endeavor. Provided you manage to secure the remaining 200 kilograms of gold, a promotion and salary increase will be a mere formality. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, I will expedite this matter, Yu and Dayong promptly responded. He was not particularly concerned with the prospect of a promotion or salary increase. His greatest fear was being dispatched once more to Africa for gold mining. If he could avoid that fate, he would awaken from his dreams with a smile. That place was truly unbearable, chaotic and with a harsh environment. Having visited once, he had no desire to return. Very well, let us first store this batch of gold, and then report the precise weight data to the finance department. Wan Hongfu instructed the head of the testing personnel before departing. He also took a moment to remind Yu and Dayong, do remember to provide me with the bank account information of the counterpart, so that I can arrange for payment. Wan Hongfu was astute, fully aware that swift payment was crucial for continuing future transactions. He was eager to finalize the remaining matters. If the company's tasks were not completed within the day, he would find no peace in his sleep. "Mr. Wang, you need not worry. I shall attend to this matter immediately," Yuan Daong assured him, nodding in agreement. Even if Luan Hongfu had not mentioned it, he would never forget this task. After all, Yu Hongming had entrusted him with gold valued at over 40 million. It was imperative that Yuan Daong execute this responsibility well to honor that trust. In Anqing, within the towering edifice of Hongming Optoelectronics, Chairman Su Mucha summoned the secretary of the board to inquire about the situation. "Is the announcement prepared?" "It is ready and can be released at any time," the secretary promptly replied, placing the drafted announcement before Su Mucha. Without scrutinizing the content, Su Mucha nodded affirmatively. "Then let us disseminate it swiftly before the stock market opens. Do we need to apply for a trading halt?" As the secretary was well aware of the subsequent procedures, given that raising 300 billion would undoubtedly require board approval. Although Su Mucha practically controlled the entire board, following the proper protocol was essential, otherwise, the Securities Regulatory Commission would surely seize the opportunity to intervene. "No need," Su Mucha replied with confidence. He intended to achieve additional objectives through this endeavor, though he had refrained from mentioning them at the board meeting. "Understood, I shall take care of it right away," the secretary affirmed, turning to exit the office. Before long, with only 5 minutes remaining until the stock market's opening, Hongming Optoelectronics released an announcement. "Due to the sustained high demand for chips in the market, we have decided to invest 300 billion in constructing a production line with an annual output of 1 billion units. The funds will be raised through the issuance of convertible bonds." As soon as the news broke, it ignited fervent discussions in the stock forum of Hongming Optoelectronics. Hongming is making bold moves again. An annual output of 1 billion? Quite an ambitious undertaking. Is this good news? "I just acquired 20,000 shares of Hongming Optoelectronics yesterday. Will it rise today?" Some prominent figures from competing firms also engaged in conversation within a small group. "Mr. Su is exceptionally daring. But is it really feasible to construct such a large-scale chip production line? An annual output of 1 billion units is akin to a dream." The most critical issue lies with the photolithography machines, which Mr. Su may find insurmountable, they remarked, gradually shifting the conversation to the current challenges facing the nation. Chapter 19. They are merely capitalizing on the situation. Alas, the feeling of being choked by others is quite unpleasant. Not to mention that even the leading Longwei is struggling with 28-nanometer technology. What can be said for the rest? The gap is insurmountable, without significant technological breakthroughs. It seems unlikely to change within the next 2 decades. It appears we must continue to be beholden to others. Enough of this. I must head over to ASLM to meet Douglas and strive to purchase a few more machines. At precisely 9:30, the stock market opened on time, with Hongming Optoelectronics stock price rising 3 points higher than usual, continuing to climb. Regrettably, this favorable trend was short-lived. Merely 10 minutes passed before a financial media outlet published an article titled "Hongming Optoelectronics Fundraising of 300 billion is a scam. The annual output of 100,000 units is unattainable." As this article quickly spread, the stock price of Hongming Optoelectronics began to plummet. Not only did the gains from the opening vanish entirely, but it also dipped by as much as 5% at one point. This news sent many retail investors into a frenzy. The stock forum erupted in chaos. "This is madness. How could such a substantial enterprise as Hongming Optoelectronics engage in such practices?" The article presents a compelling argument. Photolithography machines are currently in global scarcity. Does Hongming Optoelectronics truly believe it can construct a production line with an annual output of 1 billion units? This is an utterly impossible task. The conclusion is clear. They are merely capitalizing on the situation. Current publicly listed companies are becoming increasingly unreliable. Is it still wise to invest in such stocks? I must report this. It is imperative to report. Fortunately, the convertible bonds have yet to be issued. Otherwise, I would have purchased some. I suspect that this year's first stock to break below par value is about to emerge. At the Gongjunki Football Stadium in Modu, 2 individuals were engaged in a game of basketball, though it was evident that one of them was consistently circling around a Caucasian man, incessantly trying to curry favor. This Caucasian was Douglas, the president of ASLM's China branch, responsible for all the company's operations in China. "Mr. Douglas, have you seen the news this morning regarding Hongming Optoelectronics?" The speaker was Yang Zhongzhong, chairman of Zixin Optoelectronics, a significant figure in the chip industry. "What news?" Douglas leisurely hit a ball before casually inquiring. As the head of ASLM's China branch, he had no trouble selling his products. Thus, he was indifferent to the concerns of a minor client. In Douglas's view, not only Hongming Optoelectronics, but the entire Chinese chip industry was insignificant. For ASLM, TSMC, Sinex, and Intel were the major clients. Consequently, Douglas regarded these matters as mere trifles. Hongming Optoelectronics has announced an investment of 30 billion to establish a production line capable of yielding 1 billion wafers annually. Yang Zhongzhong chuckled and remarked, Mr. Douglas, you wouldn't have a preference for them, would you? Have you provided them with numerous lithography machines? Absolutely not. Douglas shook his head. We have not supplied them with any additional lithography machines, nor have they placed any larger orders with us. As the president of our China branch, any order requires my approval. Such significant matters cannot escape my notice. Even if I were aware, I would not consent. After all, our production capacity is limited, and we must cater to a broader clientele, allowing more individuals to benefit from their products. That's the crux of the matter. Oh, I see. So the rumors circulating online are indeed accurate. Hongming Optoelectronics is merely seeking to amass wealth? Yang Zhongzhong brought up this topic with intent, eager to ascertain whether Hongming Optoelectronics had secured additional lithography machines through any covert channels. After all, the number of lithography machines is finite. If one individual possesses an excess, others must necessarily receive less. Yang Zhongzhong was determined not to be the one left wanting. You Hongming, have you received the funds? Upon learning that the finance department had completed the transfer, Yuan Daong hastily called Yu Hongming. Yes, I have, Yu Hongming replied groggily. Yuan Daong's call had once again interrupted his pleasant dreams. He had nearly kissed Yu Xinshin in his slumber, only to be jolted awake by the ringing phone. Consequently, he felt a tinge of resentment towards Yuan Daong. As for whether the money had actually arrived, Yu Hongming was utterly uninterested in checking. After all, the amount was negligible, and he lacked the inclination to verify it. All right, as long as you've received it, came Yuan Daong's voice, seemingly oblivious to Yu Hongming's dissatisfaction. When can you trade the remaining gold? If not for the persistent urging of his superior, Wan Hongfu, Yuan Daong would not have posed such a question, as it made him appear somewhat avaricious. He preferred to maintain a purely platonic friendship with Yu Hongming, steering clear of any potential disputes over interests. In reality, Yuan Daong's concerns were unfounded. To Yu Hongming, the transaction was entirely mutually beneficial. The gold could be liquidated, and it would also aid the nation. What could be more advantageous? Whenever you wish, it can be done at any time. Have you transported the remaining 200 kilograms of gold? Yuan Daong inquired, a hint of excitement in his voice. This would allow him to fulfill his obligations and avoid further annoyance from that old fox. It has already been transported, Yu Hongming replied. Though he said this, inwardly he pondered. Was there even a need for transportation? The transaction could be completed in mere minutes. All right, I will arrange for someone to collect the goods. Shall we do it at your residence? Yuan Daong was eager. Yet he maintained his composure by confirming the transaction location. Let us conduct it at my home. The recycling station is still under construction, and I have no other suitable venue for the transaction. However, Yu Hongming realized that this situation could not persist indefinitely. The frequent ingress and egress of heavily armed individuals would inevitably arouse the suspicions of neighbors. He resolved that once this transaction concluded, he would temporarily cease all dealings until the recycling station was operational. Then, the transactions could be shifted there, where discretion would be far superior, and the proximity of onlookers would be significantly reduced. In truth, the gold had yet to be traded back, prompting Yu Hongming to rise from his slumber. He retrieved several packs of Oreo cookies. His home was now stocked with bottled water, instant noodles, ham sausages, and Oreos, items convenient for trade, readily accessible at a moment's notice. Entering the system, he sought to contact Adelaide for a transaction. Connecting, please hold. The wait seemed interminable, even longer than the previous occasion. However, Yuan Daong was already en route, leaving Yu Hongming with no choice but to wait. After all, what could he offer upon arrival? Half an hour slipped by, and the screen still displayed the same message. Connecting, please hold. Yu Hongming began to feel anxious. Could he truly be left empty-handed? Or had that trading partner, Adelaide, encountered trouble? System, what is happening? Why has the connection not been established? Adelaide is currently evading a horde of zombies and is nearing the stronghold. Please be patient. The system responded. Evading zombies? Yu Hongming was taken aback, never expecting his trading counterpart to be in such perilous circumstances. Chapter 20. I shall certainly seek you next time. At that moment, Yu Hongming came to a realization. In the apocalypse, material possessions held no value. Only food and water were truly precious, more so than gold. Even the most exorbitantly priced gold paled in comparison to these essentials. Very well, I suppose I must wait. Given the dire situation Adelaide was in, what more could Yu Hongming say? At the very least, he felt compelled to express sympathy. He resolved that in future transactions, he could not afford to be so miserly. He ought to bring more supplies. After an additional 15 minutes, the system finally chimed. Connection successful. Please prepare for the transaction. Hello, it's good to see you again. I apologize for the wait. Adelaide greeted warmly as he appeared in the trading space alongside Yu Hongming. Despite his disheveled appearance, He bore no trace of the anxiety that would accompany a zombie chase. Are you all right? I heard you were being pursued by zombies. I'm fine. I'm used to it. Time is of the essence. Let us commence the transaction. Adlai waved his hand dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Yu Hongming glanced at the countdown timer. It stood at 42 seconds, indeed time to act swiftly. He produced 2 packs of Oreos. Is it acceptable to exchange these for 200 kilograms of gold? Absolutely, Adlai replied. Unable to resist licking his lips at the sight of the Oreos, memories of their delectable taste flooding his mind. Nevertheless, he remained focused on the transaction. The trade has been completed. Items have been deposited into each party's inventory. After both parties confirmed the trade, the system issued a reminder. Should you require more in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. I have an abundance of stock. Before exiting the trading space, Adlai took the opportunity to promote himself. Certainly, I will seek you out next time. Yu Hongming responded readily, for he remained keenly interested in gold as a solid currency. Upon emerging from the space, Yu Hongming retrieved the 200 kilograms of gold and placed it in its previous location. While 200 kilograms of gold may sound substantial, its volume was surprisingly modest, occupying little space. Even an additional 100 tons could be accommodated in his living room, though he wondered if the floor could withstand such weight. Knock. Knock. Not long after completing the transaction, a forceful rapping echoed from the door. It was evident without guessing that the visitor was Yuan Daong. For only he would dare knock so vigorously. Doesn't that hurt your hand? I've mentioned before, we have a doorbell. Yu Hongming quipped as he opened the door. Mildly exasperated, he was less concerned about the knock itself and more about the potential damage it might inflict on the door, a matter he would have to explain to his parents upon their return from vacation. Otherwise, they might think he had done something untoward, and a beating would be inevitable. What difference does it make? You once lose a piece of meat over a few knocks. Yuan Daong dismissed the matter with indifference, retorting sharply, fine, as long as you are pleased. Yu Hongming, feeling it futile to engage in further debate, urged, hurry up and take your belongings, then be on your way. I have never encountered someone quite like you. Unable to suppress a roll of his eyes, Yuan Daong thought it remarkable how casually a deal involving nearly 100 million could be conducted. Considering Yu Hongming's wealth, Daong found himself at a loss for words. To him, wealth was as inconsequential as dirt. Come in quickly and start moving the items, he beckoned, uninterested in further discussion. This time, the number of individuals present had doubled compared to the last occasion, with no fewer than 20 people engaged in the task of moving boxes. The armed security personnel had also increased by more than double. It was prudent. With gold worth over 100 million, no one dared to be careless. Moreover, following a previous transaction, the risk of information leaking was a concern, as human nature was unpredictable. For money, there were plenty willing to risk their lives. Fortunately, the presence of a larger team did not hinder the speed of the operation. In less than 20 minutes, all the gold had been securely packed. All right, I'm leaving. The funds will arrive punctually after verification. Just as last time, Yuan Daong waved his hand, departing with his entourage. Yu Hongming closed the door, ready to rest properly. He needed to conserve his energy, as he had plans to go shopping, dine, and watch a movie with Yu Xinshin in the afternoon. With numerous engagements, he aimed to maintain his optimal state. On that day, Hongming optoelectronic stock opened down 5 points, showing no signs of recovery. Suddenly, a vertical line appeared on the time-sharing chart for Hongming Optoelectronics. Before anyone could react, a massive order of 2 million shares was placed at the limit-down price, effectively sealing the stock price at its lowest point. The stock forum erupted in chaos. What is happening? Why has it hit the limit down? I just bought 2,000 shares. Can someone explain? These individuals had intended to buy at the bottom, only to find themselves caught halfway up the mountain. I fear Hongming Optoelectronic stock is about to be halved. I've seen the news. ASLM has announced that it has not sold lithography machines to Hongming Optoelectronics. Nor is there any collaboration. ASLM's statement firmly establishes that Hongming Optoelectronics' issuance of convertible bonds was a sham, demanding that the securities regulators thoroughly investigate this egregious behavior to cleanse the market. General Manager Su, the stock price has hit the limit down. What should we do? The company secretary reported the situation to Su Mucha, the chairman of Hongming Optoelectronics. Let it fall. It's not a big deal. Su Mucha replied with an air of indifference, a faint smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. If shareholders saw him behaving this way, they would undoubtedly be furious. The Securities Commission had also called to inquire about the situation. The company secretary remained troubled. Being scrutinized by the commission was far from a good omen. If not handled properly, the company could face delisting risks. Don't worry, just explain to the Securities Commission that we have secured new supply channels. If they don't believe it, invite them to see our 2-nanometer lithography machine in person. I'm confident the commission won't cause us any trouble. All right, I'll take care of it right away. The company secretary promptly agreed and set to work. The following day, as complaints still filled the forums regarding Hongming Optoelectronics. The Securities Commission unexpectedly released a statement. After thorough investigation, the fundraising activities of Hongming Optoelectronics are legal and compliant. Regarding the concerns about lithography machines, it is indeed true that Hongming Optoelectronics has acquired a substantial number of lithography machines through special channels. However, this involves certain confidential matters that cannot be disclosed. We ask for your understanding. This rare display of support, particularly for a private enterprise, was unprecedented. As soon as the news was released, within 3 seconds, Hongming Optoelectronics stock price soared like a rocket, hitting the limit up. Furthermore, buy orders at the limit up price continued to flood in, rapidly accumulating to 3 million shares. Breaking this limit up today seemed nearly impossible. Online forums were in an uproar. This is ridiculous. I just cleared my position, and now you're hitting the limit up. Give me back my money. I sold at the lowest price. Chapter 21. The situation grew increasingly complex. Alas, I was a moment too late. I just saw the opportunity. Yet it was already too late to retract my order. Fortuitously, I've made a 20% profit today. Setting aside the profit, aren't you curious how Hongming Optoelectronics found this procurement channel? Indeed, I am curious. Since the official has intervened, it indicates that this route must be legitimate. Who? There are very few places globally that have such equipment. Could it be that Hongming Optoelectronics has truly acquired those companies? I haven't heard of those companies planning to replace their old production lines. This is getting more complicated. Regardless, as long as we can profit in the stock market, that's all that matters. Following the Securities Commission's involvement, representatives from the Academy of Sciences arrived, along with those from the Import-Export Company. After all, 2-nanometer technology was exceedingly rare domestically, and the Securities Commission dared not conceal any information. Upon viewing the actual equipment, they promptly reported back. The Academy of Sciences, particularly interested, dispatched personnel immediately upon receiving the news. Although the Academy had a specialized team researching this technology, achieving rapid breakthroughs was no easy feat. Now learning that a private enterprise possessed 2-nanometer lithography equipment, how could the Academy not be anxious? Furthermore, the presence of the Import-Export Company was entirely justified, as it was responsible for procuring not only ordinary materials but also many critical restricted export items, the procurement of which was exceedingly challenging to articulate. Just when everyone believed the matter had reached a conclusion, ASLM's Chinese branch unexpectedly issued a statement. After confirmation with the headquarters and several partners, the so-called special procurement channel of Hongming Optoelectronics is entirely fictitious. Given the misleading behavior of Hongming Optoelectronics, with the approval of the headquarters, we will terminate all cooperation with them. In the future, they will be blacklisted to ensure that no lithography machines are provided to them or their partners. This statement immediately impacted the stock market. The stock of Hongming Optoelectronics, which had been hitting limit up for 3 consecutive days, suddenly opened up to fluctuations, with trading volumes surging tenfold. Opinions among investors regarding the future trajectory of Hongming Optoelectronics varied. Some placed their trust in the information provided by ASLM, while others leaned toward believing the authority of the official statement. After intense discussions, the stock price stabilized within a 1% fluctuation range. At that moment, under immense pressure from all sides, Su Mucha felt an overwhelming headache. Regardless, he had no intention of liquidating his shares, so the stock price held little significance for him, and he was disinclined to concern himself with it. Personnel from the Academy of Sciences and the Import-Export Company persistently inquired about the specific sources of the lithography machines. But Su Mucha was reluctant to divulge any information, as it was crucial for the company's future. However, after repeated assurances from the Academy and the Import-Export Company that they would not disclose this information to other chip manufacturers, and that any purchases would solely be for research purposes, Su Mucha pondered whether he should first consult Yu Hongming. If the latter agreed, he would reveal the information, otherwise, he would remain tight-lipped. Finding a quiet spot, Su Mucha dialed Yu Hongming's number. "Why are you calling again? Didn't we agree to reconnect in 2 months? The discontented voice of Yu Hongming resonated through the line as the call connected. Although Su Mucha felt helpless internally, he responded with utmost caution. Even though he believed he had done nothing wrong, he still dared not act recklessly in front of Yu Hongming. "Boss Yu, someone insisted on seeing you, hence the call." "Who?" Yu Hongming inquired coldly. "Individuals from the Academy of Sciences and the Import-Export Company." "Understood, let them come." Yu Hongming evidently anticipated this day would arrive eventually. Thus he did not refuse. After all, there lay a warship in his inventory awaiting national processing. "All right, I shall convey your message. One moment. If the Import-Export Company seeks me, they may send over Yu Wendong. He is an old classmate of mine." "Certainly, I will ensure it is done." Su Mucha quickly assented. Feeling envious of Yu Wendong, With the support of an old classmate like Yu Hongming, Yu Wendong's future was assuredly promising. After concluding the call, Su Mucha reappeared before the personnel from the Academy of Sciences and the Import-Export Company. How did it go? They immediately surrounded him upon his return. In this matter, they were far more invested than Su Mucha. Quite well, he nodded. In such circumstances, he dared not make light-hearted remarks, for a single misstep could lead him into a chasm. Excellent. The representatives from both the Academy and the Import-Export Company smiled, visibly relieved to achieve the desired outcome, as if everything was under control. In this world, few could refuse their demands. There is one more matter to discuss, which was specifically mentioned by the other party. Su Mucha said nonchalantly. Pray, proceed, they replied in unison. The other party particularly noted that a classmate of his, named Yu Wendong, works at our Import-Export Company. If the Import-Export Company wishes to reach him, they should contact Yu Wendong directly. Understood. The representatives from the Import-Export Company's eyes brightened, eagerly agreeing. They felt not at all slighted, but rather pleasantly surprised. It is undeniably true that having connections makes matters considerably smoother, allowing one to navigate through obstacles effortlessly. Witnessing this exchange, the Academy personnel displayed expressions of envy. They silently resolved to investigate whether this individual had any affiliation with their institution. It need not be a close relationship. Even a slight connection would suffice. They could not allow the Import-Export Company to reap all the benefits. Here is his address and phone number, Su Mucha stated succinctly, handing them a slip of paper with Yu Hongming's information. By the way, his name is Yu Hongming, Yu as in mouth, Hong as in wild goose, and Ming meaning bright. He hastily added, realizing he had almost forgotten to mention the name. Thank you immensely, Mr. Zhou. We shall take our leave now. Having received the information, they were eager to visit Feiqing to meet the enigmatic intermediary. According to Su Mucha, the person to meet was merely an intermediary, and the true figure behind the scenes remained unknown even to him. Previously, Su Luping had urged Su Mucha to investigate Yu Hongming as superior, which resulted in a harsh lesson. Such foolishness must never be repeated. Su Mucha wished for the child to remain wise, for the identity of the true bigwig was not something easily uncovered. If Yu Hongming were to be angered, it would pose significant problems. As long as they could procure what they needed, the identity of the person behind the scenes was of little consequence. With a sigh of relief, Su Mucha bid farewell to the personnel from the Academy of Sciences and the Import-Export Company. Dealing with them was far more exhausting than an entire day's labor. Yet, he had no choice but to accompany them throughout, for offending anyone was not an option. Chapter 22. Clearly not an ordinary individual. Simultaneously, all branch managers of the Import-Export Company received a call from the headquarters, instructing them to swiftly locate all employees named Yu Wendong. Regardless of whether they were temporary workers or permanent staff, a thorough investigation was mandated. They were also cautioned not to overlook names with similar pronunciations but different characters, as the issuer of the directive was unaware of which Yu Wendong was being referenced. Upon locating them, it was essential to confirm whether each Yu Wendong was acquainted with a classmate named Yu Hongming. Only by clarifying the relationship between Yu Wendong and Yu Hongming could they ascertain the correct candidate. At this moment, the Feiqing branch was abuzz with activity. The surname Wang was exceedingly common, and Yu Wendong was also a frequently encountered name. Numerous individuals bore this name. Luan Hongfu, upon receiving the notification from headquarters, immediately thought of the Yu Wendong who had assisted him in completing the 300-kilogram gold task. However, since the headquarters had mandated an inquiry, Luan Hongfu dared not conceal this matter. Furthermore, with the deputy general manager en route to Feiqing, he felt an added sense of urgency and promptly instructed his secretary to conduct a detailed investigation in the Human Resources Department. Every individual named Yu Wendong must be thoroughly examined. He himself quickly dispatched someone to summon that Yu Wendong. He had a premonition that the headquarters target likely lay within this individual, especially recalling the incident involving the 300 kilograms of gold. For an ordinary person, acquiring such a substantial amount of gold was nearly equivalent to the annual yield of a small gold mine. Coupled with the fact that Yu Wendong had previously mentioned that the gold was procured with the assistance of a classmate. Although he had not known the name at the time, it was now evident that this was no ordinary individual. Through the actions of the headquarters, Luan Hongfu became increasingly convinced that it was indeed this Yu Wendong. To ensure absolute certainty, Luan Hongfu resolved to inquire personally. Before long, Yu Wendong arrived. Ever since he had assisted Luan Hongfu with the gold task, he had been living a leisurely life, unbothered by anyone. When he received the call, he was even engrossed in a video game. Although Yu Wendong typically held others in disdain, he harbored a genuine respect for Luan Hongfu. Therefore, upon receiving the notification, he promptly made his way over. Mr. Wang, you summoned me? Indeed, I wish to inquire about something. Luan Hongfu nodded in acknowledgement. Please, Mr. Wang, speak freely. Is the classmate who helped you secure the gold named Yu Hongming? Luan Hongfu directly inquired. Yes, Yu Wendong paused momentarily before nodding in affirmation. Is there a problem? At that moment, a sense of apprehension crept into Yu Wendong's heart. He couldn't help but worry whether the 300 kilograms of gold procured with Yu Hongming's assistance would lead to complications. It was understandable that Yu Wendong felt nervous. This was a staggering amount of gold, not something easily obtained. Ever since that transaction, he had become somewhat paranoid, frequently scouring the internet for news, leaving no stone unturned. Fearing that a gold theft case might surface, he was unbothered by other matters. His greatest concern was that the origin of Yu Hongming's shipment was questionable. Should anything go awry, losing his job would be minor. The real trouble would be if Yu Hongming were to be apprehended. The headquarters was currently on a quest to locate an individual named Yu Wendong, who also had a classmate named Yu Hongming. I surmised it was you. So please come over to confirm, and indeed, my guess was correct. Luan Hongfu directly articulated the intentions of the head office. He perceptively sensed that the individual before him, Yu Wendong, might be on the cusp of a fortuitous turn in his fortunes. Undoubtedly, this implied a promotion. It was highly likely that the head office sought Yu Hongming's assistance, and as the intermediary, Yu Wendong would naturally reap the benefits, possibly even experiencing a rapid ascent in his career. The presence of the vice president, Miao, on site was a clear indication of this. Moving forward, Yu Wendong would undoubtedly be favored in front of Vice President Miao, compelling even Luan Hongfu to regard him with increased esteem. Yu Wendong, come in and take a seat. Allow me to brew you a cup of exquisite tea, a Da Hong Pao that I just acquired, Luan Hongfu warmly invited. His hospitality catching Yu Wendong off guard. He found himself momentarily unprepared for such cordiality. The last time he witnessed Luan Hongfu display such enthusiasm was during a visit from headquarters leadership. He had not anticipated that the spotlight would now fall upon him. Thank you, Mr. Wang, he responded, regaining his composure and expressing his gratitude, albeit with a hint of nervousness as he settled into his seat. Yet, he was not oblivious. He understood that all this attention stemmed from Yu Hongming's influence. This tea is truly remarkable. Yu Wendong had to concede that Luan Hongfu had indeed presented him with the finest brew. Such high-quality tea was a rarity in his home, where he had only indulged in it on a few occasions. The thought of his family preparing such premium tea for him was a fanciful dream, one that might even invite a scolding. Having savored the tea, let us proceed to the airport to welcome Vice President Miao from the head office, Luan Hongfu suggested, patting Yu Wendong on the shoulder, signaling him to rise. He seemed to recall something and quickly added, Vice President Miao's visit may very well be in regard to your classmate, Yu Hongming. Be prepared. Oh, understood. Thank you, Mr. Luan, Yu Wendong acknowledged softly, recognizing this as Luan Hongfu's thoughtful hint. Although not explicitly stated, it was clear that this gesture was intended to curry favor with him. En route to the airport, Luan Hongfu endeavored to engage Yu Wendong in conversation, predominantly discussing matters related to Yu Hongming. Yu Wendong was acutely aware that Luan Hongfu's motivations were transparent. Thus, he reciprocated by sharing a few relevant anecdotes. Mr. Luan, if I am not mistaken, Vice President Miao's visit is likely connected to the lithography machine, which Yu Hongming previously sold to Hongming Optoelectronics, he ventured. Is that true? Luan Hongfu exclaimed, genuinely astonished. He had not anticipated that such high-tech matters would be at play. Compared to the previous batch of gold, this was indeed a significant development. In contrast, the gold seemed trivial. Even though acquiring such a quantity of gold was no small feat, it paled in comparison to the importance of a lithography machine. Your classmate is indeed exceptional, Luan Hongfu remarked in admiration, his regard for Yu Wendong rising accordingly. With a classmate capable of securing a lithography machine, and one willing to assist him, Yu Wendong's prospects appeared exceedingly bright. I only recently discovered his remarkable capabilities, Yu Wendong said with a bashful smile. It felt somewhat embarrassing to learn of his brother's prowess through others rather than firsthand. This prompted him to reflect on whether he had previously neglected Yu Hongming. How had his classmate suddenly become so accomplished without his knowledge? We have arrived at the airport. When you meet Vice President Miao, do not be overly anxious. I believe he will have a positive impression of you. Chapter 23. There are already 3 vice presidents. Luan Hongfu joked as he instructed Yu Wendong to exit the vehicle. How could I dare? I shall continue to follow your lead. Yu Wendong was acutely aware that this was a moment to demonstrate loyalty. Given Luan Hongfu's generosity, he understood the importance of humility. Although he recognized his future status would be significant, Yu Wendong did not wish to depart feiching. He understood that no matter how high his standing might rise, it would never surpass that of Luan Hongfu's. Let us support one another and look after each other. Yu Wendong's response greatly pleased Luan Hongfu. Eliciting a smile from him, Luan Hongfu feared little, save for encountering obstinate youths who were impervious to reason. Thankfully, Yu Wendong was not among them. Let us proceed inside, Luan Hongfu urged. Certainly, Mr. Luan. Upon arriving at the airport's arrival hall, they waited approximately 15 minutes before Vice President Miao and his entourage appeared. Both Yuan Daong and Luan Hongfu noticed the considerable number of individuals accompanying him. The vice president's travels typically involved a substantial retinue, but today, the crowd seemed exceptionally large, more than doubling from previous occasions. Nevertheless, Yuan Daong and Luan Hongfu did not dwell on this, hastening to greet them. In this instance, Luan Hongfu remained the focal point, leading the way while Yuan Daong closely followed, with others trailing behind. Vice President Miao, thank you for your hard work. Not at all. It is all for the company, came Miao's response, his words imbued with wisdom that inspired confidence. Let us be on our way. Without further ado, Vice President Miao insisted on departing. Time was of the essence, and this was not the occasion for ostentation. In certain matters, Vice President Miao was decisively efficient, otherwise, he would not have ascended to the position of vice president in his early 50s. Vice President Miao, please hold on a moment. Allow me to introduce someone to you. Luan Hongfu interjected, blocking Miao's path. Under normal circumstances, he would not dare to act thus, but he held a trump card. Vice President Miao immediately regarded Luan Hongfu with a serious expression but did not exhibit anger. He understood that Luan Hongfu was a measured individual who would not take such actions without cause. To halt him at this moment indicated the individual to be introduced was of great importance. Very well, go ahead, Vice President Miao acquiesced decisively. Yuan Daong, come forward. Luan Hongfu beckoned. He then respectfully addressed Vice President Miao. Vice President Miao, this is the Yuan Daong the company has been seeking. Really? Vice President Miao was visibly delighted, the previous cloud of uncertainty dissipating. He focused intently on the approaching Yuan Daong. Once Yuan Daong stood before him, Miao eagerly inquired, You are Yuan Daong? Do you have a classmate named Hongming? Yes, I am Yuan Daong, and my classmate is Hongming. He replied calmly. In the past, he would have trembled when speaking in front of Vice President Miao, but now, bolstered by Hongming's support, he felt little trepidation. Excellent. Vice President Miao remarked, observing Yuan Daong as if he had discovered a new world, his eyes alight with intrigue. What is your relationship with your classmate Hongming? Vice President Miao was not a simple man. He needed to ascertain the nature of Yuan Daong's connection to Hongming to determine how to position him within the company. If they were merely acquaintances, that would be one matter. However, if their bond was close, Yuan Daong's standing would undoubtedly rise. We are very good friends, the kind that shares everything. Yuan Daong confidently asserted, having grown adept at such declarations. Moreover, he genuinely believed his relationship with Hongming was indeed strong, so embellishing it slightly posed no issue. Excellent, you possess great potential. Vice President Miao's smile was more pronounced, betraying his feelings. He gently patted Yuan Daong's shoulder and said to Luan Hongfu, We must nurture exceptional talents like Yuan Daong. Ding Tian, you must take responsibility for this. We cannot allow such talent to go unnoticed. Absolutely. I will immediately explore ways to cultivate him once I return. Luan Hongfu nodded in agreement. Vice President Miao was subtly hinting at an opportunity for him. This exemplifies the art of leadership, where some truths need not be spoken overtly. In comparison to Vice President Miao, Luan Hongfu felt there was much he still had to learn. Can you reach out to your classmate now? I wish to pay him a visit. Comrade Yuan Daong, am I correct? Just as Yuan Daong was about to respond, someone abruptly interjected, shattering the harmonious scene. He Yunsong, what do you intend to do? Upon recognizing the intruder, Vice President Miao immediately tensed. He Yunsong was the team leader from Lonka Institute. Specifically come to poach talent. I mean no harm. I simply wish to befriend outstanding young individuals like Yuan Daong. He Yunsong replied nonchalantly, infuriating Vice President Miao. He Yunsong, do not overstep. Or have I overstepped? Yuan Daong is not your employee. He has the right to choose freely. He Yunsong not only stood his ground, but became even more provocative. However, this was merely a prelude. What followed truly alarmed Vice President Miao. Yuan Daong, I am the Vice President of Lonka Institute. Would you consider developing your career with us? Any position will do. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. He Yunsong, this is unacceptable. Vice President Miao retorted angrily. Even the most composed individuals have their breaking points, and he, as Vice President, had reached his limit. He glared furiously at He Yunsong, yet maintained a semblance of politeness, refraining from outright insults. Yuan Daong, do not listen to him. I can offer you everything he can. While Vice President Miao reassured Yuan Daong, he exchanged a knowing glance with Luan Hongfu. Ding Tian, I remember that the branch company in Feiqing is in need of a vice president, correct? Indeed, Luan Hongfu hurriedly concurred. In truth, he knew that position was not vacant. The company already had 3 vice presidents. However, he understood that Vice President Miao sought to retain Yuan Daong with better prospects. Reflecting on his own arduous journey to the vice presidency, Luan Hongfu suddenly realized that no amount of effort could rival the significance of opportunity and connections. Since this position has remained unfilled, and now we have such a suitable candidate, why was this not communicated to headquarters earlier? Ding Tian, your actions are rather unscrupulous. Yes, indeed, it was my oversight. I will reflect on this. Upon my return, I will promptly report and recommend Yuan Daong for the vice presidency. Luan Hongfu continued to feign compliance, striving to present himself favorably, even eliciting a satisfied smile from Vice President Miao. Observing the harmonious exchange between Vice President Miao and Luan Hongfu left even He Yunsong at a loss for words. As a seasoned professional manager, He Yunsong understood that it would be challenging to secure Yuan Daong this time. The positions offered by the import-export company were not lacking. Any rational individual would know how to choose. Yuan Daong, should you find yourself unable to continue at the company one day, do not hesitate to seek me out. My door will always be open to you. Chapter 24. Preparing to depart for the destination. Although he had not succeeded, He Yunsong still uttered a remark that caused Vice President Miao further distress. If you are dissatisfied at the branch, you might also consider the headquarters. I can arrange that for you as well. Vice President Miao patted Yuan Daong's shoulder, promising that this statement was more of a retort to He Yunsong. Ultimately, He Yunsong could only huff in resignation as he returned to his team. After bidding farewell to the troublesome He Yunsong, Vice President Miao immediately instructed Yuan Daong. Please call Yu Hongming. We are preparing to visit him. All right, I will reach out now. Yuan Daong quickly complied and dialed Yu Hongming's number. Hello, is someone from your company coming to see me? Came a calm voice from the other end. Yuan Daong sensed something was amiss. It seemed Yu Hongming had anticipated this. Hearing this, Vice President Miao felt a wave of relief, knowing he had chosen the right person. Yes, Vice President Miao wishes to meet with you. Very well, let them wait for me directly at Mishuai City. Yu Hongming preferred not to have too many strangers entering his home, so he opted to meet at a place frequented by Yuan Daong. I will arrive in about an hour. Understood. After hanging up, Yuan Daong promptly informed everyone. Yu Hongming wants us to wait for him at Mishuai City. All right, let us set off. The group boarded the vehicle, ready to head to their destination. Vice President Miao specifically requested that Yuan Daong sit beside him in the back seat, while Luan Hongfu naturally took the front passenger seat. Luan Hongfu's decision was astute. He recognized that Vice President Miao had much to discuss with Yuan Daong and thus afforded them ample space to converse. Once in the car, Yuan Daong did not forget to inform the driver of the location of Mishuai City. Keep close to the car in front. If you lose sight of them, you may as well quit. Yuan Daong cautioned the driver. Meanwhile, He Yunsong also urged his driver to closely follow the vehicle of the import-export company. Having heard that the meeting location was at Mishuai City, he was unsure of the exact place and deemed it best to closely trail their car. In the office of the chairman at Hongming Optoelectronics, the secretary appeared again, brimming with excitement. Mr. Dong, our financing plan has received approval from the Securities Regulatory Commission. So soon? Su Mucha was somewhat astonished. It had taken less than a month from application submission to approval. The speed of the Securities Regulatory Commission was astonishing. I recall that the fastest approval previously took at least 6 months. Indeed, this is unprecedented, the secretary replied with a beaming smile. The attention of the Securities Regulatory Commission towards them was a positive omen for Hongming Optoelectronics. As one of the executives, this was also excellent news for the secretary. Moreover, Director Huang has particularly advised us to expedite the issuance process, and the commission will fully support us. Finally, the secretary revealed a mysterious expression. Secretary Huang informed me that there is significant emphasis on this matter from above. We hope to swiftly initiate the chip production line and commence mass production. If funds are insufficient, the government can assist in coordinating with banks for low-interest loans. And we can also enjoy a 3-year tax reduction. This series of good news left Su Mucha both surprised and delighted. With such national support, the rise of Hongming Optoelectronics was inevitable. In the coming years, Hongming Optoelectronics will evolve into a leading global chip enterprise. Su Mucha exclaimed, "All right, we must act immediately. The convertible bonds will begin subscription within a week. No problem, I will contact Beihai Securities to expedite the processing." With the support of the Securities Regulatory Commission, the secretary was filled with confidence. Inside Mishuai City, the atmosphere was abuzz with noise. It had never witnessed such a lively scene since its opening. Waves of patrons flooded in. "Boss, these individuals seem rather formidable," the waitress Ailin nervously remarked to Yao Dongling. Yao Dongling also sensed something was amiss. These two groups of people were clearly not aligned. Although there were no significant conflicts between the parties, she could still sense the tension in the air. When Yao Dongling caught sight of the familiar face of Yuan Daong, she felt a slight sense of relief. She quietly approached him, pondering, who are these people? What are they doing here? They are our leaders, waiting for someone, Yuan Daong replied softly. Waiting for whom? Yao Dongling pressed on. Yu Hongming. Oh, her curiosity piqued. Why would so many leaders be seeking him? Surely, something important was afoot. With a hint of dissatisfaction, Yuan Daong remarked. Aren't you going to ask them what they'd like to drink? Are you really going to forego such a good business opportunity? Right. It was then that Yao Dongling remembered her most crucial task was to attend to the guests. Alan, quickly take their orders. Yao Dongling called to Alan, who immediately approached the guests with the menu. Sir, what would you like to drink? Yao Dongling asked as she stood before Vice President Miao. Do you have tea? Vice President Miao casually inquired, not particularly concerned about the drink, but favoring traditional tea. We have floral tea and black tea, Yao Dongling replied with a smile. To cater to a wider range of customers, the little establishment stocked some basic teas in addition to coffee. I'll have a cup of black tea, Vice President Miao decided. Turning to He Yunsheng, Yao Dongling asked, What would you like, sir? I'll have the same as him. Black tea will do. He Yunsheng gestured towards Vice President Miao. His purpose was similar to that of Vice President Miao. He wasn't truly there for the tea. However, since he was present, it would be inappropriate not to order something, even if he was reluctant to drink. This would not only exhibit politeness, but also please the establishment. Yao Dongling primarily attended to the dignitaries while Alan took care of the other patrons. The shop had only the two of them. It was their first encounter with such a crowd, and they exerted every effort to fulfill all the orders. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, a person walked in. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned toward him. Vice President Miao quickly leaned toward Yuan Daong and whispered, Is that him? Clearly, the newcomer was the one Yuan Daong had instantly recognized. He eagerly nodded in confirmation. Yes, it's my old classmate Yu Hongming. All right. Vice President Miao nodded, signaling Yuan Daong as he stood up, beaming with a welcoming smile. Observing this, Yuan Daong felt compelled to follow suit without hesitation. It truly was him. Once Vice President Miao and Yuan Daong made their move, He Yunsheng understood that the target he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Time was of the essence. So he swiftly joined the welcoming party. Yu Hongming, let me introduce you. Chapter 25, clearly a scrap dealer. Yuan Daong hurried over, first pointing to Vice President Miao, saying, This is Vice President Miao of our Import and Export Corporation. Then, gesturing to the manager following Vice President Miao, he continued. And this is our branch manager Luan Hongfu from Feiqing. He is my direct superior. Is he the one who sent you to Africa? Yu Hongming stared intently at Luan Hongfu, nearly causing him to shiver. Though it didn't reach that extent. Luan Hongfu couldn't help but feel a wave of unease after hearing Yu Hongming's words. Don't speak carelessly. President Luan has been exceptionally good to me. Yuan Daong quickly shot a warning glance at Yu Hongming, offering a few words of explanation to help Luan Hongfu out of an awkward situation, lest Vice President Miao misconstrue anything that could jeopardize Luan Hongfu. Upon hearing this, Luan Hongfu promptly cast a grateful glance at Yuan Daong, relieved that he had previously put in considerable effort to gain Yuan Daong's support. Otherwise, today might have unfolded quite differently. Hello. Yu Hongming refrained from saying more and greeted Vice President Miao. Greetings. Vice President Miao swiftly extended his hand to shake with Yu Hongming, displaying considerable enthusiasm. Then, Yu Hongming turned to Luan Hongfu. President Luan, please don't take it to heart. I was merely joking. No worries, it's all good. Luan Hongfu hastily waved his hand, a smile plastered on his face. At this moment, regardless of his inner feelings, he dared not express them lightly. Moreover, what difference would it make if he did? Among all the people present, who would care about his opinion? If one were to speak of relations, Luan Hongfu likely wouldn't even have the opportunity to be mentioned, let alone remembered by name. Hello, I am He Yunsheng, the Vice Dean of the Dragon Science Institute. Knowing that no one would introduce him, He Yunsheng took the initiative once more, stepping forward to introduce himself to Yu Hongming. Oh, so you are Vice Dean He. I apologize for keeping you waiting, Yu Hongming said, realizing he was addressing someone from the Dragon Science Institute, and thus, he could not afford to be too casual. For him, the Dragon Science Institute clearly held more weight than the Import and Export Corporation. If not for Yuan Daong's connection, Yu Hongming might never have had the chance to meet these individuals. Not at all. I would wait as long as necessary to meet someone as distinguished as yourself. Yu Hongming's warmth instantly invigorated He Yunsheng, who had felt a bit disheartened. This caused Vice President Miao, who had initially felt confident of his standing, to suddenly feel a weight of unease. It was evident that Yu Hongming's demeanor towards the two of them was markedly different. He was clearly more amiable towards He Yunsheng. Vice President Miao felt the pressure mounting and became increasingly aware of Yuan Daong's significance. If this was the effect with Yuan Daong present, the consequences would only worsen in his absence. To maintain a good rapport with Yu Hongming, Yuan Daong would be a crucial link. All right, let us find a place to sit and chat, Yu Hongming invited both He Yunsheng and Vice President Miao to take a seat, although the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. For Yu Hongming, the most critical aspect was merely to engage in conversation with Vice President Miao and He Yunsheng. Some individuals were not even qualified to listen in. Ultimately, Yu Hongming, Vice President Miao, He Yunsheng, Yuan Daong, and Luan Hongfu gathered around a table. Yuan Daong's presence here was solely due to Yu Hongming's favor. Luan Hongfu also benefited from Yuan Daong's goodwill. Without such connections, they would have no right to dine together. Isn't he a scrap dealer? Yao Dongling observed the doorway and the current scene with keen clarity. She was not blind. She noted how, after Yu Hongming's arrival, everyone gravitated towards him, their demeanor warm as if welcoming a distinguished guest. What astonished Yao Dongling even more was hearing that two of the individuals were the vice president of the Import and Export Corporation and the vice dean of the Academy of Sciences. These were not ordinary people, yet Yu Hongming was clearly a scrap dealer? Why was it like this? The unfolding events left Yao Dongling's worldview a bit disoriented. Perhaps she should ask her best friend. Yao Dongling quickly snapped a photo of Yu Hongming and sent it to her friend Yu Xinxin, believing that she was the only one who could provide her with answers. Yu Xinxin had been dating Yu Hongming for several days and should have a better understanding of his circumstances. Yu Xinxin swiftly responded with a string of question marks. Even the most astute individuals cannot discern her intentions solely from a photograph. In truth, it was not that Yao Dongling was reluctant to clarify. Rather, Yu Xinxin's reply came too rapidly for her to type out an explanation. Additionally, having just had her nails done that morning, typing posed a challenge for her. Ultimately, Yao Dongling resolved to forego typing and opted to send a voice message instead. What exactly does your boyfriend do? Is he a hidden magnate? Why do you ask that? Yu Xinxin replied with equal swiftness. Do you recognize the two individuals in the photograph? Who are they? One is the vice president of an import-export company, and the other is the deputy dean of the Academy of Sciences. Is that for real? From Yu Xinxin's tone, Yao Dongling sensed that she herself was not entirely clear about the specifics. Yao Dongling felt as though she had stumbled upon a new discovery, chuckling to herself quietly. I heard it with my own ears. It is absolutely true. Has Yu Hongming never mentioned what he does? Is he keeping secrets from you? Yao Dongling sent two voice messages in quick succession, one laced with evident provocation. It appeared that Yao Dongling was still not ready to relinquish her backup plan. It's fine. Everyone has their own privacy. If Yu Hongming chooses not to disclose, I will respect his wishes. Clearly, Yao Dongling's attempt to incite had fallen flat. Well, suit yourself. Yao Dongling felt somewhat disheartened, her confidence in her backup plan wavering further. It's strange. Haven't they only known each other for a few days? How could there be such profound trust? Yu Hongming, where did you procure the 2-nanometer lithography machine? Upon sitting down, He Yunsong eagerly inquired. Vice President Miao also looked at Yu Hongming with great anticipation. This question intrigued him as well. However, neither of them held out much hope. I am merely an intermediary. Someone provides me with the goods, and I sell them. It is quite simple. As expected, Yu Hongming's response yielded no valuable information. It was tantamount to saying nothing at all. Very well then. Do you have any more of this advanced equipment? Could you perhaps provide our academy with a few units? Realizing that the previous question would go unanswered, He Yunsong abandoned his pursuit and posed a new inquiry. Certainly, I can reserve 2 units for you. Thank you very much. I actually have one more request. He Yunsong appeared somewhat troubled, making Yu Hongming feel compelled to oblige. Go ahead, let me see how I can assist. Since you have access to the 2-nanometer lithography machine, could you also procure some relevant technical documentation? Not too much, just a bit will suffice. Chapter 26, A True Winner in Life. Yu Hongming now understood the meaning of insatiable ambition. He Yunsong was a prime example. I will inquire, but I cannot guarantee anything. Yu Hongming did not outright refuse. If it were indeed possible to acquire such resources, he would be willing to contribute to the nation. The question remained whether his supplier, Liao Xiaoyi, possessed such documents. He would only know after inquiring during the next transaction. Very well, thank you, Yu Hongming. Even so, Yu Hongming's response took He Yunsong by surprise. He had merely asked casually, not expecting such an outcome. So it can be done. Vice President Miao had been quietly observing the earlier conversation, unable to restrain himself from murmuring softly. His eyes sparkled, as if he had discovered a new continent. This Yu Hongming, he agreed to even He Yunsong's audacious requests. Did this not imply that he was capable of anything? Vice President Miao began to think quickly. What demands should he make next? Even if they were somewhat excessive, perhaps Yu Hongming would acquiesce. Even if he did not, there would be no loss involved. Have you finished speaking? Vice President Miao shot a glare at He Yunsong. He felt somewhat uncomfortable. He had initially believed himself to be superior to He Yunsong. Who would have thought that Yu Hongming valued the Academy's personnel more? In truth, he understood the reason. Their company had always maintained a low profile. the general public would hold them in higher regard. In contrast, it was to be expected that the import-export company would be overlooked. "I've finished speaking, please proceed." He Yunsong replied with a smug satisfaction, fully content. He had asked all the pertinent questions and received the answers he sought. He Yunsong was also aware of the importance of knowing when to stop, avoiding excess. At this point, Vice President Miao turned his attention to Yu Hongming, who was also gazing back, seemingly waiting for him to present his conditions. "Yu Hongming, since you have agreed to provide the academy with lithography machines, let us not discuss those anymore. Could you procure other items for us, such as high-end machine tools, advanced sensors, and premium cutting tools?" With the academy bringing up these topics, Vice President Miao was no longer inclined to contest. Their company had numerous clients, including major research institutions and factories across the nation. High-end machine tools, advanced sensors, and other cutting-edge equipment were precisely what they were keen to acquire. These items were rather difficult to obtain. The import-export company faced considerable pressure. "Please provide me with a list, and I will inquire further." Yu Hongming remained consistent, not rejecting Vice President Miao's request, and decided to investigate. Even if he could not find anything at present, persistence would eventually yield results. If he were unable to locate them, he could not be blamed. Such high-end goods were inherently elusive. "All right, I will have someone compile a list for you shortly, and then I will have Yu Wendaong deliver it." "Very well. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. I will notify you if there is any news." With the matter settled, Yu Hongming issued a dismissal. He had arranged to meet Yu Xinshin here shortly. Considering the time, she should be arriving soon. With so many people present, she might be intimidated upon seeing them. In truth, Yu Hongming's concerns were somewhat unwarranted. Such a situation would not arise, as Yao Dongling had already informed Yu Xinshin of these circumstances. "Well then, we shall take our leave." He Yunsong and Vice President Miao promptly rose to bid farewell. Since they had obtained what they desired, there was no need to linger any longer. Before long, the cafe, which had been bustling with activity, became eerily quiet. Meanwhile, Yu Wendaong remained behind. From the perspective of the import-export company's leadership, Yu Wendaong's primary task now was to stay here, serving as a bridge between the company and Yu Hongming, striving to secure greater benefits for the company. This would be Yu Wendaong's main responsibility moving forward. If he wished, he could even forego daily attendance at the office. As long as he maintained a good relationship with Yu Hongming and completed the tasks assigned by the headquarters on time. A true winner in life. "So, what position has the company granted you?" With everyone else gone, Yu Hongming grew curious about Yu Wendaong, vice president of the Feiqing branch. Yu Wendaong replied with a proud smile, seemingly oblivious to how he had come by this position. Yu Hongming did not expose him, but instead made a jest. "Quite impressive. From now on, I shall refer to you as General Yuan." October 9th marked the day of the issuance of Hongming Optoelectronics convertible bonds. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the board's secretary and underwriters, alongside the support from the Securities Commission, Hongming Optoelectronics swiftly completed all necessary procedures and commenced the subscription on schedule. The initiation of subscriptions signified that the capital would soon be at hand, facilitating the commencement of production line construction. In fact, construction had already begun. A dust-free workshop is an indispensable prerequisite for the chip production line. Yet its establishment is both time-consuming and labor-intensive. To ensure progress, Sumika preemptively utilized alternative funds to initiate the construction of the dust-free workshop. Once the agreed-upon time with Yu Hongming arrived, the raised capital would be available to settle the payment for the 10 lithography machines. At 9 a.m., prior to the market opening, discussions were fervently underway in Hongming Optoelectronics stock forum regarding a pressing topic. Is Hongming Optoelectronics a scam? Has a conclusion been reached? Today marks the day of the convertible bond subscription, but should one invest? I still lean towards believing ASML's assertion, since they have blacklisted Hongming Optoelectronics. It is evident that Hongming will be unable to procure lithography machines. I share this sentiment. If manufacturers refuse to sell, how can Hongming conjure machines out of thin air? I shall not subscribe. Only a fool would do so, as it would amount to throwing money away. The largest wave of abandonment is poised to emerge this year. The underwriters will likely struggle to cope. If Hongming Optoelectronics convertible bonds manage to issue smoothly, I shall wash my hair upside down. Let us not be too absolute. I have made my purchase, and I have taken a screenshot, eagerly awaiting to see someone wash their hair upside down. What is there to fear? I have subscribed. Do not forget that Hongming Optoelectronics has the backing of the Securities Commission. Indeed, the Securities Commission represents the state. If I do not trust the state, should I then trust foreign companies? I shall proceed with my purchase, indifferent to others' opinions. Should I incur losses, it remains my choice. The following day, the results of the lottery were announced, eliciting a spectrum of emotions, some elated, others disheartened. Those who received winning notifications hurriedly prepared sufficient funds for the impending deductions. Meanwhile, Those who did not receive notifications could only sigh and lament their ill fortune. However, the results from Hongming Optoelectronics left everyone astonished. The stock forum buzzed once again, with those who had previously claimed they would not buy now questioning why the winning rate was only 0.000123. Wasn't it said that no one was buying? Chapter 27 finally unveiled a turning point. This was a convertible bond worth 30 billion, and I, shockingly, did not secure a single share. My heart aches. I had assumed that with so few buyers, I would have a greater chance of winning. Alas, I was overly naive. I have never witnessed such a high volume of purchases for a convertible bond with such a winning rate. I suspect those who claimed they would not buy were merely attempting to muddle the waters to enhance their own chances of winning. Let us be confident and discard any doubts. I disdain those who deride Hongming Optoelectronics while secretly participating in the subscription. These sentiments echoed not only in the stock forum, but also reverberated throughout the internet. Such unprecedented occurrences are undeniably captivating, drawing financial media like moths to a flame. Unwilling to let this opportunity slip by, the lowest winning rate for a convertible bond in history has emerged. Let us recap the background. Upon witnessing that winning rate, no one can believe this is a 30 billion convertible bond. A controversial convertible bond has unexpectedly gained popularity. Is this a sign of moral decay or a distortion of human nature? Eye-catching headlines proliferated across various platforms. It seemed as though, overnight, the entire financial sector was engrossed in this discourse. Even the small group of chip industry giants was in discussion. This Sumika truly possesses a knack for fundraising. Are today's investors so easily deceived? A scheme so overtly fraudulent can still garner favor? Has Sumika no conscience for swindling so many common folk? Sumika, do you truly think you can appeal to entrepreneurs' consciences? This is not your first day in society, is it? The key to Sumika's success lies in securing the Securities Commission's endorsement. What means did he employ to elicit the Commission's involvement? Even Long Oil lacks such capability. There must be secrets at play that we are unaware of, prompting the Securities Commission's actions. Indeed, I believe this secret will soon be unveiled. You may not be aware, but the expansion of Hongming Optoelectronics has commenced, and the dust-free workshop is under construction. I have also heard some internal news confirming that the dust-free workshop has indeed begun operations, further complicating matters. In the conference room of Hongming Optoelectronics, what are the sentiments among the attendees? Outside, discussions about Sumika abound, yet he himself sits in the conference room, furrowed brow, engaging in deliberations with the company's executives to devise solutions. Undeniably, Sumika currently finds himself in a significant predicament, and this predicament is far from trivial. These challenges stem from a message previously issued by ASLM. Clearly, ASLM does not intend to let Hongming Optoelectronics off the hook easily. Not long ago, when Hongming Optoelectronics placed orders with several equipment suppliers for various devices, they were informed that the entire chip industry had closed its doors to Hongming. No supplier was willing to sell any equipment related to chip production to Hongming. However, this was not the most dire aspect. The situation worsened as upstream raw material suppliers, including those providing silicon wafers, notified Hongming that they would no longer accept new orders following the fulfillment of existing contracts. For Hongming Optoelectronics, losing access to silicon wafers is akin to being deprived of oxygen, plunging them into a state of despair. Presently, Hongming Optoelectronics can only be described as beset by internal and external troubles. It is no exaggeration to say that since its inception, Hongming Optoelectronics has never faced such a severe crisis. To put it bluntly, the company now teeters on the brink of extinction. Within the conference room, everyone appeared anxious. Yet no one dared to speak. The predicament they face has long exceeded their control. The inability to procure equipment may merely delay expansion plans. However, lacking raw materials leaves them utterly helpless. Beyond awaiting their ultimate fate, it seems there are no better options. Mr. Su, should we reach out to Hongming for assistance? Since he was able to help us secure lithography machines, perhaps he can also resolve our other equipment issues. Finally, it was the board secretary who shattered the silence. This was his sole gamble. Yet how could they resolve the issue of silicon wafers? Although Sumika acknowledged this suggestion, the most pressing concern remained unanswered. Indeed, how to tackle the silicon wafer dilemma? Surely, Hongming cannot provide us with silicon wafers either? Others began to voice their apprehensions. In truth, everyone understood well. Without silicon wafers, Hongming Optoelectronics faces the risk of total collapse. As the discussion unfolded, participants began to lament the underdevelopment of the domestic silicon wafer industry. Ultimately, it is our own development that lags behind, leaving us unable to find alternative products. It is truly exasperating to be choked by others. Having thought we finally glimpsed a turning point, we instead discovered our naivety. In fact, there are already companies in the country developing 12-inch silicon wafers. Yet they have not reached the stage of mass production. Alas, Can mere complaints resolve our issues? Su Mucha has grown increasingly irritated by this incessant lamentation. The room fell into an immediate silence. Our circumstances no longer permit further grievances. Let the sales department suspend the acceptance of new chip orders until we secure alternative silicon wafer supply channels. The specifics of our next actions will be discussed after I consult with Yu Hongming. Frankly, Su Mucha's last hope rests solely on Yu Hongming. He has no other options left. If this pathway proves unviable, it will either lead to Hongming Optoelectronics declaring bankruptcy or necessitate a plea for mercy from ASLM. At a milk tea shop on Huaihai Road in Feiqing, Yu Hongming had already been waiting for quite some time, 2 hours prior. Upon receiving Su Mucha's call indicating the need for an important face-to-face discussion, he arranged to meet here. I apologize for keeping you waiting. In reality, Su Mucha arrived in haste shortly after Yu Hongming took his seat. Noticing Su Mucha's serious demeanor, Yu Hongming immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. It's all right. Please have a seat. Let us discuss this at length. Yu Hongming gestured toward the seat opposite him, inviting Su Mucha to sit down for a conversation. Thank you. Now, please, express your concerns candidly. As soon as Su Mucha settled in, Yu Hongming promptly inquired. Boss Yu, we are currently facing severe setbacks from every aspect of the chip supply chain. Not only are we hindered in procuring machinery, but we also cannot acquire silicon wafers. Oh, how could this happen? Yu Hongming asked, perplexed. Weren't you doing quite well before? How did you suddenly find yourselves in such a predicament? Primarily because we recently obtained a photolithography machine from you, and we're preparing to expand our production line, only to find ourselves completely isolated by the entire industry. It seems a significant part of this assault is due to ASLM's actions. Su Mucha also shared his analysis, albeit the events had unfolded too swiftly for him to conduct a thorough investigation. Understood. How may I assist you? Could you help us resolve some issues with other equipment? And most importantly, regarding silicon wafers, do you have any channels to procure them? After laying bare all the challenges he faced, Su Mucha took a deep breath. You wish for me to help you secure everything required for your entire production line? Indeed, Su Mucha replied with an awkward smile. That is precisely the case. Very well. I shall endeavor to ascertain the opinions of the higher-ups. And what about the silicon wafers? Su Mucha anxiously gazed at Yu Hongming, as if awaiting a final verdict. As for the silicon wafers, I fear I may not be of much assistance. After careful contemplation, Yu Hongming could only respond in this manner. Fully aware of the harsh realities, in the current climate, how could those entities possibly initiate new production lines for silicon wafers? Hearing this, Su Mucha instantly felt deflated. Without silicon wafers, Hongming Optoelectronics was destined for calamity. Speak on. The once dim light in his eyes now flickered with a glimmer of hope as Su Mucha listened intently. I can attempt to inquire about the stance of the relevant departments and see if I can secure a silicon wafer production line for you. Once you have your own production line, material shortages will no longer be a concern. Yes, how did I not think of that? Su Mucha exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. He looked at Yu Hongming with gratitude, saying, Mr. Yu, I entrust this matter to you. Our future at Hongming Optoelectronics hinges upon your efforts. I shall provide you with a response by tomorrow. However, I believe there should not be any significant issues, so there is no need for excessive worry. Yu Hongming would not turn a blind eye to those who sought to suppress Hongming Optoelectronics. This was not solely a matter of justice, were it merely about fair competition. He might not have concerned himself. However, with nefarious schemes afoot, he could not remain indifferent. Well, I shall await your news here. Su Mucha resolved to remain in Feiqing for the time being. After all, returning home without a definitive answer would be futile. Upon returning home, Yu Hongming promptly transported 2 boxes of ham sausages into the system space. He had initially resolved not to engage in any further transactions before moving to the scrapyard. However, this time, his purpose was not to buy or sell, but to seek information from Liao Xiaoyi, hoping to assist Su Mucha in acquiring what he needed. System. I wish to speak with Liao Xiaoyi. Understood. Please hold on while we connect. The wait felt exceptionally prolonged. After a full 40 minutes, the screen still displayed, please wait. Connecting. System. Is Liao Xiaoyi being pursued as well? Indeed, he is just 2 kilometers away from a safe haven. Please be patient for a moment longer. After waiting another half hour, the connection was finally established. Connection successful. Please prepare yourself. In the blink of an eye, Yu Hongming discovered he was standing at the trading site, with Liao Xiaoyi appearing before him. Good to see you again. Liao Xiaoyi instantly recognized Yu Hongming and could not help but lick his lips, the taste of the previous ham sausages still fresh in his memory. Upon seeing the 2 large boxes of ham sausages, desire gleamed in his eyes. Liao Xiaoyi, do not get distracted. I have a few questions to pose to you. If you answer them earnestly, these 2 boxes of goods will be yours. Really? A sparkle ignited in Liao Xiaoyi's eyes. The goods are right here. Would I dare deceive you? Then please ask away. Reassured that he was not being tricked, Liao Xiaoyi appeared somewhat eager. Can you assist me in locating chip and silicon wafer production lines? Liao Xiaoyi's response was remarkably nonchalant. He had initially feared being asked challenging questions that might jeopardize his chance at the 2 boxes of delectable ham sausages. To his surprise, the inquiry was quite straightforward. While he might have struggled with other requests, finding a chip production line was a different matter entirely, as his base housed a massive chip factory. Sure, no problem. Prepare the funds. In due time, I will arrange for you to acquire 2 chip production lines along with 1 silicon wafer production line. Yu Hongming gestured toward the 2 boxes of ham sausages on the ground. Next time, I shall trade 100 boxes of ham sausages for a production line. How does that sound? Of course, that sounds wonderful. It's a deal. The thought of soon possessing 100 boxes of ham sausages sent Liao Xiaoyi into a frenzy of excitement. For it meant he would not have to worry about food for a long while. I have these 2 boxes of ham sausages, and I possess a Lamborghini sports car. What do you think? Liao Xiaoyi gazed at Yu Hongming with renewed anticipation. Yu Hongming understood that to finalize the transaction, he needed to present tangible items. Time was of the essence, allowing little room for contemplation. Very well. Transaction complete. Items have been placed in their respective slots, the system announced. Sir, do remember to come find me. Before vanishing, Liao Xiaoyi looked at Yu Hongming with hopeful eyes. I will come. Just wait, Yu Hongming replied. Subsequently, he gazed at the Lamborghini in his storage compartment, feeling a sense of worry. Even if he were to extract it, it would merely serve as decoration, as its origins were dubious, rendering it impossible to register. Without a license, no matter how impressive the vehicle, he wouldn't dare to take it out on the road. Let us put this aside for now and discuss it later. With a hint of regret, Yu Hongming exited the system space. Upon leaving, he promptly dialed Su Mucha. The call connected swiftly. Boss, have you received any news? Su Mucha's anxious voice came through immediately. Yes, I have been in touch with the higher-ups. They have agreed to provide 2 chip production lines and 1 silicon wafer production line. That's fantastic. Truly wonderful. Tears of joy welled up in Su Mucha's eyes. Despite the recent crisis that had beset Hongming Optoelectronics, it now seemed that they were on the verge of a turnaround. For Su Mucha, this signified the company's rebirth. Henceforth, nothing could impede its progress. No one could stand in its way. When can we expect to acquire them? After regaining some composure, Su Mucha inquired with palpable anxiety. It is essential to understand that constructing a chip production line is exceedingly costly. The previous funding of 30 billion was barely sufficient for a single line and even fell short of that, necessitating additional fundraising. Now, they required 2 chip production lines along with 1 silicon wafer line. The financial implications were daunting. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure of the specific costs. Just see what you can manage, Yu Hongming admitted, genuinely uncertain about the pricing. A single lithography machine could fetch over 2 billion, and an entire production line would undoubtedly be more expensive. However, he was unsure how to set a fair price. For him, exchanging 100 boxes of ham sausages for a production line would already be a profitable deal, regardless of the amount offered. Just see what you can manage. Even if it meant earning less, it would be a contribution to the national semiconductor industry. Upon hearing this, Su Mucha appeared bewildered. He could not fathom what Yu Hongming truly meant. Just see what you can manage. This was an order worth hundreds of billions, nearly equivalent to the company's market value. He quietly wondered how such a matter could be resolved so casually. Mr. Yu, could we perhaps use equity as payment? Raising such a substantial sum of money in a short time is simply unfeasible. All right, if cash is an issue, converting it all into shares is also acceptable. Yu Hongming contemplated before responding. He still had tens of billions sitting idle in the bank, unsure how to utilize it. An additional 100 billion would merely add more zeros to his bank balance. Apart from allowing the bank to earn some interest, it served little purpose for him. Converting it into shares would not only assist Su Mucha, but also provide a fruitful avenue for that capital. That sounds good. When can the production line be set up? Is that true? That would be marvelous. Su Mucha exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion as tears streamed down his face once more. The tears he shed today far exceeded those of his entire life combined. Nevertheless, he felt no shame. In such moments of emotional intensity, who could remain unmoved? Then I will return immediately to arrange for the construction of the silicon wafer factory. It requires a dust-free environment, thus the construction time will be lengthy. We must commence promptly. We can discuss the exact delivery time for the production line later. No problem. Just inform me when you need it. All right. I won't linger in Feiching any longer. Okay, you focus on your tasks. I will take care of the production line matters. I assure you it will be resolved. In the stock market, there are no secrets that remain hidden. When Su Mucha sought assistance from Yu Hongming and Feiching, the news of Hongming Optoelectronics being completely sealed off had already leaked. However, it could not be considered a true leak as it was ASLM that proactively released the information. Following a decision by their Chip Industry Alliance, Hongming Optoelectronics was blacklisted and subjected to a complete blockade. This news swiftly circulated in the stock market, causing Hongming Optoelectronics stock price to plummet once again until it hit the limit down, with 5 million shares locked at that price. Everyone recognized that Hongming Optoelectronics had fallen into a dire predicament. The stock forums were filled with lamentations. What sin has Hongming Optoelectronics committed to deserve such treatment? Is it truly finished? It's beyond saving. The ASLM-led chip industry alliance comprises nearly all the major players in the global chip market. After their blockade, Hongming Optoelectronics will find it nearly impossible to operate, even struggling to procure the most basic raw materials. I've already paid for my convertible bonds. Can I get a refund? My 2,000 shares are about to become worthless. Hongming Optoelectronics is not far from delisting. 3 hours later, Su Mucha returned to the company. The secretary of the board immediately approached him. Chairman Zhou, rumors about our company are rampant outside, and our stocks have hit the limit down again. The internal atmosphere is tense. Do not worry, we have a plan. We will emerge stronger and no longer be beholden to others. Can that Hongming truly resolve our silicon wafer issue? The secretary remained composed, fully aware of Hongming Optoelectronics' most significant challenge. Show some respect. Refer to him as Boss Yu. He is our benefactor. Su Mucha did not answer the secretary's question, but reprimanded him instead. He is not here. The secretary muttered quietly before forcing a smile. All right, we shall call him Boss Yu. But has he really solved the silicon wafer issue? Indeed, he has promised to provide us with a silicon wafer production line. Thus we shall no longer have to worry about silicon wafers. A silicon wafer production line? Really? The secretary's eyes lit up, and the previous gloom dissipated instantly. When can we expect it to be delivered? It can be ready at any time. They happen to have a production line available for immediate transfer to us. But what about the cost? It can't be too expensive, can it? The secretary immediately thought of another critical concern. No need to worry. Boss Yu is willing to exchange the production line for corresponding shares. What a fantastic arrangement. The secretary found it hard to believe, feeling as if everything was unfolding like a dream. That Yu Hongming is truly a savior sent from the heavens for Hongming Optoelectronics. Any problem, he can resolve effortlessly. Hence, Boss Yu is our great benefactor, and anyone who treats him disrespectfully will have to contend with me, Su Mucha declared emphatically. However, the construction of the wafer factory will require time. We may face prolonged downtime, and the days ahead will be challenging. Chairman, I believe there is a place that could expedite the construction of the wafer factory. What place? Su Mucha inquired curiously. If we can speed up the construction of the wafer factory, it would greatly benefit Hongming Optoelectronics in overcoming this crisis. Were we not already constructing a new chip production facility? The building is already more than halfway complete. With slight modifications, it can be repurposed into a wafer factory. Indeed. How did I not think of that? Su Mucha exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. Good. You hurry and arrange for them to modify the design swiftly and accelerate the construction progress. The budget can be adjusted accordingly. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. One moment. Quickly issue an announcement stating that Hongming Optoelectronics fears no blockade and will proceed to construct a wafer factory with an annual output of 400,000 wafers, set to commence production within 3 months. Very well, I will take care of that right away. The secretary, filled with excitement, departed to fulfill his orders. Soon, the secretary of the board had a notice drafted and released it without delay. Hongming Optoelectronics has indeed faced a blockade from the chip industry alliance. Yet we shall not succumb easily. In response to this blockade, Hongming Optoelectronics plans to establish a wafer factory with an annual production capacity of 400,000 pieces, and mass production will commence within 3 months. The announcement sent shockwaves throughout the industry. Hongming Optoelectronics displayed remarkable audacity, seemingly in direct defiance of the industry alliance. From where did they derive such boldness? Had they not already been suppressed? How would they acquire the equipment necessary for the construction of a wafer factory? The domestic wafer production has long been constrained due to our inadequate silicon purification technology and the dismally low yield rates. Could it be that Hongming Optoelectronics possesses some novel strategy to resolve these issues? Is it realistic to expect production to begin in 3 months? Just as everyone thought the matter was settled, the typically low-profile Longwood Development Bank unexpectedly released a statement. The bank will provide Hongming Optoelectronics with a 50 billion interest-free loan. The news invigorated the shareholders of Hongming Optoelectronics instantly. Chapter 30. Is all of this truly happening? In the stock market, share prices soared, catapulting from their lowest points to unprecedented heights. The online forums buzzed with activity. Surely this marked the 3rd instance of national support for Hongming Optoelectronics? What hidden truths does Hongming Optoelectronics possess that compels such repeated backing from the state? Is it possible that this is all genuine? The construction of a chip factory is real, and so too is the establishment of a wafer factory. Is this not blatantly evident? If there were no assurance, how could the state possibly dispense 50 billion so freely? Just wait and see. Once Hongming Optoelectronics wafer factory commences production in 3 months, it will deliver a resounding slap to the faces of those in the industry alliance. This counterattack has come as a shock. I had just sold my shares and incurred significant losses. Ding ding ding. Yu Hongming, still in a semi-conscious state, heard his phone ringing insistently. Reluctantly, he answered the call. Who is this? So early. On the other end, Su Mucha sounded exasperated. Early? It's already 11 o'clock, you know? However, Su Mucha merely grumbled silently. Boss Yu. It's me, Su Mucha. Oh, it's you. What's the matter? Boss Yu. Our factory is ready. Can you provide us with the wafer production line? Sure. You can come and collect it tomorrow. Yu Hongming responded groggily. It turned out that nearly 2 months had already passed. How swiftly time flies. All right, Su Mucha replied promptly. I'll notify you once I confirm the handover location. In truth, Yu Hongming had long since secured 2 chip production lines and 1 wafer production line. He simply had not yet retrieved them. He was not in a hurry to exchange them, as there was still ample storage space available, allowing him to be well prepared in advance. The previous incident had taught him to be prudent. What if Liao Xiaoyi were to be pursued by zombies again? If luck were to run out, and Liao Xiaoyi truly found himself in such peril, it would be better to have something ready for Su Mucha and He Yunsheng to avoid any potential accountability. However, he still needed to find a temporary warehouse for the transaction with Su Mucha. After all, a production line involves thousands or even tens of thousands of components, and a small warehouse simply would not suffice. Today, Yu Hongming's task was to locate a suitable temporary warehouse. It was neither exceedingly difficult nor overly simple. The challenge lay in his complete unfamiliarity with leasing warehouses. He had no knowledge in that area. The simplicity stemmed from the fact that this task could be delegated to someone else. Yu Wendeong would undoubtedly be able to handle it. Why not take advantage of the opportunity? Having assisted him numerous times, it was time to offer some return. Even if he couldn't manage it himself, the import-export company behind him could always lend a hand. Yu Hongming promptly called Yu Wendeong. Yu Hongming, have you secured the items? I don't need too many, just 2 units for now. Though Yu Wendeong appeared to live comfortably on the surface, he was under considerable pressure. Luan Hongfu frequently inquired about his progress. This was not entirely Luan Hongfu's fault. His superior, Vice President Miao, had been exerting pressure. Vice President Miao dared not confront Yu Wendeong directly, opting instead to send Luan Hongfu to apply pressure. Luan Hongfu, having no choice, could only persistently urge Yu Wendeong. He firmly believed that with enough persistence, something would eventually materialize. Yu Wendeong was plagued by nightmares almost every night. When he approached Yu Hongming, the response was always to wait a bit longer. It wasn't entirely fair to blame Yu Hongming for the delay. He simply had not encountered anyone selling machine tools, so what could he do? He could not conjure them out of thin air. Ultimately, fortune favored the diligent. In a recent random transaction, Yu Hongming finally came across a seller of machine tools. He quickly exchanged for several units and provided a list, requesting that the seller prepare the items for the next transaction according to the list. Thus, Yu Hongming indeed had a few machine tools in his possession. This time, he would conveniently share some with Yu Wendeong, who was thoroughly exasperated. I've got several units. What model are they? I need to report back. I'm not certain. I haven't seen the actual items myself. Once I retrieve them, you can assess whether they're suitable. If they are, great. If not, you can return them. Oh, are none of them on the list? Yu Wendeong expressed some disappointment, unsure how to explain to his superiors. The items on the list are still being arranged. It will take a little more time. I'll strive to have them ready for you by next month. No need to rush, just do your best. Yu Wendeong said hurriedly. While the daily inquiries from his superiors were indeed bothersome, he did not wish to put his friend in a difficult position. All right, we'll discuss it later. I need you to help me find a larger warehouse. I have a shipment arriving in the next few days. There's a substantial quantity that requires ample storage. Having laid the groundwork, Yu Hongming finally revealed his true purpose. It's a minor matter. Our company has several large warehouses in Feiqing. The warehouse I need must be kept absolutely confidential, with no surveillance equipment whatsoever. Can you manage that? Of course, no problem. Yu Wendeong replied nonchalantly. Is that even a question? The security of the import-export company's warehouses is quite reliable. If there is surveillance equipment, we can simply dismantle it. I'll let you know the specific location once I've sorted it out. Good, I trust you with this matter. After hanging up with Yu Wendeong, Yu Hongming returned to slumber. Meanwhile, Yu Wendeong sprang into action, energized like a machine equipped with a motor. After days of aimlessness, he finally encountered a legitimate task. Rekindling his sense of purpose, he felt no longer like a useless individual or merely a decorative presence. Although no one dared to challenge him within the company, Whispers began to circulate behind his back, observing him lazing about while rapidly ascending to the rank of vice president of a subsidiary incited envy among many. Initially, it was tolerable, but Yu Wendaong's lethargy began to wear thin over time. As days passed, idle gossip inevitably spread. While they called him Vice President Yu to his face, behind his back, they labeled him a mere ornament. Such remarks ignited Yu Wendaong's indomitable spirit. Originally, Yu Wendaong aspired to be a mere idle fish, yet he yearned to achieve something substantial to prove that he was not merely a decorative piece, but rather an asset capable of generating profit for the company. However, Yu Hongming continuously denied him the opportunity. Thus, Yu Wendaong remained in his languid state. At long last, the chance had arrived, and Yu Wendaong was brimming with enthusiasm, resolute in his determination to execute this task impeccably, silencing the naysayers and demonstrating that he was indeed no mere ornament. Yu Wendaong was acutely aware that despite holding the title of vice president, he wielded little genuine authority, and his words often fell on deaf ears. Therefore, he did not wish to forcefully assert himself. After discussing the issues with Wan Hongfu, he felt relieved, knowing he need not overly concern himself with the remaining matters. Of course, to honor his brother's advice, Yu Wendaong understood he could not remain entirely inactive. In Chapter 31, no longer an empty void, he recognized the necessity of ensuring the confidentiality of the warehouse and the removal of surveillance to meet Yu Hongming's requirements. Yu Hongming, I have taken care of the warehouse for you, he stated. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Yu Wendaong dialed the phone. Are you available? I'd like to take you to see it and ensure it meets your approval. Sure, come pick me up, Yu Hongming replied, expressing his reluctance to drive the dilapidated van any longer. All right, see you in half an hour. Yu Wendaong calculated the time and set off. Mindful of his status as a vice president, he enjoyed all the requisite perks, including a designated driver. Previously, he had been the subject of Yu Hongming's jest for this very reason, which was precisely why Yu Hongming had asked him to pick him up. As it turned out, Yu Hongming's choice was wise. Yu Wendaong arrived in a discreet, yet luxurious Maybach. After inspecting the warehouse, Yu Hongming promptly shared the address with Su Mucha and He Yunxing from Lonka Institute, scheduling a meeting for a transaction the following morning at 11. This represented a significant concession for Yu Hongming, as he had not risen so early in 2 months. Will I not need breakfast? Once he had take time to reach the warehouse. If not for his commitments with Yu Xinxin later that day, Yu Hongming would not have acquiesced so easily. The next day, Yu Hongming rose early, relatively speaking. For most, 10 in the morning signified 2 hours of work already completed. He leisurely enjoyed breakfast before departing in his van. Over half an hour later, he arrived at the warehouse, where he spotted Su Mucha and He Yunxing awaiting him with some impatience. However, Yu Hongming did not stop to greet them but drove past. After all, the equipment still resided within the system space, and it was imperative to transfer these items into the warehouse first. Otherwise, how could he present them? That would be utterly inconceivable. Having parked the vehicle, he entered the warehouse, closed the large door, and accessed the system space. Within 2 minutes, he returned to the warehouse. Now transformed. No longer an empty void, it brimmed with an array of equipment and instruments, all meticulously organized, with different items occupying designated spaces. The warehouse was divided into 5 distinct areas. One for Su Mucha's silicon wafer production line, another for He Yunxing's 2 lithography machines, several machine tools for Yu Wendaong, and finally, Yu Hongming's own Lamborghini, ready to make its debut. Yu Hongming was confident that with 3 parties present to collect their goods, they could surely handle the paperwork for a single vehicle. Once everything was prepared, he reopened the warehouse doors and stepped outside. At that moment, Yu Wendaong and Luan Hongfu arrived. Unlike Su Mucha, who had gotten lost, Yu Wendaong knew the precise location and went directly to the warehouse entrance. Upon seeing Yu Hongming emerge, he hurried over to inquire, "How did it go? Is everything in place?" "Indeed, everything is inside. If you're eager to see it, you may enter. The 3 machine tools you requested are in the northwest corner. I have to wait for someone. Then we shall proceed first. You can take your time," Luan Hongfu suggested with a knowing glance, prompting Yu Wendaong to understand the implication. "Go ahead." Yu Hongming waved them in without further ado. He then called Su Mucha and He Yunxing to guide them to the correct warehouse. Shortly thereafter, a substantial convoy arrived, unmistakably consisting of 2 distinct teams, each led by a small vehicle in front of the following trucks. Before long, the 2 small vehicles came to a steady halt before Yu Hongming. "Yu Hongming, we have arrived." Su Mucha and He Yunxing appeared in front of him in quick succession. "All right, let us head inside. Your items are all prepared." With that, Su Mucha and He Yunxing hurriedly followed Yu Hongming into the warehouse. Upon entering, they were awestruck by the multitude of equipment that filled the space. Their admiration for Yu Hongming's team intensified, Realizing the incredible feat of having all this equipment transported overnight was nothing short of astonishing. At that moment, Yu Daong and Luan Hongfu joined Yu Hongming. Yu Hongming turned to them and asked, "What do you think? Are you satisfied with these items?" Luan Hongfu nodded vigorously. "Very satisfied, far better than we anticipated." Accompanying them were technical experts skilled in inspecting high-end machine tools. After their preliminary examination, they noted that although 2 machines were not on the initial list, they were urgently needed types that could fully substitute the listed equipment. Yu Hongming smiled. "As long as you are pleased, that is what matters. If you are satisfied, let us expedite the transport back." At that moment, Yu Daong, filled with excitement, embraced Yu Hongming. "Yu Hongming, I noticed there is a sports car parked over there. Did you acquire that?" "Indeed, I procured it. But the vehicle has paperwork issues and is essentially a heap of scrap metal." Yu Hongming feigned a pitiful demeanor, aware that without a touch of sympathy, he might struggle to solicit assistance. It was rather embarrassing for him to ask for help directly. He might as well buy a new car himself. Yu Hongming had already researched that a Lamborghini was merely 20 million, a sum that was trivial for him. "This is simple. Our import-export company specializes in resolving such issues. Just hand the car over to me, and I will take care of all the paperwork before returning it to you." Luan Hongfu, seizing the opportunity to shine, would not let it slip away. "It won't be too troublesome, will it?" Yu Hongming wore a mischievous grin, nearly provoking Yu Daong into action. "Not troublesome at all, a mere trifle," Luan Hongfu quickly assured. "Very well then, I shall entrust this to you. Let us depart with the vehicle shortly. Everything is here. You may move it yourselves. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Yu Hongming would never foolishly stand around wasting time. He emerged from the warehouse and headed straight for his van. With a plume of black smoke rising, the vehicle sped away in an instant. How adept Yu Hongming is at putting on an act. This scene caused Yu Daong to shake his head in disbelief. In his eyes, Yu Hongming was merely performing. He was well aware of Yu Hongming's substantial wealth. How could someone of such means drive an old van around daily, if not for the sake of pretense? Chapter 32. A proactive apology is often the most effective. However, for Su Mucha and He Yunsheng, the situation was entirely different. The two were whispering to each other about how impressively low-key Yu Hongming truly was, possessing both capability and affluence, yet opting to traverse in that old van. Such humility is indeed a rarity. "Perhaps I should also reflect on myself and resolve to purchase a van in the future," Su Mucha firmly decided. Upon hearing this, Yu Daong wore an expression of sheer exasperation. They truly resembled a bunch of lunatics. The following morning, as Yu Hongming contemplated what to have for breakfast, his phone incessantly chimed with notifications. Upon checking, he discovered that the payments for 3 machines sold to an import-export company and 2 photolithography machines sold to Lonka Institute had been received. 2 transfer notifications, one from Lonka Institute for 4 billion, the other from the import-export company for 2 billion. In an instant, over 10 billion had been added to Yu Hongming's account. Yet, he felt no particular excitement. The sole source of comfort was the realization that, excluding the shares he was about to acquire from Su Mucha, his personal assets would soon rival those of his romantic interest, Yu Xinshin. Suddenly, his phone rang. Time flows like water. Upon seeing the caller ID, Yu Hongming couldn't help but exclaim. The caller was Duan Zishan, presumably reminding him that the construction site was nearing completion. Yet, over the past 2 months since the project's commencement, Yu Hongming had not once visited the site, entrusting everything to Duan Zishan. She would periodically update him on the progress, to which he would respond with brief acknowledgments. Confronted with Duan Zishan, Yu Hongming felt a twinge of guilt. "Yu Hongming, how busy can you possibly be? The project is almost finished, and you haven't come to take a look?" Indeed, when the call connected, Duan Zishan's voice rang through with evident dissatisfaction. "You better hurry, otherwise, by the time you come, the project will be over." Although Duan Zishan believed she was being humorous, her words left Yu Hongming feeling quite awkward, sensing a palpable tension. "Are you there now? I'm on my way. I'll be waiting for you here. Hurry." "All right." After hanging up, Yu Hongming grabbed the keys to his van and departed. Half an hour later, he arrived at the construction site. Duan Zishan had been waiting at the entrance, glancing into the distance as if she were an ancient sentinel awaiting a loved one's return. Upon seeing the familiar old van again after 2 months, Duan Zishan couldn't help but voice her thoughts. What is going on? A man with billions to his name drives around in this smoky old van every day? Even if he wishes to remain low-key, this is a bit excessive. Moreover, the safety standards of this vehicle are so poor, should anything happen, the consequences would be unimaginable. Nevertheless, after her rant, Duan Zishan approached with a beaming smile. "You finally made it. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long." Seeing her waiting at the door, Yu Hongming quipped. "How dare you even mention that? Although we are classmates, I am still a beautiful girl, am I not? Do you simply order around a lady like this?" Indeed, in the presence of someone she admired. Every woman tends to exhibit a touch of playfulness. I sincerely apologize. Once the project is completed, I will certainly prepare a generous gift for you as a token of my remorse, Yu Hongming hastily replied. At this juncture, arguing with a woman would yield no fruitful outcome. A proactive apology is often the most effective. Yet this time, Yu Hongming evidently overestimated his persuasive abilities. Duan Zishan merely huffed in cold response. Ultimately, he remained somewhat oblivious to the nuances of a woman's heart. His earlier apology had been quite apt, but the latter part of his statement rendered his prior efforts futile. Yu Hongming still could not comprehend what Duan Zishan truly desired. Was her meticulous dedication merely to secure a lavish gift? Clearly, that was not the case. He was too preoccupied with thoughts of Yu Xinxin to notice Duan Zishan's gentle gaze fixed upon him. Let us head inside. It was evident that Duan Zishan's spirits had significantly dampened. What's wrong? Observing her demeanor, Yu Hongming thought little of it. Girls are like that, aren't they? They can shift moods in an instant. Not bad. Upon entering the building, Yu Hongming was immediately captivated by the design of the recycling station. Although some finishing touches remained, the overall design was exquisitely realized. Both the architecture and landscape exceeded his expectations, even more gratifying than the initial design renderings. Sometimes, the disparity between visualizations and actual outcomes is stark. Yu Hongming understood that Duan Zishan must have invested considerable effort to achieve this level of excellence. He silently vowed to prepare a substantial gift for her after the project's conclusion. When will it be finished? Can I move in? Soon. Just a couple more days of final touches, followed by a comprehensive air quality assessment. If all goes well, you can move in right away. In this renovation, Duan Zishan had chosen numerous exquisite and eco-friendly materials. The budget was ample, and she spared no expense. Given the quality of the materials, immediate occupancy would pose no issues. Yet for safety's sake, air testing was necessary. Nowadays, businesses are willing to cut corners for profit, and Duan Zishan could not guarantee that even these expensive materials were entirely faultless. Very good. Yu Hongming nodded in agreement. Zishan, I truly must thank you this time. Have you been tired during this period? Let me treat you to a lavish meal as a gesture of gratitude. Now that sounds appropriate. The previously slightly disgruntled Duan Zishan immediately brightened with a smile. Yu Hongming drove her to an upscale Western restaurant, a place he had previously visited with Yu Xinxin. Otherwise, he would have never found it himself. Ding ding ding. Just as Yu Hongming was drifting in and out of sleep, his phone rang. On the third ring, he groggily answered. Hello? Yu Hongming, are you still in bed? Yes. Do you have a problem with that? Yu Hongming's voice was muffled. Yu Wendaong was left speechless by someone who could retort even in a half-asleep state. Well, it's quite impressive. It's already 11:30. And you're still not up. I want to sleep a bit longer. After all, I have nothing to do. Ever since moving near the recycling station, Yu Hongming found the place too comfortable, so he pushed his wake-up time back by another hour and a half. Is there something you need? If not, I'll continue sleeping. Yu Hongming felt he had not yet had enough rest. Do not rush. Do you still wish to keep your sports car? Have the formalities been completed? What do you think? Do you believe our import-export company is merely idling away time? Yu Wendaong retorted bluntly. Very well. Bring the car over to the scrapyard. Chapter 33. How much did you spend on it? A scrapyard? Yu Wendaong could hardly believe his ears. Now that you are so wealthy, why would you visit such a place? Surely, you do not wish to continue dealing in scrap? You will understand when you arrive. Remember to bring some food. I have yet to eat. Breakfast? Before Yu Wendaong could fully comprehend, Yu Hongming had already hung up the phone, leaving him gritting his teeth in frustration. What time is it to be calling for breakfast? It is clearly time for lunch. Virum. Yu Wendaong pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the Lamborghini Veneno shot forward at an astonishing speed. It accelerated to 100 km/h in less than 3 seconds, turning heads with alarming frequency along the way, greatly satisfying his vanity. Not even halfway through his journey, Yu Wendaong almost succumbed to the temptation of stealing away with the car, not out of greed, but because, during the span of just 5 traffic lights, he had already been approached 3 times by beautiful women. Clearly, a sports car possesses an irresistible allure for the fairer sex. How could Yu Wendaong, who had never been particularly favored by the opposite sex, resist such temptation? A sports car is truly a weapon for the single man seeking companionship. Ultimately, however, he restrained himself, albeit with a hint of regret, and drove the car to the remote scrap yard. Beep beep. He parked the car outside and honked the horn vigorously. He honked incessantly. If anyone nearby were to hear him, they would surely report him for disturbing the peace. The relentless honking even reached Yu Hongming, who was nestled deep within the scrapyard. This exemplifies just how frenzied Yu Wendaong had become. Through the surveillance cameras, Yu Hongming recognized that the incessant honking was indeed from his Lamborghini Veneno. The license plate had been arranged, but what displeased him was the overly conspicuous number, Hi A66666. Buzz. The sound of the automated gate opening echoed as it slowly parted. In a mansion worth hundreds of millions, is it not commonplace to have an automatic gate? Is it really necessary for a scrap yard to be so extravagant? Yu and Daong could not help but comment, observing the advanced gate. This Yu Hongming has become increasingly indulgent since acquiring wealth. Is it truly necessary to install an automatic gate at a scrapyard? Once he drove the car inside, he quickly realized how narrow-minded he had been. My goodness, this place is indeed exquisite. Yu and Daong marveled, momentarily questioning whether he had wandered into the wrong location. This hardly resembled a scrapyard. It was more akin to a quaint little park. The architecture was imbued with classical charm, complete with babbling brooks and picturesque bridges, resembling a miniature classical garden. At that moment, Yu Hongming's appearance jolted Yu when Daong back to reality. He parked the car and hurried over to Yu Hongming. Yu Hongming, you truly possess remarkable talent. You have quietly transformed this place into something so splendid. You certainly know how to enjoy life. It's just adequate. I make do, he understated, subtly praising himself in the process. Yu and Daong found himself at a loss for words. Had he anything handy, he would have certainly given Yu Hongming a gentle knock for such ostentatious display. How much did this all cost? Instead of providing a direct answer, Yu Hongming raised a finger and gestured. 10 million? Yu and Daong began a guessing game. Incorrect, guess again. Yu Hongming shook his head, signaling that he was wrong. Surely it cannot be 100 million? Yu and Daong's mouth formed an astonished O. Given the vast area and luxurious decor, it must have cost at least several tens of millions. However, 100 million seemed rather excessive. You guessed correctly. It is precisely 100 million. So what do you think? Is it worth it? Once again, Yu and Daong found himself awash in admiration. It was hard to fathom spending such a substantial sum on a residence. Was this truly the delight of the wealthy? He replied, it is certainly worth it, as long as you are pleased. Tossing the keys to the Lamborghini aside, he declared, I am off to explore. Oh, breakfast is in your car, please retrieve it yourself. After abandoning the keys of the Lamborghini, Yu and Daong plunged into the house. Eager to witness the splendor of a mansion crafted from 100 million, Yu Hongming retrieved the breakfast from the car, opting not to follow but instead returning alone to the reception area to enjoy his meal. I am indeed rather hungry. I should eat something. By the time he finished breakfast, Yu and Daong had also returned from his exploration. How does it feel? Are you satisfied? He inquired while picking his teeth. What do you think? Having invested 100 million, could it be anything but satisfactory? Yu and Daong had to concede that the hefty sum had indeed been well spent. Every detail was exquisitely handled, creating an atmosphere of utter relaxation. If he could live in such an environment in the future, he would genuinely envy Yu Hongming. However, it was merely envy, for due to his familial circumstances, he would never dare to claim such a mansion, even if it were freely offered. To enter a sewing machine factory at such a young age was simply out of the question. Nonetheless, visiting occasionally for a holiday would certainly be a delightful option. Since you are here, could you assist me with a matter? Now, asking Yu and Daong for help felt as natural as eating or drinking. What is it? Upon hearing there was a task at hand, Yu and Daong perked up. The last time Yu Hongming had helped him secure 3 high-end imported machine tools. His superiors had been particularly pleased, praising Yu and Daong throughout the company. Following that incident, rumors had ceased, and his status had rapidly ascended. Now, everyone treated him with utmost courtesy. This also solidified his determination to run errands for Yu Hongming. Who knows when he might accumulate another merit. I have acquired a painting. Could you assist me in delivering it to the National Museum? While he claimed it was a find, it was, in fact, a recent trade made at random. He had spent little, merely a crate of mineral water. Yu Hongming had initially planned to keep it for himself, but later realized that preserving such a masterpiece required extraordinarily stringent conditions. Not only must the temperature and humidity be just right, but there were many other regulations to consider. Forget it, too troublesome. Discretion is the better part of valor. What painting? How much did you spend on it? Yu and Daong exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated that Yu Hongming had begun dabbling in the art business. What puzzled him further was why, having acquired a masterpiece, he would not keep it for himself, but rather donate it to the country. Was there truly such an abundance of wealth to spare? I did not spend much. I am not very knowledgeable about this. Just help me deliver it. What do you mean by not much? Yu and Daong pressed, exasperated. For someone like Yu Hongming, 100 million might not seem significant. It is truly not as much as you think, just several dozen yuan. Yu Hongming felt it best to be honest and straightforward, so he candidly informed him. It's about the price of a crate of mineral water. Are you joking? A painting bought for several dozen yuan, and you expect the National Museum to accept it? Yu and Daong's face was a canvas of bewilderment, as if he had been struck by a sudden fright. You expect me to assist you in showcasing an item you acquired for a mere sum of money? Chapter 34, Surely you jest? Is the museum merely a repository for antiquities? Their reception or rejection of the item is of no concern to me. Your sole duty is to deliver it. Yu Hong appeared remarkably composed, entirely unperturbed by the prospect of his possession being turned away. After all, he was acutely aware of the painting's intrinsic value, though it had been exchanged for water. It once adorned the halls of a national museum. How could a piece showcased there possibly be anything but extraordinary? Very well, I shall assist you in delivering it. But whether they accept it or not is not within my purview. While Yuan Daong found this request somewhat peculiar and bordering on absurd, he nonetheless acquiesced. Not only did he agree to help, but he also resolved to exert every effort to ensure the task was carried out with diligence. This must be the essence of mutual assistance. Recently, Yu Hong had extended considerable help, and even the most trivial requests merited a cheerful acceptance. To decline would be rather inconsiderate. I shall take my leave now. As Yuan Daong spoke, he departed with the enigmatic painting in hand. He was quite dissatisfied with the packaging, which consisted of nothing more than a simple black plastic bag. Its simplicity was glaringly inadequate in his eyes, rendering the expenditure of even a modest sum a sheer waste. Hastily returning to the company, he made his way directly to Luan Hongfu's office. Yuan Daong recalled that the import-export firm was involved in matters pertaining to antiques, with the National Museum as a partner. Their primary mission was to locate cultural heritage items that had been lost abroad and facilitate their repatriation. However, his previous encounters with this domain had been scant, thus prompting him to consult Luan Hongfu. Is there something you need from me? Luan Hongfu expressed surprise upon seeing Yuan Daong. He had just completed a task involving 3 high-end devices and was finally able to relax a bit. The headquarters had ceased their incessant prodding, and he momentarily refrained from creating trouble for Yuan Daong. Unexpectedly, rather than him seeking out assistance, Yuan Daong had come to him. Take a look at this. Yu Hongming provided it and wishes for us to relay it to the National Museum. Luan Hongfu's expression was one of utter perplexity. What on earth was going on? How could Yu Hongming be connected to the National Museum? He gestured toward the black plastic bag. What is this? I've never seen it before. He mentioned it was a calligraphic painting, bought for a few dozen yuan. A painting worth a mere few dozen yuan? To be handed over to the National Museum? Luan Hongfu found this utterly astonishing. What kind of farce was this? He scrutinized Yuan Daong with seriousness. You're not jesting, are you? No. I perceive him to be earnest, not engaging in frivolity. Well then, you may take this to the headquarters for processing. They maintain an excellent rapport with the National Museum. Given Yuan Daong's earnest demeanor, Luan Hongfu chose not to press further, deciding to delegate the matter to the headquarters. Let them bear the embarrassment, he thought. I shall deliver it myself. Having promised Yu Hongming, Yuan Daong was unwilling to abandon the task midway. Very well, if that pleases you. You may seek out Vice President Miao. He will ensure you are well accommodated. Luan Hongfu typically refrained from questioning Yuan Daong's actions, even if he wished to intervene. He felt powerless to do so. He even pointed out a shortcut for Yuan Daong, allowing him to navigate more directly to the headquarters. After all, apart from Vice President Miao and his associates, no one at headquarters was familiar with Yuan Daong. Should he approach haphazardly, he would undoubtedly encounter difficulties. The personnel at the headquarters often regarded themselves as superior to those in the branch office. Even the vice president of the branch would not receive preferential treatment. Understood. Thank you. Yuan Daong grasped the black plastic bag once more and hurriedly departed. Vice President Miao. The following day, Yuan Daong arrived at Vice President Miao's office, clutching the black plastic bag. Under normal circumstances, branch personnel required an appointment to meet with Vice President Miao. For an average individual to secure an audience with him within 3 to 5 days was considered fortunate. However, Vice President Miao's secretary held a favorable impression of Yuan Daong. Upon seeing him, she promptly informed Vice President Miao. Before long, Yuan Daong was ushered in. Is there something you need? Vice President Miao warmly invited Yuan Daong to take a seat. Yu Hongming has asked for my assistance with a rather intricate matter. Hence my visit. What is it? Vice President Miao inquired directly, displaying significant concern. In truth, he was quite invested in such matters. Thanks to the 3 high-end devices provided by Yu Hongming, his work had garnered recognition from superiors. The leadership had even hinted that he might be considered for the vacant general manager position. Yu Hongming was indeed his lucky star. He could not afford to overlook him. Yu Hongming has found a piece of calligraphy. He wishes to donate it to the National Museum. Yuan Daong resolved to omit the detail regarding the painting's modest price. While he could mention this to Luan Hongfu, he deemed it unwise to disclose it to Vice President Miao. Otherwise, Miao might be reluctant to assist, and Yuan Daong feared disappointing Yu Hongming's trust. This is indeed commendable. Vice President Miao's discerning eye recognized the nobility of Yu Hongming's intentions, having encountered numerous patriotic individuals. While the import-export company typically operated discreetly, it had undertaken substantial endeavors. Assisting patriotic citizens in reclaiming lost cultural artifacts had long been a part of their mission, and Vice President Miao was particularly responsible for this aspect, resonating deeply with its significance. "Come, let me take a look." Vice President Miao expressed an interest in examining the painting, albeit casually, as his salary did not afford him the luxury of truly collecting such treasures. "Here you go." Yuan Daong presented the black plastic bag to Vice President Miao. "What an unusual package," Vice President Miao remarked humorously, half expecting additional contents within. Clearly, he was mistaken. Upon opening it, he found only a bare painting roll covered in dust, indicating it had been neglected for some time. Yet, from the style of the artwork, Vice President Miao could immediately discern that it was a piece of significant antiquity. As an aficionado of painting, he possessed a certain acumen in appraisal. Witnessing such a precious artwork being treated so carelessly stirred a sense of regret within him. What a waste of resources. After lamenting the painting's treatment, Vice President Miao inquired of Yuan Daong, "Where did you Hongming acquire this piece?" "I'm not certain." He didn't elaborate, only instructing that I deliver it to the National Museum. Yuan Daong shook his head and added, "He specifically emphasized that I should not mention his name in connection with it." Yu Hongming was indeed remarkable. Upon hearing this request, Vice President Miao couldn't help but extol his character. However, he was not overly surprised. After all, in the realm of cultural preservation, it was not uncommon to encounter individuals like Yu Hongming who selflessly contributed to the cause. Hearing this, Yuan Daong could only shake his head in resignation. Chapter 35, Is it genuine? What significance could an item procured for a few dozen yuan possibly hold? Yet, Yuan Daong was reluctant to shatter Vice President Miao's optimistic perception. Thus he chose to withhold this fact. Caught between the desire to laugh and the fear of doing so, Yuan Daong found himself in considerable distress. "Secretary Zhu, please summon Mr. Bien," he instructed. Setting aside the scroll he had been examining, Vice President Miao had no intention of unrolling it just yet. Instead, he called upon his assistant. Secretary Zhu promptly exited to carry out the task. Seizing this moment, Vice President Miao began to elucidate to Yuan Daong. "Mr. Bien is a national-level expert in appraising antiquities, a top-tier authority in the field of ancient paintings. Today he happens to be here assisting us with artifact evaluations. We might as well have him take a look at this painting." Upon hearing this, Yuan Daong's expression soured once more, his emotions a tangled web. The thought of having a renowned expert scrutinize a work of negligible value filled him with trepidation, fearing a harsh critique. He felt as though he was bearing the brunt of pressure on behalf of Yu Hongming. He resolved that afterward, he would retreat to a recycling shop for a month to mend his psychological wounds. Before long, led by Secretary Zhu, Mr. Bien arrived at the office. Without preamble, he inquired, "I have heard there is a significant ancient painting that requires my assessment?" Yuan Daong's eyes widened in astonishment. What constituted an important ancient painting? Who had made such a claim? He sensed that he was drawing closer to criticism. However, the subsequent words from Vice President Miao left Yuan Daong utterly speechless. "Indeed, I consider this painting of great value. Hence, I specifically invited you for your expertise." Mr. Bien replied, "Very well. I shall examine it meticulously to gauge the extent of your appreciation skills." In the presence of Mr. Bien, Vice President Miao always maintained a demeanor of utmost respect, even when faced with blunt remarks. Once seated, Mr. Bien diligently retrieved his specialized tools, which were rather simple, a pair of white gloves and a magnifying glass. For an expert of Mr. Bien's caliber, experience and insight were the true currencies of his craft, and he had achieved an unparalleled level in both. Otherwise, he would not have been recognized as a master within his circle. Upon donning the gloves, Mr. Bien's brows furrowed at the sight of the dust-laden scroll before him. To describe his passion for calligraphy and painting would require more than 10 horse-drawn carriages. His dedication to art was incomparable. Thus, witnessing the neglect of such works pained him deeply. In this instance, the entire painting was obscured beneath a thick layer of dust, striking a sensitive nerve within Mr. Bien. "Where did you acquire this painting?" he inquired, managing to suppress his agitation, addressing Vice President Miao in a calm tone. "It was gifted by a citizen who cherishes our cultural heritage, and it arrived in this condition," Vice President Miao explained. Upon hearing this, Mr. Bien immediately understood the implication. Evidently, he had no intention of accepting blame for the poor preservation. Let us first concentrate on understanding its content. Since a benefactor was mentioned, Mr. Bien could not display his dissatisfaction. After all, one could not fault someone for selflessly contributing an artwork. Such behavior was unbecoming of a connoisseur like Mr. Bien. Thus, he refrained from further comment and began to analyze the painting with great focus. He carefully untied the string binding the scroll and slowly unfurled the entire canvas. For the sake of efficiency, Secretary Zhu had previously cleared the table and laid down a soft cloth. Having performed this preparatory work multiple times, the entire process unfolded with remarkable order. After thoroughly examining the entire pattern, Mr. Bien was taken aback. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed. "The original version should not have." Not only was Mr. Bien astonished, but Vice President Miao, upon seeing the image, was also engulfed in confusion. The painting was far too familiar. Wasn't this the court ladies preparing newly woven silk? A masterpiece by Gu Kaiji of the Eastern Jin dynasty, although the original had been lost for many years. The most widely circulated and artistically valuable version remained a Tang dynasty replica. Even as a copy, it was still an artistic treasure that bore historical significance. Regrettably, the genuine piece currently languished abroad, preserved in a foreign museum. Just last month, Vice President Miao had marveled at it during a business trip. Standing before the work for more than 3 hours, unable to look away, and pondering when it might return to its homeland. Little did he expect that merely a month later, he would encounter it again in his own office. Nevertheless, the task of authenticating the painting fell to Mr. Bien's expertise. Gently nudging the engrossed Mr. Bien, Vice President Miao inquired, "What do you think?" "At this point, I cannot ascertain. Further observation is necessary," Mr. Bien replied, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the painting. Then, as if recalling something, he added, "Xiao Miao, please contact Mr. Fu and Mr. Gong. Have them come as well." With this, he returned to his meticulous examination, unperturbed by the reactions of those around him, who were Mr. Fu and Mr. Gong. Upon hearing the names, Vice President Miao instantly recognized them as esteemed authorities in the appraisal of calligraphy and painting. In terms of qualifications and capability, these two were hardly inferior to Mr. Bien. By summoning them, Mr. Bien clearly indicated the importance he placed on the artwork in question. Naturally, Vice President Miao refrained from interrupting Mr. Bien's evaluation and stepped aside to make the call. In fact, Mr. Fu and Mr. Gong were also regular visitors to this import-export company. Whenever the company had precious artifacts requiring authentication, they would summon these two experts for guidance. Therefore, Vice President Miao had long kept their contact information on hand. The call connected swiftly, and Vice President Miao briefly outlined the situation, mentioning Mr. Bien's wish for their presence. Within half an hour, Mr. Fu and Mr. Gong arrived in succession, both appearing breathless, evidently having hurried over. "So how is it? Is this the court ladies preparing newly woven silken authentic piece?" Upon their arrival, they immediately donned white gloves, retrieved magnifying glasses, and approached Mr. Bien. "I believe it to be the genuine article," Mr. Bien stated. Having spent the last half hour carefully inspecting the painting, time was of the essence. Mr. Bien focused intently on the seals on the artwork. Often, the authenticity of a painting could be determined through its seals. Historical records indicated that the court ladies preparing newly woven silk had once been in the collection of Liang Qingbiao during the Kangxi period. So traces of Liang Qingbiao's seal should be visible. There were also marks from Xianzai Xin and the infamily S. E. Zhou calligraphy. Chapter 36. There is no wall that does not let the wind through. The most crucial seals were those left from the Qianlong period. The key to authenticating this painting lay in investing some effort to verify the Qianlong seal. This would allow for a preliminary judgment on the painting's authenticity. Verifying the Qianlong seal was relatively straightforward. The National Museum possessed numerous samples of Qianlong seals, along with a wealth of works bearing these seals. Additionally, there was another clue to consider. The court ladies preparing newly woven silk had been preserved in the Great Eagle Museum using a unique mounting method, which had resulted in some fading of the image. Old Bien preliminarily deduced that, based on the Qianlong seal and the phenomenon of fading, the painting is highly likely to be an authentic piece. Let us take a closer look. Upon hearing Old Bien's words, both Old Fu and Old Gong displayed an eagerness that was palpable. Both are masters in the realm of calligraphy and painting, swiftly directing their focus to the seals on the artwork. In fact, they had both examined the original of the female official's reporting piece at overseas museums and possessed a profound understanding of it. Thus, the process of authentication was not particularly arduous for them. We too concurred that it is likely genuine. Before long, the duo reached a conclusion akin to that of Old Bien, preliminarily affirming that it is indeed a likely original. A carbon-14 test would serve to confirm this beyond doubt. Although Old Bien, Old Fu, and Old Gong are aficionados of antiques, they are also amenable to embracing new technologies such as carbon-14 dating. It is worth noting that even masters can err, albeit at a reduced rate. Particularly, antiques replicated by skilled artisans can be exceedingly challenging to distinguish between genuine and counterfeit. From where did this painting originate? At this juncture, Old Fu set down his magnifying glass and inquired of Vice President Miao. It was donated by a benevolent individual. Though I cannot divulge specific details as they wish for discretion, replied Vice President Miao, adhering to Hongming's request and withholding further information. After all, the sudden appearance of this renowned painting, which originally belonged to the Great Eagle Museum in Longwa, carries significant implications. Furthermore, Vice President Miao did not wish for Yu Hongming to draw undue attention. The risks of exposure are substantial. For instance, the channels may be disrupted, and Yu Hongming's personal safety could be jeopardized. Although the state would offer him protection, unforeseen events are always difficult to predict. We must not allow our heroes to suffer both bloodshed and tears, must we? Very well, we shall not pry further. Old Fu acquiesced, respecting the regulations. Subsequently, the group redirected their attention to another topic. When can this painting be delivered to our museum? The logistics of transporting a renowned piece of art are exceedingly intricate, requiring a myriad of procedures and dedicated escorts. It cannot simply be tossed into a black plastic bag as if it were a trivial item. As soon as possible, I will dispatch someone immediately to handle the necessary arrangements. Striving to have the painting delivered to the National Museum today, Vice President Miao responded. He then gestured to his secretary, urging prompt action. Has the female official's reporting piece returned? An adage states that no secret remains hidden forever. This saying has circulated widely within the antique community as of late, particularly among those engaged in the field of calligraphy and painting, who invariably engage in discussions about this matter upon meeting. Until the National Museum issued an announcement. Our museum has received a Tang Dynasty masterpiece, the female official's reporting piece, donated by a philanthropist, which will soon be exhibited in the distinguished gallery. Once the news was released, it triggered widespread attention. After all, the return of cultural heritage lost overseas has long been a captivating topic. Major media outlets scrambled to report. Long held in the Great Eagle Museum, the female official's reporting piece has finally returned to its homeland. A new development in the return of overseas artistic treasures. The female official's reporting piece has once again graced its native soil. Who possesses such formidable influence as to enable the Great Eagle Museum's prized possession, the female official's reporting piece, to return to China? The return of such cultural heritage invariably captivates countless eyes, especially for a rarity like the female official's reporting piece. As this news broke, the online comments section and shares skyrocketed. Is this true? That comes from the Eagle Country Museum. How could they possibly part with it? It's utterly unbelievable. Haven't they always refused to return it to us? Have they suddenly had a change of heart? This is not their usual style. Did you not pay attention? It was donated. So what does the Eagle Country Museum have to do with it? If the museum were unwilling, no amount of generosity from that individual would matter. You wouldn't believe me. But I just returned from the Eagle Country yesterday. I visited the Great Eagle Museum and saw the female official's reporting piece. Who would have thought it would return today? Don't be so surprised. Perhaps it was on the same flight back as you. The internet is rife with contrarians, and there are indeed many of them. I believe what you saw was a replica. The authentic piece has already returned home. Have you seen the film The Thief Alliance? I think that philanthropist is as formidable as Lu Hua in the movie. This benefactor must be the reincarnation of the Buddha himself. How else could such an incredible feat be accomplished? The term global village is not merely a phrase, particularly in the age of the internet. The world has become intricately interconnected. Such a hot topic quickly surged into the limelight once again. However, the rapid attention this matter garnered had an even more significant underlying reason. Because it involved the Great Eagle Museum, it swiftly attracted global scrutiny, especially the media situated in Eagle Country, which were quick to respond, their outcries echoing. The Great Eagle Museum must provide the public with an explanation. Have they accepted bribes and sold off the nation's important relics? We demand clarity. The museum director must come forth and clarify the situation. What exactly transpired? What is the meaning of this throng of journalists? The director of the Great Eagle Museum, Binnen, still bewildered by the unfolding events, gazed out at the ever-growing number of reporters, his heart racing with anxiety. Yet, he thought to himself, surely this little matter wouldn't attract so many journalists. He was well aware of his own weight in the situation. Binnen, we are in deep trouble. At that moment, his girlfriend, who also served as his secretary, rushed in. Her urgency palpable. Binnen could swear that his only girlfriend was indeed this secretary. Shoo. Binnen quickly urged her to lower her voice, glancing nervously at the door, and swiftly closed it once he confirmed no one was outside. Dear, could you not be a bit quieter? I'm just anxious, she said, diving into Binnen's embrace. Her voice was soft and tender, leaving Binnen feeling rather weak in the knees. Yet, he had not completely succumbed to distraction. He knew there were still many reporters awaiting him outside. However, before addressing them, he needed to ascertain the specifics of what had transpired. Binnen, take a look at this. Secretary Nadala quickly handed her phone to Binnen. Chapter 37. The conditions simply do not allow. Binnen accepted the phone, knowing the answers lay within. After reading the news on the phone, he was left utterly stunned. How could it have ended up in Longwa? That shouldn't be. Come, let us see if the painting is still here. Benin called for Nadala, disregarding all else, and hurried out of the office, heading straight for the display of the female official's reporting piece. Fortunately, the museum had not yet opened to the public. Otherwise, exiting would have been no simple task, as reporters would have undoubtedly besieged the entrance. Upon arriving at the display case, Benin beheld the female official's reporting piece hanging intact, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, his confusion deepened. What on earth was happening with the situation in Longwa? Just then, Nadala rushed over, her eyes widening at the sight of the painting. How should I know? Benin replied, his mind clouded with uncertainty, and a heavy weight settled upon him. He contemplated one possibility: forgery. Indeed, the intention is to fabricate, to substitute the genuine with forgeries, achieving an effect so indistinguishable that it confounds the discerning eye. Benin, having perused the League of Thieves and acquainted himself with prior news reports regarding the prevalence of internal thefts within museums, finds himself increasingly skeptical. Although such incidents have yet to transpire under his stewardship at the Grand Eagle National Museum, it does not preclude the possibility of their occurrence. Human avarice knows no bounds, existing in every corner of the globe. Benin now begins to question the authenticity of the lady official's report on and two displayed within the exhibition case. Nadara, please summon the esteemed calligraphy and painting appraiser, Gong Junki, from the Dragon Kingdom, Benin instructs. Contemplating the necessity of having a professional assess the artwork before strategizing a response to the media. If it is indeed a counterfeit, it cannot masquerade as genuine. Should they manage to deceive the public this time, the repercussions of a future revelation would be dire. Very well, I shall contact Mr. Gao immediately, responds Nadara, her heart heavy with unease as she hastens to reach out to Gong Junki. The appraiser arrives promptly, a Chinese national renowned for his expertise in authenticating artworks from the Dragon Kingdom. He is already aware of the swirling rumors circulating online, which hastens his arrival. Gong Junki's curiosity is piqued regarding the authenticity of the lady official's report on and two exhibited at the Grand Eagle Museum. He wonders if it has been swapped and what ulterior motives lie behind the Dragon Kingdom's recent actions. Mr. Benin, I have arrived, he announces. Excellent, Mr. Gong. Please ascertain the truth with all due haste, Benin replies, ushering him inside. He then gestures to Nadara to unlock the exhibition case. Nadara, understanding the unspoken command, swiftly retrieves her keys and opens it. Mr. Gong Junki, please proceed, she invites. Thank you, Ms. Nadara. Gong Junki expresses his gratitude before beginning his meticulous examination. He cautiously opens the glass door and delicately extracts the lady official's report on and two, taking great care as he gently unrolls the scroll. It is clear that such an evaluation cannot be conducted in these inadequate conditions. The Grand Eagle Museum possesses specialized rooms equipped with all necessary apparatus for the authentication of artworks, including the latest technological advancements. Once the scroll is prepared, Gong Junki promptly makes his way to the authentication room, with Benin closely following. In such a pivotal moment, it is inconceivable for him to remain absent. Nadara, not wishing to lag behind, trails closely behind them. Upon entering the authentication room, Gong Junki immediately commences his work. All is well. No issues, he reassures after each step. While Benin's emotions grow increasingly complex, if the lady official's report on and two at the Grand Eagle Museum is indeed authentic, it implies that the one displayed at the Dragon Kingdom's National Museum is a forgery. The existence of two identical lady officials' reports on and two in the world is simply implausible. However, one perplexing question remains. Why would the Dragon Kingdom's National Museum, renowned for its superior authentication technology, commit such an egregious error and make it public? Pondering this, a slight smile begins to form on Benin's lips, a reflection of his burgeoning relief. Half an hour later, the authentication results are in. After a thorough examination, Gong Junki presents the comprehensive report to Benin. As anticipated, it is indeed an original piece. Splendid. With this evidence in hand, Benin feels as though a weight has been lifted from his shoulders, granting him a profound sense of reassurance. By presenting this result to the journalists, he can quell the uproar and deliver a stinging rebuke to the Dragon Kingdom's National Museum. Gong Junki, accompany me to address the press. Nadara, please return the painting to the exhibition case. With the authentication report in hand, Benin strides confidently forward. With Gong Junki promptly in tow, Nadara swiftly rolls the scroll back up, preparing to return it. Outside, a throng of journalists has gathered at the museum's entrance. And without the diligent security personnel, the situation could have spiraled into chaos. Upon Benin's arrival, the reporters erupt with excitement, clamoring for the best vantage point. Mr. Benin, how do you respond to the claims from the Dragon Kingdom? Have you truly returned the lady official's report on and two? Was there any clandestine transaction involved in selling the artifact? As Benin steps into view, a torrent of inquiries assails him. Yet, he remains unfazed. Please, everyone, quiet down. He gestures, and the crowd obediently falls silent, much to Benen's satisfaction. We have indeed taken note of the messages emanating from the Dragon Kingdom and find ourselves somewhat perplexed. We have never returned this painting. The lady official's report on it remains on display here and will continue to do so without any alterations. I can assure you that our collection consists of authentic artifacts. He raises the document in his hand. This is a detailed inspection report conducted by our chief appraiser, Gong Junkie, which substantiates our position. A wave of astonishment ripples through the crowd. It becomes apparent to them that if the Grand Eagle Museum's collection is authentic, then the Dragon Kingdom must be in possession of mere replicas. To alleviate any concerns, we will open the Dragon Kingdom Pavilion for a personal inspection, he declares, intent on letting his actions speak for themselves and proving the legitimacy of their collection. Hongming, have you heard about the developments at the Grand Eagle Museum? Yuan Daong once again rouses the resting Hongming. News of the Grand Eagle Museum situation has spread like wildfire throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing the news, Elder Bien and Elder Fu hurriedly re-examined the lady official's report on Tuesday. To their astonishment, the result confirmed it as genuine. The paper, pigments, and seals were nearly indistinguishable. The entire affair has grown increasingly convoluted. To uncover the truth, they must consult the donor for clarification. Chapter 38, Believe It or Not. This task ultimately falls to Yuan Daong, which explains his early visit to Hongming. Of course, early is relative, as it is nearing 11 o'clock by the time Yuan Daong arrives. This time, Yuan Daong adopts a more civilized approach, learning to ring the doorbell before entering. This newfound decorum stems from the realization that the items within are of great value, and he fears the repercussions of any accidental damage would be insurmountable. After much contemplation, he concludes that politeness is the better course of action. The doorbell connects directly to Hongming's room, so he is certain to hear it, though it remains uncertain whether he will choose to acknowledge it. What is it? Hongming is typically indifferent to his surroundings, so it is unlikely he is aware of the happenings at the Grand Eagle Museum. Upon realizing that Hongming is indeed uninformed, Yuan Daong begins to elucidate the situation. Did you not donate a painting to the National Museum? That painting originally belonged to the Grand Eagle Museum, and now they publicly claim that our artwork is a forgery. However, several appraisers from the National Museum have conducted multiple evaluations and confirmed that the piece you donated is genuine. The National Museum seeks to understand the situation at hand. Hongming feels a sense of helplessness. What is truly transpiring? He is well aware of the circumstances, yet can he articulate them? Certainly not. How could he possibly disclose to others that this painting was retrieved from a peculiar realm? A system error has been detected. The emergence of such a unique artifact in the real world will disrupt the order of existence. The system requires a shutdown for repairs, and once completed, the items acquired by the host through transactions will supplant the originals, while the genuine artifacts will exist only as replicas, with a repair time of 30 minutes. Just as Hongming contemplates how to maneuver through this predicament, a notification from the system abruptly appears. The issue is thus resolved, and he is relieved of further concerns. I feel unwell. Let me visit the restroom first. Upon returning after a brief stroll, he finds that the system has been restored. Hongming can now confidently inform Yuan Daong. The painting I donated to the National Museum is the authentic piece. The one at the Great Eagle Museum is a forgery. The system has completed its repairs, and the world order has been updated. Half an hour later, the system's notification chimes once more. Hongming reappears before Yuan Daong. You must assure the representatives of the National Museum that my painting is undoubtedly genuine, while the one at the Great Eagle Museum is indeed a counterfeit. I believe the Great Eagle Museum should engage a more qualified appraiser to reassess their collection. I assure you, they will be taken aback. Let us be candid here. How did you manage to exchange the painting with the Great Eagle Museum? Upon hearing Hongming's words, Yuan Daong's interest is piqued, akin to a young journalist pursuing a story. We did not exchange any paintings. I shall repeat. I purchased this artwork for a mere few dozen yuan from a street vendor. Why can't you be more straightforward? Yuan Daong rolled his eyes, believing Hongming to be spouting nonsense. After exerting considerable effort to procure the painting from the Great Eagle Museum, how could it possibly be sold to him for a mere few dozen yuan? Do you take me for a 3-year-old, so easily deceived? Believe it or not. Hongming retorted, sealing his lips and refraining from uttering another word. Faced with such obstinacy, Yuan Daong could only leave in dismay. Within 2 hours, the National Museum released a statement. After stringent verification by 3 experts in calligraphy and painting, it has been confirmed that the piece titled The Female Official's Report to and to donated by a benevolent individual is indeed authentic. We recommend that the Great Eagle Museum conduct a professional reassessment of their own collection of the Female Official's Report to and Tuesday, should they lack suitable appraisers. The Dragon Nation National Museum is willing to extend assistance. This declaration sparked widespread recognition that the National Museum was boldly challenging the Great Eagle Museum. The internet erupted in fervor. Was the National Museum mocking the incompetence of the Great Eagle Museum's appraisers? To put it plainly, this was becoming an undeniable fact. The situation grew increasingly intriguing. I must leave a comment on the Great Eagle Museum's social media, urging them to hasten their search for a qualified appraiser to ascertain the authenticity of their painting. It seems I am not alone. Many others have been commenting, with some even suggesting a crowdfunding campaign to secure a high-level appraiser. Such heartfelt solidarity from this generation of internet users is truly commendable. I too wish to support such an initiative. This news rapidly spread across the globe, particularly resonating with the media and netizens of the Great Eagle Empire, who reacted with remarkable speed. What is happening? Who is deceiving whom? Is the National Museum exaggerating? Great Eagle Museum, please provide an explanation. It is now being claimed that your calligraphy and painting appraisers lack competence. Though reluctant, it must be acknowledged that, in the realm of calligraphy and painting appraisal, no one surpasses their own experts. Could it be that the Great Eagle Museum has indeed been hoodwinked? The public is demanding a reevaluation. The most formidable appraiser must be engaged. I suspect that Gong Junkie may have some issues. In order to uphold the professional reputation of our National Museum, we have decided that tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, experts Bien Lao, Fu Lao, and Gong Lao will jointly conduct a public appraisal of the female officials' report 2 and 2, which will be live-streamed for all to witness, ensuring that the genuine is indisputable and the counterfeit cannot masquerade as real. The National Museum's statement officially escalated the situation. This was a clear attempt to corner the Great Eagle Museum. The National Museum's stance is undeniably resolute and commendable. Hail to my nation. I support the National Museum's approach. I will eagerly await the live broadcast tomorrow at 10. I believe these three masters from the National Museum will undoubtedly deliver a resounding rebuttal to the Great Eagle Museum. Which nation boasts the finest appraisers? It is, without a doubt, our Dragon Nation, and the outcome is predictable. Does the Great Eagle Museum even comprehend the nuances of Dragon Nation calligraphy and painting? I have heard that their appraiser is of Chinese descent. I wonder how proficient he is. What can be said? It is evident that they cannot discern authenticity from forgery. Either their expertise is lacking, or they have accepted illicit benefits. The discussions online continued to intensify. In light of this situation, the Great Eagle Museum could not remain passive under the pressure of netizens. They were compelled to respond. Director Benin, after multiple confirmations of Gong Junkie's assertions, issued a statement. Tonight at 10 o'clock. The Great Eagle Museum will conduct a public appraisal of the painting The Female Officials Report 2 and 2, inviting several renowned appraisers from the field of calligraphy and painting to participate. We welcome all media outlets to attend, and the event will also be live-streamed to ensure transparency and fairness in the process. Once the statement was released, it garnered widespread attention. Nightfall in the Great Eagle Empire corresponds to 10 in the morning in our Dragon Nation, does it not? Chapter 39. Will they publicly acknowledge their mistakes? It appears that the Great Eagle Museum intends to confront the National Museum head-on. Who will emerge victorious? This is indeed a spectacle worth witnessing. Which side holds the truth? At 10 o'clock the following morning, equivalent to 10 o'clock at night in the Great Eagle Empire, it commenced. Come and witness the event. The appraisal sessions of both the National Museum and the Great Eagle Museum commenced simultaneously. The venue was crowded with attendees, and numerous journalists had gathered on site. The fervor online reached its zenith, surpassing even that of the New Year celebrations. I tuned into one live stream while simultaneously watching the other, eager to see who would ultimately prevail. I also opened the live link from the Great Eagle Museum, anticipating its descent into farce. The anticipation was palpable. Which of the two world-renowned museums would claim victory? Both sides announced the commencement of their appraisals. The appraisers from both institutions unfurled the scrolls almost in unison. Their movements were nearly identical. If one were unaware that these events were being streamed from different locations, one might easily mistake it for a single room. The content was strikingly similar. As the scrolls were laid out, the appraisers from both museums began to critique and elucidate. Undoubtedly, they are the pinnacle of expertise within the realm of calligraphy and painting, truly impressive. It became evident that there is much knowledge to be gleaned from the art of appraisal. Without needing to watch further, the conclusion was already clear. The proceedings at the National Museum unfolded seamlessly, receiving widespread acclaim for their appraisal process. However, the situation at the Great Eagle Museum was less favorable. As soon as the appraiser unfurled the scroll, he sensed something amiss. The appraisers present were all industry experts, possessing profound knowledge of calligraphy and painting. Thus, they swiftly discerned that something was amiss with the painting. In fact, prior to the appraisal meeting, the Great Eagle Museum had already presented these appraisal records and photographs of some critical details to the three experts. Initially, The appraisers were brimming with confidence. However, to their astonishment, issues arose shortly after the process commenced. The cameras captured the shifts in the appraisers' expressions, a detail that many spectators took note of. What transpired? Did you notice the change in the appraisers' faces? Had they uncovered any discrepancies? Was the Great Eagle Museum on the verge of conceding defeat? Within the confines of the appraisal scene at the Great Eagle Museum, although all three esteemed appraisers recognized the problems, they did not halt their work. They retrieved magnifying glasses and continued their meticulous examination. Yet, it was not long before their faces again reflected astonishment. The trio exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe what they were witnessing. Without much verbal communication, they silently reached a consensus. The artwork was a forgery. They found this revelation utterly unbelievable. How could such an obvious counterfeit be presented and broadcast live, no less? What was the Great Eagle Museum attempting to achieve? Were they about to publicly admit their mistake? Nevertheless, their sole responsibility was to finalize the appraisal. Whether the Great Eagle Museum had engaged in any fraudulent behavior was beyond their purview. The three appraisers simultaneously stepped away from the artwork and signed an appraisal report. One of them quietly handed the report to Benin, whispering, "Good luck to you." Subsequently, the trio departed the scene, their expressions grave. Why did the appraisers leave? Were they acknowledging that the painting was indeed a forgery? I had long suspected that the Great Eagle Museum was destined for misfortune, and the outcome had been predetermined. How audacious the Great Eagle Museum was, knowingly presenting a fake while conducting a live broadcast. It seemed they were here merely for amusement. Was this truly a wise course of action? Were they inviting trouble upon themselves? Was this yet another case of both internal betrayal and external deception? However, witnessing such public humiliation was unprecedented. Not real? How could it be false? Benin was momentarily stunned, his hands trembling with the appraisal report. He could not fathom how the previously genuine women officials' report had suddenly turned into a counterfeit, especially under such public scrutiny with media coverage. Benin realized his fate was sealed. Everything had come to an end. You were right, Yu Hongming. That painting from the Great Eagle Museum was indeed a fake. At that moment, Yuan Daong pulled Yu Hongming to watch the live broadcast. Yu Hongming was reluctant, believing the outcome was already decided and that watching was futile. Primarily, the timing of the broadcast clashed with his sleeping hours. Ultimately, he succumbed to Yuan Daong's enthusiasm, dozing off while keeping him company. Yuan Daong had opened 2 live streams, brimming with excitement. Was there even a need to inquire? If I were in possession of a counterfeit painting, would I donate it to the National Museum? Would I not value my own reputation? Yu Hongming yawned, casting a glance at Yuan Daong, as if regarding a fool. Yu Hongming, do tell how you managed to bring back the painting from the Great Eagle Museum? Yuan Daong, undeterred, repeated his earlier question. How would I know? It wasn't my doing. Let me reiterate. I bought that painting for a mere few dozen yuan at a street stall. Yu Hongming replied, devoid of enthusiasm. As for whether Yuan Daong believed him, to be frank, he harbored deep skepticism, eyeing Yu Hongming with doubt. Can we not be honest? Are we not brothers? Shouldn't we consider ourselves good friends? If you continue to press, we might as well cease being friends. Yu Hongming's words effectively quelled Yuan Daong's desire to pursue the matter further. Fine, you win. I won't ask any more questions. Yuan Daong conceded, instinctively aware that he could not afford to lose this friend. Without Yu Hongming, his good days would come to an abrupt end. Following the incident with the painting, Yu Hongming drifted through 3 days in a haze. Each day began with him waking naturally, accompanying his girlfriend, Yu Xinshin, on shopping excursions, enjoying candlelit dinners, and watching movies. Though his life was mundane, it was filled with happiness. Amidst this tranquil existence, 2 unexpected guests arrived at the recycling station. Oh no, how did they return? Upon viewing those familiar faces on the surveillance monitor, Yu Hongming was nearly sent into a panic. He could not comprehend how these 2 individuals had quietly resurfaced. Faced with them, he had no choice but to confront the situation head-on. After all, one could not hide from the inevitable. With a buzzing sound from the motor, the door of the recycling station swung open automatically. Yu Hongming's father, Yu Jiangwo, and mother, Liang Yining, stood momentarily stunned. In such a rundown recycling station, how could there be such an extravagant automatic door? It seemed a wasteful expenditure. They felt a surge of frustration, preparing to enter and give their son a good talking to. Frugality must begin with the smallest details. However, upon stepping inside, both were left dumbfounded. Liang Yining shot a fierce glare at Yu Jiangwo. Old man, did we take a wrong turn? How would I know? I too feel as though we've stumbled into the wrong place. Yu Jiangwo replied, wincing under her glare. Equally astonished, the interior had undergone a complete transformation. It bore no resemblance to the former recycling station. Is that our son? If Yu Hongming had not emerged at that moment, they would have likely turned back. Entering an unfamiliar place always evokes unease. Yu Jiangwo scrutinized the scene, nodding slowly. If there is not another person in the world who resembles our son, then it must be him. Do you think you're being humorous? Liang Yining shot him another glare. I was merely attempting to lighten the mood. Yu Jiangwo chuckled awkwardly. Yet his gaze was still active, scanning the surroundings. In truth, he was searching for something to reprimand his son with. His mind was racing, contemplating whether to confront him one-on-one or engage in a mixed confrontation. Such a son could not escape a good lesson. Not only had he closed the recycling station they had painstakingly built over the years, but he had also turned it into something so extravagant. A son so wasteful indeed warranted a thorough reprimanding. Yu Jiangwo, I warn you, don't act recklessly. If you wish to scold him, ensure you first ascertain his side of the story. Liang Yining's knowing gaze communicated her thoughts to her husband. As a mother, she naturally felt a deeper empathy for their son, especially after several months apart. She had missed him quite a bit. Her return was prompted by her suggestion. I understand. I'm merely here to appreciate the scenery. It is indeed quite lovely. Yu Jiangwo would never admit to preparing for a mixed confrontation with their son. Mom, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. Yu Hongming instinctively recognized that his forthcoming fate depended entirely on his mother's mood. Yes, now that feels appropriate. Indeed, Yu Hongming's approach was correct, as Liang Yining's spirits immediately lifted. Yu Jiangwo could only sigh. The mixed confrontation was no longer feasible. Son, you've lost weight. Every mother believes that if her child is not nearby, they must not be eating well. In truth, Yu Hongming has gained quite a bit of weight during this period, indulging in a rather lavish lifestyle that inevitably leads to such a transformation. Mother, you cannot fathom that I am often alone at home, sometimes neglecting even to eat. I particularly yearn for your braised pork. Despite his newfound girth, Yu Hongming feigns a pitiful demeanor, hoping to elicit greater care. After all, who would intentionally ruin their own well-being when striving for a good life? Very well. I shall prepare braised pork for you upon your return. Alas, Yu Jiangwo sighed yet again. The treatment his son receives now surpasses even his own. Son, what exactly is going on here? Fortunately, Liang Yining was not entirely deceived by her son's words and remembered her role. Indeed, young man, do explain yourself. With Liang Yining returning to the crux of the matter, Yu Jiangwo regained his confidence, appearing quite animated. What is wrong with me spending money on renovations? Yu Hongming wore an innocent expression, yet his voice diminished significantly. It was evident that uncertainty plagued his heart. Isn't there an issue here? I was already astonished when you purchased this junkyard from Uncle Duan for 3 million. I never anticipated an even greater surprise. Pray tell, how much have you spent here? Yu Jiangwo bombarded Yu Hongming with questions like a relentless machine gun. Yu Jiangwo, why the loudness? What if you frighten our son? It was evident that Yu Hongming's previous efforts were not in vain, as Liang Yining promptly came to his defense. Nevertheless, Liang Yining understood the gravity of the situation. Quickly, tell us, how much did it cost? Overwhelmed, Yu Hongming dared not disclose the exact figure, merely raising one finger. 1 million? For Liang Yining. 1 million for renovations was already a considerable sum. However, Yu Jiangwo outright dismissed his wife's conjecture. 10 million? Indeed, 10 million. After some contemplation, Yu Hongming felt that this figure was more suitable. To reveal the truth would necessitate an explanation of how 100 million was acquired. Was 10 million easier to explain than 100 million? Did he even need to choose? Yu Hongming, just as he was troubled about how to address his parents, a melodious voice resonated from outside the door. Ah, how could I forget her? In the midst of managing his parents, he had completely overlooked that Yu Xinxin was scheduled to visit today. She had mentioned it during dinner the previous night. How could Yu Hongming possibly prevent her from coming? He had initially hoped for an opportunity to be alone with her and perhaps share a romantic moment. Yet, unexpectedly, his parents returned, thwarting all prior plans. Nevertheless, Yu Xinxin's arrival was not without its advantages. At the very least, she could assist him in extricating himself from the current predicament. Both Yu Jiangwo and Liang Yining simultaneously noticed the beautiful girl standing at the door. Liang Yining exchanged a knowing glance with her son. Yu Hongming, who is this? She is my future wife, the matchmaker I introduced before. So it is her. Liang Yining and Yu Jiangwo instantly comprehended, casting several admiring glances at Yu Xinxin. There was something else Liang Yining had not disclosed to Yu Hongming. She was aware that her son was dating her friend's daughter and had returned specifically to meet his future daughter-in-law. Liang Yining worried that if she delayed further, she might miss the opportunity to greet her grandson. Go on, invite my future daughter-in-law in. Liang Yining waved her hand toward Yu Hongming. Understood. I shall do so at once. Without hesitation, Yu Hongming approached Yu Xinxin. Who are they? Upon his arrival, Yu Xinxin pointed at Yu Jiangwo and Liang Yining. As Yu Jiangwo noticed Yu Xinxin, she, of course, recognized them as well. These are my parents. For some reason, they returned today without a word. This situation made Yu Hongming feel somewhat awkward, akin to a formal introduction to the parents. Yu Hongming's parents? Although Yu Hongming was perplexed, Yu Xinxin had already pieced it together. I understand why your parents have returned. Why? Yu Hongming inquired, his face a mask of confusion. You must not have met before, right? How do you know? I heard my mother mention that we should arrange a meeting between both sets of parents. I see. Yu Hongming suddenly grasped the situation, recalling that his mother and Yu Xinxin's mother were close friends. Even so, he did not forget that his parents were still awaiting him. All right. My mother wants you to hurry over. All right. Yu Xinxin's voice was as soft as a whisper. She appeared exceedingly nervous. Far from the formidable CEO with assets exceeding 30 billion. Do not fear. My parents are very kind and will not make it difficult for you. Recognizing Yu Xinxin's anxiety, Yu Hongming hurriedly reassured her. I know, I'm not nervous. Though she was clearly anxious, Yu Xinxin maintained a facade of bravado. Yet, Yu Hongming chose not to dwell on it, taking her hand and leading her toward his mother. Chapter 41. Who designed this? Father, mother, let us not linger here. Let us move inside to converse. Upon reaching his parents, Yu Hongming did not rush to introduce Yu Xinxin, but instead invited everyone to enter and discuss further. Very well. Let us proceed inside. Liang Yining complied, gently ushering Yu Jiangwo into the house. Once in the living room, both Yu Jiangwo and Liang Yining found the decor to be remarkably distinctive. This design is absolutely splendid. Yu Jiangwo marveled as he walked about. Not only Yu Jiangwo and Liang Yining, but even Yu Xinxin, visiting for the first time, was deeply captivated by the design. Although the design of her own home was undoubtedly impressive, she could not help but acknowledge that Yu Hongming's place was more aesthetically pleasing. Most importantly, it imparted a sense of natural comfort and relaxation. Yu Hongming, who is the designer behind this? A classmate of mine. What do you think? A female classmate? Indeed. A woman's attention often strays to the peculiar. What is it? Is it not lovely? Quite so. Yu Hongming immediately sensed that something was amiss and hastily added. Of course, in my eyes, you are the most beautiful. Now that is more like it. Yu Xinxin's demeanor brightened instantaneously. Yu Hongming exhaled in relief. Indeed, discussing other women, particularly those who were attractive, in front of one's girlfriend is a grave misstep. Father, mother, this is Yu Xinxin. You should know her. Upon entering the living room, Yu Hongming formally introduced Yu Xinxin. Hello, uncle. Hello, aunt. Yu Xinxin hurriedly greeted them, presenting herself as quite well-mannered. So you are Xinxin. Your mother often speaks of you. Liang Yining warmly took Yu Xinxin's hand. It was evident that women found it easy to connect with one another. Father, please have a seat. I will prepare tea and fruits for you. No need. I wish to explore a bit. Yu Jiangwo, increasingly captivated by the surroundings, was eager to look around. He pondered how, after years of hard work, such a transformation could occur in just a few months. The design of this place truly enchanted Yu Jiangwo. The layout was superb and exuded a sense of style. He had never imagined that one day he could reside in such a beautiful house. Thus, the father and son embarked on their respective tasks in the living room. Yu Hongming set about preparing tea and fruit, while Yu Jiangwo ventured out to inspect the property. Approximately 10 minutes later, Yu Hongming returned, bearing a pot of tea and a platter of fruit, yet he found no sign of his father, who was evidently still engaged in the viewing. Mom, Xinxin, have a cup of tea before continuing your conversation, he suggested, pouring a cup for each of them, refraining from interrupting their lively discussion. Women, regardless of age, always seem to have endless topics to discuss. Yu Hongming found it perplexing that a high-powered CEO worth 300 billion could converse so joyously with a homemaker. Nevertheless, he cherished these warm scenes. After all, a harmonious family is the aspiration of countless households. Half an hour later, Yu Jiangwo returned from his tour, yet his gaze upon Yu Hongming had sharpened considerably. Xinxin, we shall conclude our visit here for today. Your uncle and I must return promptly to attend to some matters. Once we have arranged a suitable time, we shall plan a family dinner together. Of course, auntie, Yu Xinxin replied eagerly. Then, Xinxin, please stay here for a moment while Yu Hongming sees us off. All right, auntie, Yu Xinxin affirmed once more. Being perceptive, she comprehended the underlying message in Liang Yining's words, clearly indicating that the family had matters to discuss that they preferred she not overhear. I'll accompany mom and dad, Yu Hongming declared, quickly understanding the situation and offering Yu Xinxin a reassuring glance. Go ahead. Yu Xinxin responded with a subtle expression of understanding. Upon exiting the reception area and arriving at the entrance, the three of them instinctively halted. Mom and Dad, you really need not leave. It would be wonderful for you to stay here, Yu Hongming exclaimed with a smile. Liang Yining waved her hand dismissively. We shall discuss it later, my son. I have something to tell you. What is it, Mom? Yu Hongming inquired. Liang Yining leaned in, adopting a conspiratorial tone. Did you know that Xinxin's family is quite affluent? This revelation had come to her during her earlier conversation with Yu Xinxin, and she could hardly believe that the girl who so casually referred to her as sister belonged to such wealth. The Eiffel Group is, in fact, the family business of Yu Xinxin. Yes, I am aware, Yu Hongming replied nonchalantly, recognizing that this secret could not be concealed for long. Eventually, his parents would discover it. But are you aware that Yu Xinxin is the daughter of the Eiffel Group? Liang Yining asked, her expression one of astonishment. Indeed, she mentioned it to me. Do you not perceive the disparity between you two? Although Liang Yining held no prejudices, she was concerned that her son might face difficulties in the future. Marrying into a wealthy family was no simple feat. Wait a moment. The Eiffel Group you refer to is indeed the very wealthy one, correct? Yes. That is precisely the one you are thinking of, Yu Hongming confirmed with a nod toward his father. Son, you are not, by any chance, relying on the affections of a wealthy woman, are you? After a moment of silence, Yu Jiangwo made a startling remark. Yu Hongming nearly faltered. Dad, how could you think that? Is it not evident? Look at these houses and the luxury cars in the distance. Does this not suggest a typical scenario of being supported by a wealthy woman? Yu Jiangwo gestured toward the opulent surroundings, his expression one of someone who believed he had discerned the truth. How else could you afford such a house and car? Dad, I will reiterate, this wealth is entirely my own doing. Do not deceive your father. Relying on a wealthy benefactor is not disgraceful. It is, in fact, a skill in its own right. As he spoke, Yu Jiangwo scrutinized Yu Hongming from head to toe. It must be said, the son indeed possessed that talent. Yu Jiangwo's gaze sent a shiver down Yu Hongming's spine. Father, think as you wish. Seeing his father's obstinacy, Yu Hongming opted for silence. He understood that his father was convinced he was living off a woman. No amount of explanation would change that. It mattered little. He was aware of his own truth. Son, if you wish to depend on others, that is your choice, but understand that this path is fraught with challenges. Liang Yining shared this sentiment, aligning with her husband's perspective. Forget it. Think as you will. In time, you will come to understand. Yu Hongming had surrendered, unwilling to expend further breath on the matter. You truly will not stay here? There is ample space. Better not. Staying here daily would be quite inconvenient, Yu Jiangwo replied, shaking his head without hesitation. Initially, he had been keen on residing here, but upon reflection, the remoteness proved impractical, leading him to abandon the idea. Liang Yining concurred. Indeed, procuring groceries is a hassle. And with so few people around, shall I spend my days swatting mosquitoes? Chapter 42. Our son transferred 100 million to us. Very well. As long as you are content. The older generation often prefers familiar surroundings, where they have established connections and a sense of belonging. And thus Yu Hongming ceased his attempts to persuade them. In a moment, I shall transfer some funds to you. Feel free to use it as you wish. Do not be frugal. No need. Take care of your own matters. We are financially secure. Yu Jiangwo dismissed the offer without a second thought. Indeed, if this money were genuinely earned by their son, they would accept it with ease. However, now he perceived it as derived from a dependent arrangement, making the prospect of accepting it feel uncomfortable. It was better left untouched. Ultimately, Yu Jiangwo and Liang Yining boarded their BMW X5 and waved goodbye as they departed. Yu Hongming, however, was undeterred by his father's rejection. He promptly accessed his online banking and transferred 100 million to each parent. As a dutiful son, one must not show favoritism, correct? Ding ding, ding ding. Just as Yu Jiangwo maneuvered the car to a crossroad near a recycling station, the sound of 2 incoming text message alerts interrupted the silence. Yu Jiangwo, preoccupied with driving, could not check his phone. However, Liang Yining could. Assuming it was merely junk or messages from old friends, she paid it no mind. Upon opening the message, she recognized it immediately as a bank notification. Combining this with her son's previous remarks, she deduced without a doubt that he had indeed made a transfer. Though the source of her son's funds was unclear, every parent would feel joy upon receiving money from their child, and Liang Yining was no exception. Who is it? Yu Jiangwo inquired, noticing the beaming smile on Liang Yining's face. It is your son. He truly transferred money to us. How much? I have yet to check in detail. Let me confirm. Liang Yining picked up her phone again to scrutinize the message. Suddenly, she froze. What is it? Seeing Liang Yining's prolonged silence, Yu Jiangwo asked again. Darling, your son has transferred 100 million to us. Liang Yining managed to utter this statement, her voice trembling. My heavens! At the sight of the green light, preparing to cross the intersection, Yu Jiangwo instinctively slammed on the brakes. Fortunately, the area was sparsely populated, or such a sudden stop could have resulted in a rear-end collision. Repeat that? Our son transferred 100 million. Liang Yining trembled as she reiterated, her jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. Have we lost our minds? Yu Jiangwo felt as though he were on the brink of insanity. How has my son descended to such depths, relying on others for his sustenance? Is his allowance now calculated in the billions? Beep, beep. Due to Yu Jiangwo's BMW X5 being parked for an extended period at the intersection, the cars behind began to honk impatiently. Could you check my phone? I think I just heard a notification, he said, hearing the impatient honking from behind. Yu Jiangwo hastily restarted the vehicle and departed from the intersection. However, before driving off, he handed his phone to Liang Yining. All right, I'll check it immediately. Liang Yining swiftly took the phone from Yu Jiangwo and began to inspect it. Darling, our son has transferred money to you as well. Soon, her voice trembled even more. How much did he transfer? This time, Yu Jiangwo had learned his lesson and parked the car by the roadside. At all times, he would never forget that safety comes first. 100 million. Liang Yining raised a finger, staring at Yu Jiangwo in disbelief. Having already come to a stop, Yu Jiangwo quickly retrieved his phone from Liang Yining's hands. He was eager to see what 100 million looked like. Although he himself had a few million, he had never encountered such a colossal sum in his life, which piqued his curiosity. Moreover, it gave Yu Jiangwo a newfound respect for his son's ability to thrive on the fruits of another's labor. This matter had transcended the realm of understanding for both Yu Jiangwo and Liang Yining. According to typical dramatic portrayals, those who live off others usually earn only tens of thousands or at most 100,000 a month, which is already quite remarkable. How could Yu Hongming be one to casually amass billions? Reflecting on the stocks he held, Yu Jiangwo felt a sense of injustice for them. Your listed company should reflect on itself. Its annual profits cannot even compare to that of a man living off others. Don't you feel embarrassed? Have mom and dad left? At this moment, Yu Hongming had returned to the side of Yu Xinxin. They've gone. They preferred to stay here, but they weren't very pleased. Perhaps uncle and aunt enjoy a bit more excitement. Your place is rather tranquil, which they might not be accustomed to. Before even stepping through the door, Yu Xinxin had already learned to mitigate the discomfort for her in-laws. However, this attitude pleased Yu Hongming immensely. This is the beginning of familial harmony. Let them be. They can think as they wish. Yu Xinxin replied softly, then glanced at Yu Hongming, blinking playfully. What did your parents want to discuss with you? This matter had left Yu Xinxin feeling restless. Unable to comprehend it, she was burdened with concern. I thought you wouldn't inquire. Yu Hongming chuckled mischievously at Yu Xinxin, finding the moment rather amusing. Will you tell me or not? Yu Xinxin's fingers were already inching closer to Yu Hongming's waist. Don't move. I'll speak if you let me. Yu Hongming quickly raised his hands in surrender. There's nothing significant. Just that my family is quite well off. And my mother suspects I am living off others. Haha. Yu Xinxin burst into laughter. Incredulity etched across her face as she gazed at Yu Hongming. You're not deceiving me, are you? Why would I ever lie to you? But why would they think you're living off others? At this moment, Yu Xinxin still found it hard to believe. Did she not know whether Yu Hongming was indeed living off someone? Far from being supported, every time they went out, it was Yu Hongming who picked up the tab. She had never contributed a single cent. In addition, there was the house they currently resided in, the Lamborghini parked outside, and the watch adorning Yu Hongming's wrist. Did someone like him really need to be supported? Yu Xinxin had even thought about supporting Yu Hongming herself, but alas, she lacked the funds. How would I know? Yu Hongming replied helplessly. So, to prove that I am not living off others, I've transferred 100 million to everyone. Haha. Yu Xinxin once again covered her mouth, laughing. How childish. Where am I being childish? Yu Hongming was somewhat puzzled. I bet that even if you give each of them 100 million, it won't change their perception. Why not? Because I am wealthy. While you cannot clearly explain the source of your funds, after spending such a long time together, Yu Xinxin had gathered some understanding of Yu Hongming's background. He had come from a rather ordinary family in life. Of course, this ordinary was relative to Yu Xinxin's standards. Just a few months prior, Yu Hongming had suddenly become affluent, rendering him exceedingly mysterious. The people he associated with were also extraordinary. Chapter 43. A meeting is still necessary. For instance, there was Su Mucha from Hongming Optoelectronics, the vice president of an import-export company, and He Yunsheng, the vice president of Lonka Institute. Each one was a person of considerable significance. It was precisely because of these important figures that Yu Xinxin ceased to delve into Yu Hongming's exact profession. It wasn't that she was materialistic. Rather, she was concerned that Yu Hongming might stray onto a perilous path. Whether rich or poor, she did not mind, as long as they could be together steadily. Let them think as they wish. Ultimately, Yu Hongming conceded, realizing that some matters could only be resolved with time. Being supported by someone is not a disgrace. Others would envy such an opportunity. Rich lady, would you be willing to support me? Of course. Shall I transfer you 100 million for living expenses? Observing Yu Hongming's theatricality, Yu Xinxin found it amusing and played along with him. Just as they were enjoying their banter, the doorbell suddenly rang. Who could that be? Yu Hongming muttered impatiently to himself. Why is it so lively today? Guests keep arriving, one after another. Go answer the door. Seeing the incessant ringing, Yu Xinxin felt it was unmanageable and gave Yu Hongming a gentle push. Reluctantly, Yu Hongming walked over to the video intercom, turned off the doorbell, and checked who had arrived. A number of familiar faces appeared before him. Why are they back again? and with so many people. The visitors were all from trading companies. And apart from two unfamiliar faces, Yu Hongming recognized the others. There were Vice President Miao from before, General Manager Yuan from the branch, and Yuan Daong. Only the two newcomers in military attire were unknown to him. Regardless, I must meet them. Yu Hongming pressed the door button. Buzz. Simultaneously, the door slowly opened. Everyone, please come in. Yuan Daong, almost taking on the role of host, ushered everyone inside with exceptional care. Of course, this host role was one he had self-assumed. Please follow this way. Soon, Yuan Daong led the group to Yu Hongming's reception room. At this moment, Yu Hongming was already waiting at the entrance. Welcome, everyone. Please come in. Yu Hongming greeted the guests as they entered the reception room and invited them to take a seat. Yu Xinxin had already excused herself and retreated to the living room to temporarily avoid the situation. Throughout their relationship, Yu Xinxin had never involved herself in Yu Hongming's affairs. And this time was no different. Everyone, please take a seat. I will prepare some tea. Yuan Daong, come help me. While pouring tea was secondary, Yu Hongming called Yuan Daong over primarily to ascertain the purpose of their visit. Once in the tea room, Yu Hongming directly asked, Yuan Daong, what is going on? Why did you bring so many people here unexpectedly? Do you think I wanted this? They came directly to me, insisting on meeting you. Yuan Daong wore a look of grievance, as if he had truly been wronged. Who sought me out? The two men in military uniforms from just now. Are you aware of their background? Yu Hongming was not blind. He could clearly see that the two strangers were clad in military attire. However, military uniforms come from various branches, Navy, Army, Air Force, or other departments, each presenting a multitude of possibilities. I heard they are from the Army Equipment Department. Though I'm not entirely certain. I only know one of them is a deputy minister. What could they possibly want with me? They didn't specify. Do you think they would share such matters with someone as insignificant as me? Yuan Daong replied with a bitter smile, fully aware of his own position. He was merely a messenger for Yu Hongming at this point. Understood. You may leave now. Yu Hongming refrained from further inquiries, knowing it would be futile. As Yuan Daong had stated, high-ranking officials typically do not engage in conversations with nameless individuals. Yu Hongming returned to the reception room with several cups of tea. My apologies for keeping everyone waiting. Yu Hongming, you are too courteous. We are the ones who intruded. Vice President Miao promptly stood to accept the tea from Yu Hongming. Thank you. The two officers also politely rose to receive their cups. Yu Hongming, please take a seat. I shall introduce you. Certainly. Yu Hongming quickly sat down, aware that serious matters were about to commence. These two gentlemen are leaders from the equipment department. This is Deputy Minister Chiu, and this is his assistant, Secretary Zhu. Greetings, gentlemen. Yu Hongming did not dare to be remiss in his courtesy towards the two officers, extending a warm greeting. Please, do not stand on ceremony. The 3 machines you procured for us last time were immensely helpful. I have yet to express my gratitude. It was nothing. I take joy in contributing to the nation. Yu Hongming gestured dismissively, indicating that no formalities were necessary. With your patriotic spirit, the nation's development is surely imminent. I feel I could do more. This is merely a small effort. Not wishing to engage in idle chatter any longer, Yu Hongming cut straight to the point. Leaders, please articulate your needs directly. I will do my utmost to assist if I am able. Straightforwardness is refreshing. I appreciate that. Deputy Minister Chiu chuckled heartily as he slapped the armrest of his chair, brimming with excitement. Those in the military prefer directness. Beating around the bush is discomforting. Your approach is precisely to my liking. Then I shall be candid. Our 5th-generation fighter jets still lag behind the United States in engine technology, and we wish to inquire if we could obtain their data. As it happens, we have an F-22. Would you be interested? An F-22? An entire aircraft? Is it operational? Upon hearing this, Deputy Minister Chiu's eyes immediately lit up, fixed intently on Yu Hongming, nearly bursting with joy. Yes, it is a complete aircraft. Yu Hongming nodded, then displayed a hint of hesitation. As for its operability, I cannot say for certain. After all, I am merely the intermediary. He reiterated his role as a go-between. Do you wish to acquire it? Absolutely. Even if it is just the airframe, we would still want it. Deputy Minister Chiu eagerly nodded in agreement. Even a mere shell of the F-22 would serve as a highly valuable subject for research. Gaining insight into the opponent's information is always advantageous. Very well. Await my news. Once the goods arrive, I will contact you immediately. Do you require our assistance with transportation? Deputy Minister Chiu understood that moving an F-22 would not be a simple task, necessitating multifaceted coordination. Such a precious item must be ensured to arrive without error. Yet, did Yu Hongming truly require help? In truth, he did not. A bowl of instant noodles and a thought were all he needed to procure the item, rendering it entirely effortless. No need. Trust in our expertise. My superior will ensure safe and timely delivery. All right then, we shall entrust this matter to you. Although concerned, Deputy Minister Chiu had no choice but to place his faith in Yu Hongming. Doubting was not an option. This was beyond his decision-making power. Chapter 44. We shall discuss this next time. Rest assured, I will contact the higher-ups for shipment immediately. You can expect to see that F-22 by next week at the latest. If not for the concern of being overly extravagant, it could be resolved within mere minutes. Conducting affairs must be reasonable. In fact, even Yu Hongming himself had underestimated his capabilities. You are truly impressive. I hold great admiration for you. Deputy Minister Chiu gave Yu Hongming a thumbs up. A week was nothing short of a delightful surprise for him. The prospect of acquiring such previously unavailable goods in just a week's time was astonishing. Such capability and speed were truly awe-inspiring. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Previously, Yu Hongming had provided Secretary Zhu with a phone number to inform them of the specific time for the transaction, instructing them to arrive punctually for the pickup. Today was the day of the trade. However, it was scheduled for the afternoon. The location was set at his current residence, a recycling station, rather than his previous abode. Yu Hongming had yet to shed the habit of last-minute preparations, even as the time for delivery approached. Although he was to hand over the F-22 promised to Deputy Minister Chiu, it had yet to arrive. For Yu Hongming, it was merely a matter of a few minutes, and there was little to worry about. Even if fortune did not favor him and he encountered the other side during their escape, he had more than enough time to spare. At 11:30, Yu Hongming rose promptly. System, I wish to conduct a transaction with Sima Mingho. Upon entering the system, he stated immediately, transaction subject selected, establishing connection. This time, everything seemed to proceed smoothly. A few seconds later, the system prompted again. Connection successful. Please prepare for the transaction. In an instant, Yu Hongming found himself in the trading space. Simultaneously, Sima Mingho, the individual with whom he had previously exchanged a carrier for half a bottle of water, also appeared. Feeling a bit guilty for the previous exchange, Yu Hongming had brought a whole box of water this time as a form of compensation. Upon seeing the box of water beside Yu Hongming, Sima Mingho's face brightened with joy. He could not help but lick his parched lips. Old friend, are you intending to trade this box of water with me? Speak your desires. I can provide anything I have. I seek an F-22, and this box of water shall be yours. Yu Hongming replied, pointing to the water container beside him. You only require one F-22? You could ask for more. Sima Mingho appeared somewhat incredulous. It was astonishing that someone would be willing to exchange an entire box of such rare water for a single F-22. To him, both the aircraft carrier and the F-22 were mere scrap metal. Without fuel, these items were worth less than a biscuit. This was also the reason he had previously agreed to trade half a bottle of water for an aircraft carrier. Then I shall ask for 3. Since the other party was being so generous, Yu Hongming felt no need to be modest. No problem. I can even add a cruiser. No, that can wait for another time. Yu Hongming declined without hesitation, deeming it entirely unnecessary. Aside from occupying space, it offers not a single advantage to oneself. Much like that previous aircraft carrier, Yu Hongming has yet to determine the most suitable manner in which to present it to the nation. After all, such a massive entity is not akin to a mere F-22 that can be easily concealed. Once it makes an appearance, it will undoubtedly cause a significant stir. However, these concerns are not ones he ought to fret over at present. When the opportune moment arises, he will naturally present the aircraft carrier to the state. Alas, having failed to dispatch the cruiser, Sima Mingho displayed a hint of disappointment. How about I offer you 2 F-22 simulation cockpits instead? That would be acceptable. After pondering for a moment, Yu Hongming ultimately agreed. The cruiser may be of no practical use, yet the simulation cockpits still hold some value. He had already arranged for 2, one for Deputy Minister Chiu, and the other for his own amusement. Perfect. With the transaction complete, the items were duly placed in their respective inventories. The system's voice chimed once more. Subsequently, both Yu Hongming and Sima Mingho simultaneously vanished from the trading space. Upon exiting, Yu Hongming promptly extracted the 3 F-22s. Naturally, he stored them in his scrap yard's expansive warehouse. This nearly 200 square meter facility could comfortably accommodate 3 F-22s and 2 simulation cockpits without issue. In the future, this vast warehouse would serve as his primary venue for transactions with the outside world. Of course, exceptions exist. For instance, when delivering to Hongming Optoelectronics production line, this warehouse might prove insufficient, necessitating the search for an alternative location. Truly remarkable. This is the essence of modern industry. Gazing at the 3 F-22s arranged within the warehouse, Yu Hongming couldn't help but exclaim. He instinctively reached out to touch them. Without this system, he would never have had the opportunity to engage with such marvels. It is not just Yu Hongming. Even Americans seldom encounter such aircraft. Yet, alas, they were far too dusty. Noticing his hands stained black, Yu Hongming couldn't suppress a complaint. Yet, he understood well enough. Could objects from a post-apocalyptic world retain their pristine allure? Merely being operable is already a significant achievement. Yu Hongming had merely indulged in a fleeting visual delight. After a brief moment, he found little interest in lingering further. Were he so inclined, he could easily exchange for 2 more. He would not give them to anyone else. Rather, he would place them on either side of the scrapyard entrance, serving as guardians. Having F-22s at the entrance would indeed be a source of pride. At present, Yu Hongming was merely eager to wash his hands clean. The dust from this post-apocalyptic world left him uncertain of any potentially deadly viruses it might harbor. Before 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the sound of rumbling tracks echoed repeatedly in the vicinity of the scrapyard. What is happening? Have they sealed off the road? Are armored vehicles and tanks arriving? Is this a drill? The onlookers, obstructed on the road, began to murmur among themselves. Just when they thought the commotion was reaching its conclusion, a sudden buzzing sound filled the air as helicopters roared from the distance, circling above the scrapyard. With the arrival of the armed helicopters, the discussions among the crowd intensified. Is that a WZ-10? Is such a grand display really necessary? The deployment of armed helicopters. What on earth is going on? I must quickly snap a photo to share on my social media. Indeed, I have never witnessed such a spectacular scene. I must boast about it. Upon this reminder, many others began to react as well, capturing photographs and posting to their social networks. However, they soon discovered that their posts failed to transmit. Even phone calls were impossible. The mobile signal had plummeted to 0. What is going on? Why is there no signal at all? Could it be that the signal has been jammed? The need for jamming signals indicates that what transpires here must remain confidential. Everyone quiet down. Quickly delete those photos. Leaking secrets is no trivial matter. Among the crowd, there were those who understood the gravity of the situation, immediately pointing out the likely scenario and hastily deleting their pictures as if attempting to format their devices entirely. Chapter 45. Who wouldn't panic? The majority of the crowd consisted of ordinary citizens who, upon hearing of impending trouble, were terrified and hurriedly deleted evidence from their phones. Who would take such a significant risk for the sake of social media bragging rights? Minister Qian, is this the place? As the mission's lead, Major General Zhou looked at Deputy Minister Qiu with a puzzled expression. He found it hard to believe that the world's most advanced fighter jet, the F-22, could be concealed within such a dilapidated scrapyard. No wonder Major General Zhou was so astonished. Deputy Minister Qiu felt the same way upon his first visit. In truth, the blame cannot be solely placed upon them, for it primarily rests on Yu Hongming's shoulders. The interior of this scrapyard is decorated with exquisite craftsmanship akin to a hidden paradise, while the exterior presents an entirely different visage. The outer walls remain unchanged, with even the original sign of Feiyang Resource Recycling Company still hanging, cracked and weathered. Although the automatic doors appear sophisticated, they still exude an overall sense of neglect. To an outsider, it merely seems a common collection point for discarded items. This has always been a point of contention for Yuan Daong, who has lost count of how many times he has lamented to Yu Hongming about the investment in such a fine structure while neglecting the upkeep of the exterior walls. Leaving an old sign hanging was simply embarrassing. Yet, at such times, Yu Hongming would merely smirk dismissively. He believes that discretion is the true virtue. Do not fret. You will see once you enter. Deputy Minister Qiu smiled at Major General Zhou, seemingly awaiting a spectacle. Very well, I shall see what marvels lie within. Please do open the door. Buzzing. In reality, Deputy Minister Qiu had yet to move, yet the door had already opened automatically. With such commotion outside and helicopters hovering overhead, how could Yu Hongming possibly remain oblivious? Initially, he had not anticipated that these helicopters were in search of him. However, upon hearing the increasingly close sounds of tanks, which eventually halted right at his doorstep, if he still could not deduce that these armored vehicles and helicopters were meant for him, he would be utterly foolish. Thus, Yu Hongming wasted no time waiting for a knock. He swiftly opened the door. His only concern was whether the armored vehicle might crash through if he took too long. While the door itself was not particularly expensive, replacing it would still be quite a hassle, a circumstance he wished to avoid at all costs. Upon opening the door, Yu Hongming stood at the threshold. Seeing the familiar face of Deputy Minister Qiu outside, he breathed a sigh of relief. A familiar visage always brings a sense of reassurance. Yu Hongming hurried forward. Minister Qian, welcome. I hope I haven't startled you, Deputy Minister Qiu jested. In truth, his intent was not just to elicit laughter, but to alleviate Yu Hongming's tension. Surrounded by so many soldiers, armored vehicles, and helicopters without warning, it would be challenging for anyone to remain composed. Deputy Minister Qiu was also concerned that he might frighten Yu Hongming too severely, potentially deterring future collaboration with the state. Given that the item involved in this transaction was the F-22, it was imperative to handle the situation with utmost care, hence the deployment of such extensive military assets. All of this is aimed at ensuring the smooth execution of the transaction and the safe return of the F-22. Yu Hongming offered an awkward smile. It was impossible to claim he was not surprised. Although the system had facilitated his acquisition of an aircraft carrier and 3 F-22s, deep down, Yu Hongming still perceived himself as an ordinary citizen, suddenly encircled by so many military personnel who would not feel a sense of panic. Moreover, he harbored a significant secret. What if he were captured for dissection? All right, let me introduce you. Vice Minister Chiu promptly brought Yu Hongming before Major General Zhou. This is General Gao from the Feiqing Military District. Henceforth, he will be responsible for your security. Hello, Major General Zhou said, scrutinizing Yu Hongming while extending his hand for a shake. Greetings, General Gao, Yu Hongming stammered, initially intending to salute, but quickly correcting himself to grasp General Gao's hand. You are a fine young man. Keep up the good work and contribute more to the nation in the future, Major General Zhou emphasized, firmly shaking Yu Hongming's hand as a gesture of encouragement. Your safety is entrusted to me. As long as I am here, no one shall lay a finger on you. This was the way soldiers spoke, imbued with confidence and resolve. Thank you for your kindness, General Gao. I actually do not require special attention. I prefer to live modestly, and I find that quite agreeable. Yu Hongming was reluctant to have someone shadowing him constantly. Despite his confidence in keeping his secret hidden, he disliked the notion of being monitored. Additionally, he did not perceive himself as being in any significant danger that necessitated constant protection. Life in China remained relatively safe. Rest assured, our security measures will not interfere with your daily life. Simply put, you will not see them in your everyday activities. General Gao seemed to have discerned Yu Hongming's concerns and hastened to clarify. He pointed towards the interior of the recycling station, assuring, I can guarantee that unless circumstances become dire, our personnel will not step foot in here. All right, I appreciate your assistance, General Gao. Upon hearing this, Yu Hongming ceased to decline further. Well then, you may discuss the remaining matters. Yu Hongming, has the cargo we discussed previously arrived? Shall we take a look? In truth, Vice Minister Chiu had been eagerly awaiting this moment, but he refrained from interrupting the conversation between Yu Hongming and General Gao. Now, seeing that their discussion had reached a natural conclusion, Vice Minister Chiu could no longer contain his impatience. Yes, but you must be psychologically prepared, Yu Hongming nodded, adding a somewhat ambiguous remark. After all, they had originally ordered 1 aircraft, and now there were 3. He was uncertain whether they intended to purchase all of them. His caution prompted this statement. However, Vice Minister Chiu misinterpreted his words. Is there an issue with the cargo? Both Vice Minister Chiu and General Gao immediately grew tense. Let us go inside and take a look. You will understand once you see it. Very well. Vice Minister Chiu reluctantly acquiesced. It was evident that both he and General Gao were feeling somewhat heavy-hearted, the earlier excitement having dissipated. Yu Hongming, is this the issue you referred to? Upon entering the large warehouse, Vice Minister Chiu incredulously pointed at the 3 F-22s inside. Initially, he thought he had misseen. It was only after repeatedly rubbing his eyes and glasses that he confirmed the reality before him. In that moment, Vice Minister Chiu comprehended what Yu Hongming had turned a problem. And this problem was, in fact, quite favorable. He was exceedingly pleased. Indeed, there are a few more items this time. I wonder if you wish to purchase them all. Yu Hongming displayed a slightly bashful expression, leaving Vice Minister Chiu and General Gao utterly speechless. Of course we want them. Who would refuse such an opportunity? This is an F-22 that money cannot buy? Vice Minister Chiu responded with fervor, nodding vigorously. That's settled then. I was worried you might not want them, and I'd have to send them back. Hey, what are those 2 items over there? At this moment, Vice Minister Chiu noticed 2 flight simulators tucked away in a corner of the warehouse. As the deputy minister responsible for managing military equipment, he was naturally well acquainted with flight simulators. The military procured such devices for various flight units annually. Although they appeared similar externally, the configurations and technologies within differed vastly. General Gao followed Vice Minister Chiu's gaze and was momentarily taken aback. Oh my! Despite his background in the army, he had a modicum of knowledge regarding flight simulators. He could not help but glance at Yu Hongming with newfound respect. This individual was truly remarkable, not only securing F-22s, but also bringing along flight simulators. This level of capability instilled a sense of awe in General Gao. Fortunately, this was not a hostile force. Otherwise, the implications would be dire. This further solidified his resolve to ensure Yu Hongming's protection. As long as Yu Hongming's safety was guaranteed, Longhua could continuously acquire advanced equipment, maintaining an invincible stance against any adversary. That is a flight simulator for the F-22. Indeed, Yu Hongming's response did not disappoint. It aligned perfectly with their assumptions. Both men were elated. The utility of this simulator is immense. By continuously training pilots and collecting data, the Air Force can conduct targeted training. Even when confronted with adversaries, they can easily suppress the opposition. Its value even surpasses that of the 3 F-22s. Once a real aircraft is damaged, it is lost forever and costly to replace. However, the simulator is resilient and can be utilized countless times. Everyone knows what to do, but I can only offer you one. Seeing the two men fixate on the simulator, Hongming hastily clarified his position. He wished to keep one for personal use as a gaming device and would not let anyone take it away. Why? Do you have other buyers? Vice Minister Chiu inquired eagerly. How could he easily relinquish something so valuable that was almost within his grasp? General Gao, too, wore an expression of urgency, though he remained silent. No, it was specifically procured to serve as a gaming device. Do you not find that particularly exciting? A gaming device? Vice Minister Chiu and General Gao were left speechless, their emotions tumultuous and difficult to stabilize. To utilize such a high-end and immensely valuable item as a gaming console seemed utterly absurd. Had the wealthy truly become so capricious? Why does your organization not impose some restrictions on you? In that instant, the worldviews of Vice Minister Chiu and General Gao crumbled completely, leaving them unable to recover. Hongming, is there truly no room for negotiation? I can offer you more money. Faced with such a remarkable item, Vice Minister Chiu was unwilling to concede. Do I appear to be someone in need of money? All right, you make a fair point. It became evident that any efforts were futile. Hongming was indeed not lacking in funds. Attempting to sway him with money was utterly impossible. Hongming's enigmatic background had prompted thorough investigations by the relevant authorities. Yet, he remained an enigma. Aside from the growing balance in his bank account, no other leads could be uncovered. Ultimately, as he continued to provide increasingly impressive items, the authorities hesitated to delve deeper into his affairs. They feared offending Hongming, which could lead to even greater losses. Given Hongming's patriotic sentiments, what could possibly be more paramount? Everyone believed that if this situation persisted, the title of the nation's wealthiest individual would soon change hands, and it would be a silent transition. The state would assuredly safeguard his information, accessible only to a select few. Huayuan Road, a narrow path located less than 300 meters from the recycling station, typically bore witness to scarce foot traffic. There were times when half an hour would pass without a single vehicle in sight. However, today was markedly different. How could there be a traffic jam? Liang Yining observed that the cars ahead had come to a complete standstill, prompting Yu Jiangwo to park the vehicle and voice his frustrations. She clutched her thermos tightly. Having intended to prepare a delicious meal for her son, who had been reluctant to return home after so many days. Who could have anticipated that they would be ensnared in this predicament just as they were approaching? I'm unsure what is happening. Perhaps there is an issue ahead. I'll go take a look, Yu Jiangwo stated before exiting the car and striding towards the queue of vehicles. Liang Yining was left anxiously waiting in the car. Her gaze fixated ahead. Why were there so many soldiers? Yu Jiangwo quickly reached the front of the line and discerned the situation. All the intersections were cordoned off by military personnel, particularly the small junction leading to the recycling station, which was heavily guarded. In a bid to ascertain the nature of the disturbance, Yu Jiangwo hurriedly approached a passerby. Excuse me, do you know what is going on? Why are there so many soldiers? I'm not entirely sure. It was already sealed off when I arrived, but there must be something significant occurring, the man replied. Eager to engage in conversation, many others joined in the discourse, as the inability to proceed left them with little to do but chat. I was among the first to be stopped. I've never seen such a scene before. Indeed, it's my first time witnessing so many tanks and armored vehicles. It seems like an entire mechanized regiment has arrived. I suspect it's even more than that. Did you not notice the armed helicopters hovering above? Just their presence could account for a full regiment's worth of troops. Upon hearing this, Yu Jiangwo instinctively looked skyward at the circling aircraft. What was happening? The more he observed, the more he sensed something amiss. Why were those helicopters stationed above the recycling station? This thought unsettled him, particularly as one helicopter remained motionless in the air. Had something transpired at the recycling station? Could it possibly involve his son? Yet, wasn't he relying on his wife for sustenance? Had he committed some egregious act that warranted such a military response? This was no trivial matter. Ordinary infractions did not elicit such a grand show of force. Yu Jiangwo's heart raced with mounting anxiety. He had only one son. What if he were in trouble? It would be too late to raise another child. I must go and see for myself, he resolved, unable to remain passive any longer. After all, how could he neglect his own flesh and blood? Don't move. But in his haste, he was swiftly subdued by several soldiers and pressed to the ground. This scene left onlookers in shock. What on earth is this guy doing? Why did he charge straight in? What audacity to confront soldiers? Is he hoping to get himself arrested? Why disrupt a perfectly good day with such folly? Comrades of the People's Liberation Army, I genuinely have urgent matters. My son is over there. I did not intend to confront you, Yu Jiangwo implored, even as he was firmly restrained. He understood all too well that if he were perceived as a threat, not only would he fail to rescue his son, but he could also find himself in dire straits. imagining that if his son truly were in peril while he was detained, the repercussions were simply unfathomable. Regrets at this juncture were futile. Darling. At that moment, Liang Yining rushed over, holding a thermos filled with hot food. Noticing the prolonged silence, she had come to investigate. To her horror, she found her husband pinned to the ground by uniformed personnel. Ma'am, please remain calm. This area is currently a military restricted zone, and no one is permitted to enter, a soldier cautioned, stopping her before she could approach the blockade. However, the soldier was relatively courteous towards her, merely advising her without taking further action. He is my husband. Please release him. He certainly did not mean to offend. She gestured toward the recycling station as she explained. Our son is in there. My husband must be trying to find him. Your son is inside. The officer in charge furrowed his brow. Is he in that building? What is his name? Yes, that's south the place. My son's name is Hongming, Liang Yining affirmed, nodding vigorously and pointing toward the distance. Please hold on. I need to report this to my superiors. The officer's expression turned grave as he realized the matter exceeded his authority, for this location was crucial to their mission security. Release him, but keep him on standby until I receive further instructions. Understood. At last, Yu Jiangwo was temporarily granted freedom, yet the scrutiny around him remained unwavering, effectively confining him to that spot. The officer returned to his vehicle and communicated the situation via radio to his superiors. After several relays, the message eventually reached the commanding officer. Commander, an unexpected situation has arisen externally. What exactly is it? Please elaborate. Upon hearing of a special circumstance, the commander instantly adopted a serious demeanor. This operation was of utmost importance, and any error was unacceptable. A couple, appearing to be a husband and wife, have entered our designated secure area. Ordinary civilians? Just control them. It should suffice. The commander expressed his displeasure, initially expecting a more grave issue. However, there are further details that require clarification. Speak quickly. Why do you take so long to convey your message? If there is something to discuss, get to the point. The messenger appeared frustrated. Allow me to finish. I was only halfway through when I was interrupted. This grievance had to be swallowed. The couple claims to be searching for their son, named Yu Hongming, who is indeed here. Oh, why didn't you mention that sooner? Where is he now? The outside personnel haven't harmed them, have they? The commander grew anxious. His subordinates tended to act impulsively, sometimes lacking discernment in their actions. If anything were to happen to Yu Hongming's parents, his own reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Having just assured their safety, the thought of their predicament sent a flush of embarrassment to the commander's face. Quickly relay the message to ensure they are well taken care of. I am on my way. Commander Gao realized that he could no longer remain passive in this situation. If he did not first appease Yu Hongming's parents, the consequences could be dire. He had already envisioned the worst-case scenario. Offending Yu Hongming could jeopardize their collaboration, leading to an early retirement for him. Understood. I will take care of it immediately. The officer who had just reported received the order promptly, though he was taken aback by such directives from superiors. The commander intended to handle this matter personally. The officer understood the gravity of the situation. He swiftly returned to the scene, where Yu Jiangwo was surrounded. He gestured to the soldiers encircling Yu Jiangwo, instructing them to disperse and return to their posts while remaining vigilant. He then approached Liang Yining, saying, Madam, please come with me. Darling, are you all right? Upon receiving permission, Liang Yining hurried to Yu Jiangwo's side. I'm fine. Yu Jiangwo reassured her with a slight shake of his head and a comforting glance. He then turned his gaze toward the scrapyard. Please wait a moment. Our commander will arrive shortly, the officer stated, saluting. Commander? Hearing such a high-ranking title surprised Yu Jiangwo, but it was quickly overshadowed by unease. Why would such a senior official seek out an ordinary person like him? Surely, it had to do with his son. Yu Jiangwo could not fathom what his son had done to warrant the attention of a commander, but now he felt powerless but to wait. In less than 5 minutes, an off-road vehicle sped into view, screeching to a halt in front of Yu Jiangwo and Liang Yining. A major general emerged from the vehicle. It was Commander Gao. After exiting the car, Commander Gao approached Yu Jiangwo with a smile. I sincerely apologize for the incident that just occurred. I am the commander overseeing this operation. On his way, he had been briefed on the entire sequence of events, including the moment Yu Jiangwo was forcibly subdued. Upon learning this, Commander Gao's mood darkened, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Hence, upon meeting Yu Jiangwo, he immediately expressed his apologies. However, this gesture left Yu Jiangwo somewhat perplexed. Are today's high-ranking officials truly this approachable? He could not comprehend why the commander would act in such a manner. Although he found it bewildering, he dared not show any disrespect to a commander. It's all right. I was the one who intruded into restricted territory. Your forgiveness is sufficient. But may I ask you for a favor? Although feeling somewhat embarrassed, Commander Gao understood that certain matters were imperative to address. Failing to do so would lead to significant trouble. Please, if there is anything I can assist with, I will do my utmost, Yu Jiangwo replied. Though he could not grasp how an ordinary person could possibly aid the commander. Are you the parents of Yu Hongming? Commander Gao inquired. Yes. When you see Yu Hongming shortly, could you refrain from mentioning the earlier incident? As he spoke, Commander Gao felt a tinge of embarrassment, but it was a necessary request. Oh, so that's the matter. Rest assured, I won't say a word, Yu Jiangwo sighed in relief. He had initially feared a grave issue. But it turned out to be merely this. Chapter 48, none of this is important. Still, he did not fully comprehend why the commander was so insistent on this request. Then please, get in the car, I will take you to see Yu Hongming. Upon receiving Yu Jiangwo's agreement to keep the matter confidential, Commander Gao felt a sense of relief and personally opened the car door. He quietly rejoiced at having navigated this hurdle, avoiding an early retirement. Our vehicle is still outside. Liang Yining reminded anxiously. It was unexpected that she would be concerned about her car in such a situation. Do not worry, give me the keys. And I will assist you in bringing it inside. The officer promptly stepped forward to help. Liang Yining looked at Yu Jiangwo, unsure of what to do. Yu Jiangwo nodded. Give it to him. Liang Yining quickly handed the keys to the officer. Please, get in the car. Commander Gao invited once more. Thank you, Yu Jiangwo nodded. Taking Liang Yining by the hand as they boarded the vehicle, Commander Gao swiftly took the passenger seat, and the car began to speed towards the scrapyard. This scene did not go unnoticed by the onlookers outside. They were astonished by the unexpected turn of events, especially with the arrival of a major general. Who were these two? Their background must be considerable, otherwise, how would a major general personally come to their aid? Though curiosity bubbled within them. None dared to share their thoughts on social media, fearing the repercussions. On the way to the scrapyard, Yu Jiangwo realized that his previous assumptions had been overly hasty. What did he witness along the route? Tanks? Armored vehicles? These details were inconsequential. Yu Jiangwo had a vague impression that there was something resembling a missile launcher. Do not ask him how he discerned that. It simply resembled the type he had seen on television. Here we are. Please exit the vehicle. At last, they had arrived at the scrapyard. With a whirlwind of emotions, Yu Jiangwo and Liang Yining disembarked. Liang Yining gripped Yu Jiangwo's hand tightly. He was her anchor in this tumultuous moment. It was this support that enabled her to persevere thus far. Please hold on a moment. I will go fetch Yu Hongming. Commander Gao said. He reiterated his earlier caution. Once again, I implore you not to mention the previous incident. Rest assured, since I have promised. I will not speak out of turn, Yu Jiangwo assured him once more, despite still being puzzled by the commander's caution. At this moment, the priority was to see their son and ensure he was unharmed. Everything else was secondary. Thank you again. Please wait a moment while I go get Yu Hongming. Commander Gao departed. Before long, he appeared before Yu Hongming. Yu Hongming, your parents have arrived. They're here? Yu Hongming seemed somewhat surprised. All right, I'll go see them. I'll accompany you. Commander Gao insisted, unwilling to let Yu Hongming meet his parents alone. He was concerned that Yu Hongming's parents might say something inappropriate. Should any complications arise, he wanted to be there to manage the situation. Mom, Dad, why are you here? Yu Hongming soon stood before Yu Jiangwo and Liang Yining. Upon seeing their son safe and sound, Yu Jiangwo and Liang Yining exhaled a sigh of relief. Their earlier anxiety began to dissipate. Son, what on earth is going on? Have you done something wrong? Dad, where are you getting these ideas? If I had really done something wrong, would it be like this? If the military truly thought I was an issue, I would have been arrested by now. Didn't I tell you that I'm primarily engaged in international trade? Don't worry. I'm merely helping the military acquire some second-hand equipment from abroad. Yu Hongming patiently explained everything to his parents. Yet, what awaited him were his parents' skeptical gazes. Son, you really dare to say that? Do you think we will believe you? What he says is true, Commander Gao interjected. Eager to clarify, we indeed asked him to bring back some second-hand equipment from abroad. He reassured himself internally, acknowledging that the F-22 was indeed second-hand. Mom and Dad, you may choose not to believe me, but would General Gao, as the commander of the military district, deceive you? The title of military district commander struck Yu Jiangwo once more with astonishment as he gazed incredulously at General Gao. It was unexpected that this major general held such a prominent position, truly a figure of great authority. Mom and Dad, please wait for me in the reception room for a moment. I will join you once I have addressed matters here. Yu Hongming understood that this was not the time for idle chatter, especially with the helicopter still hovering overhead. The prolonged flight must be consuming a considerable amount of fuel. You go ahead. There's no need to concern yourselves with us. Yu Jiangwo and Liang Yining were not naive. They recognized the urgency of the situation, and thus they obediently retreated to the reception room to wait. General Gao, let us return. Yu Hongming gestured for General Gao to accompany him back to the warehouse. Once they arrived, Yu Hongming approached Vice Minister Chiu once more. Stop looking. If you keep staring, I won't sell you even one. Fine, I won't look anymore. Vice Minister Chiu was evidently startled and quickly shifted the subject. Yu Hongming, let us discuss the price. Very well, Yu Hongming nodded. Since the F-22 has never been publicly sold, pricing is challenging. How about we base it on the F-35's price, at $200 million per unit? After some deliberation, Vice Minister Chiu quoted this figure. Forget it. Just give me a token price of 10 million yuan for each unit. Yu Hongming shook his head. I meant 10 million dragon coins. Yu Hongming, this. Vice Minister Chiu was taken aback. A $200 million item being offered for merely 10 million dragon coins? Wouldn't that be a loss? More importantly, you're merely an intermediary. Wouldn't the supplier have something to say about this? Not only Vice Minister Chiu but even General Gao found this incredible. The issue was not merely the low price. It felt as if it were being given away. In that moment, General Gao regarded Yu Hongming with newfound respect. Enough of the hesitation, let us seal the deal. If you continue to waver, I shall withdraw. Yu Hongming left no room for rebuttal, decisively cutting off any escape. Nevertheless, both Vice Minister Chiu and General Gao would remember Yu Hongming's final words, fully aware of his intentions. Yu Hongming's actions moved both men deeply, and the corners of their eyes glistened with moisture. Yu Hongming, you are a good person. The nation will not forget you, Vice Minister Chiu stated earnestly. Indeed, with exceptional talents like you, our country will undoubtedly grow stronger. General Gao echoed the sentiment, his expression serious as he regarded Yu Hongming. Ultimately, he patted his chest and made an unprecedented vow. Yu Hongming, I have faith in you. From now on, I will support you in all your endeavors. Enough with the sentimentality. Let us have the items moved. Chapter 49, An Aircraft Carrier. Yu Hongming was not fond of such emotional displays and hastily put an end to it. No problem, I will arrange it immediately. General Gao readily agreed and called over a nearby communications officer to relay a few instructions. Moments later, a powerful engine roared outside, indicating that the loading vehicle had arrived. Yu Hongming, we will leave the loading to you. Come over here, there is another matter I wish to discuss. If it pertains to the game console, there is nothing to discuss. I will not agree. Yu Hongming eyed Vice Minister Chiu warily, determined to protect his cherished possession. Rest assured, it's not that. We wish to discuss something else. What do you want to say? Speak quickly. Upon hearing that their intentions were not related to his game console, Yu Hongming followed Vice Minister Chiu into a small garden outside. You should be aware that our third aircraft carrier is being constructed at the Longjing shipyard. I know a bit. I've seen it in the news. We plan to use catapult launch systems, but we've been struggling with the catapult device. So I was wondering. At this point, Vice Minister Chiu paused. However, without needing him to finish, Yu Hongming guessed his meaning. A smile crept across Yu Hongming's face. Just days prior, he was concerned about how to deliver such a massive asset. He hadn't expected an opportunity to arise so swiftly. You want me to assist you with that catapult device? Yes, precisely. Even if it's just finding some information. That would suffice. Vice Minister Chiu looked at Yu Hongming, hoping for a positive response. I cannot guarantee I have that. But we do have something substantial that might pique your interest. What substantial thing? Vice Minister Chiu frowned, sensing an unexpected twist. Not hearing the anticipated answer, he appeared somewhat deflated. An aircraft carrier. Once he confirmed that no one else was around, Yu Hongming whispered to Vice Minister Chiu. What? Vice Minister Chiu was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped. Fortunately, he quickly regained composure, ensuring that the matter remained confidential. Yu Hongming, is what you say true? Have you ever known me to speak falsely? Yu Hongming replied with a smile. Then how did you acquire such items? Even with Yu Hongming's admission, Vice Minister Chiu still found it hard to believe his ears. This was astonishing, beyond description. Surprise? Disbelief? Such words hardly encapsulated the shock he felt within. Let us not discuss how we obtained it. The crucial question is whether you want it. Of course we want it. No matter the cost, we must have it. Vice Minister Chiu responded eagerly. When do you plan to facilitate the transfer? This was a matter of great concern for Vice Minister Chiu, not out of impatience, but because he needed time to make adequate arrangements. Such a significant event could not afford any missteps. How about next week? Since a decision had been reached, Yu Hongming did not wish to delay further. Next week again? The previous deal for the F-22 was also set for a week. And now the aircraft carrier as well. Are you extraterrestrials or something? Otherwise, he could not fathom who else could accomplish such feats. Yu Hongming, is 1 week perhaps too rushed? Vice Minister Chiu referred to their own preparation time being insufficient. With only a week to prepare, they indeed could not adequately ready themselves for the arrival of the aircraft carrier. To bring back an aircraft carrier without anyone noticing was no simple task. The satellites overhead were constantly monitoring the area. If an aircraft carrier, not belonging to the Dragon Kingdom, suddenly appeared, it could trigger significant international disputes and potentially ignite a new world war. Vice Minister Chiu was not keen on witnessing such a scenario unfold. To ensure everything proceeded smoothly, they needed ample preparation time. Do you think the timeline is insufficient? I believe it is adequate. The timing is just right. Clearly, Yu Hongming did not grasp Vice Minister Chiu's implications. Thus, Vice Minister Chiu had to clarify, we need more time to prepare. Oh, I see. Would it be possible to delay another week? Yu Hongming inquired with a questioning look at Vice Minister Chiu. He was rather perplexed about what additional preparations were required. Wouldn't it suffice to merely cover it with a large tarpaulin? Very well, we shall have everything ready within 2 weeks. Vice Minister Chiu pondered for a moment before acquiescing, anxious that he might appear inefficient. In contrast, Yu Hongming could manage such affairs in a mere week. I shall now take my leave. I must attend to this matter. Vice Minister Chiu hastily excused himself. Comparatively, the few F-22 fighter jets and a simulator seemed less significant. All right, attend to your tasks. Yu Hongming made no effort to retain him. After waving farewell to Yu Hongming, Vice Minister Chiu promptly sought out Commander Gao to report. Commander Gao, there is an urgent matter I must address immediately. Please ensure the safe arrival of the goods. Understood. Leave the remaining matters to me. Commander Gao responded without further inquiry. As a military man, he recognized the appropriateness of words in certain contexts and the wisdom of refraining from excessive questioning. Some inquiries could lead to complications, particularly in this situation, where even the crucial task of transporting the F-22s was not entrusted to Vice Minister Chiu. It was evident that there were more pressing matters at hand. With this realization, Commander Gao chose to remain silent. Had he not heard the saying? Knowledge can be a perilous burden. This truth resonated clearly within him. Come here, he commanded, summoning a communications officer as he watched Vice Minister Chiu depart. Subsequently, Commander Gao assumed Vice Minister Chiu's role, engaging Yu Hongming in conversation. It was not a formal dialogue, but rather a casual exchange filled with light-hearted banter. After the preceding events, Commander Gao deemed Yu Hongming a worthy companion. Military camaraderie often entails transparency once trust is established. 2 hours later, 3 F-22s and a simulator had been loaded onto trucks and concealed beneath thick tarps, rendering them indistinguishable from the outside. Yu Hongming, we must take our leave. Do visit me when you have the time. Commander Gao bid farewell once more before ordering the convoy to set off. As the fleet departed, the overhead armed helicopters followed suit, bringing a much-needed tranquility. Gazing at the receding helicopters, Yu Hongming exhaled in relief. Their incessant hovering had been a source of considerable distraction, primarily due to the overwhelming noise. Even after their departure, he could still faintly hear the buzzing in his ears. Have they left? Upon Yu Hongming's return, Yu Jiangwo and Liang Yining quickly surrounded him. Chapter 50. Indeed, every entity has its equal. Yes, didn't you notice the helicopters have all departed? Son, are you truly my biological child? Despite the chaotic nature of Yu Jiangwo's words, they aptly reflected his current emotional state, utter disarray. He felt as though he no longer recognized this son of his. However, there was a silver lining. He no longer believed that Yu Hongming had ascended through mere nepotism. Should Yu Hongming catch wind of this favorable news, it would be interesting to see whether he would feel delighted or disheartened. Nevertheless, he was currently plagued by a headache. For Yu Hongming sensed that a significant trouble was looming. With such a commotion today, how could his parents possibly let him off easily? Dad, of course. I am your son. You're overthinking it, Yu Hongming replied, exuding exasperation as he regarded his father. Dad, I have a suggestion. What is it? Yu Jiangwo, at a loss for words, decided to hear his son out. It is essential to let life unfold naturally. Some matters need not be scrutinized too deeply. To live lightly, it is better to remain somewhat uninformed. Yu Hongming, are you instructing me on how to navigate life? Upon hearing Yu Hongming's words, Yu Jiangwo felt a surge of irritation and raised his hand, poised to strike. Dad, let us discuss this calmly. Please refrain from violence. Thankfully, Yu Hongming's quick reflexes prevented the blow from landing. What do you intend to do? Fortunately, Liang Yining intervened just in time, preventing Yu Jiangwo from resorting to violence. She chided, does it not suffice to feel irked without resorting to physical confrontation? I acted impulsively. Upon seeing Liang Yining, Yu Jiangwo immediately softened. Indeed, every entity has its equal. Yu Hongming, what is this? Yu and Daong reappeared, coincidentally witnessing Yu Hongming setting up his oversized gaming console. What astonished Yu and Daong the most was that all the personnel involved in the installation were clad in camouflage uniforms, with the one directing them adorned with insignia, 2 bars, and a star. In this scenario, Yu and Daong could not help but acknowledge that Yu Hongming was indeed gaining strength. It's a gaming console, Yu Hongming replied while eyeing the large device. Such a colossal gaming console. Yu Hongming, are you sure you're not jesting? Indeed, it is a large gaming console. If you don't believe me, that is your prerogative. Yu Hongming, disinterested in further explanation, allowed disbelief to linger. Yu and Daong could only stare in exasperation. Oh dear, the installing officer, a major, had been grumbling. He was well aware of the nature of today's installation task. Not only aware, but also quite familiar with it, having encountered similar equipment at numerous Air Force bases. Were it not for the repeated admonitions from higher-ups to dutifully complete the task without uttering inappropriate remarks or posing unnecessary questions, the Major would have relished the opportunity to chastise Yu Hongming for squandering resources. After 2 hours of labor, the installation was finally complete. The process itself was not overly complex. A sturdy base was constructed for the simulator, followed by the connection of a particularly thick power cable. As the device consumed an immense amount of electricity, when Yu Hongming received the electricity bill next month, he would likely comprehend that not everything could be considered a mere gaming console. Upon completion, the Major saluted Yu Hongming and departed with his team. "My darling, I have arrived." After bidding farewell to the workers, Yu Hongming eagerly dashed towards his new gaming console. "Now, let us see what marvel you truly are." Upon witnessing Yu Hongming enter, Yuan Daong hurriedly followed suit. However, upon crossing the threshold, he noticed Yu Hongming's countenance had turned rather grim. "What is the matter?" Yuan Daong inquired curiously, eager to discern what had rendered Yu Hongming's expression so serious. I genuinely do not know how to operate this contraption." Yu Hongming sighed heavily. "What is it? Surely it is not the instruction manual?" Yuan Daong observed a thick binder beside the chair. "Alas, I cannot comprehend it either. You must know I have an aversion to such materials. Allow me to give it a try. After all, I have traveled abroad. Can you manage? Let us not forget. The place you visited was Africa, where few possess such knowledge." Yu Hongming cast a disdainful glance at Yuan Daong. "Rest assured, I passed the 4th level of English. I can at least decipher a few phrases. If I encounter difficulties, I can always consult the resources." Yuan Daong dismissed Yu Hongming's words, seizing the thick binder and commencing to peruse its contents. Upon opening it, he exclaimed, "F-22? He recognized the initial letters. Simulator operation. However, he was utterly perplexed by the subsequent English text. This truly rendered the situation quite awkward. "I never anticipated such a swift rebuttal. I knew I couldn't rely on you." Observing the mortified expression of Yuan Daong, Yu Hongming shook his head with a sigh. The flush on Yuan Daong's face deepened. Nevertheless, he was not one to concede easily. "Although I am unaware, I can certainly look it up." "Well, this is the extent of your capabilities." Realizing that he could not depend on Yuan Daong, Yu Hongming took out his phone and began to search. It is better to rely on oneself than to depend on others. That is the true path. Yuan Daong disregarded Yu Hongming's sarcasm and hastily retrieved his own phone to search. "Yu Hongming, is this a simulator for the F-22 fighter jet?" "Indeed. Is there a problem?" Yu Hongming continued to examine the materials without lifting his gaze. "No problem." Yuan Daong was utterly flabbergasted. This was, after all, the simulator for the world's most advanced F-22 fighter jet. Setting aside how you came by it, is it really appropriate to treat it as a mere toy? "Yu Hongming, won't your suppliers and the military have objections to you using this as a gaming console? This is my own property. I may utilize it as I please. Who dares to object? Even if they did, it would be futile. I am indifferent." Yu Hongming's words were unabashedly domineering, and he was oblivious to how increasingly presumptuous he had become. Yuan Daong was at a loss for words, feeling that Yu Hongming was becoming more of a stranger to him. Nevertheless, he found this transformation quite admirable. What was Yu Hongming up to? Commander Gao, a man of his word, had resolved to protect Yu Hongming's safety at all times. Following their last return, he had promptly arranged for a platoon of troops to safeguard Yu Hongming and his family. These soldiers were elite members selected from the special forces, highly experienced in protection due to their specialized training. In his daily life, Yu Hongming indulged in gaming, spent time with his girlfriend, and even enrolled in yacht driving training. The communications officers swiftly responded to Commander Gao's inquiries. The unit assigned to protect Yu Hongming reported his status daily to Commander Gao. Gaming. Upon hearing this term, Commander Gao's brow furrowed. He was well aware of the nature of the game Yu Hongming was engaged with. In truth, this gaming console had been installed for Yu Hongming by personnel sent by Commander Gao himself. Such a significant piece of equipment was not something he wished to have operated by outsiders. Chapter 51. Of course, it is a gaming console. Due to the substantial risk of leaks, Commander Gao had reluctantly arranged for its installation. Never mind, I will not dwell on such troubling matters. Did you say he enrolled in yacht training? Yes, Commander Gao, the communications officer nodded. Perhaps he intends to purchase a yacht. That seems unlikely, Commander Gao mused, immediately dismissing the officer's assertion. For what purpose then? The communications officer instinctively retorted but quickly realized his error. As a communications officer, he had no right to question the commander's thoughts. However, since Commander Gao was deep in contemplation, he paid little heed. Under normal circumstances, the officer would have been reprimanded to transcribe orders 100 times over. Ensure a thorough investigation of the driving school where Yu Hongming enrolled. I do not wish for any mishaps to occur there. Commander Gao did not disclose his thoughts to the communications officer, but instead tasked him with another matter. Rest assured, Commander, this matter has already been initiated, and results will follow shortly. Indeed, the special operations team assigned to protect Yu Hongming executed their duties with remarkable professionalism, having arranged everything well in advance. Excellent. Maintain this standard. Commander Gao was highly satisfied with the outcome and waved for the communications officer to depart. He then sank into deep thought, pondering Yu Hongming's motives for learning to operate a yacht. Had he known that Yu Hongming was to engage in a transaction involving an aircraft carrier with Deputy Minister Chiu, such speculations would have been unnecessary. The Twin Towers, a landmark in Feiqing, soared to a height of 530 meters, ranking among the top 5 in the nation. Within it resided a renowned Michelin 3-star Western restaurant. Today, Yu Hongming had invited Yu Xinxin to dine here. The warm afternoon sun bathed the earth as Ao Tung set forth with Ao Sinwei and his loyal troops, totaling over 800 soldiers advancing towards the south of Qi. Why the sudden invitation to dine here? Yu Xinxin asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed at Yu Hongming. Having known each other for quite some time, this was the first instance in which Yu Hongming had taken the initiative to bring her to such an upscale restaurant. Previously, it had mostly been Yu Xinxin proposing visits to such establishments. Is it forbidden to bring you out for a meal without a special occasion? Yu Hongming refrained from directly revealing his intentions, as it was customary to first establish a topic of conversation. Of course not. I am merely a bit surprised. Sensing that he did not wish to elaborate, Yu Xinxin ceased her inquiries. Waiter, she called, waving her hand. After ordering, Yu Hongming tentatively initiated conversation. Xinxin, how proficient are you in foreign languages? Which country's language? Several languages from Europe, I can manage quite well. Yu Hongming looked at Yu Xinxin with astonishment. He had to admit, she was indeed an academic powerhouse, capable of mastering so many foreign tongues. In contrast, he had barely scraped through the level 4 exam, relying solely on a stroke of luck. In truth, it is unnecessary to know so many languages. Knowing English is sufficient, Yu Hongming explained. Is there something amiss? Yu Xinxin regarded Yu Hongming with a curious expression, as if she had already surmised part of the situation. The thing is, I recently purchased a gaming console, but discovered that the instruction manual is entirely in English. Could you help me decipher it? As he spoke, he retrieved the thick booklet from his bag. It seemed this was a choice born out of necessity. Initially, he had attempted to follow Yu and Daiyong's advice and search for information online, but he abandoned the effort after a couple of pages. The technical jargon and lengthy explanations were utterly confounding. Not only he, but even his friend who had offered assistance found it unmanageable. No problem, let me take a look. Yu Xinxin accepted the book, and merely observing its thickness left her astonished. Upon opening the manual, her eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth nearly agape. Years of experience in the workplace, particularly in the investment sector, had made her quite familiar with various industrial terminologies. After a thorough examination, and out of professional habit, Yu Xinxin instinctively glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping on their conversation. Yu Hongming, are you certain this is truly a gaming console? She inquired, perplexed. Of course. It is a gaming console, Yu Hongming affirmed confidently. However, Yu Xinxin found herself momentarily at a loss for words. No buts about it. I understand your concerns. Rest assured, it has already been approved from above. If I declare it a gaming console, then it is indeed a gaming console, Yu Hongming replied with a smile. As he spoke, he pointed towards the sky with his index finger. When you mention above, do you refer to the same above that I am thinking of? Is that even a question? If there had been no approval from above, would I dare to act in such a manner? I am not one to seek a premature end to my life. In order to reassure Yu Xinxin, Yu Hongming resorted to such exaggerations, but on the whole, it was not entirely untrue. Had Deputy Minister Chiu and Commander Gao overheard his words, they would undoubtedly have been furious. We are not doing this willingly, we are compelled. Yu Hongming expressed his thoughts. Yet Yu Xinxin remained skeptical, perceiving the item in her hands as a proverbial hot potato. It was not that she was unwilling to assist Yu Hongming, but rather that her rational mind warned her of the complications that would arise should she become entangled in this matter. While minor issues could be managed, her greatest fear lay in the possibility that her fragile constitution might not withstand the severe repercussions. Mr. Yu, perhaps we should take over this translation task. We will ensure it is handled efficiently. Just as Yu Xinxin grappled with how to decline, a square-faced man clad in a server's uniform approached. Who are you? Yu Hongming inquired, taken aback by the sudden appearance of a server offering assistance. I am sent by Commander Gao. Here is my identification. The individual promptly presented his credentials to Yu Hongming. Is this from the Gao commander of the Feiqing military district? Yu Hongming asked as he accepted the documents. Indeed. We have come at Commander Gao's behest to ensure your protection. I understand. Please extend my gratitude to Commander Gao. Yu Hongming briefly scanned the identification before returning it and reclaiming the folder from Yu Xinxin, handing it over to the server. Take this away. Have Commander Gao expedite the matter. I am eager to return to my game. Understood. I shall relay your message to Commander Gao verbatim. With that, the server departed with the folder. Yu Xinxin stood in astonishment, her mind swirling with questions. Today had been replete with unexpected events, leaving her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. In a moment, the deluge of information was truly difficult to digest. Yu Hongming, what on earth is happening? She realized that to fully comprehend the situation, she would need Yu Hongming to clarify. Acknowledging the necessity of explanation, he replied, do not overthink it. It is rather simple. I merely assisted the military with a minor task, and they have taken quite a liking to me. Chapter 52, the day of the agreed transaction. In order to prevent this world from losing someone as handsome as myself, the military has decided to protect me. Yu Hongming, could you be serious for once? Upon hearing his words, Yu Xinxin recognized his arrogance and felt her cheeks puff up in frustration. In essence, the military finds me rather useful and does not wish for my untimely demise, hence they have arranged for protection for myself and my family. Though the wording was somewhat crude, the underlying truth was valid. Yu Hongming had succinctly summarized his current predicament. Family, surely I am not included in the protection? Upon reflection, a chill ran down Yu Xinxin's spine at the thought that she might have been under surveillance for an extended period without her knowledge. She felt a sense of relief that she had not engaged in any nefarious activities, for otherwise, she would undoubtedly have trouble sleeping tonight. I truly do not know. Yu Hongming replied, feigning innocence. He genuinely had no clue. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the server, he would have thought Commander Gao had been jesting. Little did he know, there were indeed individuals nearby ensuring his safety. What impressed him the most was that he had only made a reservation for a Western restaurant that afternoon, and by evening, personnel were already infiltrating the establishment in the guise of servers. This gave Yu Hongming an uncanny sense of being in a spy thriller. Server? Yu Hongming raised his hand. What do you wish to do? I just wanted to inquire. No need. Before Yu Xinxin could decline, the server returned. Though this time he was devoid of the thick folder, clearly having transferred it to others. Mr. Yu, is there anything else you require? I would like to inquire if my girlfriend, this one here, has received protection from you. Yu Hongming gestured towards Yu Xinxin. Indeed, anyone close to Mr. Yu is under our stringent protection, so Ms. Yu is no exception. Very well, you may return to your duties. Yu Hongming waved the server away and then turned to Yu Xinxin. I hope this answer satisfies you. Alas, I never expected to experience such treatment myself. Yu Xinxin found herself at a loss for words, resorting to self-deprecating humor. Accepting the situation, she resolved to embrace what could not be changed. Observing Yu Xinxin's slight displeasure, Yu Hongming sought to comfort her. Well, I understand. Yu Xinxin quickly came to terms with reality. At her current juncture, she recognized that many matters were beyond her control. Come, let us dine. At that moment, their orders arrived, prompting Yu Hongming to urge Yu Xinxin to eat. We should enjoy our meal. These individuals are unlikely to appear before us again, so let us act as if they do not exist. Indeed, Yu Xinxin smiled and nodded. Her spirits lifted considerably. Yu Hongming had underestimated her. Her adaptability surpassed his expectations. On the third day, the substantial operations manual finally returned to Yu Hongming, now in its fully translated form. At last, I can play. After having gazed longingly at the manual for several days, Yu Hongming could hardly contain his excitement. After dismissing the individual who delivered the manual, he entered the simulation chamber with the newly translated operations manual in hand. Armed with the manual, albeit with somewhat clumsy movements, Yu Hongming successfully initiated the gaming console. Buzzing. The moment the machine powered up, it unleashed a violent tremor. Fortunately, Yu Hongming had fastened his seatbelt as per the manual's instructions, preventing a potentially disastrous tumble. This simulator was designed to replicate authentic flight data and was no trivial matter. It could even recreate some highly challenging maneuvers. Failing to secure oneself during flight would undoubtedly pose a grave danger. After launching the simulator, Yu Hongming proceeded meticulously through the manual step by step. However, piloting a fighter jet was evidently no simple feat, even if it was merely a simulated game. Due to the heightened realism of the simulation, the difficulty escalated exponentially. After more than 20 attempts, Yu Hongming had yet to successfully take off in the F-22. Is it truly this difficult? He began to feel disheartened. He had not anticipated the actual difficulty to be far greater than he had envisioned. The fact remained that not everything could be treated as a mere game. Perhaps I should take it slow and learn to pilot a boat first. Yu Hongming concluded that he had exhausted his patience for the day. Continuing would yield no progress. Thus, he resolved to attend to more pressing matters. With the transaction date drawing near, he needed to learn to navigate a boat swiftly. Otherwise, how would he deliver the goods to Deputy Minister Chiu and the others? Little did Yu Hongming know that the driving school he was to attend had undergone a complete personnel overhaul. Even his instructor had been covertly replaced by one of his protectors, all to ensure his comprehensive safety. Before he knew it, the day of the agreed transaction had arrived. Fortune smiled upon him today. Witnessing the F-22 finally take flight filled Yu Hongming with exhilaration. After countless days and nights of relentless effort, the F-22 finally soared from the ground, clumsily making its way into the azure sky. Yet, this was merely the initial step. With such fortuitous circumstances, tonight's dealings promised to be exceedingly prosperous. Having made a commendable start, Yu Hongming found himself increasingly optimistic about the evening's transactions. Perhaps today truly was a day overflowing with good fortune. In the subsequent flights, Yu Hongming managed to avoid any mishaps, each time ascending with a slight stumble. Reveling in the freedom of flight. What exhilaration! At that moment, he felt vindicated in his initial choice. This simulated experience was undeniably exhilarating. No game in the world could compare to such a sensation. If Deputy Minister Chiu and Commander Gao were to hear this sentiment, they would likely indulge in a barrage of critiques. Was it even necessary to mention? A vessel worth hundreds of millions of dollars could hardly be deemed inadequate. 0101. This is 02. The target has departed. The target has departed. Please respond. Please respond. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Yu Hongming set forth. The Special Forces squad leader, tasked with his protection, promptly reported the situation to their superiors. 01 received. 01 received. 0101. Please confirm if we should continue to follow. 0202. You may proceed, but maintain a distance of 20 nautical miles to ensure the target remains unaware of your presence. 02 understands. 02 understands. Maintaining a distance of 20 nautical miles, ensuring the target remains oblivious. As the radio fell silent once more, a speedboat departed a mere 10 minutes after Yu Hongming, maintaining the stipulated distance without encroaching closer. Chapter 53. All preparations were in place. This should suffice. After navigating for a full 2 hours, Yu Hongming piloted the vessel to a point 100 nautical miles from the coastline. This area was far removed from the main shipping lanes, with no other vessels in sight. Such a concealed location was ideal for his forthcoming endeavors. Yu Hongming leisurely retrieved his satellite phone. At a distance of 200 nautical miles from the shore, cellular signals were naturally non-existent. In such a locale, one could only rely on a satellite phone. The call was directed to Deputy Minister Chiu, who was anxiously awaiting news from Yu Hongming at a naval base. Over the past fortnight, Deputy Minister Chiu had not been idle. Following their conversation, he hurried back to the capital to report to higher authorities, swiftly obtaining the necessary authorization. He would oversee the entirety of this transaction, endowed with the authority to mobilize all requisite resources to ensure the dealings were clandestine, secure, and executed smoothly. The weight of this responsibility was indeed immense, as he needed to find a sufficiently large port to dock the impending aircraft carrier while ensuring its location remained hidden. Concurrently, he had to arrange adequate security personnel and heavy tugboats. The workload was substantial, leaving Deputy Minister Chiu feeling overwhelmed. Fortunately, all preparations were complete, awaiting Yu Hongming's signal. Beep. Beep. The satellite phone that Deputy Minister Chiu had clutched in his hand finally rang. Hello, is this Yu Hongming? He asked, nearly bursting with impatience upon receiving the call. It's me. You can come over now. Has the cargo arrived? Not yet. Would I summon you if it hadn't? All right, we'll set off immediately. Expecting to reach you in about an hour and a half. Deputy Minister Chiu did not require Yu Hongming to disclose his location, as their vessels had been quietly trailing behind him all along. Nowadays, all vessels from Longwo were equipped with the Beidou navigation system, making the tracking of a ship's position a trivial task. One could hardly fathom the vastness of the ocean without embarking on a maritime journey. Even though warships were slightly faster than typical vessels, that marginal speed was nearly negligible in the vast expanse of the sea. According to measurements, there was an 85 nautical mile distance between the naval base where Deputy Minister Chiu was stationed and Yu Hongming's position. Even if they proceeded at maximum speed, it would take over an hour to arrive. Set sail. After hanging up with Yu Hongming, Deputy Minister Chiu promptly issued the operational command. The fleet comprised 2 cruisers, 6 destroyers, 2 submarines, and over a dozen tugboats, a formidable force indeed. In truth, the fleet had been fully prepared, merely awaiting the signal to embark. Upon leaving the port, the vessels swiftly formed a formation, advancing at full speed towards the designated maritime area. Simultaneously, Yu Hongming was not idle. Having just ended the call, he entered that special space and extracted the aircraft carrier. Fortunately, the arrival of the carrier did not cause any significant commotion. Otherwise, a mere tremor from such a colossal entity could have capsized his small boat. This thing is truly enormous. Standing on his small boat and gazing at the behemoth before him, Yu Hongming couldn't help but exclaim. In the presence of this war machine, He felt as diminutive as an ant. Perhaps this exemplified the adage that one only perceives the disparity through comparison. Subsequently, he circled the aircraft carrier in his small boat, once again awestruck by its grandeur. The entire circumnavigation took a full 20 minutes, a testament to the carrier's immense size. Initially, Hongming contemplated boarding to take a closer look, but after several unsuccessful attempts to find a suitable means of embarkation, he ultimately abandoned the idea. Remaining in the small boat while waiting was hardly a solution, particularly since there was no opportunity to indulge in gaming for distraction. All around him was an impenetrable darkness. Even the prospect of enjoying the seascape was a distant aspiration. As seconds turned into minutes, the wait grew increasingly torturous. At last, just as he was on the brink of despair, several clusters of lights appeared in the distance. Were reinforcements arriving? Upon seeing the lights, Hongming felt as if he had spotted a lighthouse amidst the darkness. Meanwhile, the personnel tasked with the protective detail, noticing the anomaly, swiftly entered a state of alert. The squad leader immediately reported the situation to their superiors. 01. This is 02. A significant number of vessels are approaching the target area. Please expedite reinforcements. Acknowledged. Reinforcements are expected to arrive within an hour and a half. You must ensure the target's safety at all costs. The response from the other end, initially calm, now bore an urgency. Understood. We will do everything in our power to protect the target from harm. With that, they resolutely executed their orders. The moment the receiver was placed down, the squad leader picked up the red emergency communication device, a tool reserved for extreme crises, and began dialing. What is the urgency? The person on the other end inquired directly. Commander Gao, the target is facing threats from an unidentified fleet. We request immediate assistance. After briefly outlining the severity of the situation, the other party promptly agreed to coordinate naval forces for assistance, emphasizing the necessity of ensuring the target's safety until reinforcements arrived. We have dispatched an elite team to protect him. As long as even one person remains alive, the target will be safeguarded. Hearing this, the commander's eyes welled with tears, touched by the reliability and loyalty of these individuals. He then continued to contact the naval base in Feiching via the red device to request further assistance. Hello, I am Gao Zhe, the local military commander. A significant individual is currently in danger outside and urgently requires your support. To his dismay, the response indicated that all available resources had been allocated to other missions and could not be summoned. In a moment of desperation, Commander Gao had to seek alternative avenues and ultimately decided to reach out to the Coastal Guard for assistance. Hello, It is I, Gao Zhe, the overall commander of the defense zone in Feiching. I have a special case that requires urgent attention. There is a vessel in distress located 100 nautical miles offshore. Could you assist in the rescue? Upon receiving an affirmative response, Gao's anxious heart began to ease somewhat. The duty officer at the Coast Guard base was momentarily taken aback. This was a situation he had never encountered before. The Coast Guard and the military operate within distinctly separate frameworks. Typically, military matters are resolved internally without recourse to local forces. Moreover, Feiching is home to a significant naval base. Why seek our help instead of turning to the Navy? This was the aspect that puzzled him the most. We initially intended to seek assistance from the naval base, but they are currently engaged in an urgent mission, and all their vessels have been deployed. Hence, I have come to request your help, Commander Gao quickly clarified, perceiving the source of the officer's hesitation. Chapter 54. This is a carrier. The target of this operation is of paramount importance, with profound implications for the future of Longhua. I implore you not to hesitate. I request that you depart immediately and bring along an adequate supply of weaponry to ensure the safety of the target. Very well. Please provide the location of the target area, and we will dispatch vessels forthwith. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, the base commander felt compelled to act without delay. The urgency was unmistakable when a division commander reached out at such an ungodly hour for assistance. Before long, the only 2 vessels at the Coast Guard base were dispatched, equipped with the appropriate armaments as per Commander Gao's request. The duty officer placed special emphasis on this operation, sending out the most elite Coast Guard unit available. Meanwhile, Commander Gao was not idle. He promptly attempted to contact Deputy Minister Chiu. However, the call was made too late, as Deputy Minister Chiu was already at sea and thus unable to receive Gao's communication. Captain, what is that? Approximately 2 nautical miles from Hongming. The personnel dispatched to provide protection had noticed a massive object ahead. A carrier? But how could there be a carrier here? Had our navy recently been to Feiching? It did not appear to resemble any of our nation's carriers. Where could it have come from? Do not concern yourself with such matters. Remember our mission, to ensure the safety of the target at all costs. Other issues are not our concern, the captain in charge of the operation advised, promptly retrieving a satellite phone to report the situation to command. After all, discovering an unidentified carrier warranted an immediate report to superiors, as it is a fundamental duty of a soldier. What is happening? At that moment, Hongming was utterly bewildered. He had just spotted a speedboat rapidly approaching from another direction. Within 2 minutes, the speedboat docked alongside his vessel. Mr. Yu, there is no need for alarm. We are here to protect you. A familiar voice echoed, as several figures boarded his ship. Upon closer inspection, Hongming recognized the situation. One of the figures was the familiar-faced waiter from the Western restaurant. What brings you here? We are here to ensure your safety. Have you been following me all along? Hongming asked, astonished. He never expected to be pursued to such a remote location. Is such dedication truly necessary? Hongming began to feel anxious, fearing that his secrets might be uncovered. The sudden appearance of such a large carrier was beyond explanation. Indeed, we have been trailing you from 20 nautical miles away. Thankfully, the waiter's words slightly reassured Hongming. At that distance, even with an 8-power scope, it would be impossible to discern the situation here, right? Mr. Yu, we must leave this place swiftly. It is perilous here. The familiar-faced waiter glanced at the approaching fleet with urgency. Perilous? What danger lurks here? Hongming was perplexed. He had just confirmed via satellite phone that the approaching vessels belonged to Deputy Minister Chiu and his team. Had they not been with Deputy Minister Chiu, Hongming would not have waited for the waiter's urging to flee. He cherished his safety above all else. There are unidentified vessels approaching, and their numbers are substantial. I advise you to evacuate immediately. Those vessels? Hongming pointed toward the approaching fleet, looking at the waiter for confirmation. Yes, precisely them. Given the uncertainty of the situation, it is prudent to temporarily vacate this area. The waiter suspected that these individuals were not after Hongming, but rather were interested in the imposing carrier before them. In the absence of support, retreating was the safest option. There is no need to leave. They are here for me. I have arranged a transaction for this carrier. Hongming gestured toward the nearby vessel. A carrier? A transaction? The waiter was utterly flabbergasted. In truth, he knew little about Hongming's affairs beyond the basics. It was impossible for him to be aware that Hongming had just negotiated a deal with Deputy Minister Chiu for 3 F-22s. Such secrets were far too classified for someone of his rank to access, explaining his current astonishment. The waiter gazed incredulously at Hongming. Mr. Yu, is that truly the case? Of course. Is there anything else here? But this is a carrier. The waiter remained in a state of confusion, even more perplexed than before. However, it seemed he had begun to piece together why this mysterious carrier had materialized here, yet the notion was simply too outrageous. Mr. Yu single-handedly acquired a carrier? This is utterly unbelievable. Any rational individual would find it difficult to accept such a claim. The waiter, who considered himself relatively normal, was no exception. Very well. This is not something you need to know. It would be best not to inquire further. I am doing this for your own good. Hongming wished to avoid further explanation, deeming it unnecessary. I apologize, Mr. Yu. I spoke out of turn. The waiter realized he had overstepped his bounds, concerning himself with matters beyond his purview. All right, you should leave here at once. They will be arriving shortly. No. We cannot depart until we ascertain that those individuals pose no threat. The waiter promptly rejected Hongming's suggestion. While other matters were not their concern, they had not forgotten that ensuring Hongming's safety was their primary mission. Very well, then you may remain here. However, do not move about. They are indeed allies. Reluctantly, Hongming allowed them to stay, but felt compelled to issue a warning. Otherwise, should a misunderstanding arise, it would lead to complications. Deputy Minister Chiu, is that the large object ahead? At this close proximity, it was impossible for anyone to miss it. The fleet led by Deputy Minister Chiu had already spotted the massive entity ahead. In truth, only Deputy Minister Chiu within the entire fleet was privy to the objective of this mission. The others remained in the dark. Even the commander of this fleet, Commander Zhou from the Feicheng Naval Base, remained oblivious to the specific details. The orders they had received were exceedingly straightforward, a top-secret mission. Follow the commands without question, uttering not a word about it. Their task was as uncomplicated as that. However, from the moment they laid eyes on that colossal entity, any rational individual could surmise the nature of their mission. Nonetheless, everyone tacitly concealed this secret within their hearts. There was no idle chatter, nor discussions about the matter. Yet, there were exceptions, such as Commander Zhou, who regarded Deputy Minister Chiu with a perplexed expression. The earlier inquiry had originated from him. Chapter 55, The Patriotic Individual's Acquisition. Indeed, our mission today is to covertly tow that massive vessel back to safety. But where did this behemoth come from? Will it provoke any international disputes? Commander Zhou began to fret over another concern, a grave one. After all, this was an aircraft carrier. If the information were to leak, the repercussions would be unimaginable. It was acquired by a patriotic individual. Rest assured, as long as we secure it properly, who will ever know that this aircraft carrier is in our possession? The prowess of this patriotic individual is truly formidable. Commander Zhou felt a mix of excitement and trepidation and resolved to enhance training upon returning. He also worried whether this might spark the onset of a Third World War. Preparedness was paramount. All right, there is no need to worry. I am already prepared. Just ensure that you act swiftly and tow this behemoth to the designated location before dawn, he instructed. Deputy Minister Chiu, rest assured. I will personally oversee their efforts to guarantee that your agenda is not hindered. At this moment, Commander Zhou dared not exhibit any negligence. For a moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophic consequences. Communicate the order. Initiate first-level combat readiness. He gestured for his aide-de-camp to approach. Understood. Initiating first-level combat readiness. The aide replied, promptly reiterating the command before saluting and hurrying to relay the orders. Well, within a minute, alarms blared across every vessel in the fleet simultaneously. First-level combat readiness. All personnel returned to their respective posts. The command echoed repeatedly through the ship's intercom. Each individual participating in this mission was meticulously chosen and seasoned. Thus, within 3 minutes of the alarm sounding, everyone was at their stations. Even in the face of an enemy assault, they would be prepared to retaliate immediately. Commander, first-level combat readiness is complete. After receiving reports from each vessel, the aide returned to Commander Zhou to report the situation. Excellent. Proceed at full speed towards the target. Understood. Full speed towards the target. The aide reiterated the command and set off to convey it once more. Full speed ahead. Soon, this directive resonated on every ship. Consequently, all vessels ramped up their engines, racing towards the objective. 10 minutes later, the fleet stabilized around the aircraft carrier. Aside from Deputy Minister Chiu's and Commander Gao's vessels, which headed directly towards Yu Hongming's position, the other ships dispersed to maintain vigilance. Why is there an additional ship? Upon noticing an extra vessel near Yu Hongming, Deputy Minister Chiu immediately became alert. He knew full well that Yu Hongming would never involve outsiders in such dealings. Commander Zhou, there is an unidentified vessel. Prepare everyone. If any situation arises, we must launch an immediate offensive, but we must safeguard our patriotic individual. Understood. Commander Zhou comprehended the gravity of the situation and summoned his aide once more, instructing him to prepare for combat. Beep beep. Yu Hongming's satellite phone rang again. The caller was Deputy Minister Chiu, who had a straightforward purpose for his call, to ascertain whether Yu Hongming had been taken hostage or encountered danger. Minister Qian, you've arrived. Haven't you? Fortunately, the troubling scenario Deputy Minister Chiu feared had not transpired. The call was quickly connected, and Yu Hongming's voice resonated from the other end. Moreover, he sounded unthreatened. At this moment, Deputy Minister Chiu exhaled in relief, emboldened to inquire about the circumstances. Yu Hongming, why is there an additional ship near you? Oh, that is Commander Gao's personnel. They appeared suddenly, claiming to protect me. Deputy Minister Chiu was momentarily speechless. It turned out to be a mere misunderstanding. He held great admiration for Commander Gao's dedication. Such comprehensive protection was indeed meticulous. Deputy Minister Chiu felt fortunate for having made the call. Otherwise, it could have escalated into conflict among allies. All right, I understand now. Please steer your vessel towards us. All right. Yu Hongming did not object. Commander Zhou, halt the ship and prepare to receive our guest. After concluding the call with Yu Hongming, Deputy Minister Chiu immediately addressed Commander Zhou beside him. The reasoning behind not instructing Commander Zhou to approach directly, but rather to have Yu Hongming maneuver his small craft over, was also prudent. Deputy Minister Chiu's vessel was a large cruiser with a displacement of 25,000 tons, while Yu Hongming possessed only a small speedboat. If the large cruiser surged towards the small boat, a single wave could capsize it. For safety's sake, it was more sensible to have the smaller craft approach. Thus, the vessel carrying Deputy Minister Chiu swiftly came to a halt. Yu Hongming was not far either. In under 5 minutes, he stood before Deputy Minister Chiu. Minister Qian, it's good to see you again. Yu Hongming, I truly appreciate your assistance this time. Deputy Minister Chiu warmly grasped Yu Hongming's hand, leading him to meet Commander Zhou. Yu Hongming, allow me to introduce you. This is Commander Zhou from the Feiqing Naval Base. Greetings, Commander. Yu Hongming promptly saluted Commander Zhou, who was equally quick to acknowledge him. Deputy Minister Chiu, this is Yu Hongming, a patriotic individual. That massive vessel outside is what he helped acquire. So, you are the esteemed friend who dedicated himself to our nation. It is an honor to meet you. Commander Zhou's eyes gleamed with admiration upon realizing that the individual before him was the patriotic figure responsible for bringing back the aircraft carrier, his demeanor becoming even more cordial. Deputy Minister Chiu, the goods are secured, the rest is up to you. Releasing Commander Zhou's hand, Yu Hongming turned once more to Deputy Minister Chiu. Rest assured, we shall handle the remainder with utmost diligence. Deputy Minister Chiu offered Yu Hongming a reassuring glance before turning to Commander Zhou. Commander Zhou, Please commence arrangements. We must tow this entity away before dawn. Understood, we will not delay. Commander Zhou returned a resolute gaze and promptly immersed himself in the task at hand. Let us commence. Everyone mobilize. Soon, the accompanying fleet of powerful tugboats roared to life. Helicopters ascended, ferrying personnel aboard. As helicopters ascended into the sky, waves of personnel steadily boarded the colossal vessel. Their task was to secure the towing cables. These were no ordinary lines. Rather, they were steel cables subjected to specialized treatment, combining flexibility with significantly enhanced strength. This ensured that the operation would proceed flawlessly without any errors. The entire process unfolded in a remarkably orderly fashion. Chapter 56. Are you joking? At that moment, Yu Hongming, a notorious night owl, found himself yawning repeatedly. Under normal circumstances, such a situation would be utterly implausible. Yet today, boredom had taken its toll, and even this late-night aficionado felt the weight of fatigue amidst a connectivity-free environment. Minister Qian, unless there are further matters to discuss, I shall take my leave, Yu Hongming declared, feeling he could no longer endure the tedium. Not joining us. Vice Minister Chiu appeared somewhat taken aback. Never mind. I'm merely renting this vessel. Returning it early would save on rental fees. Rental fees? Upon hearing this, Vice Minister Chiu felt a twinge of discomfort. Hadn't they just sold an aircraft carrier? Was he truly concerned about such a negligible sum? At that moment, Vice Minister Chiu recalled another pressing matter. With the cargo delivered, it was time to negotiate the price. He had been authorized to make decisive decisions regarding transactions below $1 billion. Yu Hongming, how much does your supplier wish for this aircraft carrier? 1,000. 1 billion? No problem, the state can accommodate that. Yu Hongming was left speechless. Is that what I meant? Despite this, the figure astonished him. He never anticipated that the government would be willing to spend such a sum on this dilapidated vessel. Accepting such an offer would catapult him into the ranks of the nation's wealthiest individuals. However, Yu Hongming felt a pang of conscience against such opportunism. Vice Minister Chiu, you misunderstand, I meant 10 million. Now it was Vice Minister Chiu's turn to be flabbergasted, his expression one of incredulity. 10 million? For an aircraft carrier? It must be worth more than that, even as scrap. He longed to inquire, is your supplier in the business of charity? Yu Hongming, are you jesting? Absolutely serious. It simply isn't worth that much to me. 10 million is already a profit. Yu Hongming, for once, spoke a truth, yet to Vice Minister Chiu, it sounded entirely contrary. But this is an aircraft carrier. How could it not hold value? Unable to contain his frustration, Vice Minister Chiu muttered a complaint. Only for Yu Hongming to hear it clearly. If I deem it worthless, then it is indeed valueless. The item belongs to me, and I hold the final say. Very well, if that is your judgment. With the seller's stance made clear, the buyer had little recourse. Vice Minister Chiu understood the nation's financial constraints and recognized the merit in saving even a modest sum. With Yu Hongming voicing no objections, he decided not to press further. Yet, he had already devised a plan in his mind. Once these matters were settled, he would endeavor to secure a commendation for Yu Hongming. It would be remiss not to recognize an individual serving their country in such a capacity. If you insist on departing, I shall not detain you. However, do not return on that small vessel. I will arrange for Commander Zhou to provide you with a safer ship. That one is too small and poses safety risks. Noticing Yu Hongming's hesitation to speak, Vice Minister Chiu quickly added, rest assured, we will handle the return of your rented vessel, and you need not worry about rental costs. That is splendid. I appreciate your assistance, Minister Qian. Grateful for the prospect of departing on a larger ship, Yu Hongming felt a surge of relief. Yet, he harbored another source of vexation. Crossing hundreds of nautical miles in a small boat was nothing short of a test of human endurance. Several times, as towering waves crashed upon them, he feared he might become fish bait. The hardships he endured were beyond verbal expression. Meanwhile, a request from Commander Gao had summoned the Coast Guard squadron to the 38th parallel, where they sensed something was amiss. A destroyer had obstructed their path, preventing any closer approach. Worse still, they seemed to have stumbled upon something unusual. Is that an aircraft carrier? Captain Liu, head of the Coast Guard, was transfixed. Peering through his binoculars at the enormous vessel 2 nautical miles away, he found himself perplexed by the presence of this unidentified aircraft carrier. By its design, it was evident that it was not one of the nation's vessels, as the country's 2 existing carriers featured a distinctive ski-jump takeoff design, with a deck slightly inclined upwards. However, the ship before him did not possess such characteristics. What reassured Captain Liu was the knowledge that the fleet blocking their advance belonged to a domestic naval unit, specifically vessels from the Feicheng Navy base. The Coast Guard had previously conducted numerous joint exercises with this base, fostering familiarity. Could the significant operation Commander Gao mentioned be this? After pondering, Captain Liu arrived at his own hypothesis, increasingly convinced of its validity. Yet, he began to feel apprehensive about the impending events. Witnessing a secret that should remain unseen could yield severe consequences. He foresaw that soon someone would approach him to discuss the importance of confidentiality and the grave repercussions of leaking sensitive information. Warning! Warning! The two Coast Guard vessels ahead are to immediately shut down their engines for inspection. The destroyer issued a stern warning, repeating its command. Please stop at once. As the Coast Guard vessels were intercepted, tension mounted aboard the destroyer, which promptly reported the situation to Commander Zhou. Upon receiving the news, Commander Zhou furrowed his brow. What brings these two Coast Guard vessels here? The aide replied hastily, Commander Zhou, we've ascertained that they were dispatched at the request of Commander Gao from the Feiqing military district to rescue an important individual named Yu Hongming. The coordinates provided by Commander Gao pinpoint this location. Yu Hongming had not anticipated that the situation would involve him. At that moment, the square-jawed platoon leader, who had been by his side, stepped forward to speak. Report. This incident was initiated by us. We believe Mr. Yu might be in danger, hence the distress signal. Then it's merely a misunderstanding. It's not a significant issue, Vice Minister Chiu clarified. He had long known of Commander Gao's deep concern for Yu Hongming and was surprised that the latter would seek the Coast Guard's assistance for his protection. It was fortuitous that this would facilitate Yu Hongming's return, allowing him to rest easy. Commander Gao must be as anxious as we are, Vice Minister Chiu jested. However, Commander Zhou remained apprehensive. Minister Qian, do we just let them go? Are we not worried about compromising secrets? I will call the higher-ups to ensure that everyone present here undergoes training. To be on the safe side, we can dispatch a destroyer to escort them back. Commander Zhou nodded. Very well, I will assign the Izumo-class destroyer to this mission. Before long, the Izumo arrived alongside Yu Hongming's vessel, establishing a temporary passage. Subsequently, Vice Minister Chiu, together with Commander Zhou, accompanied Yu Hongming to the makeshift bridge. Chapter 57. Is this a transfer? Yu Hongming, I have work to attend to, so I will not see you off any further. Vice Minister Chiu waved goodbye. Not a problem, I can manage on my own, Yu Hongming replied. Once we have some free time, let us enjoy tea and conversation together. You are welcome to visit our naval base. It is not far from here, added Commander Zhou. Although today marked their first encounter, Commander Zhou already felt that Yu Hongming was a person worth forging a deep connection with. As a seasoned naval officer, he harbored immense respect for anyone capable of contributing to the Navy, particularly someone like Yu Hongming, who was willing to generously donate an aircraft carrier. Such willingness held immeasurable value in Commander Zhou's heart. Until we meet again, Yu Hongming said, choosing not to elaborate further as he crossed the swaying bridge and successfully boarded the Izumo-class destroyer on the opposite side. The square-faced officer followed suit, ensuring he remained close to Yu Hongming until they returned to solid ground. How unfortunate. At that moment, Captain Liu received notification that they could commence their journey back, accompanied by another destroyer. Accompanied? The term sounded pleasant, but to speak plainly, it was merely a form of escort. In truth, Captain Liu had anticipated this outcome. Having witnessed things he should not have, he knew there would be a corresponding price to pay. Furthermore, he believed that their return was merely the beginning, and greater troubles surely awaited them. Set course for home, Captain Liu ordered, subsequently addressing all personnel via broadcast. We are now preparing to return. Everyone is aware of what has transpired. I must remind you all that regardless of what you have seen, it must remain locked within your hearts. I reiterate, this is no jest. Should anyone encounter problems in the future due to this matter, do not blame me for failing to clarify beforehand. That is all I have to say. I hope you can weigh this matter carefully. Upon hearing Captain Liu's words, tension enveloped the crew. Although the police force was not managed with the same strictness as the military, they had all undergone disciplinary training. They understood that witnessing certain events necessitated secrecy. 2 patrol boats and 1 destroyer later, after approximately 2 hours of navigation, they finally returned to their maritime police base. At that moment, a considerable number of soldiers had already assembled at the base, lined up at the port to welcome their return. As expected, Captain Liu sighed helplessly at the sight of the soldiers. He felt quite unlucky. What should have been a simple task had spiraled into a cascade of complications. Everyone disembark and act according to the military personnel's instructions. I do not wish to see any disobedience. He issued his final command before being the first to leave the vessel. The others followed suit, departing the ship in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, the soldiers waiting on the shore swiftly advanced, sealing off all potential escape routes. None were to be overlooked. Each individual was to undergo questioning. At that moment, Yu Hongming also descended from the Izumo, but as he attempted to navigate through the crowd, a soldier blocked his path. The soldier, lacking in courtesy, scrutinized Yu Hongming. Where do you think you're going? Are you unaware that you must answer our questions? Yu Hongming was about to explain when the square-faced officer stepped forward, presenting his credentials. This is my identification. He is not among those you need to question. If you doubt this, feel free to inquire with your superiors. Understood, the officer acknowledged, taking the credentials for careful examination before saluting the square-faced officer. Please hold on. I will verify the situation. Could it be him? At that moment, Captain Liu took note of the unfolding situation, his curiosity piqued by Yu Hongming's civilian attire. Previously, he had noticed an individual in civilian clothing disembarking from the destroyer. Connecting the dots with the current scenario, he immediately recognized the individual as the one Commander Gao had tasked them to rescue. The very person who had brought them such considerable trouble. Lieutenant, you may proceed. We have arranged transportation for you outside. The earlier officer returned promptly, his demeanor noticeably more cordial. Mr. Yu, please follow me. The square-faced officer merely nodded to the soldier, then gestured for Yu Hongming to accompany him. Very well. Yu Hongming consented with a nod and followed the square-faced officer as they departed. However, his enigmatic behavior drew the attention of those around them. Yet, despite their curiosity, no one dared to inquire further. They could only bury their questions deep within their hearts. At Hongming Optoelectronics, in the chairman's office, how is the progress? The test went smoothly, I trust? Su Mucha inquired of the secretary. The wafer production line has been installed as of yesterday, and the initial testing commenced today. The secretary reported, having just returned from the testing site. The expression on his face indicated that everything was progressing favorably. Nevertheless, Su Mucha desired personal confirmation. After all, speculation was one thing. What if they were mistaken? Chairman Su, the test went exceedingly well. The first batch of wafers has already been produced. What is the yield rate? Su Mucha, not one to be easily satisfied, immediately shifted his focus to another critical issue. The yield rate was a crucial metric for assessing the success of the production line. If the yield rate was too low, the line would be deemed nearly useless. The yield rate stands at 99. There are no issues whatsoever. Excellent. Initiate full-speed operations on the production line. We must reach maximum capacity within a month. Transitioning from starting the production line to achieving peak output was no simple feat, especially for newly installed equipment, which required constant adjustments and repeated testing to attain optimal performance. Only in peak condition could production capabilities be maximized. Once the production line reached its zenith, Hongming Optoelectronics would be free from all lingering concerns. More importantly, they would no longer have to worry about being throttled by external forces. Not a problem. I will continue to follow up, the secretary replied with a smile. Additionally, such good news should be shared with everyone. It will also boost our stock prices. Understood. Understood. The secretary nodded with a somewhat comical expression. Tone it down. Don't you fear being reprimanded? Others might think we are up to something shady, Su Mucha chided. The secretary's lewd demeanor was enough to make even Su Mucha wish for a brick to throw, though he had none at hand. All right, I will certainly behave outside. The secretary, not one to shy away from theatrics, quickly resumed a serious demeanor. Now, there is another matter that requires urgent attention. What is it, Chairman? Weren't we converting the under-construction chip factory into a wafer plant? It is now time to expedite the construction of the chip factory. Chapter 58, An Exponential Rise in Flattery Skills. Boss Yu's chip production line has long been prepared. It is simply awaiting the completion of our factory. Oh, so that is the case. The secretary feigned a look of realization before casting a sycophantic glance at Su Mucha. Chairman, rest assured. I have been closely monitoring the construction of the factory. Progress is already beyond halfway, and it will soon be completed. Indeed. How had I never noticed your remarkable capabilities before? In a splendid mood, Su Muti began to jest with the secretary of the board. It is all thanks to the chairman for granting me this opportunity. Not only has the secretary's professional prowess escalated, but his flattery skills have also soared to new heights. Hongming Optoelectronics. A new announcement simultaneously appeared on the bulletin boards of major stock trading platforms. Exciting news. After over a month of urgent construction and debugging, our newly established silicon wafer production line has successfully commenced operations, with an expected annual capacity of 400,000 wafers to be achieved within a month. Once the announcement was made, it instantly reflected on the stock price. Indeed, the stock price surged to a new high, firmly locked at the ceiling with a staggering 5 million shares. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise today, this ceiling is unlikely to budge. The stock forum buzzed with excitement. Is Hongming Optoelectronics flaunting its achievements once again? Investing in this stock is truly exhausting. It's either a limit up or a limit down. It's either impossible to buy, or one cannot sell. Those with weak hearts should steer clear of this stock. One might earn only to find it insufficient to cover medical expenses. Has Hongming Optoelectronics truly succeeded? I cannot fathom where their equipment originates. Given that they have issued an announcement, it must be genuine. Even if they were to fabricate something, they wouldn't dare to be so brazen, would they? It's not difficult to ascertain the truth. We merely need to wait another week to see if Hongming Optoelectronics production line can still operate after the chip alliance runs out of stock. Yes, calculating the timing. Next week marks the final deadline set by the chip alliance. That day will reveal the fate of Hongming Optoelectronics, whether it thrives or falters. I sincerely hope it is true. Hongming Optoelectronics represents the last hope for domestic chip ascendance. The journey for domestic chips has already been fraught with challenges. I hope Hongming Optoelectronics is not merely capitalizing on the enthusiasm of the masses. Indeed, if it ultimately proves that Hongming Optoelectronics has been deceiving everyone, it would deliver a devastating blow to the domestic chip industry. Thus, let us entrust everything to time. Time will reveal all truths. In the bustling metropolis. At the Gong Junkie Football Stadium, Yang Zhongzhong from Zixin Optoelectronics once again invited Douglas, the president of ASLM China, for a game of golf. This time, Yang's purpose in inviting Douglas remained unchanged from the last, to deepen their relationship and explore the possibility of securing additional orders. Having failed previously, this time could be considered a relentless pursuit. Furthermore, he sought to probe the authenticity of Hongming Optoelectronics wafer factory's production status. Given the grand announcement made by Hongming Optoelectronics, Yang Zhongzhong could not help but doubt the veracity of the matter. Mr. Douglas, what is your perspective on the situation with Hongming Optoelectronics? He inquired. Are you referring to the commencement of production at Hongming Optoelectronics wafer factory? Douglas leisurely swung his club and then posed the question. Indeed, I heard that the annual output has reached 400,000 wafers. I wonder if it is true. Is there even a need to ask? It is undoubtedly false. Our chip alliance would never provide them with any equipment. Without equipment, how could they possibly establish a factory? Douglas retorted with a hint of disdain. However, upon closer inspection, a glimmer of anger could be discerned on his face. Unyielding and unrelenting. In Douglas's view, Hongming Optoelectronics fit this description perfectly. He had expected that, under the united pressure of the chip alliance, Hongming Optoelectronics would have collapsed by now. Such an outcome would serve as a warning to the entire domestic chip industry, making it clear that opposing us would yield dire consequences. To his astonishment, Hongming Optoelectronics not only avoided a swift demise, but also announced the commencement of a wafer factory with an annual output of 400,000 wafers. This revelation infuriated Douglas completely. He had never encountered a company so devoid of principles, clinging to deception even in despair. At that moment, Douglas was resolute in his belief that whether it was establishing a chip production line or a wafer factory, Hongming Optoelectronics was nothing but a thorough fraud. Currently, the global chip industry is predominantly monopolized by the chip alliance led by ASLM, commanding over 90% market share. Therefore, without the support of the chip alliance, no enterprise in the world could establish a chip production line or wafer factory. This monopoly instilled confidence in Douglas. Could it all be an illusion crafted by Su Muti? Yang Zhongzhong pondered to himself. Through Douglas's words and demeanor, Yang Zhongzhong was already convinced that Su Muti had not received assistance from Douglas. Within the domestic chip industry, the path laid out by Douglas was the only viable one, a consensus among industry insiders. Since Su Muti had not followed Douglas's route, he was left with no alternative. Thus, the conclusion was singular. Everything about Hongming Optoelectronics was a fabrication. Clearly, Douglas's resolve remained steadfast. Even if he had to wait a week, he could not afford to wait any longer. ASLM once again issued a statement. We strongly oppose the unethical behavior of Hongming Optoelectronics. A company should not survive through deception. ASLM will mobilize all member companies of the chip alliance to immediately terminate any cooperative relationships with Hongming Optoelectronics. The content primarily criticized Hongming Optoelectronics as a grand deceiver. However, this time, the repercussions of the announcement were not as intense as before. At least in the stock market, while Hongming Optoelectronics stock experienced some fluctuations, it no longer oscillated as dramatically as it had previously. Nevertheless, discussions in the stock forum remained fervent. Is ASLM preparing to force Hongming Optoelectronics into a corner ahead of schedule? Initially, it was thought that results would only emerge after another week. Yet some seem impatient. Tomorrow will herald changes in the long-wood chip industry. Let us await the outcome. We, at Ziguang Optoelectronics, are expanding our production scale. If friends of Hongming Optoelectronics cannot endure, we welcome them to develop with us. People believed that the saga would reach a conclusion, merely awaiting the revelation of answers the following day. Little did they know. Hongming Optoelectronics made yet another announcement. Whether Hongming Optoelectronics is a fraud, time will provide the best proof. Furthermore, we are pleased to share that we are currently constructing 2 new chip production lines, with half of the factory completed. And we expect to commence trial production within 3 months, achieving capacity. In response to such news, the stock market had become desensitized, and thus, The stock price of Hongming Optoelectronics remained unaffected. However, this ignited even more fervent discussions in the stock forum. Have they gone mad? How can Hongming Optoelectronics be so audacious? Who has granted them such confidence to be so resolute? Are they intending to directly challenge the Chip Alliance? Are they courting trouble, or do they possess an unwavering certainty? Chapter 59. Ultimately, one must confront reality. The situation grows increasingly intriguing. May their aspirations come to fruition. I look forward to Hongming Optoelectronics paving a new path for our nation's chip industry. Best of luck. Our country's chip sector has indeed endured prolonged suppression. I hope they can rise to the occasion this time. Although I harbor hopes, the reality may prove daunting, as we must face the truth. Indeed, while reluctant to admit it, the harsh reality is ever present. Launching Hongming Optoelectronics. Early morning. Today, the atmosphere here is particularly bustling. I have never witnessed this place so lively. Besides the regular employees, numerous journalists and social media influencers have flocked to the scene. There is no other option. This matter pertains to the future of the autonomous chips of the Dragon Kingdom, garnering tremendous attention. Since yesterday, the news of the showdown between Hongming Optoelectronics and ASLM has ascended to the pinnacle of trending topics, reflecting the immense public interest in this affair. Today, everyone is eager to capitalize on this momentum for follow-up reports, striving to maximize dissemination benefits. Thus, it is hardly surprising to witness the influx of journalists and content creators. Indeed, some platforms are even broadcasting live. Although it is merely 8 o'clock in the morning, the atmosphere in the live stream is palpably vibrant. Is this Hongming Optoelectronics? My home lies just adjacent. In truth, this entire industrial zone belongs to Hongming Optoelectronics, a source of pride for my hometown. I never anticipated the scale of Hongming Optoelectronics to be so vast, stretching beyond the horizon. Can we return to the main topic? We did not come here to ascertain whether Hongming Optoelectronics has closed its doors. Did you not observe the multitude of workers entering? Does this resemble a company on the brink of collapse? Indeed, the answer is manifestly clear. Hongming Optoelectronics has triumphed. Quickly, let us rush to the CCMV livestream. They have now entered the interior of Hongming Optoelectronics and are purportedly set to broadcast live from the wafer production facility that has commenced operations. Remarkable. Central Media truly has the privilege to interview wherever they desire. I must hasten to witness this myself. Before long, the viewership of these guerrilla live streams plummeted, while CCMV's audience surged with lightning speed, resulting in a noticeable lag in the video feed. Is it lagging? Why has the host ceased moving? Alas, with such a multitude surging in simultaneously, can one expect it not to lag? What is happening? Can today's youth truly manage to rise early? So many have gathered so early in the day. I apologize. I have only managed to stay up late and wake early, and only this once. To watch this live stream, I sacrificed a full 2 hours of sleep. Hongming Optoelectronics, you must deliver. Should you disappoint me, I shall dispatch a blade to the company's secretary. Why not the chairman? Because the announcements are issued by the secretary. At that moment, the secretary was watching the live stream and froze upon seeing the comments from netizens. However, after a moment's reflection, he reassured himself that he had not lied and subsequently relaxed. Yet, he could not help but exclaim, being a company secretary is indeed a high-pressure role. In fact, the secretary was present at the livestream site, tasked with hosting the reporters from CCNV. He had just checked the livestream, eager to gauge public reaction. At this juncture, the secretary guided the journalists to the newly operational wafer production facility. Dear viewers, we have now arrived at the production workshop of Hongming Optoelectronics, which has just commenced operations. However, it is worth noting that this is not merely an ordinary workshop, but a high-standard cleanroom. If we wish to tour the facility, we must don such white cleanroom attire. As he spoke, the host displayed the cleanroom garments before the camera. In a moment, we shall be clad in this attire and take you inside the workshop to witness the entirety of Hongming Optoelectronics wafer production facility. Splendid. We have now entered. Let us together observe the layout of the entire workshop through the lens. The camera began to pivot, revealing the scene within the workshop to the online audience, leading to a flurry of comments on the screen. Wow, this workshop is indeed expansive. Most importantly, it appears exceptionally advanced. Is there still anyone doubting Hongming Optoelectronics' authenticity? But why are there no labels visible on the equipment? This question, in fact, stemmed from the idea of Sumika. To add an air of mystery to the equipment's origins and to avoid future explanations, Sumika instructed that all the labels on the machines be removed prior to the installation of the production line. Thus, we witnessed this scene. Upon entering, I discerned that Hongming Optoelectronics was concealing the source of their equipment. Why concern ourselves with such matters? As long as this production line is genuine and capable of producing wafers, that suffices. It appears that Hongming Optoelectronics has indeed emerged victorious. finally breaking free from the constraints of the chip alliance. Their developmental momentum now seems unstoppable. Previously, Hongming Optoelectronics had announced the construction of 2 new chip production lines. It seems that this time, they may truly resolve the domestic chip shortage. I wonder if Vita Corporation will forge a robust partnership with Hongming Optoelectronics? What a splendid idea. Yet, it remains uncertain whether the newly constructed chip production lines will meet Vita Corporation's standards. Evidently, the host, possessing an astute eye, swiftly recognized this as a hot topic and promptly directed the microphone towards the secretary. Secretary Yu, I have heard that you are constructing 2 new chip production lines. Is this indeed true? Yes, we are over halfway through the construction of these 2 chip production lines, and they will soon be operational. Seizing such a fortuitous exposure opportunity, the secretary would not let it slip by. After all, such chances are rare and fleeting. Netizens are particularly curious about one question. What process will the newly constructed chip production lines utilize? Could you share some insights? There is no inconvenience in disclosing this, as the production line will also be open for external orders once operational, rendering confidentiality unnecessary. The secretary shook his head and began to elaborate. The 2 new chip production lines we are constructing will utilize a 2-nanometer process. This means that once our new production lines are operational, high-end domestic chips will be available for everyone. Really? The host gazed at the secretary with palpable excitement, his expression more one of disbelief. What purpose would there be for me to lie here? It would be easily uncovered. Will Hongming Optoelectronics manufacture chips for Vita Corporation? Why not? As long as Vita places an order with us, we are willing to produce. But Vita Corporation is on the Chip Alliance's blacklist. Are you not concerned? The host blurted out without thinking. Yet, as the words left his lips, he sensed something amiss. In a moment, the secretary promptly provided the answer. Is it not true that Hongming Optoelectronics is not on their blacklist? 2-nanometer? Did I mishear? This is simply implausible. Are not TSMC and Samsung the only ones with a monopoly on 2-nanometer lithography machines? Indeed, there are only a few across the globe. Even Intel has only recently acquired a few 2-nanometer lithography machines. How did Hongming Optoelectronics manage it? Though the means by which Hongming Optoelectronics secured these machines remain unclear, the fact stands that they have indeed procured them, and this wafer factory serves as the most compelling evidence. It appears that Vita may finally have the opportunity to rise again, as chips will no longer pose an obstacle to their development. The once fallen titan of Vita mobile phones now has a chance for resurgence. Anticipation builds for the release of Vita's new mobile phone. Discussions surrounding this matter are intensifying online, with some netizens even venturing to Vita's territory. Donggu, Hongming Optoelectronics has the chips you need. Shouldn't you place an order without delay? Whether your phones can achieve robust sales hinges on this collaboration with Hongming Optoelectronics. Donggu acts swiftly. I wish to continue supporting your mobile phones. Vita mobile phones are making a comeback. Brace yourselves, Apple fans. Damn it. At this moment, Douglas from ASLM was also watching the live broadcast. He feigned indifference, yet his actions betrayed his true sentiments. Moreover, he summoned other members of the Chip Alliance to join him in viewing the event. However, their initial intention to witness a spectacle swiftly transformed into a situation where they found themselves the subject of derision, particularly when the streamer entered the wafer fabrication facility. Douglas's eyes nearly sparked with fury. Unable to restrain himself, he uttered an expletive and glared at the others with palpable anger. What on earth is going on? How did your equipment end up in the St. Ming Optoelectronics workshop? Despite the labels being ground off, Douglas recognized those machines as their own at a glance. The embarrassment was deafening, and it was no wonder Douglas was seething with rage. Indeed, when everyone first saw the equipment in the St. Ming workshop, they were equally bewildered. They could swear that since the Chip Alliance blacklisted St. Ming Optoelectronics, they had not sold a single piece of equipment to them. What astonished them even more was that those were their latest models, typically subject to an embargo against the Dragon Kingdom. The appearance of embargoed equipment in a Dragon Kingdom facility was a grave issue. Their enterprise was likely to face the most stringent scrutiny from the relevant authorities. However, which company does not harbor a few secrets? Generally, a little monetary persuasion suffices to smooth things over. Yet, the current predicament was indeed a source of great concern. It felt like an unexpected calamity. Would remaining silent prove effective? Having acted without the courage to admit it? Clearly, Douglas, in his fury, was unwilling to let anyone off the hook easily. The others remained silent. Even if they felt discontent, they were reluctant to offend Douglas. Nonetheless, not everyone feared him. Always blaming us. Isn't ASLM's equipment also among them? Douglas found himself at a loss for words, although he was loath to acknowledge it. Their company's machines did indeed appear in the video. However, Douglas could swear that he had not sold any equipment to St. Ming Optoelectronics. Furthermore, he had canceled the order for a lithography machine that St. Ming had scheduled for delivery in 2 months. Douglas could not fathom how their own equipment ended up on St. Ming Optoelectronics' new production line. It was utterly perplexing. Now, no matter how furious he was, Douglas found himself powerless. Very well, everyone should return and thoroughly investigate who provided our equipment to St. Ming Optoelectronics. Once the culprit is identified, they will be permanently blacklisted from our chip alliance. I do not wish for such incidents to recur. With a cold snort and a fierce remark, Douglas stormed off. The others, equally disheartened, dispersed. At the scrap station, Yuan Daong's daily presence at Yu Hongming's home had become an exasperating norm. Since learning that Yu Hongming had translated the operational manual into dragon language, this fellow had ceased attending work altogether. Arriving at Yu Hongming's residence at the crack of dawn, he was more punctual than if he were heading to the office. Consequently, Yu Hongming reluctantly handed him a key to prevent his incessant disturbances during sleep. Yet, each morning, Yu Hongming would discover Yuan Daong seated before his favorite gaming console. What irked Yu Hongming the most was Yuan Daong's lack of skill. Despite nearly half a month of practice, he had yet to successfully pilot the aircraft. He was both clumsy and utterly engrossed. Yu Hongming could not comprehend why he persisted for so long. Leave me alone. I am determined to get this plane off the ground today, Yuan Daong muttered, not even lifting his gaze as he pressed the ignition button once more. Observing this, Yu Hongming promptly vacated the simulator. After all, once the simulator was activated, it was no trifling matter. If not properly secured, it could be quite unsteady. Forget it. I want to concern myself further. Exiting the simulator, Yu Hongming decided to send a WeChat message to Yu Xinshin. No food. Shall we dine out? Sure. Will you come pick me up? Yu Xinshin replied swiftly, almost instantaneously. This is the first time you've asked me to pick you up from the company. Does this mean I can make a public appearance? Yu Hongming jokingly replied. When have I ever prohibited you from being seen? It's merely that you never took the initiative. All right. I admit my fault. I'll be there in half an hour. Okay. Hugs JPG. Yu Hongming grabbed the keys to his Lamborghini Veneno and set off. The engine roared to life, producing a melodious growl. Indeed, the sports car epitomizes humanity's ultimate pursuit of automotive excellence, evoking a thrilling sensation that is hard to resist. Moreover, sports cars possess an exceptionally enticing attribute. They draw attention like no other. The rate of heads turning is nearly a certainty. To put it bluntly, over 90% of those who purchase sports cars do so out of vanity. Coupled with Yu Hongming's striking looks, the attention he garnered was magnified exponentially. During the brief half-hour drive to Yu Xinshin's company, he encountered 3 instances of flirtation. One particularly outrageous moment involved a wealthy woman in a Bentley who boldly blocked his path, declaring her desire to support him financially. Was Yu Hongming that kind of person? Faced with her gaze, he could only press the accelerator and swiftly depart. FAI City, the International Financial Tower, a towering edifice of 89 stories. This is the renowned CBD of FAI City. Yu Xinshin's Yu investment occupies an impressive 6 floors of the 83-89 building, underscoring the formidable strength of Yu investment. Chapter 61, A Buzzing Rumor. Yu Hongming's car had come to a steady halt in front of the International Financial Tower. It was understood that parking was prohibited at the entrance unless one was driving a vehicle like his Lamborghini Veneno, which was an exception. During the midday break, the entrance buzzed with activity, and many were immediately captivated by the sight of the sports car. A Lamborghini? Who is it here to pick up? Is there a handsome man inside? So handsome, I want his WeChat. Alas, someone was already ahead of the game. Hey there, handsome. As soon as Yu Hongming stepped out of the car, several young women approached him, requesting his WeChat. Could he oblige? Certainly not. He had no interest in those whose knees buckled at the sight of a sports car. Ah, it appears you are rather popular, someone remarked. Fortunately, just as Yu Hongming was pondering how to handle the crowd, Yu Xinshin appeared, playfully teasing him. Chairman Yu? Upon seeing Yu Xinshin, the previously chattering young women were left speechless. In truth, many of those surrounding Yu Hongming were employees of Yu Investment. The financial sector indeed boasted a plethora of attractive women, though some bold individuals quickly dispersed. Chairman, is this your boyfriend? He is so handsome. Yes, Chairman. Your boyfriend is incredibly dashing. Chairman, is he here to take you out for a meal? How fortunate. All right, everyone, let us go eat. Yu Xinshin was not one to hold grudges against these individuals. Or what vinegar to eat. It is utterly unnecessary. Yu Xinshin is quite confident in herself. Let us go? We shall dine as well. Yu Xinshin tugged at Yu Hongming. All right, let's get in the car. Yu Hongming opened the passenger door for Yu Xinshin. Thank you. Yu Xinshin graciously accepted and entered the vehicle. Then, the Lamborghini departed amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. Shenzhen, Vita Corporation, one of the most formidable technology enterprises in Longhua. This very fact has rendered it a thorn in the side of certain individuals. The Chip Alliance is among them. It can be said that the Chip Alliance regards Vita Corporation as a splinter in the flesh, determined to remove it. Consequently, Vida's mobile phone business has nearly been obliterated. However, this time, they seem to have encountered a turning point. Inside the president's office, a discussion was underway regarding this matter. President Jiao, should we attempt to make contact? The head of the chip division, Guan Yonglei, gazed hopefully at Vida's president, Jiao Yijian. Although the authenticity of the situation remains uncertain, there is no harm in trying. The head of the mobile phone division, Zhang Jianbing, quickly chimed in. In truth, the one most anxious is Zhang Jianbing, representing the mobile phone division. While the chip department is also in dire straits, it is a crucial division that will not face cuts. Rather, it will intensify research and development efforts. The mobile phone division, however, is in a precarious position. If the issue surrounding mobile phone chips cannot be resolved, Vida's mobile phones may truly face extinction. The company cannot allow the mobile business to perpetually incur losses. Indeed, the once lucrative Vida mobile phones have now become a liability. Although the losses are not substantial, no company would tolerate a division that is perpetually unprofitable. Very well, then you shall be the one to try. Observing the eager expressions of the two division heads, Jiao Yijian had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, Guan Yonglei, as the head of the chip division, is the most suitable candidate. However, Jiao Yijian harbored little hope. He understands all too well the challenges of independent chip development. Each year, hundreds of billions in funding are poured in, sometimes yielding no results at all. Not to mention that under the blockade imposed by the Chip Alliance, Hongming Optoelectronics is utterly incapable of establishing new production lines. Furthermore, the high-end products at the 2 nanometers process node are severely restricted by foreign sanctions. This is simply an impossible endeavor. Nevertheless, given the rampant rumors circulating outside, if Vida were to remain entirely silent, it would indeed tarnish its image. The power of netizens should not be underestimated. Since Guan Yonglei and his team have volunteered, let them have a go. All right, I shall set off immediately. Rest assured, President, I will ascertain their true intentions. Guan Yonglei appeared exceedingly enthusiastic. President, I wish to accompany you. Zhang Jianbing could no longer suppress his request. After all, this pertains to the fate of the mobile phone division. He could not resign himself to inaction. Very well, since you have nothing pressing, you may go. Though the president granted permission, the words sounded somewhat harsh in Zhang Jianbing's ears. Thank you, President Jiao. However, in that moment, Zhang Jianbing had no inclination to dwell on such matters and quickly expressed his gratitude. Upon exiting the president's office, Guan Yonglei and Zhang Jianbing immediately instructed their secretary to book flights to Hongming as swiftly as possible. They also asked the secretary to contact Chairman Su of Hongming Optoelectronics to inform him of their impending visit. At 5 in the afternoon, Guan Yonglei and Zhang Jianbing, each accompanied by a secretary, hurriedly arrived at Hongming Optoelectronics. Chairman Su Mucha, having received the news, had purposely stayed at the company to await the arrival of Vida's representatives. Su Mucha understood that Hongming Optoelectronics and Vida were now inextricably linked. Only through collaboration could both companies navigate their way out of adversity. 15 minutes later, Su Mucha finally met the long-traveling Guan Yonglei and Zhang Jianbing. Please, take a seat and enjoy some tea. Su Mucha presented his cherished tea leaves to entertain the two. Thank you, Chairman Su. Guan Yonglei and Zhang Jianbing responded courteously, aware that some matters should not be rushed. After they finished a cup of tea, Zhang Jianbing, with slightly less patience, initiated the conversation. Chairman Su, I have heard that you are in the process of constructing a 2 nanometers chip production line. Is that true? Indeed. The facility is currently under construction, Su Mucha replied leisurely, savoring a sip of tea. And what of the production line? Particularly the crucial lithography machine. How have you resolved that issue? It was now Guan Yonglei's turn to inquire, as this was the matter of utmost concern for him. This was also the primary challenge plaguing Vida's chip industry. You need not worry. We have channels through which we can acquire such equipment, including the lithography machine. What channels? Guan Yonglei blurted out, quickly realizing that this question might be an overreach. The channels are confidential to our company and cannot be disclosed. However, Su Mucha did not press Guan Yonglei further, understanding that this was a natural reaction born from years of suppression. It is well known that Guan Yonglei's chip division has been under the duress of the Chip Alliance for several years. Su Mucha's channel could potentially alleviate Guan Yonglei's immediate concerns, which undoubtedly represented a glimmer of hope. Such a reaction was entirely understandable. If you require processing services, we can assist. Well then, thank you, Chairman Su. Guan Yonglei was aware that some matters could not be forced. However, Chairman Su, your word alone does not fully convince us. Could you perhaps showcase some tangible evidence? What would you like to see? Su Mucha calmly asked, a hint of amusement in his gaze. Chapter 62. Witnessing the data firsthand. Their attitude was clearly one of not releasing the eagle until the rabbit was caught. However, this was reasonable. A large company like Vida would certainly not be inclined to collaborate lightly. The larger the company, the the more cautious their decision-making. The lithography machine, the most challenging to procure. If we had a 2 nanometers lithography machine, we would believe you. Very well, Su Mucha replied nonchalantly. If it were anything else, you might not have it. But when it comes to the 2 nanometers lithography machine, the company just happened to have a spare one. It was precisely what Su Luping had salvaged from a second-hand market, since the new production line had yet to be constructed. The 2 nanometers lithography machine was simply gathering dust in the warehouse. Is there really one? Guan Yonglei and Zhang Jianbing's eyes instantly brightened, filled with disbelief. Their gazes toward Su Mucha grew increasingly fervent, as though they were beholding a rare prize. This intensity made even the seasoned Su Mucha feel somewhat uneasy. Unable to withstand their penetrating stares, Su Mucha finally spoke. Shall I take you to see it? Very well, let us go now. Guan Yonglei and Zhang Jianbing nodded in unison and promptly stood up. Please follow me. Su Mucha did not belittle them because of this. He refrained from saying anything further and led them to the company's equipment warehouse. This warehouse was also constructed to meet the standards of a cleanroom, intended for storing precision instruments that were not currently in use. The 2 nanometers lithography machine they had previously acquired was housed here. Is this the one? Regarding lithography machines, Guan Yonglei is quite familiar with them. Upon entering the warehouse, he immediately recognized the machine. However, distinguishing whether it is a 2 nanometers model cannot be done with the naked eye, as lithography machines have similar exteriors. One must refer to the nameplate to ascertain the specific model. Yes, it is indeed this one. Su Mucha nodded in affirmation. Hearing a definitive answer, Guan Yonglei and Zhang Jianbing eagerly approached. For Guan Yonglei, engaged in chip work, a 2 nanometers lithography machine is akin to a sacred relic, an entity he has only been able to admire from afar. They approached with the solemnity and caution of pilgrims. The two meticulously examined the lithography machine before them. Despite Su Mucha's assertion, they insisted on the principle of seeing is believing. It appears genuine. Guan Yonglei has already scrutinized the nameplate and found no discrepancies. However, without witnessing its operation, who could ascertain whether this machine is merely a shell? Here, this is the data from our previous tests. You may peruse it. Su Mucha, understanding their skepticism, presented the prior test data. If they remained unconvinced, Su Mucha felt powerless. Without the most fundamental trust, how could they discuss collaboration? They had witnessed the machine with their own eyes, seen the data firsthand. Ultimately, Guan Yonglei and Zhang Jianbing departed with satisfaction. At the recycling station, just before 11:30 a.m., Hongming arose punctually, only to find Yuan Daong seated in the reception room. To his surprise, the fellow was not hiding away in his gaming corner. Hongming jested. What brings you here today? Have you ceased your gaming endeavors? I've had enough. It's too exhausting, and I wish to take a break. Speaking on this topic, Yuan Daong appeared somewhat dejected. Previously, he could navigate any game with ease, even achieving a diamond rank in Honor of Kings. Who would have anticipated that he would encounter such a formidable challenge this time? After over a month, he had yet to get the plane off the ground. Finally, he resolved to rest and recalibrate his spirits. After all, it was not worth sacrificing his mood for a game. Indeed, young people should not be consumed by gaming all day. But enough of this disheartening topic. Let me share something entertaining. Sensing that continuing this discussion would only deepen Yuan Daong's gloom, he swiftly shifted the subject. All right, do tell. If it fails to amuse me, we shall resume discussing your gaming predicament. Yuan Daong glared at Hongming, unsure how to respond. Such a friend, such a confidant. Are they truly indispensable? Yet, Yuan Daong chose not to hold it against Hongming, for he understood that in the end, he would be the one most hurt. He believed he would not willingly invite suffering upon himself. However, he felt confident about the matter he was about to discuss, certain it would captivate Hongming's attention. I just came across a news report about the USS Gerald Ford aircraft carrier in the United States, which has recently experienced a series of unfortunate incidents. What sort of incidents? The mere mention of the aircraft carrier piqued Hongming's interest, especially after having just constructed one for the military, leaving a vivid impression of the term. For instance, during takeoff, a malfunction in the catapult caused an F-22 to be ejected into the sea. 2 have already been lost. There have also been issues during landing. Either the arrestor cables failed to deploy, or they snapped, resulting in 2 more F-22s plunging into the depths. No way. Is the aircraft carrier in such disrepair? The thought was astonishing. How could an American aircraft carrier be in such dire straits? Actually, that's not even the worst of it. There is something more severe? Hongming inquired, astonished. Is it possible that the aircraft carrier sank outright? Indeed, that very aircraft carrier sank overnight. No way, Hongming exclaimed. Incredulous that his speculation had proven true, the carrier had indeed gone down. Wait, what was the name of the carrier you mentioned? Suddenly recalling something, he hastily asked Yuan Daong. USS Gerald Ford, Yuan Daong replied, then began to vent his frustrations. It was commissioned just 6 years ago, and already it has sunk. The craftsmanship is abysmal, utterly uncharacteristic of American standards. System manifest. At that moment, Yu Hongming found himself disinterested in Yuan Daiyong's complaints, instead calling out to the system in his mind. Host, are you seeking to engage in a transaction? Please enter the system space first. The response remained cold and mechanical, perpetually fixated on transactions. System, was the sinking of the USS Gerald Ford orchestrated by you? I must remind the host that this is a result of prior system repairs. Items of considerable global impact, such as aircraft carriers, are regarded by the system as unique entities. There can only be one genuine USS Gerald Ford in this world. So, the USS Gerald Ford in America is actually a counterfeit? Yu Hongming articulated his thoughts, only to be struck by another question. Can an aircraft carrier even be a counterfeit? Now that it has sunk, isn't that the best proof? You are astute. The system's final statement left Yu Hongming at a loss for words, unable to refute it. Chapter 63. It actually happened. Yu Hongming had been pondering how the American aircraft carrier could be so fragile, sinking without warning. It turned out it had been swapped for a counterfeit by the system. Yet, the system's methods were astoundingly effective, managing to so overtly replace the American aircraft carrier without detection. Now that the carrier had sunk, America, like other nations, remained in the dark, oblivious to what had transpired. Let's not discuss the aircraft carrier any longer. Let us return to gaming. Yu Hongming felt a surge of anxiety. Indeed, he was feeling guilty. He feared that further discussion on this topic might entwine him in its ramifications. Though the likelihood was slim, he dared not take any chances. Yuan Daiyong regarded Yu Hongming with astonishment. Such astounding news fails to pique your interest? Are we to let this matter pass without comment? Must we inflict mutual harm? Can we still call ourselves friends? I have matters to attend to. Farewell. Yuan Daiyong felt the need to depart, believing that lingering would only deepen his frustration. Moreover, it was best not to return in the near future. At that moment, the online discourse surrounding the incident was fervent. Initially, he thought it was a hoax. But upon investigation, he discovered it was indeed true. What is happening in this world? Even American affairs are now unreliable? It's one thing for the aircraft to be unable to take off. What about landing? Why is that? Has the American military deteriorated to such a degree? What concerns me now is whether there are components manufactured by Dragon Country aboard that aircraft carrier. I seriously suspect it will ultimately be blamed on Dragon Country. At the recycling station, ding dong. Just as Yu Hongming bid farewell to Yuan Daiyong, the doorbell rang. Glancing at the visitor outside, he opened the door to find the square-faced platoon leader who had been responsible for his protection. This individual rarely makes an appearance, and one could confidently assert that he poses no interference in Yu Hongming's daily life. Even with meticulous observation, it would be impossible for him to discern the presence of these individuals. Should they manifest before Yu Hongming, it would undoubtedly indicate a troubling situation. Mr. Yu. The square-faced captain confidently entered the reception room, where Yu Hongming awaited him. When it comes to the understanding of the scrapyard, it is likely that Yu Hongming's knowledge pales in comparison to that of the square-faced captain. In his pursuit to protect Yu Hongming, the captain has become intimately acquainted with every nook and cranny of this place. Is there something you need? Yu Hongming inquired directly, aware that conversing with military personnel necessitates no preamble. This is a mobile phone that Vice Minister Chiu instructed me to deliver to you. The square-faced captain handed Yu Hongming a device. This particular phone has been specially customized, equipped with enhanced security measures to prevent eavesdropping. Vice Minister Chiu hopes that you will replace your original phone with this more secure option. Will I still be able to use my SIM card? Yu Hongming was more concerned about this matter, as switching SIM cards could prove to be quite cumbersome, requiring him to inform friends and family one by one, a minor inconvenience. The more pressing issue was that his number was linked to numerous accounts, such as WeChat, Alipay, and Weibo. A change would entail considerable complications. There is no need to switch. Simply insert your existing SIM card into the new phone. Very well, I shall do so shortly. Since it was merely a matter of changing phones, Yu Hongming had no reason to decline. Additionally, Vice Minister Chiu requests that you place a call to him immediately after you have switched phones, as there is an urgent matter to discuss. Understood. I will return the call to Minister Chiu shortly. I shall not take up any more of your time, Mr. Yu. With that, the square-faced captain departed with efficiency. Yu Hongming promptly switched phones and, once completed, called Vice Minister Chiu. The call connected swiftly, and Vice Minister Chiu eagerly inquired about the phone. Yu Hongming, have you switched your phone? I have. What can I assist you with, Minister Chiu? Yu Hongming, what is the situation with the USS Ford aircraft carrier? Once the security of the communication was confirmed, Vice Minister Chiu got straight to the point. Wasn't that aircraft carrier in your possession? Yu Hongming retorted with an amused expression. Just moments before, he had learned that the carrier he handed over to Vice Minister Chiu was indeed named the USS Ford. The darkness of that day had obscured his vision, and more importantly, Yu Hongming's limited knowledge meant that even if he had seen it clearly, he might not have grasped its significance. A university student like Yu Hongming could be considered, in blunt terms, a semi-literate. What of the one that sank? In truth, Vice Minister Chiu's mind was also in disarray. After the last handover of the carrier, upon its return to the dock for inspection, it was discovered that the vessel in their possession was actually the USS Ford, which had been in service since 2016. Skeptical of this revelation, he ordered further investigation into the Ford's location, only to find that it was still conducting drills somewhere in the Pacific. Before Vice Minister Chiu could wrap his head around the situation, another calamity struck. The Ford experienced a series of crash incidents, culminating in its eventual sinking. This was the reason for Vice Minister Chiu's summons to Yu Hongming. Just consider it a counterfeit. Yu Hongming pondered for a moment before offering this answer. However, his statement caused a stir of unease in Vice Minister Chiu. What kind of capability would it require to replace the USS Ford with a counterfeit? Furthermore, there was another matter that Vice Minister Chiu found particularly difficult to accept. Your organization possesses an astonishing ability to fabricate. If you can counterfeit an aircraft carrier, what else is beyond your reach? Yu Hongming, your capabilities are indeed formidable. Even Yu Hongming could not help but acknowledge the prowess of his associates. They were an invincible force. However, he also recognized that he must not allow himself to be swept away by hubris, as he still needed to navigate the current conversation tactfully. Isn't it better to have a strong partner? If they weren't formidable, how could they possibly deliver these items to you? Indeed, you raise a valid point. Though reluctant to concede, Vice Minister Chiu recognized the truth in Yu Hongming's words. The reality was evident. If they weren't strong, could they truly provide you with F-22s or aircraft carriers? One should not take advantage of a situation while feigning ignorance. Should they? All right, Minister Chiu, is there anything else? Nothing further. Thank you for your efforts. Vice Minister Chiu expressed his gratitude sincerely. You're welcome. It was a trivial matter. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up. Very well, until next time. Yu Hongming spoke nonchalantly, but Vice Minister Chiu's thoughts were far from trivial. Nevertheless, he refrained from extending any more pleasantries, as they were unnecessary. Gratitude need not be expressed solely through words. Material tokens of appreciation are equally essential, a fundamental form of respect. However, such gifts need not be overly extravagant. Sometimes, the sentiment holds greater significance. Chapter 64. No bids were made. For instance, metals. Vice Minister Chiu felt that, given Yu Hongming's multiple significant contributions, he was entirely deserving of an award. However, the process of bestowing such honors is not as simple as it may seem. It involves a highly complex and meticulous procedure. It is precisely this complexity and rigor that render the act of awarding honors particularly precious. Son, we've come to see you. Liang Yining, once again carrying a thermos, entered to deliver a meal to Yu Hongming. As soon as she stepped through the door, her voice rang out. Yu Hongming, who had previously been in a state of half-sleep, jolted awake and hurriedly washed up and got ready. He was acutely aware of the secret of sleeping until 11:30 each day, one he must never reveal to his parents. The consequences would be dire. Should his mother discover this, she would undoubtedly rouse him every morning at 7 without fail. Don't doubt it. They are indeed capable of such a feat within 2 minutes. Yu Hongming had everything in order and appeared before Liang Yining and Yu Jiangwo, exuding an air of vitality. Mom and Dad, why didn't you give me a heads up about your visit? Bringing meals yourself is such a hassle. You could have just called me home for dinner. You dare to say that? How many times have I asked you to come home for dinner? How often have you actually returned? Liang Yining replied with a huff, her eyes brimming with dissatisfaction directed at Yu Hongming. Feeling somewhat guilty, Yu Hongming reflected on her words. Indeed, it was true. It wasn't that he didn't want to return home. Rather, he was unwilling to sacrifice his precious sleep time. After all, how could he easily forsake a hard-earned good habit? Mom, it's not that I don't want to go. It's just that I'm swamped. I'm busy from dawn till dusk and can hardly find a moment to spare. Yu Hongming pouted, adopting a somewhat petulant demeanor with his mother. Don't doubt it. Men can be petulant too. When the need arises, anyone can exhibit such behavior. All right, I understand you're busy. Now hurry and eat. Liang Yining would not truly hold a grudge over these matters. Since witnessing that particular scene last time, she and Yu Jiangwo no longer viewed Yu Hongming as someone who lived off others. Not only that, they firmly believe from the depths of their hearts that their son possesses his own thriving enterprise, one of considerable magnitude, accompanied by a formidable energy. In their eyes, those who engage in business with the military are undoubtedly individuals of substantial capability. Yu Hongming ceased his idle chatter, accepting the bowl and chopsticks handed to him by his mother, and began to eat. Yu Jiangwo found a spot to sit down and started browsing short videos. In this era, when people find themselves with a moment of leisure, it is almost customary for everyone to pull out their phones to scroll through videos. At some point, this has morphed into a fashionable practice. applicable to all ages. This group of fellows is quite adept at it. While Yu Hongming savored the delectable dishes prepared by his mother, his father suddenly called out, nearly causing him to choke. Coughing persistently for some time, Yu Hongming finally expelled the morsel of braised pork lodged in his throat. Liang Yining, while patting his back, shot a fierce glare at Yu Zhengwo. Yu Zhengwo, could you not behave like this? Are you trying to endanger your son? I merely stumbled upon a short video and couldn't contain my frustration. Yu Zhengwo, aware that he had caused a mishap, could not refrain from defending himself. After all, without seizing the opportunity, what distinguishes him from a mere idle fish? Dad, what on earth did you see that incited such anger? Yu Hongming inquired with curiosity. In truth, the question was secondary. Yu Hongming posed it to divert his father's attention. Otherwise, given his mother's temperament, his father would undoubtedly face her wrath today. Yu Zhengwo, understanding the precariousness of his situation, discreetly gave Yu Hongming a thumbs up. Naturally, he also recognized that if they were to put on a show, it needed to be a complete performance. Thus, he recounted what he had just witnessed. At the Hong Kong Christie's auction house, during yesterday's auction, there was a dragon head sculpture, which you must know of. It was the final item up for bid, starting at 60 million. This is clearly an attempt to swindle our country. They wish to exploit our patriotism to inflate the prices. However, this time, everyone stood united, refusing to bid. The most amusing part was when one compatriot offered merely 10 euros. Although it ultimately went unsold, it certainly allowed us to save face. Indeed, that is quite gratifying. Yu Hongming responded in agreement, though internally, he was lamenting. For the sake of this trivial matter, he had nearly jeopardized his life. Yu Hongming felt he had suffered a significant loss. To risk his life over such a minor issue was unacceptable. He resolved to rectify this situation. Once his parents departed, he would seek out Georgina to inquire if she possessed the dragon head sculpture. Should she have it, Yu Hongming would immediately propose an exchange, demonstrating to those rogues that the Chinese are not to be trifled with. System, I wish to engage in a trade with Georgina. After bidding farewell to his parents, Yu Hongming hastily entered the system space. He never procrastinated on matters of retribution. He acted decisively. Connection established. Please hold. Perhaps today was not destined to be fortuitous for Yu Hongming, as he waited a full hour with the system still displaying. Connecting. Please wait. Sighing, he expressed his frustration. Fortunately, the connection was ultimately successful. Connection established. Please prepare for the transaction. In an instant, both Yu Hongming and Georgina appeared in the trading space. However, Georgina appeared somewhat disheveled, still catching her breath. Are you all right? Yu Hongming asked with a hint of sympathy, secretly contemplating whether to increase the trading amount in the future, from a box to a meal. It's fine, I'm used to it. I hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. Georgina waved her hand dismissively, then self-deprecatingly remarked, no worries, I had little else to occupy my time. Waiting is no trouble at all. Time is precious. Let us commence the trade. Clearly, Georgina was eager to dispense with idle chatter and focus on the transaction. If given the choice, she would prefer to spend every minute engaged in trade, as it would allow her to exchange the refuse for sufficient sustenance, rather than perpetually fleeing as she had moments ago. Yes, I came here to ask if you possess the dragon head sculpture of the 12 zodiac signs. I desire that. I do have that. You want this? Georgina expressed mild surprise, for she happened to have that very item in her possession. It had previously belonged to her father. Setting that aside, Georgina realized something significant. Those who established trade relations with her seemed particularly fond of Chinese artifacts. Following this transaction, it would be prudent to gather more Chinese relics for future exchanges, as it would likely yield unforeseen benefits. To Georgina, artifacts were the least valuable of items. In the apocalypse, all antiques and artworks would become worthless, unable to even provide basic sustenance, let alone be collectible. Yes, I desire this. If you are willing to trade, I can offer you these 2 boxes of water in exchange. Yu Hongming gestured towards the 2 boxes of water beside him. That is acceptable, Georgina nodded. Then, with some difficulty, she proposed, Dear sir, could we perhaps exchange for food next time? We are in greater need of sustenance. Not a problem. Next time, we can arrange for a larger trade. I will prepare 2 tons of food for you. Please do your utmost to gather more Chinese artifacts. How does that sound? Yu Hongming, increasingly sympathetic, suggested. Certainly. I will go collect them immediately. I shall not disappoint you. Georgina nodded emphatically. All right. Shall we schedule the next transaction for 1 week from now? Yes, yes. Georgina nodded like a bobblehead. In reality, their time for conversation was limited, as the system's countdown had already begun, ticking down from 10 seconds. Have both parties reached an agreement? The system, unable to bear the suspense, urged them on. Agreed. I will trade 2 boxes of water. Agreed. I will provide the dragon head sculpture. Yu Hongming and Georgina responded almost in unison to the system's inquiry. Transaction complete. Items have been stored in each party's inventory, the system announced in a mechanical tone. As soon as the countdown concluded, Yu Hongming and Georgina vanished from the trading space. Back in the system space, Yu Hongming immediately retrieved the dragon head sculpture. This is nothing special, and they dared to price it at 60 million? Back in reality, Yu Hongming toyed with the dragon head in his hands, continuously voicing his complaints. In truth, he understood the situation well. Chinese artifacts are often exorbitantly priced in overseas markets. Some individuals exploit the patriotic sentiments of affluent Chinese individuals, inflating prices to sell to them. Previously, those wealthy individuals had frequently fallen victim to such schemes. After enduring a few lessons, they learned not to allow these opportunists to profit unjustly. Consequently, at subsequent auctions, whenever they encountered overpriced Chinese artifacts, they stood united, refraining from bidding, leading to the items being left unsold. They were resolute in their determination not to allow those with ulterior motives to gain the upper hand. Yu Hongming. What is this? Yu Wenda suddenly appeared silently once more. You don't even know what this is? The dragon head from the 12 zodiac beasts. Yu Hongming cast a disdainful glance at Yuan Daong. But how on earth did this artifact come into your possession? Yuan Daong, disregarding the sarcasm, eagerly pressed on with his inquiries, internally lamenting the absurdity of the situation, as if anyone was unaware of the bronze head's significance. Yet, it should not be here. Just a couple of days ago, while scrolling through Douyin, Yuan Daong had encountered news about the dragon head and had even engaged in an elaborate discussion regarding it. He could hardly believe his eyes upon discovering it now in Yu Hongming's hands. Acquired from a roadside stall, perhaps for a mere few dozen yuan? Clearly, Yuan Daong was still preoccupied with that earlier mention of a mere few dozen. No, it wasn't. Upon hearing this response, Yuan Daong inexplicably felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was purchased for over 100 yuan. Yuan Daong nearly lost his balance, realizing he was still rather naive. Could this possibly be real? Given his past experiences, he could not help but harbor such doubts. Isn't that redundant? When has anything in my possession ever been counterfeit? However, the but lingered in his mind for quite a while, leaving him speechless, as he found himself at a loss for words despite a torrent of thoughts swirling within him. Enough. Just take it, and, like last time, send it to the National Museum. Just as Yuan Daong contemplated how to articulate his emotions, Yu Hongming had already handed over the dragon head. Another donation? This piece is valued at 60 million. Yuan Daong did not take it, but stared incredulously at Yu Hongming. The weight of this information was overwhelming, and he felt as though he might burst. Do you think I'm someone who lacks 60 million? Although he was reluctant to concede, Yuan Daong understood he had once again fallen prey to Yu Hongming's cunning. With Yu Hongming's wealth, indeed, 60 million could be rendered insignificant. He truly grasped what it meant to be extravagantly bold. Take it. I hope to see news of it at the National Museum by tomorrow. Is that agreeable? Agreed. Yuan Daong instinctively made an okay gesture and then departed with the dragon head. The dragon head? Within mere hours, it was already displayed in the National Museum. A cadre of experts specializing in bronze artifacts had gathered around it for assessment. The dragon head had been delivered by an import-export company, reportedly donated by a benevolent individual. This was the same benefactor who had previously donated the portrait of a lady. This revelation piqued everyone's interest, recalling the earlier controversies surrounding the portrait of a lady, which ultimately proved the benefactor's donation to be authentic. The Great Eagle Museum had been thoroughly embarrassed, marking it as a profound disgrace in its history. This was precisely why the National Museum had summoned so many experts for this evaluation. They were determined not to repeat the Great Eagle Museum's folly and become the laughingstock of the museum community. Every detail must be meticulously examined, leaving no room for error. This time, even the museum director was present, delivering remarks himself. Rest assured, we have several bronze heads in our collection. We are quite experienced in this field. Indeed, there will be no oversight. Everyone had clearly defined roles. Some assessed the artifact while others catered to the director, ensuring no one was idle. The museum never employed idlers. Each individual had their designated tasks. What do you think, old son? The director was no fool. Although he lacked expertise in appraisals, he possessed a keen eye for talent. He recognized that in the realm of bronze artifact authentication, Old Sun was the most authoritative figure. Once Old Sun gave his approval, the matter would be as good as settled. Old Sun did not disappoint the director. He set down his magnifying glass, rubbed his weary eyes, and nodded. It is genuine. Though merely 3 simple words, Old Sun's assertion invigorated the assembly. All eyes fixated intently on the dragon head before them. It is authentic, astonishingly so. Who would have thought another beast head would return to the motherland? We must express our heartfelt gratitude to that benefactor. Might some individuals be on the verge of tears? Quite possibly. Director, the import-export company has conveyed a request from the benefactor. The person receiving the dragon head glanced towards the director and inquired, what are the conditions? The director regarded the benefactor's request with utmost seriousness. The benefactor wished to see news regarding the dragon head before the following day. This was easily achievable. The director breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared a daunting challenge, yet this was resolved with such ease. Chapter 66. Initiating Random Matching Mode. In truth, even if the benefactor had not stipulated this, the museum would not have missed such an excellent promotional opportunity. After all, such a momentous event as the return of the dragon head could not be concealed. The National Museum's website, Weibo, and official accounts promptly updated with the following announcement. Recently, we have received a donation of the dragon head artifact from a generous citizen. It has officially returned to its homeland and will be exhibited in the Bronze Gallery next week. We welcome everyone to visit. While the message was brief, its impact was profound and far-reaching. The media swiftly followed suit with reports on this news. According to the National Museum's announcement, a benevolent individual has donated the dragon head, which is now safely back in the country. Following the return of the dragon head, only 3 bronze statues remain unaccounted for. The dragon head that had previously failed to sell at Christie's in Hong Kong for €10 has quietly returned to the mainland. The benefactor has once again stepped forward, facilitating the dragon head's glorious return to its homeland, now treasured at the National Museum. As major platforms began to repost this information, discussions surrounding the matter erupted online. Is this the dragon head that failed to sell at the auction in Hong Kong a few days ago? Yes. It's the one that only received a single bid of €10. Clearly, the dragon head's price had struggled to surpass that €10 threshold. But it didn't sell, so how is it suddenly reported to have been returned? Did someone foolishly volunteer to make a contribution? That seemed unlikely. Surely no one could be that naively altruistic. This benevolent individual has been quite active lately. Could this benefactor be the same kind-hearted soul who previously donated the portrait of a lady? If so, that would be splendid. As long as these national treasures can be redeemed from others, nothing else matters. Indeed, we must take a firm stance against these wrongdoers. At a recycling station for used items, Hongming remarked, "Look, the news you desired has arrived." Just as the information was rapidly disseminating, Daong was scrolling through short videos at the recycling station. Before long, he stumbled upon the relevant news. Oh, that was quick. Upon receiving Daong's phone to glance at the screen, Hongming nodded in satisfaction. Of course, with such a trivial request from you, they wouldn't dare be negligent. Daong, however, felt it was entirely warranted. After all, this was an item valued at tens of millions of yuan. Even though the actual price may be somewhat inflated, it certainly will not be exceedingly low. To donate such a valuable treasure while making trivial requests is indeed disheartening if those demands remain unmet. Do not take it too seriously. I merely mentioned it in passing, and there is no need to dwell on it. Yes, you are right, after all. Your charitable deeds are inherently selfless, and whether or not there is news is of little consequence to you. What perplexes Daong the most is that Hongming has selflessly given away tens of millions in assets without even leaving a name behind. He simply cannot fathom the motivation behind Hongming's actions. Could it be that he has more money than he knows how to spend? However, if Daong were aware that Hongming had once sold an entire aircraft carrier for 10 million, he would not be so quick to criticize. Is today the day when the random trading cooldown period concludes? After sending Daong on his way, Hongming suddenly recalled something. Due to the increased frequency of transactions lately, he could no longer remember which day marked the end of the random exchange cooldown. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He could simply enter the system to find out. Without further hesitation, Hongming placed his hand upon 2 boxes of instant noodles, mentally reciting his intent. In the next moment, he found himself alongside the 2 boxes in the system space. System, activate random matching mode. I regret to inform you that there are still 3 minutes and 23 seconds remaining until unlocking. A dark line traversed Hongming's cheek. The date was accurate, but he had slightly underestimated the specific duration required. Nonetheless, the discrepancy remained within acceptable limits. Thus, Hongming decided to sit atop the stacked instant noodles and wait. 3 minutes. This brief interval passed before he could fully register it. System, may I now initiate random matching? Random matching functionality has been activated. Please prepare, host. In an instant, Hongming reappeared within the trading space, accompanied by a stranger. The individual had blonde hair, striking blue eyes, wore spectacles, and was clad in a laboratory white coat. By instinct, Hongming surmised that this person was either a doctor or engaged in scientific research. Who are you? The golden-haired man, evidently unaccustomed to this environment, inquired. I am Hongming, your trading counterpart for this session. Do you possess anything of value to exchange? My name is Gongming, and I fear I have nothing of worth to offer. After pondering for a considerable time, Gongming still shook his head. He believed that a trade necessitated the presentation of valuable items. At this moment, aside from food and clean water, There were only a few lightweight weapons that held any utility, yet he possessed none of these items. He was at a loss even for how to secure his next meal. To be frank, thoughts of surrender had already begun to take root in his mind. Each day passed without hope, making life a struggle. He was uncertain of the true meaning of continuing to exist. Just as despair reached its zenith, this opportunity for trade unexpectedly presented itself. Yet he had no clear idea of what he might possess that would be desirable to others. Thus, even with the initiation of this exchange, it brought him little joy. What do you typically do for work? Perhaps I could help you identify something I might need. I am merely a researcher at a pharmaceutical company. Aside from matters related to drug research, I have nothing else. Hongming spoke the truth, though he felt it was of little value. Actually, the results of the drugs you study can also be traded. Present your finest research outcomes from the pharmaceutical company, and I shall offer you 2 boxes of instant noodles in exchange. Really? Hongming's previously dull eyes suddenly sparkled with disbelief. It was hard to comprehend that someone would be willing to exchange 2 boxes of instant noodles for research results that had lost much of their significance in the current world. Patients were nearly impossible to treat. What use were those results now? Nevertheless, Hongming understood that this was not the matter he should concern himself with at the moment. Securing the instant noodles was of utmost importance. I will trade, of course. Here are the latest advancements in chronic myeloid leukemia, which are 30 more effective than current treatment options. All right, this will suffice. Hongming agreed to the transaction. For him, it could be considered a good deed, as this information held little value within his social circle, and he had no means to utilize it. He could not possibly expect the state to manage every item. Could he? Transaction complete. Both parties' items have been transferred to their respective spaces, the system announced. Perhaps you should prepare more similar items. I may seek you out for future trades. Hongming advised, observing Hongming's expression. Certainly, I will keep that in mind. No sooner had he spoken than both individuals vanished from the trading space. As for the items he had just acquired, Hongming had no intention of gifting them to anyone, so he placed them in his inventory, patiently awaiting the day they might find a suitable owner. In an ancient kingdom, deep within a castle, a room held a peculiar scene. What is happening? Is that not my dragon head? An elderly gentleman clad in a black evening suit scrutinized the newspaper in his hand. This man was a count named Dason. Despite living in this age of information, Dason still preferred traditional means, such as acquiring news through reading newspapers. Even though this method might yield information at a slower pace, he remained steadfast in his habits. Furthermore, Dason happened to be the holder of the dragon head. The dragon head that had previously appeared at a Christie's auction in Hong Kong was indeed submitted by him. He had decided to part with it not out of fondness, but from necessity. In simpler terms, even noble families face financial crises. To the casual observer, he appeared to enjoy the privileges of nobility, yet maintaining such a status incurred substantial expenses. When the family business thrived, they could afford it. But now the company was undergoing hardships, lacking stable income and making the cost of living a heavy burden. In desperation, Dason was compelled to liquidate some private collections to address immediate needs, including that precious dragon head. In his mind, he believed that Easterners were willing to pay a handsome price to reclaim their cultural relics, particularly this dragon head, one of the 12 zodiac signs, which had previously fetched a high price. Thus, Dason optimistically anticipated that this piece would also command a favorable price, perhaps even exceeding previous levels. He had hoped to resolve his current troubles through the proceeds from the sale of the dragon head. To his dismay, however, there was a complete lack of interest, and he was instead mocked with a paltry offer of 10 euros. In that moment, Dason was so enraged that he nearly fainted on the spot. Ultimately, he could only return home with disappointment, placing the dragon head back in the farthest corner of the storage room. Due to his waning confidence in this artifact, he found it increasingly difficult to envision a successful sale after the initial attempt yielded little profit. Reluctant to part with such a valuable relic at a mere pittance, he decided to set it aside for the time being. However, the contents of today's newspaper left him utterly astounded. How could the dragon head, which had only recently been returned to the storage room, now be in another country, generously donated to a museum? It was simply inconceivable. Dason's mind was awash with questions. Suddenly, his countenance shifted to one of sheer panic as he recalled another matter, the Great Eagle Museum, which had suffered a similar loss. While the general populace remained oblivious to the truth, Dason was well acquainted with the underlying intricacies. Investigators had scrutinized the situation repeatedly, yet failed to uncover any evidence of internal collusion or external infiltration. Even the most skilled thieves could not execute such a heist without leaving a trace. Consequently, both the museum and the police deemed the situation remarkably peculiar. Could this misfortune possibly befall me? Dason murmured softly, his heart laden with doubt. His agitation grew, for the predicament he faced mirrored that of the Great Eagle Museum incident. Once again, it was a museum from the Dragon Kingdom, and once again, it involved altruistic donations. The similarities were uncanny. Restlessness enveloped Daisen. That dragon head was stolen. I hope the National Museum of the Dragon Kingdom will return it. Suddenly, a message began circulating among the crowd, eliciting varied reactions. Some individuals had long harbored animosity toward the Dragon Kingdom. The owners had reported the theft, and thus the Dragon Kingdom should return the artifact. How could the Dragon Kingdom's museum shamelessly retain such illicit gains? The dragon head belonged to Count Daesun, and it must be returned without infringement. Not only the dragon head, but I believe that the lady's admonition should also be returned to the Great Eagle Museum. Others emerged to champion the cause of the Great Eagle Museum. Indeed, they vehemently condemned this act of theft, asserting that the Museum of the Dragon Kingdom was complicit, aiding the thieves in concealing their crimes. Yet, an opposing faction held entirely contrary views. These individuals generally maintained amicable relations with the Dragon Kingdom. The thief was a noble rogue, embodying justice. The audacity of such claims was astounding, as they appeared oblivious to the origins of these artifacts. Was this a case of the thief crying "Stop thief"? What collusion? The National Museum merely accepted a donation. It was indeed a donation. How could it be labeled as fencing? I believe this benefactor deserves an award for their goodwill. Yes, we should encourage this benefactor to persist in their noble efforts to bring more artifacts from the Dragon Kingdom back home, especially those seized by robbers. Artifacts from the Dragon Kingdom rightfully belong to the Dragon Kingdom. Yu Hongming, have you heard about the dragon head? Yu Hongming was dining with Yu Xinshin when she happened to come across this news. I have heard a bit about it. Yu Hongming nodded, taking a sip from his cup, attempting to mask his unease. He never anticipated that this benefactor could be so formidable. Not only stealing treasures from the Great Eagle Museum, but also sparing no one from a noble lineage. What place on earth was beyond their reach? Yu Xinshin, oblivious to Yu Hongming's disquiet, continued her animated discourse. In truth, it wasn't that impressive, Yu Hongming silently mused. Yet, he replied, indeed, quite impressive. Although his words sounded somewhat self-congratulatory, he had no choice but to say so. Otherwise, he would appear particularly strange. What do you think the benefactor's next target will be? Yu Xinshin grew increasingly animated, ultimately proposing her conjectures. Could it be the Kangxi Jade Rui? Or the Guanyin and the Monkey Crane painting? I've heard both are quite valuable. Who knows? Yu Hongming feigned indifference, secretly noting these two names. If an opportunity arose during the next transaction, he would prioritize reclaiming these items. Let us eat. Matters like this are best observed from the sidelines. Yes, let us eat, Yu Xinshin agreed, and began her meal. Chapter 68. This will have to serve as collateral. By the way, I came across a piece of news this morning related to your company. What news? Yu Xinshin blinked, looking at Yu Hongming. It was reported that a pharmaceutical startup, having just achieved some results, was robbed by a technician who took the assets abroad. This company is one you invested in. Is there any truth to it? Were it not for Yu Xinshin's involvement, Yu Hongming might not have paid much attention. Indeed, that is the case. Yu Xinshin sighed, halting her chopsticks. Her appetite had vanished, overshadowed by the gravity of the situation. It was indeed disastrous, potentially leading to significant losses for the company. So what now? Yu Hongming inquired, gazing at Yu Xinshin. What can be done? Once that company goes bankrupt, we'll see how much we can recover, Yu Xinshin replied nonchalantly, as if entirely unconcerned. Ultimately, she reassured herself, investing is like that. Success is not guaranteed every time. No worries, I'll take care of you in the future. Yu Hongming recognized that Yu Xinshin was merely feigning strength, but he offered her a few words of comfort. Suddenly, Yu Hongming recalled something. I have something that might be of assistance, though I'm unsure of its value to you. What is it? A set of pharmaceutical research materials. I Haven examined them closely, take them home, and review them. Oh, how did you come by such materials? Yu Xinshin regarded Yu Hongming with surprise, even though she was uncertain of his specific endeavors. She deemed them unrelated to pharmaceuticals and could not fathom how he possessed research materials. They were given to me by a partner. I want he disclosed their identity. Yu Hongming spoke truthfully, thus he answered with ease. After all, a transaction partner could also be considered a collaborative associate, couldn't they? People give away such things. Yu Xinshin remained skeptical. Pharmaceutical research is no trivial matter. It requires substantial time, energy, and financial investment. It's inconceivable that something worth hundreds of millions could be casually gifted away. He owes me a considerable sum. This will have to suffice as collateral. Yu Hongming struggled to fabricate a justification. It wasn't that he was unwilling to speak the truth. The circumstances simply did not permit it. Could he really disclose that he carried a system? Oh, I see. Yu Xinshin nodded in acceptance of his explanation. Although she was unclear why someone would owe Yu Hongming such a large debt, she understood that some matters need not be probed further. I'll drop it off at your company tomorrow. It was already quite late. And Yu Hongming thought it best not to have Yu Xinshin visit his waste station to retrieve the documents. In reality, those materials resided within his system, readily accessible at any moment. However, this would complicate matters, necessitating yet another explanation of how the documents had seemingly materialized. After much contemplation, Yu Hongming concluded that personally delivering them tomorrow would be the most straightforward and convenient option. All right, as you wish. Yu Xinshin did not object, and her expectations for the materials were modest. However, upon witnessing Yu Hongming's earnest demeanor, Yu Xinshin chose not to dampen his spirits. Very well, let it be settled. Let us continue our meal. One must nourish themselves to tackle challenges, correct? All right, let us dine. Yu Xinshin's energy was restored, indicating that Yu Hongming's words had indeed made an impact. Fat City, International Financial Building. It was nearly noon when Yu Hongming arrived. Of course, his presence at this hour was not merely to catch the lunch rush. Rather, it stemmed from his steadfastness in maintaining his daily routine. Undeterred by the need to deliver something to Yu Xinshin, he casually parked his car in an empty space before the entrance. A young security guard was about to remind Yu Hongming against improper parking, but was swiftly silenced by a senior guard nearby. What do you think you're doing? Are your eyes in the clouds? He can park wherever he likes. After much hesitation, the young guard managed to utter this statement, reluctant to offend his seasoned colleague, especially since he was new and eager to keep his job. What's it to you if he parks wherever he pleases? The senior guard retorted, launching into a tirade. Do you even know what kind of car that is? Do you dare to challenge him? You must be seeking trouble. Do you have any idea how much that car is worth? Over 20 million. You'd need a lifetime to earn that as a security guard. No one questioned how the senior guard was aware of the car's value. Those who had worked in high-end environments for over 3 years were well informed. Is that so? The young guard scoffed, producing a set of Ferrari keys and pressing a button from a distance. Beep. A nearby Ferrari responded with flashing lights. You. The senior guard stared at the young man in astonishment. Are you a local landlord? Just days prior, the senior guard had stumbled upon a video revealing that many local landlords enjoyed working as security guards. He was taken aback to find one in his midst. Indeed. Did you see? Those 2 buildings over there are mine. The young guard nonchalantly gestured toward the nearby urban village, devoid of any pride in his ownership. Let us not delve further into that, the senior guard thought to himself, sensing that continuing the conversation would only lead to discomfort. He hastily redirected the topic. Do you know who just drove in? Who? The young guard, having only recently started, could not possibly know. Yu Dong's boyfriend from the 89th floor. Don't ask how the senior guard knew this. He had witnessed Yu Hongming picking up Yu Xinshin on a previous occasion. While he might not recognize faces, he certainly had an eye for cars. The Yu Dong from Yu Investment? Upon hearing of the esteemed Yu Dong from the 89th floor, the young guard immediately understood whom they were discussing. He felt a twinge of envy. He dreamed of being the elite security detail for a domineering CEO. Unfortunately, he was merely a landlord with modest means, thus relegated to dreams. Learning that Yu Dong was already in a relationship left him feeling somewhat disheartened. With his aspirations dashed, how could he not feel a pang of disappointment? Is there a second Yu Dong on the 89th floor? Understood. I want to bring it up again. The young guard resolved to end the topic, for extending it would only lead to self-doubt. He had initially felt a sense of superiority as a landlord, only to be humbled after just a few days on the job. Meanwhile, Yu Hongming had already entered the grand lobby of the building. He had previously called Yu Xinshin, so upon his arrival, she was already awaiting him. You've arrived. Upon spotting Yu Hongming, Yu Xinshin disregarded the gazes of onlookers and rushed toward him, revealing a tender side of her personality. Wow. Chapter 69, a slightly shattering perspective. Passers-by in the lobby were taken aback by the scene. This was indeed a perspective shift, but not in the sense of witnessing anything inappropriate. Rather, it was the revelation that the usually aloof CEO possessed such an endearing side. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would hardly have believed it. Thus, amidst the astonishment of those around, Yu Hongming was escorted by Yu Xinshin to her private elevator. This was the only elevator in the entire building that granted direct access to the 89th floor and required a key card for entry. There was no choice. The entire 89th floor comprised Yu Xinshin's workspace, including her office, meeting rooms, reception area, and even a private resting space tailored for her. During busy work periods, Yu Xinshin often resided here. The success of Yu Investment was not a mere stroke of luck. It was the result of Yu Xinshin's relentless efforts. Therefore, one should not hastily lament their lack of success. Perhaps it is merely an indication of insufficient dedication. Thus, the entire 89th floor served as both a workspace and living area for Yu Xinshin, accessible only to select individuals. Impressive. Upon exiting the elevator, Yu Hongming was captivated by the surroundings. He jested with Yu Xinshin. My former dream was to work in such a place. Really? Yu Xinshin regarded him with disbelief. Her gaze fixed upon Yu Hongming. Surely, for someone of his stature, it would be a trivial matter to secure a position here. Thinking he was jesting, Yu Xinxin replied, "No need to dream. Come work here tomorrow as my chief assistant." "What about Lily?" Suddenly, a delicate voice interjected. Uft. Both Yu Xinxin and Yu Hongming turned toward the source of the voice, unable to suppress their laughter. The sound had come from a nearby secretary. And this Lily was indeed Yu Xinxin's assistant, who shared a close rapport with the secretary. Upon hearing that her friend might be replaced, the secretary grew anxious. "I apologize. You don't." The secretary now found herself in a rather awkward position, wishing to vanish into the floor. "Not at all. We were merely jesting." She pointed at Yu Hongming with a smile. "Despite our company appearing affluent, we can hardly afford his salary. Don't listen to Yu Dong. My worth is only slightly more," Yu Hongming quipped, earning a disapproving glance from the secretary. "Are you two engaging in a display of wealth?" Regardless of whether they admitted it, that was indeed the reality. The secretary's gaze began to linger on Yu Hongming, taken aback by the fact that this seemingly ordinary individual, no, rather, someone simply dressed, possessed a fortune in the billions. "All right, we understand you are wealthy." Yu Xinxin seemed to sense the secretary's sentiments and shot a glare at Yu Hongming. "Come, let us head to my office." "Certainly." Yu Hongming acknowledged and followed Yu Xinxin into her office. One could not deny that Yu Xinxin's grandeur left Yu Hongming in awe once more. The office spanned at least 200 square meters, adorned with exquisite luxury. "Did you bring the items?" After pouring a cup of tea for Yu Hongming, Yu Xinxin extended her hand to request an item from him. It wasn't out of an overwhelming desire for the object. Rather, she wished to expedite the matter at hand, allowing ample time to treat Yu Hongming to a delightful lunch. "Oh, here you go," Yu Hongming said, retrieving a USB drive from his bag and handing it to her. The exchange was remarkably straightforward, merely a USB drive, the contents of which Yu Hongming had not even bothered to inspect, leaving him uncertain of its significance. He could only hope that the system or the transaction counterpart, Zonggongming, would prove to be reliable. "All right, let's set this aside for now and go eat, shall we?" Upon seeing that it was just a USB drive, Yu Xinxin felt no inclination to open it and directly invited Yu Hongming to lunch. "Sure, sounds good," he replied, not giving it much thought. Since the item had been delivered, he felt no need to further involve himself in its handling, especially as his stomach growled in hunger, having missed breakfast. With a pressing need for sustenance, what reason did he have to object? "Let us go." Yu Xinxin casually placed the USB drive in a drawer. Taking Yu Hongming by the hand as they exited, the two departed amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. After their meal, Yu Hongming escorted Yu Xinxin back to her office, refraining from interrupting her work before he took his leave. Once back at her company, Yu Xinxin promptly immersed herself in her tasks, entirely forgetting about the USB drive, effectively casting it from her mind. Days passed, and on the third day, as Yu Xinxin opened her drawer in search of documents, she stumbled upon the USB drive once more. "I can't believe I forgot about you," she mused, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she beheld the drive. The joy it sparked within her was not derived from the USB itself, but rather from thoughts of Yu Hongming. Each recollection of his sunlit smile brought her immense happiness. Since it was a gift from him, I might as well take a look, she whispered to herself, extracting the USB drive and inserting it into her computer. "Luohua?" she exclaimed, her expression frozen in surprise as the contents of the USB materialized on her screen. There was but a single file, the title prominently displaying the name Luohua. In the realm of pharmaceuticals, Luohua was a name of great renown, particularly in the field of innovative drugs, where it stood as an irreplaceable entity. The reason Yu Xinxin could not overlook Luohua was that this very company had cost her billions in losses. She had already learned that the individual who had pilfered the technology from the startup she had invested in was none other than Luohua. Thus, her feelings towards Luohua were far from favorable. Luohua owes Yu Hongming money? A sudden thought struck her. Yu Hongming had previously mentioned that these documents were collateral for a loan he extended to someone. Yet, considering Luohua's vast wealth, with annual expenditures on research reaching into the hundreds of billions, it seemed implausible for such a company to owe Yu Hongming anything. If this were not the case, then from whence had Yu Hongming acquired this information? Industrial espionage? Ultimately, Yu Xinxin resolved to temporarily set aside such inquiries, choosing instead to focus on the USB drive. After all, it was a gift from Yu Hongming. If it proved useful, she could leverage it. Once she turned a profit, she would ensure that Yu Hongming received his due share in the form of equity. At that moment, Yu Xinxin opened the file. A new drug for the treatment of chronic myeloid leukemia, Semblix, and a new stamp inhibitor? After glancing through the contents, she found herself perplexed. As merely an investor, she was not versed in the intricacies of pharmaceutical research. Chapter 70. Unexpectedly, it had ended in failure. The document was too technical, rendering her comprehension nearly impossible. Never mind. I'll bring this to them for review. The them she referred to were her former associates at a startup pharmaceutical company, specifically, the one that had suffered the theft of its core technology and was on the brink of bankruptcy, Alison Biopharmaceuticals. Without hesitation, Yu Xinxin seized the USB drive and made her way out. Upon passing her assistant, Lily, she instructed, "Come with me to Alison Pharmaceuticals." "Of course, Director Yu." Lily replied promptly, grabbing her bag and following Yu Xinxin outside. Typically, Yu Xinxin would take Lily along on her outings, leaving her secretary to manage affairs at the office. An hour later, Yu Xinxin arrived at Alison Pharmaceuticals. Due to limited funding and the substantial financial requirements of research, the company was situated in a rather remote location. A common phase for many startups. "Director Yu, you've arrived." Yu Xinxin had already informed the company's general manager and co-founder, Lu Xueqiao, of her impending visit during her journey. Given the gravity of the situation, Lu Xueqiao felt a sense of guilt towards Yu Xinxin. After all, she had invested billions. And just as success seemed within reach, calamity struck. This incident threatened to render her financial contributions worthless. "Let us go inside and discuss," Yu Xinxin said curtly, entering the company without further elaboration. The atmosphere within Alison Pharmaceuticals was markedly subdued compared to when Yu Xinxin had initially invested. The staff had significantly dwindled. Many who were aware of the company's predicament had chosen to leave when they realized it was on the verge of collapse. This experience profoundly impressed upon Lu Xueqiao the truth that entrepreneurship is fraught with challenges. While many may be eager to share in success, few are willing to endure hardship alongside you. "Very well, Director Yu." Although uncertain of her intentions, Lu Xueqiao mentally prepared himself to face the consequences, ready to accept any reprimands. After all, having caused someone to lose billions, it was only natural for her to express her dissatisfaction. He possessed the fortitude to endure such criticism. "Please, take a seat. Let us discuss," Yu Xinxin suggested as they entered the conference room, surprisingly refraining from launching into an immediate tirade. "Director Yu, if you wish to scold me, feel free," Lu Xueqiao stammered, hesitating to sit, feeling unworthy to face her. "Who is scolding you? Sit down and help me ascertain the value of this document," Yu Xinxin replied, rolling her eyes and urging him to take a seat once more. In the past, Lu Xueqiao would never have received such leniency. Even a severe reprimand would have been mild in comparison. It was worth noting that within investment circles, Yu Xinxin was known as the living llama. This moniker was not without merit. It was earned through her relentless perseverance. Otherwise, Yu's investments could not have skyrocketed to a market value exceeding 300 billion in just a few short years. "Here, take a look at this," she said, dismissing any further conversation as she handed him the USB drive, then proceeded to check her phone to attend to her own work. Yu Xinxin granted Lu Xueqiao ample time to thoroughly examine the contents of the USB drive, and as the founder and chief technology officer, he was intimately familiar with the project that had been stolen. Ultimately, this unexpected turn of events had culminated in failure. "All right, Director Yu." Lu Xueqiao accepted the USB drive without hesitation, for he was not in a position to decline it. Upon connecting the device and opening it, he was momentarily taken aback by the name Luo Hua that appeared. Yet, his surprise was fleeting, and he proceeded to delve deeper into the files. The document detailed the stamp therapy for chronic myeloid leukemia. He was somewhat familiar with this research, as Luo Hua had embarked on this project several years prior, a fact he learned from his senior colleague, who had once lamented the project's circumstances. In truth, Lu Xueqiao harbored a profound resentment towards Luo Hua, for it was this very company that had nearly led his own to the brink of bankruptcy. The technician who had absconded with sensitive information had also transitioned to Luo Hua. Despite its vast scale, Luo Hua had been involved in numerous and scrupulous dealings. Could it be that they had sold this project to Yu's investment? He dismissed the notion. After all, Yu's investment primarily engaged in financial ventures, entirely disconnected from the pharmaceutical sector. Even if Luo Hua were to divest this project, it would logically be to a competitor within the pharmaceutical industry to secure a more favorable price. Continuing his examination, he was astonished to discover that the stamp therapy for chronic myeloid leukemia had demonstrated efficacy exceeding that of imatinib by 30. While this figure may seem modest, a 30 improvement in drug efficacy represents a significant breakthrough in the realm of pharmaceuticals. This is the allure of innovative drugs and therapies, the benefits of which are immeasurable. However, substantial investment is also required. Without a solid financial foundation, few would dare to invest recklessly. Lu Xueqiao pressed on, only to find that the project had already reached phase 3 of clinical trials. By the end of his review, he had gained a clear understanding of the project. According to the documentation, the drug's development had been completed, and it was merely awaiting regulatory approval for market release. Yet, he could not fathom how such a crucial document had come into the possession of Yu Xinxin. "Director Yu, where did this document originate?" Lu Xueqiao's gaze shifted from the computer screen to Yu Xinxin. "You need not concern yourself with that. Simply inform me whether this is of use to you," she replied. Whether it is useful hinges on whether this innovative drug has been patented. Lu Xuechao's mind remained lucid, unclouded by the implications of the document. What if it hasn't been patented? Yu Xinxin was equally astute, recognizing the pivotal nature of patents for innovative drugs. Nevertheless, she was confident that Yu Hongming would not provide her with something that had already secured a patent. She speculated that perhaps the patent resided with Yu Hongming. If that were indeed the case, it opened up significant possibilities. We could use this information to swiftly secure the drug's patent. The potential profits from this patent could be staggering. If we acquire it, our company, Ailey, could experience a resurrection. As she spoke, a flicker of excitement crossed Lu Xuechao's face, though it stemmed not from the prospect of Ailey's revival, but from the allure of the innovative drug itself, a driving force behind his unwavering dedication to drug development. Please hold for a moment while I make a call, Yu Xinxin said, rising to step into a corner and dial Yu Hongming's number. The call connected swiftly. Xinxin. What is it? Yu Hongming answered. What are you up to? Yu Xinxin inquired, her concern for him momentarily overshadowing her surroundings. I've eaten. Quite satisfied, actually. Yu Hongming's voice bore a hint of reluctance, as he was indeed quite hungry, but knew that admitting so would invite her incessant worry. The longer I spend with you, the more I realize you possess a maternal quality, he mused. What shall we have for dinner tonight? Director Yu? The assistant and Lu Xuechao observed Yu Xinxin engage in a half-hour display of affection, their discomfort palpable yet unvoiced. Eventually, the assistant, unable to endure any longer, risked reprimand to interject. Yu Hongming, may I ask about the patent status of the drug you provided me? Let me check on that for you. Please hold for 2 minutes. Yu Hongming was uncertain and needed to consult someone, specifically, the system. System, will the drug formula I exchange be classified as a unique item? Affirmative. Came the system's reply. What if this drug has already been patented in the real world? Rest assured, once the host extracts the drug formula, the system will nullify any previously registered patents. Understood, Yu Hongming concluded his conversation with the system satisfactorily. He then turned back to the phone call with Yu Xinxin. No worries, the patent has not been registered, so you can proceed with confidence. Thank you, Yu Hongming, Yu Xinxin replied, her heart brimming with unspoken gratitude. It's no trouble at all. I'm pleased to assist you, he said. Well then, I shall ensure you are compensated tonight, she teased. Compensated for what? Yu Hongming's excitement surged at the mention of recompense, only to be abruptly doused when he heard the busy signal as she disconnected. Undeterred, he began to anticipate the promised reward. Meanwhile, Yu Xinxin returned to her seat. I've confirmed it. The patent has not been registered. Li Zong, you may boldly proceed with the registration. Really? Lu Xuechao nearly leaped from his seat at the revelation that the patent remained unregistered. Yet, one question nagged at him. Why had Luo Hua, having completed phase 3 of clinical trials, not yet secured the patent? This was uncharacteristic of the company. Despite his confusion, he trusted that Yu Xinxin would not deceive him without cause. Is it registered or not? A quick inquiry will clarify. Rest assured, Director Yu. I will dispatch someone to register it immediately. Additionally, I hope to convert this drug information into company shares. Do you have any objections, Li Zong? Yu Xinxin had no intention of giving away valuable information without due compensation. She had already devised a plan. If the information proved useful, she would grant Yu Hongming a corresponding stake. Now, she was merely executing her strategy. That sounds reasonable. Once the patent is secured, we can reassess the company's share distribution. Director Yu, does that work for you? Lu Xuechao saw no reason to decline, deeming it entirely appropriate. In the office of the chairman of Hongming Optoelectronics, the factory had been completed. The secretary reappeared to report to Su Mucha. Completed? So soon? Is the quality assured? Su Mucha expressed surprise. The project, initially estimated to take 2 months, had been finalized in just a month and a half. Though pleased, he remained concerned about the quality of the work, aware that expedited timelines often compromise standards. The chairman can rest assured that the quality of the project is undoubtedly guaranteed. We have expedited the process by allocating additional manpower, without compromising on craftsmanship. The secretary to the board comprehended Su Mucha's concerns and hastily provided clarification. If Su Mucha were to feel that he was reaping undue benefits, it would lead to significant trouble. The secretary certainly did not wish for his burgeoning career to encounter obstacles at this early stage. All right, I understand. I will contact Boss Yu immediately and prepare to bring back the 2 chip production lines, Su Mucha declared, his decisiveness evident. Without delay, he dialed Yu Hongming's number. Upon connection, Su Mucha instinctively felt a slight stoop in his posture. Brother Ming, I hope I'm not interrupting? Not at all. As long as Yu Hongming was neither asleep nor on a date with Yu Xinxin, any other time was not considered an interruption. Outside of his resting hours and time spent with Yu Xinxin, he found himself rather unoccupied. Our cleanroom for chip production is already established. When can we retrieve the production lines for installation? Anytime works. Perhaps tomorrow? Yu Hongming pondered and decided to settle on the following day. After all, he was free at that moment, and it would also allow him to bring along the items listed by the import-export company. Although he had yet to procure all of those items, finalizing the transaction would only take a few minutes and would not hinder tomorrow's plans. Excellent. I will make arrangements right away, Su Mucha promptly replied, undoubtedly eager for swift action. With Yu Hongming's support, there was no reason for Su Mucha to procrastinate. By the way, the meeting place remains the same warehouse, but let us change the time to 3 in the afternoon. Understood. I will arrive punctually tomorrow. Su Mucha responded swiftly. After ending the call, Yu Hongming headed towards the gaming area. Yu Winda, on the other hand, seemed to become more resolute with each setback. 2 months had passed, yet he still could not manage to get the aircraft airborne. It was evident to all that Yu Winda lacked the innate talent required for such endeavors. Thus, it was clear that being a pilot necessitated a certain level of aptitude. Not everyone could fulfill the role, especially not as a fighter pilot, where the selection was exceedingly stringent. Therefore, it was hardly surprising that Yu Winda struggled to take flight. Talent, after all, is an elusive gift. Stop playing and come out for a moment. I need to discuss something. Yu Hongming called out at the entrance of the gaming area. Although Yu Winda was engrossed in his game, he dared not disregard Yu Hongming's words. Each time Yu Hongming summoned him like this, it was invariably for something of significance. Reluctantly, Yu Winda paused his game and stepped outside. What is the matter? Prepare the warehouse you borrowed from me last time. I'll be bringing in a sizable shipment tomorrow. Does it contain the items we need? Hearing that more goods were arriving, Yu Winda perked up instantly. He had been spending his days engulfed in games at Yu Hongming's place. Not only for the allure of the games themselves, but also to evade the incessant harassment from Luan Hongfu. It seemed that Luan Hongfu had been under pressure from above, leading to increasingly frequent disturbances for Yu Winda. With no other recourse, Yu Winda found refuge in Yu Hongming's abode. Though he remained silent, he was deeply concerned about this shipment, for it held the key to alleviating Luan Hongfu's pestering. The sooner he could obtain the goods, the sooner he could liberate himself from this predicament. Yes, although I cannot guarantee retrieving everything, I should be able to secure most of it. Yu Hongming refrained from making overly optimistic claims, as the deal was not yet finalized, and he did not wish to risk embarrassment should he fail to deliver. All right, I will prepare the warehouse immediately. Yu Winda, suddenly invigorated, dashed away like a gust of wind. Yu Hongming approached a corner of the warehouse, which was brimming with various items he intended for trade. Instant noodles, bottled water, ham sausages, and luncheon meat, among others. The quantity was considerable, enough for several meals. Yu Hongming had become markedly more generous in his dealings lately, with the smallest units now being boxes. In this way, he felt he was extending a helping hand to those in need. Seeing others in dire straits stirred a sense of compassion within him. A little assistance, however meager, felt worthwhile. This time, he had brought a substantial quantity into the system space, at least a ton. With such an extensive list, it would be remiss not to contribute a bit more. Yu Hongming felt a twinge of guilt for not providing enough. System, I wish to trade with Fujisawa. The system confirmed the selection of the trading partner and initiated the connection. Soon, Yu Hongming found himself within the trading space, with Fujisawa appearing simultaneously. Fujisawa's eyes widened as he beheld the mountain of supplies beside Yu Hongming, and he could not help but salivate. Since the onset of the apocalypse, he had not encountered such an abundance of food and drink. Based on his estimation, these provisions could sustain the members of their outpost for 3 months, albeit only enough for basic sustenance. Many faced hunger, and even a single hearty meal was a rarity. Merely having food to eat was a considerable blessing, with the prospect of being satiated almost a luxury. Have you prepared the items on the list? Yu Hongming inquired, ignoring Fujisawa's captivated expression. Everything is ready, absolutely prepared. Fujisawa reluctantly tore his gaze away from the pile, his demeanor akin to that of a puppy longing for approval. Very well, let us commence the trade. You shall provide me with the items on the list, and everything beside me will belong to you. Yes, yes. Fujisawa did not hesitate and immediately agreed. His eyes still fixated on the supplies as if fearing they might sprout legs and escape. The transaction was completed, and both parties' items were transferred into their respective storage spaces. The system's notification chimed, and shortly thereafter, both Yu Hongming and Fujisawa vanished from the trading space. With the task accomplished, Yu Hongming exited the system space. As for retrieving the goods, that would be a matter for the following day. The next day, approximately 10 minutes remained until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Yu Hongming arrived punctually at the warehouse from the previous day. To maintain the good habit he had painstakingly cultivated, he had deliberately scheduled the trade for 3 o'clock. This commitment to his routine was something Yu Hongming took seriously. However, this time, he had significantly upgraded his mode of transport. The old van had been replaced with a Lamborghini. In stark contrast, Su Mucha had done the opposite. After witnessing Yu Hongming drive a dilapidated van, he had instructed his staff to exchange his Rolls-Royce for a Wuling minivan. Since then, Su Mucha had consistently driven the little van whenever he ventured out. This occasion was no different. The journey from Anqing to Feiqing spanned approximately 1,500 kilometers. Yet he remained steadfast in his choice of the Wuling. However, this small vehicle had proven to be a source of discomfort, as after 7 or 8 hours of travel, his back ached unbearably. The extent of his suffering was known only to him. As Yu Hongming passed by in his Lamborghini, Su Mucha, under the impression that he was still in the van, failed to notice him. Initially, he had intended to greet Yu Hongming at the entrance, but they inadvertently missed each other. Yu Hongming once again stepped into the warehouse, retrieved some items, and then returned outside. At this moment, Yuan Daong and Luan Hongfu were already waiting. Yu Hongming, are the items inside? Yes, as per our usual arrangement, you may enter yourselves. While making a phone call, Yu Hongming gestured towards the interior of the warehouse. By the way, your items are still in the northwest corner. All right, let's head in and take a look. The two eagerly rushed into the warehouse. They were aware that Yu Hongming was still waiting for others, so they were not surprised. Binkuan, why haven't you arrived yet? Yu Hongming connected the call to Su Mucha. As for why he referred to him as Binkuan, it was not Yu Hongming's preference, but rather a strong insistence from Zhou Binkuan. Initially, it was even more absurd. He wanted him to call him Xiaokuan. After careful consideration, Yu Hongming found Binkuan to be more fitting. I've been here for a while, waiting at the gate for you. Just haven't seen your van. Van? A wave of frustration washed over Yu Hongming. What position do I hold? How could anyone think I would still be driving a van? I sold it ages ago. You sold it? Su Mucha was left bewildered. Didn't we agree to keep a low profile? How did you change your mind so quickly? Su Mucha felt that all his efforts during the trip had been in vain. Minggu, I'll be there shortly. Su Mucha quickly dismissed his frustrations, fully aware of the purpose of his visit. Thus, he promptly focused on the task at hand. The reason he addressed Yu Hongming as Minggu was also due to Su Mucha's insistence, which left Yu Hongming with no choice but to comply. Initially, it felt somewhat awkward for a man in his 50s or 60s to call him brother, but after hearing it repeatedly, Yu Hongming gradually became accustomed to it, finding it rather pleasing to the ear, and thus he no longer corrected him. In less than 2 minutes, Su Mucha stood before Yu Hongming. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, Minggu. No worries, your goods are inside. You can retrieve them. I'll take my leave now. This time, Yu Hongming was brisk and decisive, not even entering the warehouse again. After waving goodbye to Su Mucha, he climbed into his Lamborghini Veneno, roaring away in a cloud of white smoke. Watching the Lamborghini disappear, Su Mucha felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Must the disparity be so vast? From a smoke-emitting van to a smoke-billowing Lamborghini, Su Mucha found it hard to comprehend Yu Hongming. Was he being low-key or ostentatious? Completely perplexed, Su Mucha, being an experienced man, quickly regained his composure. He waved to his subordinates who had accompanied him. Let us get to work. Everything must be loaded onto the truck before nightfall. Yes, Chairman. This time, the same crew accompanied him, so everyone was familiar with the routine, eagerly rushing into the warehouse. Bright Electronics. In the northeast of the industrial zone, a newly constructed factory district was established. This facility would house 2 new chip production lines. The factory had been completed, and the production lines had long been returned. Workers were tirelessly engaged in installation day and night. Today, several unexpected guests arrived. These uninvited guests were employees of Weitong Company, and their delegation was larger than before, led personally by the CEO, Zhao Yijin. Naturally, following Zhao Yijin were Guan Yonglei, responsible for the chip project, and Zhang Jianbing, the head of the mobile phone project. The 3 trailed closely behind Zhao Yijin. This is our new chip production line. Su Mucha personally hosted this group from Weitong, guiding them to tour the new chip production workshop to observe the installation process. Su Mucha was so enthusiastic in his reception primarily to establish a cooperative relationship with Weitong as swiftly as possible. If the production line commenced operations without any orders, it would be disastrous. Su Mucha did not want to see the equipment he had worked so hard to acquire idle for even a minute. Very impressive. Excellent. Zhao Yijin showered praises throughout the tour. Even he had to admit that while Hongming Optoelectronics had not produced top-tier chips, they indeed possessed unique strengths in certain aspects. The group flitted through the assembly of the production line and the previously launched wafer production line. Eventually, everyone reconvened in the conference room to discuss the forthcoming collaboration. Please take a seat. As the host, Su Mucha naturally occupied the principal seat, with the others settling down in order. Zhao Yijin sat right next to Su Mucha, while the remaining personnel from both companies took their places beside the 2 leaders. Mr. Zhao, I trust any doubts regarding our production line have been dispelled? Su Mucha inquired with a penetrating gaze at Zhao Yijin. Indeed, I have no further questions, Director Su. Let us proceed directly to discuss the collaboration. Zhao Yijian's approach was always efficient and decisive, which was why he held his current esteemed position. Meanwhile, Yu Hongming remained lost in slumber, oblivious to the ringing of his phone, mistaking it for a mere figment of his dreams. It was not until 11:30 a.m. that he awoke to check the time and discovered 2 messages. However, he merely glanced at them and disregarded them. What was there to observe about changes in bank deposits? For Yu Hongming, money was merely a series of numbers, lacking significant meaning. He possessed a car, a house, and a girlfriend. Indeed, he had enough wealth to last a lifetime. Suddenly, Yu Hongming felt as though he had lost his sense of direction. Hongming is awake. Recently, Yu and Daong had been arriving punctually every day, akin to clocking in. Upon arrival, he never disturbed Yu Hongming's slumber, instead heading straight for his gaming console. The bond he shared with that gaming machine was quite remarkable. Had he applied such dedication during his senior year in high school, he might have already secured admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Beida. Have you eaten? Do you want to order takeout? I arrived here at 7 in the morning. Do you think I would be hungry? Hearing Yu and Daong's early arrival, Yu Hongming hesitated in his decision to order food. It's only 7. Must you be this diligent? Suddenly, a thought struck Yu Hongming. You'll pay for the electricity next month. Was it really worth fretting over such a trivial expense? While he genuinely didn't mind, he felt that the excessive usage was somewhat awkward. Just yesterday, the power company had made a special visit. It turned out that nearby residents had complained about unstable voltage, with lights sometimes failing to turn on. The power company was well aware that there were no high electricity-consuming users in the area, and the residents were few. There was no need to consider upgrading the circuits for the next decade. However, with complaints surfacing, there were only 2 possibilities: either a transformer malfunction or excessive electricity consumption. Since a complaint had been lodged, an investigation was necessary. The result revealed that the transformer was not at fault, leaving only the conclusion of overloading due to excessive power usage. Eventually, they traced the matter back to the residents of Yu Hongming. When the staff arrived, they even considered calling the police, suspecting it to be an illegal workshop, given that typical household electricity consumption would not reach such levels. The police, upon arrival, were equally baffled by the situation. Just in time, a square-faced officer appeared like a savior, and after presenting his credentials, all issues were swiftly resolved. However, before departing, the officers took the opportunity to sternly admonish the personnel from the Power Bureau, urging them to promptly increase capacity. Even after their departure, Yu Hongming was well aware of the underlying cause. It was none other than Yu and Daong, who was perpetually engrossed in video games. Such devices are inherently power-hungry, and with this situation escalating, it was no surprise that the Power Bureau was compelled to investigate. The intention behind making him pay the electricity bill was merely to encourage him to rein in his habits and avoid any unnecessary troubles. Vita Company and Hongming Optoelectronics updated a message on their homepage. Yesterday, Vita Company and Hongming Optoelectronics reached a strategic partnership. The Kirin chips from Vita will be manufactured by Hongming, with 500,000 Kirin 9000 chips set to ship next month. The announcement immediately captured widespread attention, particularly from the stock market. As soon as the news broke, Hongming Optoelectronics experienced a rapid surge in stock prices. As for Vita Company, being a non-public entity, it could not enjoy similar benefits. Consequently, Hongming was quickly dubbed a concept stock of Vita. The media promptly reported, the domestically developed chips of Longhua have successfully made a breakthrough once again. It seems that no one in this world can defeat Vita. Vita's high-end Kirin 9000 chips can be produced again, which means selling smartphones will no longer be as slow as squeezing toothpaste. With the renewed mass production of the Kirin 9000 chips, the issue of shortages for Vita's high-end smartphones will be effectively resolved. Let us look forward to the collaborative outcomes between Vita Company and Hongming Optoelectronics. Various media outlets rushed to cover the story, and discussions online surged in fervor. Haha, does this mean I can finally buy a Vita phone again? My Vita phone has lasted 5 years without a hitch and continues to receive system updates. How can I possibly switch to a new one? Don't ask me why I continue to support Vita phones. I am merely fulfilling my duty as a citizen of Longhua. No need to say more, just waiting for the release of Vita's new phone. Who wants my Apple device? Selling it at a low price. I want to buy Vita. Can I pre-order now? I want to secure one in advance, lest I miss out later. With only 500,000 chips in the first batch, it is hardly sufficient. I hope Hongming Optoelectronics ramps up production to meet the demands of the netizens. I can't chat anymore. I need to gather money. This time, I must seize the highest configuration. I could sell a kidney. Who wants it? I need to raise funds for Vita. In the president's office of Vita Company. At this moment, Zhang Jianbing from the mobile division stood exuberantly before President Zhao Yijian. President Zhao, the online reaction is fervent. Many are asking if we can open pre-orders as they are eager to place their orders. No need to rush. How is the development of the new phone coming along? Zhao Yijian waved his hand and shifted the conversation to another topic. With the new chip, we certainly need to launch a new phone. If they did not seize this opportunity to release a new phone and leverage the excitement, it would not align with Zhao Yijian's work style. The sustained popularity of Vida's phones, which can compete with Apple, is not solely due to technological advancement, but also owes much to the patriotic sentiments of the citizens. This success is a culmination of Vida's strength and the challenges it has faced. Vida excels at capitalizing on this sentiment. However, it cannot be entirely attributed to them. Many actions are self-organized by netizens. After all, if one is unwilling, Vida cannot extract money from their pockets. It is a win-win scenario, negating any notion of exploitation. The research and development have been completed. They merely await the adaptation to the new chip for mass production. Zhang Jianbing promptly reported on the progress of the new phone's development. Well, if that is the case, it is reasonable to meet the demands of the netizens. In the end, Zhao Yijian consented to Zhang Jianbing's proposal. Pre-orders commenced, and there was urgency. If they delayed any longer, they would miss out. In a university dormitory, a student clad in a striped shirt rushed in, seizing the attention of Jing Chongsong, who was engrossed in a video game. What pre-order? Jing Chongsong merely cast a fleeting glance at his friend before returning his focus to the computer screen, evidently indifferent to the matter. Still playing? Vida just opened pre-sales for their new phone. If you wait any longer, you won't be able to buy one. Oh dear, why didn't you say so sooner? After muttering a curse, Jing Chongsong immediately tossed aside his mouse and pulled out his phone, looking toward his striped shirt friend. Quick, send me the link. I already sent it to you. Move swiftly, or it will truly be gone. Alas, it was already sold out. Upon opening the link, the page displayed, sold out. Please come back next time. Jing Chongsong confirmed the time on his phone. It had just passed 10 o'clock by a mere second. The outcome was evident. 500,000 phones had been snatched up in less than a minute. I told you to hurry. You missed it by mere seconds. The plaid shirt friend lightly patted Jing Chongsong's shoulder in consolation, but this only deepened Jing Chongsong's distress. He picked up his now fractured mouse and hurled it to the ground, shattering it into several pieces, while muttering incessantly, I warned you to listen to me. All you do is play games. Now you regret it, don't you? Yang Ligong. You are unjustly blaming the innocent mouse. Wow, I actually got one. How unfortunate. My poor internet connection hampered my speed. If you couldn't snag one, don't blame the network. It might be your girlfriend slowing you down. An 8-year single failed to get one. A 10-year single couldn't either. Excuse me, I am a 15-year veteran of singlehood. And I have secured mine. All right, I admit defeat to a master of 15 years of singlehood. Such occurrences unfolded in various corners. Individuals prepared with funds fervently attempted to seize this opportunity, and it ultimately proved that those who had been single for over a decade had a greater chance of success. Yu Hongming, did you manage to purchase Vida's new phone? Not long ago, Yuan Daong also participated in this frantic rush. Surprisingly, he succeeded. Perhaps his 2 decades of solitude were not in vain. It seems that speed and the duration of singlehood indeed correlate. I didn't buy it. Yu Hongming shook his head. It was not due to his failure to secure one or a lack of speed, but rather because he did not attempt to buy it at all. To him, as long as his phone functioned, there was no need to engage in such trivial pursuits. Of course, this does not imply that Yu Hongming lacks patriotism. He simply believes that one need not express love for one's country through the purchase of a phone. If he were not patriotic, how could he possibly offer tens of billions worth of F-22 fighter jets and hundreds of billions worth of aircraft carriers to the nation with a mere 10 million? It can only be said that everyone has their own way of expressing themselves. By the way, I have 2 items here. Could you kindly take them to the museum? Yu Hongming rose and stated, then proceeded to his room. Here we go again. At the mere mention of the word museum, Yu Wendayong trembled slightly, overwhelmed by an acute sense of headache. The group behind Yu Hongming seemed intent on emptying the treasures from that place. In just a few days, the collectors and museum staff there would likely be left trembling in fear. It remained uncertain who the next unfortunate soul would be. Nevertheless, despite his complaints, Yu Wendayong found a twisted delight in such matters. The suffering of others was, after all, a source of joy for him. Take them. Before long, Yu Hongming returned with 2 items in hand. In fact, there were many such treasures in his home. Just the day before, Yu Hongming had struck a significant deal with Georgina, exchanging an entire ton of supplies for numerous antiques, several large boxes, in fact. However, to present them all at once would be too ostentatious and contrary to Yu Hongming's usual understated style. Thus, he only brought out these 2 items this time. What is this? Yu Wendayong inquired as he took one of the objects. I have no idea. Do I look like someone who understands antiques? Yu Hongming scoffed, handing him the other item. Here, take it. You may leave now. Seeing Yu Hongming's unfeeling demeanor, Yu Wendayong felt a wave of frustration. He had initially wished to engage in conversation, but after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. He understood that debating with Hongming would ultimately lead to his own hurt. Recently battered by various setbacks, Yong resolved to spare himself further anguish. After all, as the saying goes, forgiving others is akin to liberating oneself. To live more easily, one must remember this truth. Ultimately, Yong departed with a reluctant air, not forgetting to take his own amusement with him. The following day, at the National Museum, the curator felt particularly fatigued lately. Yet he was reluctant to let this weariness dissipate easily. In truth, he was quite conflicted. The reason was simple. That mysterious benefactor had once again sent two treasures. One was a jade ruby from the Kangxi era, and the other was a guanyin and crane painting, both classified as national treasures. Although these items were undoubtedly precious, the curator found it difficult to part with them. If such complex emotions were penned into a story, it could easily fill 100 pages. Curator, we have arrived. Soon, several experts responsible for appraising jade and paintings began to arrive in succession. The seasoned scholars specializing in calligraphy and painting, such as Mr. Bien, Mr. Fu, and Mr. Gong, rushed in with remarkable speed. There was no need to inquire why they were so eager. It was simply because the curator had mentioned that a benefactor had brought new treasures to the museum. The phrase benefactor had become a golden ticket, not only signifying authenticity, but also bringing with it a series of delightful surprises. Chapter 75, truly unparalleled. There is no need to elaborate on the authenticity of the items. However, each time this mysterious benefactor acted, it left everyone astounded, as if there were no limits to what he could achieve. In the past, the museum had exerted tremendous effort to reclaim cultural heritage scattered overseas, yet the results were disheartening. In contrast, the benefactor's situation was entirely different. Whether it was the Great Eagle Museum or any noble estate, nothing could prevent him from acquiring what he desired. Even more astonishingly, just a few days later, this kind-hearted individual returned with yet another pair of treasures. Such prowess was indeed remarkable, truly unmatched. Now that everyone is present, let us commence. With most attendees gathered, the curator instructed for the appraisal to begin. Although the benefactor had always maintained a stellar reputation, the necessary procedures must be diligently followed. All right, let us get to work. Upon hearing the curator's command, everyone immediately immersed themselves in their tasks. In the designated appraisal room, aside from the curator, the others naturally formed two groups. One group busied themselves with the jade ruby, purportedly from the Kangxi period, while the other focused on the guanyin and crane painting. These individuals were the finest experts in the field, and given that there were already numerous research records on these items, determining their authenticity was not a daunting task. Approximately an hour later, the consensus was reached, and each expert solemnly signed the appraisal report. Curator, we believe this Kangxi jade ruby is indeed an authentic piece. Curator, the guanyin and crane painting has also been confirmed as genuine. Representatives from the two groups reported their findings to the curator, presenting the signed appraisal documents. Thank you. Esteemed experts, the curator always held great respect for the professionals present, though he did not treat them with excessive reverence. He certainly regarded them with the courtesy befitting his juniors. No need for such formality. It is already my honor to witness the return of the Kangxi jade ruby during my lifetime, remarked Mr. Gong, who had spent many years in jade appraisal, his voice brimming with excitement. Similarly, Mr. Bien, an authority on paintings, expressed his sentiments. Indeed, having previously seen the female official S-piece report return home, now welcoming the guanyin and crane painting is truly a stroke of luck. The curator need not be so humble. He then jested, next time such good fortune arises, don't forget to call me immediately. Yes, please remember to notify me as well. I could even consider assisting without charge in the future. Oldly, your words are somewhat disruptive to the decorum. However, should you require my assistance, I am also willing to provide my services free of charge. How could you all say such things? I wish to partake as well. In fact, I could even contribute a little extra. Indeed, the museum has faced challenges in recent years. I too am willing to lend my support. After Mr. Bien initiated the conversation, others eagerly vied to express their willingness to contribute, entirely shedding their usual dignified personas and instead appearing quite fervent, even somewhat disregarding their own images. Faced with the sudden directness of these esteemed experts, the curator found himself momentarily at a loss. Yet he understood that he could not deprive them of their due compensation. As an elder once stated, such actions would be tantamount to violating industry norms. The curator was unwilling to become the first bad example, should such news circulate. His standing within the community would likely be jeopardized, and he might even be perceived as ungrateful. As for directly withholding payment, he wouldn't dare to do so. Even if given 10 chances, such an act would not merely violate rules, it would set a profoundly negative precedent, eventually becoming a laughingstock in the entire collecting community and inviting disdain from all. After all, the appraisal fees did not come from his own pocket. So why engage in such self-defeating behavior? Rest assured, esteemed experts, should similar situations arise in the future, I will contact you all without delay. Observing the increasingly lively atmosphere, the curator quickly made this promise, for any dissatisfaction among these experts would lead to catastrophic consequences. He firmly believes that such a wait will not be prolonged, and that soon he will once again receive generous gifts from benevolent individuals. With the experience of the initial donation fresh in his mind, the prospect of a second one following closely, especially given the brief interval, fills the curator with anticipation for the future. This afternoon, the museum was once again graced by the donations of kind-hearted benefactors, with the return of a jade ruby from the Kangxi era and the national treasure, Guanyin with monkey and crane, to the embrace of their homeland. Eagerly awaiting the authentication results, the curator could hardly contain his excitement in announcing this joyful news. Although the donors did not specifically request for it to be reported the following day, he sensed that this had become an unspoken understanding. Once the information was released, media outlets and netizens alike erupted in fervor. Benevolent benefactors re-emerge, presenting two national treasures in one go. The return journey of the Kangxi Jade Ruyi and the rare painting Guanyin with monkey and crane undoubtedly signifies a new phase in the repatriation of lost cultural artifacts. We hope for more cultural treasures to return to their homeland, thanks to the goodwill of kind-hearted individuals. The online community buzzed with discussion about the event. Who would have thought that just a few days later, this enthusiastic individual would act again? Is he determined to bring back these precious treasures? The unfortunate ones are the original holders, who may still be oblivious to the fact that their possessions have been swapped. Being targeted by this kind-hearted individual is indeed unfortunate. Yet these people are hardly deserving of sympathy. I previously mentioned that a reward should be given to this benevolent person to encourage further efforts, and it seems he has proven to be even more proactive than I imagined. With the benefactor's frequent actions, collectors and museums in the Ula region must certainly be growing anxious. They have brought this upon themselves. Had they returned the artifacts to us sooner, it would have saved them trouble. In truth, the benevolent individual is merely assisting these thieves in correcting their wrongs by returning what rightfully belongs to others. In the Ula region's collecting community, ever since the incidents involving the Great Eagle Museum and Count Deisenberg, many who possess artifacts from the Dragon Kingdom have promptly turned their attention to the official account of the National Museum of the Dragon Kingdom, eager to stay updated. Consequently, they formed a small group for discussion. Now, nearly all collectors in the Ula region have received the news and are fervently debating in the group. Who has suffered this time? Where are these two items now? The Kangxi Jade Ruyi should be in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, while Guanyin with monkey and crane is likely at the Daido-Kuji in Kyoto. How did they end up in the beautiful country and the land of the rising sun? Chapter 76. Little did I expect my previous guess to be correct. Is there anywhere this benevolent individual cannot reach? Who exactly is he? And how can he achieve such feats? I have some artifacts from the Dragon Kingdom. Who is interested? I can part with them at a discount. I also have 1 or 2 pieces, willing to sell at 20 off. Would you like mine for 30 off? What? The Kangxi Jade Ruyi has appeared in the National Museum of the Dragon Kingdom? The Metropolitan Museum, being an American institution, does not belong to the Ula sphere. Moreover, previous events occurred exclusively in the Ula region, leading others to believe that the thief would only operate there. No one expected that such a situation would arise so swiftly. Hurry and call the appraiser to retrieve the Kangxi Jade Ruyi from the storeroom. Upon receiving the news, Jason, the director of the Metropolitan Museum, immediately fell into a state of panic. How could he not be anxious? With the examples of the Great Eagle Museum and Count Deisenberg before him, Jason had a strong premonition that his museum was about to become the third victim. If it were confirmed that an exchange had occurred, Jason's directorship would be irrevocably ended, and he would face a stringent investigation. The loss of such significant artifacts could not go unchecked. Soon, the appraiser arrived with the Jade Ruyi. After the appraisal, seeing the appraiser's expression, Jason already foresaw his own demise. Everyone, please leave. I need a moment alone. Jason dismissed everyone, gazing quietly at the counterfeit. Meanwhile, a similar incident unfolded at Daido-Kuji in Kyoto, with the individual responsible for safeguarding Guanyin with monkey and crane collapsing in despair. Yet, this is not surprising. The culture over there is simply like that. In a Chinese restaurant, Yu Xinxin and Yu Hongming were enjoying dinner. During a pause between dishes, Yu Xinxin looked at Yu Hongming with pride. Yu Hongming, have you seen the news from the National Museum? I have, Yu Hongming nodded. Such news has been ubiquitous lately. It's hard to miss. Yu Hongming himself did not anticipate the high level of interest surrounding this matter. Then you must know what the benevolent individual donated to the nation, right? All right, I know what you're getting at. No need to show off. Yu Hongming, not foolish, understood her implication immediately. Hee, I'm just quite impressive, aren't I? I can't believe I guessed correctly last time. And I got both items right in one go. Yu Xinxin began to boast as well. However, the astute Yu Xinxin sensed something amiss, and eventually looked at Yu Hongming with suspicion. Yu Hongming, do you think that benevolent individual might be among us, perhaps even following me? A wave of unease washed over Yu Hongming. Yet, he had to admit that Yu Xinxin's intuition was indeed sharp. Still, it made him feel that such musings should be avoided in the future. After all, there are not many fools in this world, especially not with someone as shrewd as Yu Xinxin by his side. I think you're overthinking it. It's merely a coincidence. That kind-hearted person has been active abroad. How could he have the time to follow you? Your reasoning does make sense, Yu Xinxin pondered, also finding merit in Yu Hongming's words. It does seem that way. That philanthropist is busy running around every day, visiting various collectors or museum backyards. Where would he find the time to keep an eye on me? Thus, it must be mere coincidence. Yu Hongming, what do you think the next target of that benevolent individual will be? How could I possibly know? Let me guess again and see how much luck I have left. It seems Yu Xinxin has become a bit addicted to this guessing game. Could it be the palace of the emperor or the tragedy of chaos? I've heard both are national treasures. Who knows? Yu Hongming pretended to shake his head in exasperation. Nevertheless, he noted down these two names, not for any other reason, but to avoid another coincidence. The next time the museum receives something, it must not include these two names. Otherwise, Yu Hongming would truly find himself in a predicament. By the way, did the materials I gave you last time prove useful? Yu Hongming mentioned the materials merely to divert Yu Xinxin's attention. As expected, Yu Xinxin took the bait and was drawn in. Very useful, indeed. I received feedback from Lu Xueqiao. The materials you provided were thoroughly examined by the patent agency, and there are indeed no registered patents. Lu Xueqiao immediately instructed the patent agency to apply for a global patent based on this information, and the application has already been submitted. Yu Xinxin excitedly recounted the matter, her words flowing rapidly. Once the patent is secured, the pharmaceutical company I invested in will surely turn its fortunes around. I have already informed the founder of that company that once the patent is approved, we will convert the value of the materials into shares for you. If it proves useful, that is sufficient. As for the shares, let them be. I am merely extending a helping hand to you, so you should keep it. Yu Hongming waved his hand dismissively, rejecting the shares. At this moment, the shares held little significance for him. Moreover, his assistance this time was purely for the benefit of Yu Xinxin. As long as he could assist her, Yu Hongming found contentment. No. The shares that are rightfully yours should be yours, Yu Xinxin pouted, directly turning down Yu Hongming's goodwill. She adhered to her principles, believing that Yu Hongming had already rendered her substantial assistance, ensuring her previous investments did not go to waste. Therefore, she could not deprive him of what he deserved. To make Yu Hongming comprehend the value of these shares, Yu Xinxin continued to persuade him. Yu Hongming, you may not realize that the market potential for the medication you provided is immense, and its prospects are exceedingly promising. The shares allocated to you will be substantial, amounting to several billion, or even possibly a dozen billion. Oh, Yu Hongming replied with an air of indifference, which stirred concern in Yu Xinxin. She implored, why can't you understand? I understand, do not fret. How can I not be anxious? All right then, if you wish to give, then give. Yu Hongming deemed it pointless to continue the argument, conceding to her wishes. As long as Yu Xinxin was pleased, it mattered little. After all, this affluent lady was not short on funds. At Hongming Optoelectronics Company, located in the northeast corner of the industrial park, the atmosphere was abuzz with excitement today. Colorful flags fluttered in the breeze as a grand ceremony was underway to inaugurate the 2nm chip production line. The conclusion of this ceremony marked the official launch of Hongming Optoelectronics high-end chips, signifying a pivotal moment in the domestic chip industry. Therefore, the lineup of guests attending was exceptionally distinguished. Naturally, the host, Su Mucha, was present. As a strategic partner of Hongming Optoelectronics and the greatest beneficiary, the president of Vita Corporation, Zhao Yijin, personally led the delegation. Additionally, the chairman of the development bank, who provided over 100 billion in interest-free loans, was also in attendance. Chapter 77. Seizing opportunities accompanied by the chairman of the Securities Commission, leaders from various levels of Onqing, and others, the guest list was impressive. Originally, Su Mucha had intended to invite Yu Hongming to this significant occasion, feeling that he was the individual who ought to witness and partake in such a momentous event. However, Yu Hongming, accustomed to a low profile, unhesitatingly declined the invitation. There was little Su Mucha could do about it, and he accepted the situation. If he chose not to attend, so be it. Nonetheless, the shares prepared for Yu Hongming had already been arranged. Should he agree, he would become the largest shareholder of Hongming Optoelectronics, holding 56 of the shares and gaining complete control over the company. Consequently, Su Mucha's shares would diminish from the original 51 to 32, relegating him to a secondary role as the company's deputy leader. However, Su Mucha harbored no concerns that Yu Hongming would usurp his position, for through their interactions, he had come to perceive Yu Hongming as someone indifferent to fame and fortune. Given his nonchalant attitude towards wealth, it seemed implausible that he would seek to contend for control over the company. As the clock struck 10, Su Mucha addressed the assembly, expressing gratitude to all the leaders and partners present. It is with great honor that I announce the official trial operation of our newly established 2-nanometer chip production lines today. Under the gaze of the audience, Su Mucha ascended the podium, delivering an impassioned speech. Subsequently, he invited all guests to partake in a brief, yet fervent ribbon-cutting ceremony. The proceedings unfolded seamlessly, with each attendee radiating joy. They understood the significance of this event. It marked a substantial breakthrough in the nation's independent chip manufacturing technology, liberating them from external constraints, and heralding a future of greater confidence and determination. After the ceremony concluded, Su Mucha stood at the exit, personally bidding farewell to each guest. The chairman of the development bank patted his shoulder warmly, offering encouragement. Rest assured in your endeavors. Should you require funding, do not hesitate to ask. We can easily arrange an additional 1,000 or 2,000 billion. Su Mucha expressed sincere gratitude, recognizing that without the support of the development bank, the company could not have established these advanced production lines so swiftly. Following this, the chairman of the Securities Commission also paid a visit, encouraging him. Your company is currently on an excellent trajectory. Seize the opportunity to continue developing and strive to become a unicorn enterprise as soon as possible. Su Mucha assured him, we will certainly grasp this opportunity. Soon after, Zhao Yijian from Vita Group arrived with his team, expressing high hopes for the forthcoming mobile phone chips. Su Mucha guaranteed that the delivery tasks would be completed on time. Subsequently, several key leaders from Hongming expressed their commitment to the project, pledging ongoing policy support. As the last of the guests departed, Su Mucha finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Throughout the event, numerous media reporters were present to cover the occasion. Before long, articles about this grand event surfaced online, igniting fervent discussions among netizens. Finally, the day has arrived. My new Vita phone is just around the corner. One cannot help but admire Hongming Optoelectronics' efficiency. They truly deliver on their promises. The Chip Sanctions Alliance must be in disarray upon seeing this. Simultaneously, in the conference room of ASLM's Dragon Country branch, the group that previously sought to revel in their misfortune gathered once more. Douglas, bearing a solemn expression, cast a stern gaze over the assembly and inquired, what are your thoughts? One individual seated at the lower end stood to respond, Mr. Douglas. I believe these are all mere facades. We have conducted thorough investigations, and not a single machine has been leaked. Hence, they cannot have truly established a production line. Upon hearing this, Douglas nodded, then posed his own perplexity. Then why are they ostentatiously holding such a ceremony? Another individual ventured a hypothesis. Perhaps they aim to lead us to believe they have resolved their equipment issues, thus applying pressure on us to secure lower prices and larger orders. Many concurred with this viewpoint. Indeed, whenever Dragon Country launched independently developed new products, they would often suppress them with low prices. Perhaps they intended to exploit this situation as well. Yet, some held a differing opinion. What benefits could Hongming Optoelectronics possibly gain from such actions? Douglas raised a final query. While all perspectives had merit, a lingering mystery remained. Hongming Optoelectronics had taken such considerable risks, now facing a blockade from the Chip Alliance. What were they truly after? It seemed they were merely setting themselves up to be used without reaping any benefits. Such circumstances appeared rather unreasonable. Perhaps they were colluding to present Hongming Optoelectronics as a front, while other companies quietly profited, subsequently sharing the spoils. This possibility certainly exists, Douglas conceded, finding merit in this hypothesis. If that is the case, we must not allow them to succeed. I propose we delay the delivery timelines for all equipment orders from Dragon Country by 1 year and increase prices by 50. Let them comprehend the severity of offending us. Agreed. We will arrange that upon return. The attendees unanimously endorsed Douglas's perspective. The behavior of the Dragon Kingdom's chip enterprises has indeed crossed the line, and they ought to be taught a lesson. Moreover, a decisive strike is necessary to inflict significant pain upon the entire chip industry of the Dragon Kingdom, ensuring that they will think twice before causing further disruptions in the future. However, the ramifications of this meeting proved to be far-reaching for the Dragon Kingdom's chip sector. Upon returning to their respective companies, the participants promptly initiated action. They identified all clients located in the Dragon Kingdom and began making calls to inform them of order delays and a staggering 50 price increase. Instantly, a wave of lamentation swept across the entire chip industry in the Dragon Kingdom. Particularly in the previously tight-knit circle of chip magnates, the atmosphere became exceptionally lively. Has everyone received notifications from the Chip Alliance's manufacturers? You too? I just got off the phone. Was it about delivery delays and price hikes? Unbelievably. We are all in the same boat. What is this chip alliance up to? Have they lost their minds? With delays and a 50 price increase, they show utter disregard for us in the Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, this is the first time I've felt so oppressed. When will we finally be free from their constraints? Alas, what can we do? Our nation's capabilities in this regard are insufficient. When one is weak, one must endure the blows. I genuinely do not know how we will survive this. Our orders are likely to be slashed. The domestic chip shortage will only worsen. In fact, I possess some insider information, remarked Yang Zhongzhong of Honest Splendor. Despite his belief that he maintained a favorable rapport with Douglas of ASLM, he found himself unable to evade this calamity.